She is the supreme dragon matriarch, ruler of the entire dragon clan. And yet, she's pretending to be a fragile damsel about to be assaulted by bandits. It was all a trap, a cheap scheme to lure me, a pure-hearted demon lord, into saving her. She cried her eyes out, but I didn't feel a thing. I knew the truth. One step into that cave, and I'd be the one getting devoured. Being the 666th demon lord of this continent sucks. It's a dead-end job where the hero is destined to beat my face in every single time. So, I quit. I'm retiring early. I decided to wake up 20 years before the hero is even born. My plan? Seize the strongest human empire and become their king myself. I arrived with such benevolent intentions, but these patrol guards looked at me like I was country trash. While I wondered if they were mocking me, they pointed their spears right at my face. I paused, smiled, and introduced myself simply as Dion. The moment the name left my lips, a hulking knight stepped forward to lecture me. "You arrogant brat, daring to use the name of an ancient god. Don't you know this is the capital of Oder?" I was confused. Was this kingdom supposed to be special or something? "Can I just be king then?" I asked. The knight couldn't believe his ears. Accusing me of treason, he drew his weapon and aimed it right between my eyes. But a cold light flashed in my gaze. A split second later. Boom! The knight's head exploded like a watermelon. The soldier froze. And then pop! His head was gone too. The rest tried to fight, but they hit the floor before they could even draw their swords. I hung their bodies upside down as a decoration. Then, my voice thundered across the royal capital. "Humans, bow before your new king." A terrifying aura crushed the palace. Terrified soldiers swarmed the main gate in a panic. But the moment they saw me, true horror set in. I looked like a demon crawling out of hell, leaving a trail of corpses with every step I took. In the blink of an eye, only one holy knight was left standing. I watched him with amusement. He was muttering a desperate prayer. "Oh, Creator, grant me the power to banish the darkness." A pillar of divine light crashed down upon him. He raised the holy sword and unleashed his ultimate attack straight at me. Destructive energy swallowed the castle whole. But then, the knight's face twisted in despair. I had stopped his ultimate attack with a gentle squeeze of my hand. "Don't talk to me about gods." Flash. I appeared instantly behind him. In my hand was his still beating heart. The holy knight collapsed in absolute terror. I stepped over his body and entered the final throne room. Knights guarded the king with their lives. The king sat on his throne, his face dark as night. "Who are you? Do you seek to rule? Let us discuss this like civilized men." I opened my mouth to speak, but a stupid guard interrupted me. "How dare you address His Majesty?" Snap. I flicked my finger, and the trash turned into a mist of blood. The other knights wet themselves in fear. I leaped into the air. Dark wings unfurled from my back. In a heartbeat, I was hovering right in front of the king's nose. "Now, can we talk?" The king trembled. "I can give you anything. Gold, land." I looked him in the eye. "Hand over the kingdom." The king screamed in rage. "Anything but that." I picked my ear nonchalantly. "Fine, then I'll just kill you. I'll kill your whole family, and the kingdom will be mine anyway." The king's face twisted in agony. "I know. You want my daughter." "Absolutely not. She is the jewel of the house and continent, the flower of royalty." I stared at him blankly. I didn't care. I didn't even know he had a daughter. "I don't want your girl. I want the crown." The king turned red with fury. "Why do you crave what does not belong to you?" My voice turned icy. "And all of this belonged to you?" He tried to argue. "Of course. This is the royal birthright." But I shut him down. "Didn't you steal it from someone else too? You've enjoyed the throne for decades. Now, I'm taking it back," he roared. "The Holy Church will never forgive you." I scoffed. "The Holy Church? What kind of trash is that?" Boom! Apocalyptic energy exploded from my body. It swallowed the palace instantly, turning everything into rubble and dust. I watched the king crumble into ash, not a single drop of powerful bloodline in him. Disappointing. I looked up at the sky. Is this the best humanity has to offer? They were completely unprepared. It makes sense. I woke up 20 years early. The hero hasn't even spawned yet. On this continent, the war between demons and humans has lasted 66,000 years. The demon lord always loses and waits 100 years to respawn. But no matter what, the hero always appears to save the day. But not this time. I am the 666th demon lord. I learned from the mistakes of the past. I awaken early to break the cycle. History will witness how I destroy this world on my own terms. Suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed into the ruins. Tears streamed down her face. "Who are you? What did you do to my father?" I blinked. "Oh, right. The daughter. The king is dead. I'll marry you and take the throne." Her eyes went wide with shock and grief. Before she could scream, snap, I snapped my fingers. Her eyes went blank, and she fell to her knees. This humble body belongs to you, master. I landed in front of her and lifted her chin. From now on, you are the first human to belong to me. But then, I sensed a presence. Stop lurking in the shadows before I gouge your eyes out. Come out, the air rippled, and a figure stepped through the void. As expected of the Supreme Overlord, your loyal servant, Alex, greets you. I wasn't surprised. You served my father. Why are you here? Alex bowed respectfully. Your body was gifted by the previous demon lord. Therefore, my only loyalty lies with you. I waved my hand dismissively. Get lost. I'm not going back to the demon realm. To my surprise, Alex just smiled. As you wish. Then, he pointed at the princess. Dion's the Supreme Overlord intend to plant his seed in this woman? Unbelievable. The kid I raised is suddenly interested in women. Looking at his smug face, I wanted to punch him. I told you. I'm quitting being a demon lord. I'm living a normal life. Alex didn't get mad. He looked at me like a doting parent. Do whatever you please, my lord. But that smile, it told me he was plotting something. Helpless, Alex finally asked me, Yo, boss, is there a special reason you trashed this country? Is it payback because they invaded your turf? Or are you just salty they wanted the demon world's loot? Honestly, I didn't think that deep. I just figured the human king wasn't total trash. Alex totally lost it, grinning like a maniac. As expected of our demon lord, you didn't just steal the biggest kingdom and delete their king. You even planned to marry the princess and blend in as a human. A high-tier demon like me couldn't even dream of such a 4D chess move. Born to be the boss, for real. But don't worry, if you ditch us, I'll drag your son back to the demon realm and raise him right. In 20 years, he'll be the 666th demon lord. Hearing him rant, I honestly had zero words. I glanced at the human princess beside me. Thank God I dodged the bullet of being an 80-year-old dad. My youth almost got wasted on changing diapers. Suddenly, my mood flipped. A massive wave of energy exploded from my mouth, blasting straight toward Alex. The impact flattened a mountain range for 100 miles. I didn't mean to kill him, just needed to vent. I almost fell for the human's trap. Next time, tell me the intel sooner. Alex was frozen in fear. That attack made him realize I'm built different from the old bosses. Maybe we can actually catch a win this time. But then he had to ruin the vibe. Is becoming king too obvious, sir? Fine then, I'll just cosplay as a hero of justice. No one expects the hero's sidekick to be the literal demon lord. Let some dumb hero take the hits while I loot the rewards from the back. I laughed out loud at my own genius. Alex looked ready to pass out. He tried to talk sense into me. Boss, if there's no demon lord, there's no hero. How can you be a sidekick? I completely ignored his whining. I jumped up and told Alex, let's go find a hero to carry. Meanwhile, someone was watching us from the shadows. This 666 demon lord looks like a glitch. Low stats, low IQ. The Supreme Dragon Mother thought her time had come. Later, I was chilling in a carriage, enjoying the view. Alex looked confused as heck. Why are we stuck in this slow carriage instead of flying? I gave him a look. Flying just screams, hey look, we are demons, you idiot. Alex pointed at the burning castle. You literally torched the place. Everyone knows you're a demon. I pretended I was deaf. Alex kept pestering me. Why be a sidekick instead of the main hero? Because sidekicks don't need fancy bloodlines, bro. We just find a meat shield to lead the charge, and we count the cash in the back. Turns out, heroes here have a tier list. S-rank dragon slayers are at the top. Then G-rank giant killers and rank water slayers. The middle ranks are managed by the Holy Court. But then there's the F-tier trash, the defective class. No funding, no fans. They get tossed out like old veggies. But the real key isn't rank, it's bloodline. 66,580 years ago, the first hero and saintess clapped the first demon lord. Their kids spread across the world. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the magic. Every century, the chosen one shows up. Hearing this lore bored me to tears. That stupid war kept me trapped in an egg for 80 years. I just want to hide behind a hero and live the rich life. A butterfly flew past my head. The wind messed up my hair. The sun hit my skin, and it felt awesome. The human world is actually kinda lit. I should have been stuck in that egg for another 20 years just to get spawn camped. Nah. Breaking out was the best play I ever made. I started vibing, singing a song as we rolled. Oh, Mr. Hero, Mr. Hero. Our gullible little hero, where are you hiding? Come out before you get wrecked. Stupid hero, go tank the damage for me. I kept walking and singing, totally unbothered. Mr. Gullible Hero. You really shouldn't fight the Demon Lord. Oh wait, the Demon Lord is gone. Alex couldn't take my singing anymore. He called out from the front, Sir. But I was in the zone. yawning and stopping the song. He tried again. Sir. Finally, I heard him. Since I actually replied, Alex vented his frustration. Why are we driving when we can fly? This is so annoying. I got annoyed at his dumb question. What? Yo, dummy. Do you want the whole server to know you're a demon? He thought about it, then pointed at the castle again. You're worried about that after you turned the castle into a barbecue? I ignored the roast and kept yawning. Whatever. Fire? What fire? It's just a little spicy air. He gave up on that and switched topics. By the way, are you serious about this sidekick thing? I got hype immediately. Heck yeah. They say you don't need royal blood to be a sidekick. I just want that top 2% lifestyle. Let the hero kill monsters while I live like a king. I made it sound easy, but Alex was stressing. Even as a sidekick, joining the top 2% is hardcore mode. He knew the grind was real and wanted me to quit. Bro, the former demon lord and a top-tier demon are right here. What is there to worry about? A hero can. One-shot a dragon if we buff him a little. I thought you wanted to blend in. You gonna use demon magic? I stood my ground regardless. Why not use the tools at hand, you moron? That is exactly why you losers have eaten dirt 665 times running. But then, a thought struck him, and he flipped the script with a question. Speaking of the enemy, do these so-called heroes have a pecking order? A ranking system? Alex didn't hesitate. Indeed, they do. They possess a strict hierarchy. Dion tilted his head, the concept feeling alien. You mean like Class A, Class B? That sort of boring nonsense? Seeing his master's confusion, Alex broke it down with a specific example. Let's start with Rank D, the Dragon Slayers. Dion scoffed. Rank D? That sounds low. Alex clarified. It refers to those possessing the raw power to exterminate a dragon. Dion's interest piqued. So, it's a trophy title. You kill a lizard. You get the badge. His gaze sharpened, the playful rebellion fading into cold calculation. Not quite. Dragons are currently neutral parties in the war between humans and demons. They only rampage in bedtime stories now, which implies these slayers possess power equivalent to those ancient myths. Alex continued down the list of threats. Next is Rank G, the Giant Slayers. Warriors capable of going toe-to-toe with a titan and living to tell the tale. Dion was actually getting into this. All right, hit me. What comes after G? Alex delivered promptly. Rank L, the Lich Slayers. Those who can send an undead lich back to the void. The more Dion heard, the more of a headache it became. Why is everything so complicated? Is that the end of the list? He waved his hand dismissively, trying to cut through the noise. Beyond that, it simply follows the alphabet. Dan let out a scoff of pure disdain. So they just slapped letters on it and called it a day? How utterly uninspired. Faced with such teenage cynicism, Alex was at a loss. I cannot say. The Hero Management Bureau dictates these matters. However, Alex raised a finger, his tone darkening. There is one final classification you must know. Rank F. They are considered new products. If we were speaking of produce, they would be the rotten fruit left to decay on the ground because no one would buy them. Dion's eyes narrowed. So, defective trash? Tragic, isn't it? Alex offered a strategic pivot. You could seek patronage from high-ranking nobles, or perhaps secure a title within the human kingdoms. Alex didn't sugarcoat the reality. Failures receive no funding. In fact, society prays for their swift disappearance. They are unwanted stains on the world. Dan's perception shifted. Damn, the human world is pretty savage, huh? But the hierarchy was irrelevant compared to the bomb Alex was about to drop. However, there is a currency far more valuable than rank. Alex intoned. Bloodline. Dion nodded. This was familiar territory. The purer the blood, the stronger the monster. Basic biology, Alex dove into the lore. Precisely. The original saviors who rescued this world, 66,580 years ago, were the two primordials. The great hero and the holy saintess. Their descendants and the descendants of those descendants have obsessively maintained that lineage. Alex elaborated on the mechanics. They call it Jacklood. They measure exactly how much divine essence remains in a clan. The higher the purity, the more devastating the aura they can wield. The one with the absolute purest blood is crowned the hero. That is the entity that has slaughtered our generals 665 times. Dan paused, a frown marring his face. Wait, so they use a blood test as a measuring stick? If your blood is shinier, you get a higher rank. That's it. Faced with Dion's skepticism, Alex fell back on tradition. There are rare exceptions, but generally, yes, purity equates to raw power. Dion scratched his head, unimpressed. What's the actual difference between pure and impure? Sounds like some video game blood tier logic to me. I didn't stay trapped in a damn egg for 80 years for this nonsense. Alex's voice grew stern. Do not mock it. They value this above all else, staking their lives and pride on these bloodlines. Dion waved it off, his rebellious streak surfacing. Tiesk, whatever. Boring. He fell silent for a moment, then looked up with absolute conviction. At the end of the day, the hero and the demon king are destined to clash. 60,000 years of bloodshed, all for a single scripted finale. He knew it was a cosmic promise, a curse, but Dion leaned back, completely relaxed. Can't they just get a life? A normal one? Suddenly, his eyes widened, locking onto something in the sky. Alex. Yo, what is that? There's some fluttery thing flying around up there. Alex turned to see his master acting like a toddler. That is a butterfly. Dion stared, awestruck. A butterfly? Just then, a chill breeze swept through the carriage. The creature was swept away, and Dion reached out, disappointed. He whipped around instantly. Alex. What was that just now? The invisible thing that messed up my hair? Alex remained the picture of calm. Wind. Dion absorbed the word. Wind. He pointed up again. Okay, then what's that giant thing floating above our heads? He shielded his eyes against the blinding glare. That bright, round ball? It hurts like hell when I look straight at it. Alex glanced up, unfazed. That is the Sunday. But Dion was already distracted, inhaling deeply. And this scent? This sweet aroma filling the air. What is it? It's making my heart race. Alex closed his eyes, savoring it. That, my liege, is the scent of spring. The words settled in Dion's mind. Spring. Dion looked at his servant. Alex, you've lived a long time, haven't you? The Duke's expression saddened. Indeed. I was born in the demon realm shortly after the First Great War concluded. A heavy silence fell between them. So, Dion murmured, ever since that first bloodbath, you've come to this world once every century. Must be nice. Walking on the surface, Alex stiffened, turning to look at his master, who began to recount his own wretched existence. The previous demon king never got to experience wind or butterflies. If I had followed the script, I would have been sealed away for another 2 centuries before ever setting foot on this earth. My destiny was to be slaughtered by a hero I'd never even met. A genuine, happy grin spread across his face. Thank the gods I ran away. Demon King is a job title that needs to go extinct. Don't you agree? Alex offered no answer, only a somber silence. Dion shrugged, boredom returning. Whatever, I'm taking a nap. Wake me when we get there. He opened one eye, his voice dropping an octave. And just so we're clear, if you try to drag me back to the demon realm, we both die. Alex bowed his head, accepting the threat. Understood, my lord. Hours passed until the carriage wheels finally ground to a halt. My lord, Alex whispered, we have arrived. Huh. Dion blinked, groggy. We're here? He peered out. It was exactly as requested, a small trading outpost, far from the war zones, a quiet, rustic village known as Zorik, a peaceful countryside hamlet, Zorik. As the name echoed in his head, he realized this was it. The start of his new, deliciously normal life. Jariki wasn't a total dump. Dion started scanning the area immediately. What's the hero situation looking like? Alex had the intel ready. Just 2 clans running the show, boss. We're talking 1B rank, 1S rank, and a fallen clan. Dion looked around, feeling pretty chill about the odds. Dion didn't look like there's any trashy D-rank clans around here. Huh, Alex explained. If there was even a single D-rank hero in every castle, our demon army wouldn't dare step foot on the surface. Dion sneered, totally unimpressed. Since when is D-rank that scary? Alex didn't hesitate. It's true. Dion clicked his tongue, mocking their weakness. Tisk. Bunch of cowards. Suddenly, the streets started buzzing with some hot gossip. Yo, did you hear? The Castle of Trials got wrecked by a dragon. How is that even possible? They haven't caught the beast yet, so stay the hell away from there. I heard about that too. The whole place got toasted. But wait, aren't dragons supposed to be extinct? Like ancient history. Is the age of dragons coming back? We are so screwed. Hearing the panic, Dion turned to Alex. Hey, I thought dragons were neutral parties. Alex looked clueless. I thought so too, but I haven't been on the surface in 80 years, so a lot has probably changed since then. Meanwhile, the locals were panicking. We need to alert St. Marus. Tell them to send a D-rank hero. Stat. Ignoring the noise, Alex led Dion to a massive building. My lord, this is the swankiest hotel in the area. We'll stay here. Dion scanned the place, barely impressed. This is a hotel? Whatever. Just don't call me lord anymore, got it. Alex blinked, totally confused. Huh? Dion rolled his eyes. How long are you going to keep blowing my cover? Just go book the room. Understood. They walked in, and the owner put on a fake smile. Welcome, gentlemen. Alex stepped up. We need your finest attic suite. Our young master is very particular. The owner eyed their outfits, thinking, what kind of rags are those? Are these guys hillbillies or something? Out loud, he kept it polite but condescending. You folks must be new here. It's very expensive. Without a word, Alex dumped a pile of treasure from a chroma castle on the counter. The owner froze. His eyes popped out, and he screamed for help. Jack, get your butt out here and help the guests. The employee sprinted out and immediately face-planted. It's Jack, that clumsy idiot. My apologies. The owner barked at the kid. Shut up and escort our V.I.P.S. upstairs. Jack scrambled to fix his uniform. Hi, name's Jack, but please call me Jack. I'll take your bags. He hoisted the luggage over his shoulder, chatting away like they were best buds. Sorry about the noise outside. Everyone's freaking out about the Castle of Trials. Who knew a legendary dragon would actually show up? But don't worry. We've got a famous A-rank clan nearby, practically S-rank level. Alex finally relaxed. Well, that is good news. Jack kicked open the door to a luxurious suite. Ta-da! This is the pride of the Golden Pavilion, the attic suite. He hauled the bags inside, still yapping. Honestly, this is my first time handling guests as fancy as you guys. I don't know if it fits your vibe, but I'll work my butt off to serve you. Just holler if you need anything. Suddenly, Dion cut him off. Hey. Huh? Jack flinched, totally caught off guard. You've got the hero bloodline, don't you? Jack looked nervous but nodded. Oh, yeah. You noticed? I knew something was off. For someone with the blood, your physical stats are garbage. And since you're working as a bellboy, you must be from that fallen clan everyone talks about. Jack tried to speak, but Dion steamrolled him. Your clan is nothing but a bunch of impure mutts. What's your purity level? Dion pressed. Jack stuttered, shame written all over his face. Unfortunately, I'm an F rank, a total defective product. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire ripped through the sky. They looked up and saw the nightmare itself, a legendary dragon. Screams erupted from the streets. The dragon is here. Run for your lives. But Jack stood his ground, shielding Dion and Alex. Sir, you have to run. Dan didn't even flinch. He just turned to Alex. I thought you said dragons were chill. Alex snapped back. I told you I wasn't sure. Jack couldn't believe these two were bickering while the world ended. Hey, Dion's expression shifted. The playful vibe vanished as he stepped toward the kid. Relax, Jack. I'm going to be your support. It's time for you to become a hero. Jack stared, completely lost, but Dion kept talking. I was looking for a hero anyway. Call it destiny. Accept my deal, and I'll give you all the cash and fame you've ever dreamed of. I'll wipe that trash label off your name. You can either live the rest of your life as a loser or grab my hand and rewrite your fate. This is a one-time offer, kid. Jack's mind flashed back to the insults. Blood soldier? How could an F rank be a soldier? Why did they even have him? He's a failure. He should be grateful he's not starving. Memories of him and his brother, abandoned and crying, flooded back. Brother, where did mom and dad go? I'm so hungry. Was this finally his chance? He made up his mind and dropped to his knees. Please, take me in. I'm just a nobody, but I swear I'll give it everything I've got. I won't let you down. If you want, I'll even sell you my soul. Dion grinned, a dark satisfaction on his face. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Then today is your debut battle. Go hunt that dragon. Jack looked at the fire-breathing monster, terrified. Shouldn't we start with a goblin or something first? Dion ignored him and whipped out a scroll. Let's make it official. Jack read it, and his jaw dropped. It felt like a scam, yet somehow. Totally fair. Dion's eyes glowed crimson, pressuring him. Sign it. Once you sign, the pact is sealed. Jack hesitated, reading the brutal terms. But then, the image of what he wanted most flashed before his eyes. Fame, fortune, power. He didn't waste another second. He scribbled Jack on the paper. Dion smirked, pointing a finger at the red beast in the sky. Showtime, kid. Go slaughter that dragon. Jack looked at the impossible mission, panic rising in his throat. Say what? Alex stepped in with a frantic warning. Master, a mere human cannot hope to destroy a dragon. But Dion, he wasn't worried. He had a twisted little scheme brewing in his mind. Listen closely. That kid just needs to put on a show. I will be the one to deliver the killing blow. Yet, looking at their blank faces, it was clear they didn't understand a single word. Let me break it down for you. First, Alex will aggro the beast. Then, he drops it right in front of that defect. At that precise moment, our little failure just needs to swing his sword at the falling monster. Timing is everything. To the crowd, it will look like the defect struck the fatal blow. They will believe he is the savior who rescued them all. They will scream, a hero. Oh, how cool. It was the perfect equation. In the eyes of the public, that defective trash will become the legend who slew the dragon. Alex, however, sensed a flaw. Suspicion would rise if an F-rank nobody suddenly soloed a dragon. Furthermore, wouldn't creating a D-rank hero attract too much attention to your peaceful life, Master? Dion ignored the logic completely. Instead, he turned around, locking his eyes on Jack with a predatory hunger that sent shivers down the spine. Jack flinched under that intense gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Without a word of warning, Dion lunged forward and tore the poor boy's clothes to shreds. Jack stood there, exposed and blushing furiously. Unbothered, Dion grabbed a metal bucket and blasted 2 eye holes with his laser vision. He jammed it onto Jack's head before the kid could even protest. Dion stepped back, beaming with twisted pride. Tada! The masked hero is born. Jack stood there, stark naked, wearing nothing but a bucket. Correction. He had a bucket and a torn waiter's apron fluttering like a cape. Jack, red as a tomato, stammered. "What on earth is this?" Dan's reply was dead serious. "A true hero must conceal his identity, right? Now, nobody will recognize you. Besides, isn't the concept of a mysterious, half-naked savior totally badass?" Alex, lurking in the shadows, accepted the madness. "Very well. I shall lure the beast here." Dion grinned, his excitement hitting a fever pitch. "Excellent. Everything is in position. Move out." Jack was dragged along, his soul leaving his body. "Wait, are we seriously going outside like this? To fight a literal dragon?" Dion ignored the complaints. He scanned the debris, found a rotting wooden stick, and hastily crafted a makeshift weapon. He tossed the splintered garbage to Jack. "Behold, the holy sword." Jack caught the heavy, crude object, his arms trembling under the weight. Dion's expression darkened as he gave the final command. "Just stand there and hold that broom tight. Even when the dragon is breathing down your neck, do not move. Do this, and I will grant you fame and fortune beyond your wildest dreams." Jack nodded, but his vibe was off. Dion suspected the kid was too stupid to grasp the danger. But suddenly, Jack's grip tightened around the handle. He gripped it with enough force to crush steel. A primal scream ripped from his throat as a surge of unexpected power exploded from his body. It was desire in its purest form, or perhaps something ancient awakening in his DNA. The dormant instinct of a hero was finally stirring within his blood cells. That heroic bloodline screamed for the destruction of the Demon King. Dion watched the power surge with satisfaction, completely misreading the situation. Because inside Jack's head, the motivation was entirely different. Jack's eyes blazed, not with justice, but with greed. He wanted to impress Master Dion. He summoned his courage for one reason only: the promise of cold, hard cash and glory. With that resolve, he charged forward. "Yes, Master." Dion smiled, pleased with his loyal little puppet. "Go forth, my minion." Meanwhile, the legendary dragon was unleashing hell, bathing the civilians in torrents of fire. The poor souls ran for their lives, screaming, "Save us." Suddenly, Alex intercepted the blast. The dragon roared in annoyance at this insect, daring to block its path, and unleashed a focused stream of flames directly at him. Alex danced through the inferno, landing gracefully in the corner. His aura flared as he analyzed the beast. His eyes narrowed. Something about this creature was calculated. The dragon, blinded by rage, lunged again. Alex decided to stop playing games. He threw off his cloak, revealing the terrifying array of shadowy arms hidden beneath. No more holding back. Alex launched himself at the Titan. He landed heavily on the dragon's scales, the sudden impact shocking the beast. In a split second, his spectral arms swarmed over the creature, locating every single vital point with surgical precision. His shadow hands crushed down. "I have your heart in my grasp. Resist, and you die. Now, answer me." He cut straight to the chase. "Why have you descended upon this place? Dion's, the ancient treaty between dragons and mankind mean nothing to you?" But as he peered closer, Alex froze. Something bizarre was manifesting on the dragon's skin, something he couldn't identify. What the hell is that? The dragon began to babble, spewing words in a twisted alien tongue. Yet, Alex understood every syllable. How does a majestic dragon know that filthy language? "Just what are you?" Something is wrong. Before he could get an answer, the dragon lost all control, thrashing in a state of absolute madness. Meanwhile, Jack had finally reached the battlefield. His bravado vanished instantly when he saw the apocalyptic ruin. His legs turned to jelly. The fleeing crowd spotted him. Confusion rippled through them. What is that thing? Who is he? Why isn't he running away like the rest of us? Others looked at him with disdain. He looks like a drowned rat. Is he planning to fight the dragon alone? Is he some kind of hero? The murmurs grew louder, piercing Jack's pride. But wait, isn't his outfit a little perverted? He's definitely just a pervert. Jack wanted to die. The shame was worse than the fear. He was paralyzed by humiliation until Dion's voice cut through the noise. Hey, mass hero. You can do it. Save our city of Zori. Jack looked up, tears in his eyes. Master Dion. The crowd, herd animals that they are, immediately flipped the script. The masked hero. A hero has come to save us. It's true. Oh, mighty hero. The praise acted like a drug. Jack's posture straightened. Thank you, citizens. He gripped the makeshift holy sword with renewed vigor. Yes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I cannot let it slip away. Fame. Fortune. Meanwhile, high above, the situation with the dragon was deteriorating rapidly. The beast wasn't following the script. Its insanity was spiking. Alex gritted his teeth. This is becoming problematic. Controlling it in this state is nearly impossible. He was out of options. Alex unleashed his ultimate technique, White Demon Hand. Prison. The dragon shrieked as the double impact tore through its defenses. Agony ripped from its throat. Alex didn't hesitate. Time for the finisher. Heart-piercing strike. The blow slammed home, forcing a scream even more gut-wrenching than before. But then, impossible. The beast deflected Alex's power in a way he never saw coming. It stood its ground. And then, a voice from the abyss spoke words that chilled the air. Prepare yourself. The deceiver who crawled back from the grave is here. As those cryptic words faded, the dragon's eyes shifted, glowing with a sinister, unrecognizable light. Counterattack. It lunged, driving its energy straight into Alex, trying to burrow into his very soul. The corruption dormant inside Alex began to violently react. So that's how it is. Down below, Dion tapped his staff, bored out of his mind. Alex was taking forever. Hey, what are you doing up there? Wrap it up and get down here. The audience is getting restless. He sighed, utterly fed up. Are you sculpting a statue up there, or what? Why does killing one lizard take you an eternity? Suddenly, the dragon's eyes flashed a deadly purple. The screaming stopped. Silence fell. Bindings wrapped tight around the beast's massive frame, locking it down. And then, gravity took over. It began to plummet from the sky. Watching the free fall, Dion rested his chin on his staff. Useless trash. Jack jumped. Huh? The kid turned around, face beat red with embarrassment. But Dion, he didn't give a damn. Get ready. It's coming. Dion tossed out the warning casually. Make sure your aim is true. The dragon plummeted like a meteor, straight down, right toward where Dion stood. Flames roared in its maw, ready to incinerate everything. Jack panicked. Lord Dion. His reflection trembled in the metal pot. I don't want to die. Dion let out a dark, throaty chuckle. His face mocked the world, but his voice, dead serious. Listen, kid. On my honor. No matter what happens, I won't let you die today. Fire ignited in Jack's eyes. Something ancient and powerful awakened deep within his core. He gripped his broom tight. That's right. I can do this. He raised his weapon and roared, moonlight style. First form. Meanwhile, Alex was in trouble. That dark energy had consumed half his body, clinging to him like a curse. A blinding light suddenly erupted from his left eye. Arg! Alex screamed as raw pain ripped through his entire being. Ghostly hands materialized above. Purple eyes stared menacingly from their palms. They struck, but Alex's own will surged forward, catching them in midair. He fought back the corruption with everything he had. His uninfected eye glared upward. What a drag. He looked down, at the burning city below. Time to end this. 100 ghost hands. Heavenly light arrow. The spiritual arms spun like a vortex, a symphony of destruction. Those purple-eyed hands sliced to ribbons. Alex seized the moment. He grabbed the parasite clinging to his face and ripped it off with brute force. Dion watched the dragon dropping fast. He smirked. Better slow down, beast. Or you're going to squash our little hero flat. Alex couldn't hear a thing. He was too busy tearing that monster off his face. Suddenly, the parasite began to glow with a volatile light. Gravity took over. The dragon crashed downward. Below, the villagers lost their minds. Dragon, it's attacking. Run for your lives. Terror filled the streets. Get to the hallway. Move. Mom, it's getting closer. It's going to crash right on top of us. Dion frowned as the beast picked up speed. Hey, Alex, what are you doing up there? Slow it down. Then, his eyes went wide with surprise. He finally saw Alex's struggle. The dragon's maw was massive now. Impending doom. Yet Jack stood his ground, gripping his only weapon against the apocalypse. No matter what, I won't run. One strike is all I need. Suddenly, a buried memory flashed through his mind. Jack, watch closely. A man with a sword spoke to his younger self. The moonlight style. It is our family's secret art. You must master it. For the day the Demon King's army invades, little Jack looked down, voice trembling. But the other kids, they say I can't kill demons. They say our clan is weak. The man smiled warmly, cutting him off. Ignore them. Let them talk. Our Holobic clan carries the blood of saints and heroes. You are destined to be a hero, my son. Just keep training. The man's words were cut short by a harsh, rattling cough. Hearing that, little Jack beamed with joy. Yes, father. Back in reality, sweat poured down his face. He raised the broom and screamed. Moonlight. First form. Above. Alex finally ripped the parasite free. Below, Dion wove a hand sign and whispered a forbidden incantation. Dan's red eyes flared with power. The dragon hit the ground. Jack's eyes snapped open, glowing with a sharp, golden determination. Demon King Slash. A radiant beam cut through the air. Blue blood sprayed like a fountain. The massive dragon was blasted away by the sheer force. The building stood safe. The impact was diverted perfectly. Jack squeezed his eyes shut. Silence. He couldn't hear a thing. He peeked open one eye, soaked. Dragon blood everywhere. He turned around. A sea of dark blue gore. Then, a voice broke the silence. Hey, hero. Crowds erupted from the windows. The dragon is dead, our savior. The gods have surely sent him to us. Long live the hero. Long live. Jack froze. He'd never been praised before. He was totally flushed with confusion. Ahem. Dion cleared his throat nearby. You gonna stand there, or hide, oh great hidden hero? Jack jumped. Yes, and he bolted like a rabbit. High above, Alex clung to a spire like a crucifix. That black sludge morphed into a strange new shape on his face. His remaining red eye glared at the corpse below. He thought grimly, the dead have truly returned. The next morning, sunlight bathed the land in peace. Dion stretched like a lazy cat. Slept like a log. A cup clinked on the table. You're awake, sir? Your coffee. Alex was back, looking totally normal. Humans say the day begins with coffee, right? He grinned. But then, bam! Someone burst into the room. Lord Dion. Emergency. Dion blinked. Lord Dion? Jack stood there, face beat, red and sweating buckets. The whole village. They're hunting for the hidden hero. They want to crown him the village savior. Dion didn't give a damn about that. He pointed at Jack's outfit. What happened to your clothes? Jack scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Helping clean up the rubble from yesterday. The pay for manual labor isn't bad at all. Dion sipped his dark roast, looking smug. Chill. Everything's flowing exactly how I wrote the script. He squinted, the morning sun acting like a total paparazzi flash in his face. He leaned back, vibing. Brewing Java under the open sky? Top tier. Who cares if the roof was blown to smithereens and the walls are crumbling? Mornings in the human realm. Actually kinda slap. Especially when the coffee is brewed from the tongue and left eye of a dragon. Glad it hits the spot, boss. Outside, the peasants were grinding hard to rebuild, mixing with the bratty screams of children. Pick up the pace, losers. Someone lend a hand. No, my crib is wrecked. Mom, where you at? The mob kept working. Ugh, this rock weighs a ton. Quit whining and lift, bro. Hustle, unless you want to pull an all-nighter. Push a little harder. Grub first, then back to the grind. Cheers, man. Make way. Coming through. A massive boulder rested on a young man's back like it was styrofoam. Let's roll. An old-timer shouted, Yo, Jack. Still got a mountain to move. The kid flashed a $1 million smile. You got it. Dion watched them from the shadows, eyes narrowed. They're desperate to patch up this dump of a village. That trash mob is actually putting in work. Alex stood beside him, face blank as a sheet of paper. Yeah, he muttered. I did a background check on him yesterday. Jack's been hustling since he was in diapers. Dirt poor family. Raising a hero ain't cheap, you know. He's done laundry, janitorial duty, fixed pipes, even dug graves. Barely a job in existence he hasn't grinded, even scrubbed floors at a tavern. Dion thought for a second, then snapped his fingers. Bet. It's decided then. He smirked. We found our hero. Besides, walking anywhere else is a total drag. We start the game right here. This village is tiny and basic as hell, but I kinda dig the vibe. This is where the legend of Dion begins. He suddenly stood up, strutting off like he owned the place. All right, let's bounce. Jack can handle the heavy lifting. Alex looked confused. Bounce to where, exactly? Dion turned back, grinning like he just won the lottery. To cash in on that dragon skin, obviously. That loot is top-tier crafting material, right? We're about to be in the top 2% of earners, baby. Alex dropped the bomb that shattered his dreams. The Hero Association confiscated all the loot last night. As expected, his master lost it. Say what? Alex calmly broke down the tragedy. Since dragon corpses are too heavy for NPCs to carry, they claim jurisdiction. Dion was so ticked off he started leaking demonic aura. Son of a. Then why did I even bother slaying the beast? He pointed a trembling finger. Move. Alex flinched. Huh? Move where? The handsome face twisted into a demon's snarl. To rip the Hero Association limb from limb. Alex screamed internally. Oh hell no. He scrambled to stop the smiling psycho. Hold up, boss. Chill for a sec. His mind raced in panic. The Hero Association is literally the enemy HQ. Even if you're the overlord, soloing the whole server is risky. Plus, if they figure out the Demon King is away from keyboard from the demon world, it's game over. He took a breath, trying to talk sense into his impulsive leader. Master, didn't you say you wanted to blend in and fight alongside the heroes? Dion, still fuming, barked back. So what? Facing the rage, Alex put on his customer service smile. In the human realm, you gotta register with the association to be legit. If you wipe them off the map, who's gonna verify your account? Dion froze, his brain buffering. His expression went totally blank. Logic started to sink in. Wait, I just stopped my own demon army from wiping everyone out, didn't I? Dion calmed down, twirling his hand dismissively. Fine, we go there. Alex thought he won, until Dion spoke again. Next target. Alex groaned. Again, Dion stuck out his long tongue, killing intent leaking out like smoke. I'll recoup my financial losses by looting the neighboring kingdom. Alex face-palmed. Really? I thought you were role-playing as the hero Dion. The Demon King's voice chirped with excitement. We roll out at dawn. Alex groaned, defeated. Can't we just go back underground? Later, driving the carriage. Alex spoke up. Lord Dion. Silence from the back seat. He tried again. Lord Dion, still ghosted. Losing his cool, Alex shouted. Hey, Lord DS. The passenger finally snapped back. What? Alex frowned, checking the rear view mirror. Haven't you had enough of this human vacation? Why don't we head back to the demon world? The whole kingdom is waiting for your return. The day of prophecy drops in 20 years. We have zero time to waste. You need to master the Demon King arts and dominate the server. The young master just closed his eyes, ignoring the lecture. Not my problem. Why do you guys always try to control my playthrough? The Demon King must spawn and attack humanity. Blah blah. Alex kept his cool. It is the inevitable game script. The 665 Demon Kings before you played their parts perfectly. Both demons and humans accept this as the meta. Dion scowled, clearly triggered. If everything went according to your walkthrough, why would anyone need gods? I'm doing this my way. Deal with it. The Demon King class is officially retired. Alex paused, then turned around with a new strategy. Fine, then get hitched. At least spawn the 666th Demon King before you quit. Dion looked bored. Dion's it matter who. Dion's it matter. You're a demon. Act like one. Get out. Dion waved him off, but Alex stood his ground. Actually, unless you hand over an heir, I'm not going anywhere. I'm stuck to you like glue. Dion shrugged, relaxing. Cool. Then you can just stay here and be my butler for eternity. Suit yourself. Alex wouldn't let it go. How about I scout a waifu for you? Maybe someone compatible with your stats? Dion, despite being a demon, clearly hated the arranged marriage vibe. You mention marriage one more time, and I will delete the demon world myself. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Then, Dion broke it with a weird question. Hey, does that actually work? Alex blinked, his high IQ failing him. Dion's, what work? Dion's face turned a suspicious shade of tomato red. You know, that princess from the last arc? Alex went blank. Which princess? Dion smirked shyly. You knew. Alex was lost. Know what? Spit it out. Dion flailed his arms, face burning. I'm asking if a human and a demon can, you know, make a baby? Alex nodded calmly. Of course. It is compatible hardware. Suddenly, Professor Alex entered the chat. The reproductive mechanics are identical. Typically, the male produces genetic material. When it encounters the female's egg, fertilization occurs, creating an embryo. After a loading time of 37 to 42 weeks, the unit is deployed. Dion stared into space, brain fried, drool literally escaping his mouth. He threw his hand up. Stop. No more biology class. Alex chuckled at his master's immature reaction. Understood. Also, if you wish, you can transmit demonic lineage directly. Though, Alex's face twisted into a troll face. Simply engaging in the act guarantees pregnancy. Even a deep kiss has a 50% drop rate for a baby. A peck on the cheek, 25%. Dion's eyes went wide. No way. A peck can do that. Alex didn't stop there. Mere hand-holding? That's dangerous territory. Instant conception. Dion lay back, mind blown, soaking in the facts. What is wrong with this avatar's physiology? Demonic lineage. I almost bricked my save file. It feels like this body was designed solely for reproduction. Damn it, the purpose of this vessel is too simple. Kill and breed. The more I learn, the more I hate this game. Alex stared ahead, his expression turning icy serious. That body is blessed, my lord. You are the final hope, the savior of the demon world. This perfect vessel is a divine gift, Alex proclaimed. Dion scoffed immediately. Divine blessing my ass. I am a calamitous demon born only once every 1,000 years. I despise being burdened by such expectations. Dan's my opinion mean nothing. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the silence. Two demons turned their gaze toward the disturbance. A lone woman was fleeing from a pack of pursuers. The mob behind her grinned with vulgar malice. Hurry up. Seize her. The beauty wept, her voice trembling with desperation. Someone save me. These bandits will kill me. Alex spoke with calm resolve. A fair maiden is in peril. We must intervene. Dion responded with absolute indifference. And why exactly is that my problem? The subordinate pressed on. You never know, my liege. Fate might offer a reward. Dion narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Does this not smell like a trap to you? Alex failed to grasp the master's train of thought. My liege? Dion voiced his skepticism. She ran straight toward us for help out of nowhere. Alex practically shattered the fourth wall. The damsel in distress is a classic fantasy trope. What is the issue? Hearing this, Dan had to spell it out. No, look around. There is no settlement for miles. So where did they spawn from? Even the forest edge is leagues away. More importantly, do you think they failed to sense my presence while chasing her? Dan lounged back, his tone accusatory. You arranged this little skit, didn't you? Alex turned back, bewildered. What are you implying? Using this girl to force me into producing an heir? The subordinate smirked, offended by the insinuation. What kind of man do you take me for? I am Alex, the demon realm's greatest strategist. I would never resort to such a clumsy plot. Suddenly, the strangely dressed girl crashed into the scene. She clung to the carriage, begging the duo for salvation. She looked up at Dion, eyes shimmering like a frightened rabbit. She pleaded with every ounce of her soul. Oh, brave warriors. Bandits are hunting me. Please, save my life. Fearing a nuisance, Dion remained cold as ice. I am no warrior. I am merely the hero's assistant. Hearing this, the girl clung to hope like a lifeline. Her tears flowed with renewed intensity. Lord Assistant, please, I beg of you. Those bandits intend to capture me. She tried to appeal to his pity, but Dion had zero interest in matters outside his duty. We are an elite unit dedicated to hunting dragons. We do not concern ourselves with petty trifles. The woman's face darkened instantly. She cursed silently. Damn it, why is this guy so picky? Dion saw the stranger's mask slip. A random nobody daring to show attitude, he realized this wretch had never heard his lecture on respect. His blood boiled instantly. Hey, did you just curse at me in your mind? The girl immediately flipped the switch back to innocent victim. Excuse me, never. I only beg for your mercy. Just as Dion prepared to unleash a verbal tirade, a throwing axe cut through the air with lethal speed. It moved with the velocity of a mother's sandal catching a thief. Dion witnessed the projectile's godlike speed. His brain short-circuited. He froze, completely dumbfounded. He regained his senses and traced the axe's trajectory. A group of rugged men appeared, grinning ear to ear. They rode upon three of the most wretched horses in existence. Hey, brat, look at his pale face. Leave that trash luggage and get lost if you want to live. And what is that outfit? Are you from the future? Dion was livid. Interrupted mid-lecture. And now they dared damage his property? My precious cargo has been ruined. For that, you shall burn for eternity. Dion shot them a look filled with chaotic malice. He marked the leader's death date right then and there. With a casual flick of his wrist, the bandit leader was engulfed in magical flames like a roasted beast. The bandit writhed in agony, screaming for his men to extinguish the fire. But this was the magic of a demon lord. His power was not for show. The subordinates stared, faces twisted in drug-addled confusion. We can't put it out. It won't stop. Dan was no longer playing games. They thought him weak. Fatal mistake. His eyes shone with the killing intent of 1,000 blades. No matter what trick you try, that fire will never die. You cannot die. You will simply burn. Forever. Until the end of the world. Now? Who is next? Who wishes to join him in the inferno? The bandits lost their nerve and fled in terror. I'm sorry. Please spare me. It's a demon. Run. The girl watched, utterly helpless beside the chaos. She looked at Dion with eyes that finally understood his power, a mix of fear and awe, yet he still waved her away as a nuisance. The girl forced a stiff smile. The nuns have been enslaved. The holy relic is gone. Please, destroy the bandits and save the holy temple. Dion went from terrifying overlord back to bored slacker in a split second. His aura vanished completely. No, I told you, I don't do errands. The girl wanted to strangle him right there. In her rage, she crushed the carriage railing with her bare hand. Picking his nose, he casually ordered Alex to move out. Desperate, the girl played her final card. Wait, did you just mention dragons? Are you truly the companion of the loincloth hero? The occupied temple belongs to the dragon god, the supreme true golden dragon. If you drive them out, we will reward you with a golden dragon's helm. Dion paused. He was listening now. Well, what are you waiting for? Why are you still standing there? Step by heavy step, they ascended the mountain. Dion stood comfortably, perched directly on Alex's back as his human taxi. Alex wheezed like an overworked ox. Climbing was hard enough without a demon standing on his spine. Why couldn't he just carry him properly? He wished for a swift reincarnation to end this suffering. Sweat poured from Alex like rain. But this is truly suspicious. She ran for 30 minutes up this steep slope. With a human body, Dion smirked coldly. Who she is matters not. I don't know her game. But if she lies to me, I will flay the skin from her bones. He glanced at the girl with lingering doubt. Divine dragon. True golden dragon. Do dragons worship gods too? Alex, despite the torture, had to act as the encyclopedia. Alex had successfully earned the title, World's Most Miserable Man. No, my liege. But it is similar. Just as you are worshipped in the demon realm. The golden dragon stands above all dragon kind. Demons, dragons, and humans. All living things worship the one true deity, the creator god. Dion looked up as the sun reached its zenith. Then the creator is far too biased toward humanity. Demons and dragons are merely side characters in this story. He sighed, continuing the journey. Do not doubt the divine. God is the only truth. Perfect love. If I conquer Hassan, the land bathed in God's light, then perhaps we too shall receive that favor. Dion gazed into the distance. Finally, Alex dragged his broken body to the peak. Dion stumbled forward, practically face-planting to pave the way. You are so weak, bro. I literally dragged your heavy carcass up an entire mountain, and you still have the nerve to whine. No one suffers as much as I do, I swear. Alex stayed down, totally useless. Dion marched toward the cave, tossing back a snarky comment. Just remember, when we leave, you're carrying me down. Moments later, they reached a cavern at the peak. Alex looked like he was about to melt into a puddle of sweat. He wheezed out, Master, watch out, the vibe here is off. While Alex barely crawled, Dion was suddenly hyped, like he chugged 10 energy drinks. Where are those bandits and the true gold helm? Hand over the loot right now. Even though Alex was about to expire, his instincts kicked in. Something was definitely wrong. He scanned the area, and suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the shadows. A woman descended, looking all divine and holy. But that light, it was barely hiding a savage, evil aura. Behind her, a burning red dragon eye stared down like a death sentence. Tough journey, huh? Seems your servant has more brain cells than you do. She tried to look majestic, but to a weirdo like Dion, she was just an eyesore. He scoffed, totally unimpressed. You look like the bandit who stole this temple. Where is the helmet? The cave lit up like deep space, glowing with her magic fire. She sat high on her throne, looking down at Dion and Alex like a judge in a murder trial. How dare you speak? Do you not realize how screwed you are? Kneel. The entity was clearly annoyed by Dion's trash attitude. She roared, eyes flashing like supernovas. I am the ruler of the dragon race, the mother of all dragons, the one and only, true golden dragon. Dion's eyes went wide, like his brain just short-circuited. Alex panicked, realizing the mess they were in. He warned him, the true golden dragon, my lord, we are in big trouble. Seeing them sweat made her smirk, surprised that this wasn't in your little plan, mortal. You stupid human. Her gaze tried to drill holes through them. If you know fear, then beg. I might be generous today. Dion paused, deep in thought. God dragon? Huh. That is kind of cool. She watched him, thinking he finally got it. So you finally understand? To make amends, I command you. But of course, Dion let her down. His face twisted into an expression that insulted her very existence. The more she hyped it up, the more bored he looked. What are you yapping about? Dragon species or dragon mom? I mean, I kind of want a cool title like that too. Every time I introduce myself, it feels like something's missing. How about Shadow Lord, top 2%, the extraordinary male? What do you think? Alex, ever the loyal simp, nodded. As expected of my master. Dion turned to grin at Alex, ignoring her completely. Unbelievable. The lady was fuming red, looking ready to chop these two idiots into confetti. Hey, stop spouting nonsense. Beg for your life. Don't you want to apologize? I did not do anything to you, did I? Dion asked, completely clueless. She pointed down, accusing him like a Karen. Yesterday, you slaughtered a dragon. I am the mother of all dragons. You murdered my child. Dion just smirked. You were making a huge scene over that. That reaction sent all the blood rushing to her head. She flew down, getting right in his face, totally triggered. Over that? So, you choose death. This is the Golden Realm. Her eyes were full of hate now. Alex, trembling on the side, tried to warn him. Even Demogos does not stand a chance against me here. Alex fought the pressure, shouting, The Golden Realm? Oh God, this is the true Golden Dragon's territory. We are inside her domain. It is too dangerous. His fear just boosted her ego. Her eyes gleamed with arrogance. Your servant knows the score. Kneel now. Number 66. But seeing her challenge him, that just made Dan excited. You know who I am, and you still want to play. His eyes went cold. He looked like he could solo the entire universe. A creepy, demonic grin stretched to his ears. If you are the true Golden Dragon, then I can peel that face off and use it, right? Get ready. I am about to skin you alive. His bloodlust totally crushed her confidence. She flinched. You dare. Her hesitation just fed Dan's twisted excitement. Brutality and pleasure mixed in his eyes. The killing intent was suffocating. She started to back off. But seeing her scared, Dion suddenly lost interest. Aren't you going to apologize for disappointing me? She stared, confused by his mood swing. The dragon goddess screamed, furious that she was losing the argument. What the hell are you talking about? He replied, cold as ice. Honestly, she was getting a headache trying to understand this guy's logic. Dion remained calm, but his eyes promised violence. His voice dripped with sarcasm and a hidden threat. I did not come to the surface to start drama. I just wanted to chill in the village and befriend the heroes. But then your little brat showed up, breathing fire, destroying everything in the village. So, what was I supposed to do? That was just self-defense. But when your kid was acting up, you did not bother to stop him. And now you lure us here for revenge? As he spoke, the story started to click in her head. But Dion wasn't done. He kept that cocky attitude. You tricked us by posing as bandits and witches. Then suddenly you go, Tada, I am a dragon god. Apologize to me. Did you think I would kneel and say, Oh heavens, please forgive us this time? You think just because you are a dragon god, you can do whatever you want? Are all dragons this trash? The dragon goddess felt helpless, annoyed by his constant yapping. Then suddenly, Alex decided to jump in. Backing up Dion's play, Alex started his own lecture. He is right. It is super arrogant to think you are always right just because you have power. Just because people fight back, you label them as wrong? What does that even mean? Plus, dragons were the ones who broke the peace treaty with humans first. You are the one who needs to beg for forgiveness. As soon as he finished, Dion fired another question. All right, Dragon Mom. Are you planning to apologize to the people of Joris Village for the mess your kid made? With two loudmouths blasting logic in her ears, she started to panic. Then Dan switched back to his brain-dead mode, dropping a savage insult. Look at that. Like mother, like son. I am not their biological mother. Alex threw in a follow-up jab that made her stutter. So you are dodging responsibility now? You do not want to own up to it, so you blame us? Hey, do you have no shame? Just because the kids are brats does not mean the parents are innocent. Do you not know that? You see it all the time. Parents who know nothing about their kids, who do not even care. But when their kid commits a crime, they say, Oh, my little angel is so good at home. It is people like you that give parents a bad name. This is not something we can ignore. You are representing the entire dragon race. Listen up, Divine Dragon. Your subordinate shattered the peace treaty. That is a major fail. You're taking the fall for that little lizard, aren't you? We roasted her so hard I think her eardrums actually popped, blood everywhere. Talk about a brutal wake-up call. She looked totally brain-dead. Did we break her? Nah, impossible. We turned to leave like absolute bosses. Yeah, you messed up, so open the exit. But then, she called out. The mighty dragon actually sounded shy. Since you're already here, can you help me out? Dion froze her with a glare. Apologize first, princess. It won't cost you a dime to say sorry. He watched her struggle. Finally, she choked it out. Wait, fine. I apologize. Dan smirked like a sly fox and patted her head. Not exactly my style to forgive so easily, but since you begged, I'll let it slide. She was sweating bullets at his fake kindness. I am a generous god, after all. She looked ready to murder him, but he flipped the switch to customer service mode. So, what do you want? Her face got serious. Dragon hunting. Dion paused. Then his brain started doing mental gymnastics. Wait, run that by me again? He gripped her head tighter. The golden dragon, the law itself, asking me to hunt her own kind. You want the Demon King to slaughter your babies? Yes, she confirmed. This chick is officially crazy, Dion snapped. He started bonking her head. Do I look stupid to you? This is obviously a trap. Who would believe this garbage? You've lost your mind, you lizard brain. Suddenly, Alex cut in before Dion could throw hands. Is it because of the purple parasites? Dion's expression shifted from rage to icy calculation. Those things latch onto dragons and drive them insane. Hearing that, Dion finally stopped bullying the poor girl. She nodded grimly. Something is wrong. The hardliners who rejected the peace treaty are making moves. Hardliners. That dragon yesterday was one of their victims. The boys finally shut up and listened. They are dragons who lost family to humans. Blinded by rage, they can't see reason anymore. They attack villages by infecting peaceful young dragons with a dark, twisted magic we've never seen before. They want to reignite the war. You must catch them before innocent dragons are slaughtered. They're being used as weapons. Dion nodded slowly. So, it is a hunting trip. The hardliners brainwash peaceful dragons into suicide attacks, and you want me to intercept them before the humans retaliate? She agreed. Dion's eyes flashed with greed. Okay, but what isn't it for me? Daddy needs to get paid. The tension spiked instantly. She stepped back, wary. What exactly do you want? Dion held up 5 fingers like a boss. 5 dragon scales. Since ancient times, the best gear comes from you guys. For every dragon I save, I want 5 scales. Plus, weapons and armor worth over 1,000 gold, refined by dragon breath. Deal? Her jaw hit the floor. Are you insane? You are literally robbing me. Call it what you want. He snapped his fingers, and a glowing contract materialized. Dion does the work, Goldie pays the bills. Mission: capture the rampaging dragons and return them to the Golden Dragon. Reward: 5 scales and high-tier gear per head. Payment due the next morning. Breach of contract: you become Dion's personal slave for eternity. Just say your name. This is a deal with the devil, sweetheart. You are betting your very soul. I understand. Her voice shook. Dion looked at her like a predator watching prey walk into a trap. The pact was sealed. Dion laughed like a pyramid scheme genius who just hooked a whale. Contract complete. He signaled Alex to leave. Open the gate. I will wrap this up in a few days. You demon, she whispered. Please, bring them back alive. No more death. Dion bowed mockingly. Understood, valued customer. They stepped out. The sun hadn't moved. Time flows differently in there. Well, that went sideways. Alex nodded. Suddenly, Dion's face went pale. He spun around and sprinted back to the cave. Hey, dragon girl, open up, but karma struck fast. The gate was already sealed tight. He was fuming, that lizard. She didn't give me the golden dragon toenail. Alex tried to calm him down. We can't re-enter the dragon realm. Dion ignored him, screaming at the sky. She scammed me. I will rip that mask off your face one day. His scream echoed uselessly. Cut to black. A new voice yelled out, an arms dealer? Dion smirked, that classic scumbag look on his face. Exactly. Alex was confused. Why? The kid beside them looked ready to explode. He glared at Dion, holding back a lecture of his own. 24/7. You abandoned the demon realm just to hawk swords to humans? Dion spat on the ground, ready to fight. Hey, do you feel any guilt when humans hunt baby dragons to craft gear? That is just business, you brainless NPC. Explanation over. He instantly switched to greedy capitalist mode. The euphoria hit him hard. Those scales from the true gold dragon are basically money-printing machines. Oh god, I'm gonna be filthy rich. I knew it. Actually, the first part was spot on. That dragon chick said, catching them yields free weapons. Isn't that just a zero-cost loot drop? War breaks out every 100 years, like a scheduled event. Arms dealing is the meta. It is an investment that never fails, right? He realized Dion's brain rot was increasing with no sign of stopping. Alex felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts done with life. No way. Without demons, how can there be a war? Use your head for once. Even the kid in the back agrees with Alex. You think dragon hunting is a free ride? Annoyed, Dion turned back and dropped a truth bomb that froze him in place. Besides, do you still not realize who I am? His eyes flashed like a predatory hawk. A crimson glow of pure evil radiated from his gaze. A smile void of humanity twisted his face. He looked as distorted as his current sanity. Basically, it was gross. Selling weapons is just the seed money for my true master plan. I don't intend to be a merchant forever. Did you forget? One rules from the shadows, while the other controls every weapon in existence. Recognizing the hidden meaning in Dion's words, Alex smirked in confirmation. Just as I guessed. So that is how it is. You haven't abandoned hell after all. Having successfully enlightened his subordinate, he barked an order. Now, take that trash to your hero and find us a useful shop. Get moving. Alex was suddenly pumped up like a beast. He grabbed Jack and sprinted off to fulfill Dion's command. Yes, my lord. Left alone, Dion's ambitions swelled to perverted levels of excitement. Why do I keep trading? The endgame isn't money. It is real estate. I am going to own the coolest building in this entire fantasy world. I am glad you are such a simpleton. Alex felt a rush of pleasure. Meanwhile, Dion lazily flopped onto the bed nearby, waiting for his minions to report back. The sun remained blindingly bright. Basking in the rays, his mind drifted back to the events surrounding that guy. Jack. My apologies. My rank is only F. I am nothing but trash. Then came the cursed dragon and the words of the divine dragon. But you must capture them alive to prevent further bloodshed. Dion was speechless, thinking deeply about the future. I have created a steady income stream and saved the stupid hero. So, it is mission accomplished. I can just sit here and become a tycoon. But what is this emptiness in my chest? Is it bloodlust? Do I crave slaughter? Would I feel better if I massacred everyone in this town? Suddenly, dark voices pulled him into the abyss of his own mind. Kill them all. Destroy the world. Enslave humanity. Turn the mortal realm into a living hell. Only then will you end this loop of resurrection and death. Dion underground where the sun has not shone for 100 years. His eyes hardened with sudden resolve. Snapping back to reality, he closed his eyes and banished the voice. Go to sleep and shut your mouth. By afternoon, Alex finally returned. We found a new weapons shop. The old owner died during the dragon invasion. We bought it for dirt cheap. Not bad. You found that fast? I haven't even napped yet. With a result that Dion rated as merely passable, Alex proudly bragged. The moment I heard the plan, the true plan, I got so hyped I couldn't sit still. Dion smirked wickedly. That is right. Let's grind hard for the true plan. They discussed the dilapidated weapons shop. If we get our hands on this, it could become a top-tier location. Suddenly, Dion asked, Can Jack fix up a house? Alex replied instantly, correct. He mentioned he used to be a carpenter. Dion looked into the distance, impressed. Really? He is pretty amazing for such a young guy. Dion asked casually to confirm the lore. But isn't bloodline rank inherited across generations? Even if purebloods have a kid, can that child still end up as F-rank trash? Alex was quick with the exposition. That is correct. Conversely, there are examples of F-rank heroes birthing children who become saints or ultimate winners. Dion pondered this. So it is all just RNG? Alex nodded. Yes. Dion clicked his tongue in disappointment. So is there no hope for the trash tier? Just because the family is F-rank, the kid gets labeled F-rank too? Alex admitted it was a gray area. Although skills aren't inherited, assets are. A family that pumps out high-tier warriors or saints usually has wealth rivaling royalty. With that kind of cash, they can upgrade their hero rank or boost their child's bloodline through various pay-to-win methods. Dion glared, asking a definitive question. So, in other words, even an F-rank kid can become successful if they have money? Is that right? Alex answered honestly, yes. But since Jack admitted he is F-rank, he has likely already been graded by the system. Dion drilled him with a stare. Do you know what I am thinking right now? Knowing the boss was upset, Alex feigned ignorance. No, sir. Wrong answer. Dion snapped like a rebellious teen whose internet got cut off. He grabbed Alex by the collar and shook him violently, face red with fury. These pathetic humans use money to decide their hero rankings. How the hell does the demon race keep losing to these pay-to-win cheaters? Why are you humans such scumbags? Alex just took the abuse like a rag doll, stammering. I apologize. Dion finally let go. Whatever. The demon realm doesn't matter anymore anyway. By the way, where did our hero go? Meanwhile, at a nearby warrior's noodle shop, Jack was spotted. He greeted them cheerfully. Master, you are awake? The duo was confused to see him working. What is this? Why are you selling noodles all of a sudden? Jack smiled awkwardly. I have free time at night, so I wanted to try it. The income is actually pretty good. Thud. Dion sat down and shamelessly demanded free food. Give me a bowl of noodles then. Yes, master. Surprisingly, Jack got to work. His hands moved with blurred speed, finishing the dish in seconds. He placed it before Dion with supreme confidence. Dion was drooling but still questioned reality. Is this really ramen? He took a bite, tasting the broth. He swallowed, and the flavor exploded. It's delicious. S-tier flavor. Really? Then let me try some too. Over in the corner, Alex wasn't holding back either. He was inhaling that food like a vacuum. Remembering who cooked this masterpiece, the boss couldn't stop raving. Damn, Jack. This hits the spot. Hey Jack, forget the hero gig. You were born for the kitchen. Jack blushed, rubbing his neck awkwardly. I guess I'll take that as high praise from you too. Seeing them devour his food lit a fire in his chest. A genuine smile broke across his face, eyes crinkling with joy. Dion down? He was overflowing with gratitude for everything Dion had done for him. Master, seriously, thank you. He clenched his fist, voice trembling a bit. Because of your cash, I could finally afford uniforms for my little brother at the Warrior Academy. They were the only ones wearing rags. It drove me crazy. They pretended not to care, but when they saw those new uniforms, they were over the moon. Dion paused mid-slurp, noodles still dangling from his mouth. He looked totally lost. Warrior Academy? The hell is that? Yeah. I know it sounds like a reach. It's a private starter school. Look, I know I'm weak trash, but those kids, they've got real potential. I'm betting everything on their future. But right as the mood got sentimental, some loudmouth shattered the vibe with a scream. What is this? A fly in my soup. The guy screamed, pointing at nothing. Ugh. I didn't even want to set foot in this roach motel. I'm only here because I'm starving. Babe, look at this filth. You were right. We should have gone somewhere elite. Beside him, some stuck-up princess was rolling her eyes. As they trashed the place, Jack panicked. Sir. Please, I swear there are no flies in here. The dude wasn't hearing it. Rage took over, and he hurled the scalding hot bowl right at Jack. Jack yelped as the broth burned his skin. Diane's eyes shifted. The show was on. The bully saw Jack shivering and decided to double down. What? Are you saying I'm a liar, you peasant? Do you have any idea who my father is? One word from me, and this dump gets bulldozed by tomorrow morning. Midrand, the jerk froze. He squinted at Jack, realizing something. Hold on. Aren't you from the Whole Beach clan? You know, that prestigious family. Jack stood there, half his body scalded, noodles in his hair. But the duo just pointed and laughed like a pair of hyenas. Oh, I know them. The insults started flying. Even the other customers started whispering about the fallen noble serving soup. The great Whole Beach bloodline. Since when does a hero serve noodles? Jack whispered, voice breaking. It's not shameful. It's honest work. The bullies didn't let up. They were digging into his soul now. Pathetic. That entire family is a walking joke. Your dad came begging to my house for a job, and here you were selling slop. Gross. The apple really doesn't fall far from the rotting tree. Call yourself a hero? You're a waiter. Dion finally slammed his hand on the table. Is it just me, or is there a really annoying fly buzzing around here? The noble bristled, completely offended. Huh? Did you just call me a fly? You want to die, punk. Big mistake. He just messed with the Demon King's property. Without wasting a breath, Dion raised a hand. His eyes glowed with a blood-red menace. The air suddenly got heavy with killing intent. The couple looked confused, thinking he was crazy. Guess I'll squash the bugs, Dion muttered. Flash! His hand clenched shut. An invisible force imploded the guy's body instantly. Jack's jaw hit the floor, but Alex, he just kept eating like it was Tuesday. The girl squealed like a stuck pig. She hiked up her dress, screaming, "Help me," while trying to bolt. But honey, nobody escapes this. Dan flicked his wrist again. A purple sphere of pure destruction manifested. Snap. Gravity twisted, and she was torn apart in midair. He clenched his fist again, and her remains vaporized into dust. Dan didn't even blink. He just dropped a cold line. Trash that disrespects the heroes fighting for their lives. Doesn't deserve to breathe my air. Even Alex looked a little done with the drama. Anyway, let's eat. Right. He went back to his noodles while the entire restaurant stared at him in paralyzed terror, including Jack. Plop. A piece of paper floated out of nowhere, landing right in his soup. The message? Dragon sighted at Leah Castle. Deploy immediately. Boom. Dion slammed his chopsticks down. His blood was pumping. Time to go to work. Hey, useless. Close the shop. We got a VIP client. Time to make some real bank. Jack didn't ask questions. He just moved. Why? Yes, sir. Under the moonlight, the carriage tore through the night. The horses galloped like demons were chasing them. Wheels rattled over the rocky path. Alex held the reins. Jack clung to the seat, while Dion just lounged in the back like a king. Jack was shaking like a leaf. Alex glanced over, his voice monotone. You scared? Jack let out a nervous chuckle. He rubbed the metal pot he wore as a helmet. Yeah, kinda. I never thought a guy like me would face orcs or goblins, let alone a dragon. Before I met you guys, this was all just a fever dream. Me? On a battlefield. Now, I'm hunting apex predators. He poured his heart out. Alex just stared at the road, stoic as ever. Jack glanced back at Dion. The legendary hero was picking his nose and yawning, drool practically dripping down his chin. It sounds crazy, but looking at him, I feel safe. He radiates this insane confidence. Like it's just a dragon, no big deal. If it were just me, I'd be frozen in fear. But with him, I feel like we can't lose. Alex finally spoke up. Fear keeps you alive. His pale red eyes stayed fixed on the horizon. I don't know what's in that head of yours, but Lord Dion chose you. You might feel like a side character, but make no mistake, you're the protagonist of this raid. So chin up, kid. Jack felt tears prick his eyes. That was exactly what he needed to hear. Yes, sir. Alex flashed a teasing smirk, looking back at the trembling boy. Call yourself a leader with a whisper like that? Put some chest into it. Jack screamed a terrified affirmative in response. Copy that. As the forest road twisted, Dion called out from the back. All right, brace yourselves. One sharp turn and we're knocking on Castle Leah's door. Jack gulped. Right. The carriage was tearing through reality at the speed of a death wish. Gravity betrayed them. The sharp turn sent them flying against the momentum. And there it was, Castle Leah, a frozen wasteland dominated by a colossal white dragon coiled around the ruins. It's massive. Jack gasped, his soul nearly leaving his body. The beast unleashed a roar that shattered the heavens, shaking the very earth to its core. But panic set in as Jack realized the truth. The magnificent fortress was gone. The castle? It's already been reduced to rubble. What about the survivors? Jack stammered. Dion remained unfazed, lazily pointing a finger toward the hillside. Chill out. Look, the audience is gathered over there. Alex chimed in, smooth as silk. A fortress that size invites high-tier heroes. They likely evacuated everyone before the fall. Jack exhaled, the tension leaving his shoulders. Thank God. Meanwhile, Dion lay back, hands behind his head, the puppet master watching his play unfold. The stage is set, and the crowd is waiting. Showtime. Get ready, you piece of trash. Jack's brain short-circuited, his mind going blank as he let out a pathetic, yes. Far away, amidst a sea of shivering refugees, an old farmer clenched his fist, hatred burning in his eyes as he glared at the fallen castle. The white nightmare now occupied his home. Damn monster, he rasped, voice cracking from the frost. Where did it come from? Is this the apocalypse? Panic spread like a virus. Pass the blankets. The wounded are freezing. An old man exhaled a cloud of white vapor. I can't feel my limbs. Death is close. A one-eyed man clasped his hands, whispering a desperate prayer to the heavens. Oh Lord, please save us. But a cynic nearby snapped, irritation boiling over. Damn it, stop your praying. Despite the hate, the one-eyed man continued his fervent plea, ignoring the insults. Please, stop this blizzard. Have you abandoned us, God? The cynic looked toward a faint light in the distance, his eyes dead. The king left us to rot. You think the gods are any different? Yet, the wounded man kept calling out, faith unshaken. Lord, look, a golden barrier of light held back the storm. Safe inside, a gluttonous noble sat on a heated rock, towering over the suffering. Below him, a wizard strained to maintain the defensive spell. It's like a sauna in here. The fat noble whined, face flushed red. Sweating buckets while others froze, he barked orders. Where are those so-called saviors? So hot. We need to retreat to my estate immediately. The elderly wizard trembled as he reported, My lord, it is highly likely the dragon has already devoured them. I cannot reach a single soul. The news sent the fat noble into a rage. He screamed at the mage, veins popping. What? Then do something. I'm going to die of heat stroke at this rate. But as he lost control, a roar cut through the chaos. Make way, move it. The noble froze, eyes darting to the source. Dion's crew arrived with catastrophic flair. There he was Jack, clad in a majestic helm, a flowing red cape, his legendary underwear and wielding a broomstick. They tore through the wind, sending the fat noble scrambling in sheer terror. Jack charged, eyes glowing menacingly from the shadows of his helm, weapon raised high. Someone gasped, the hero's here. Alex drove the carriage right through the barrier, sending the noble spinning. The impact left the fat man foaming at the mouth, eyes bulging, screaming in confusion. Hero. The noble shrieked as his guards scattered. Are you kidding me? It's just a pervert in panties holding a cleaning tool. They're running away. Seize them. He spat in disgust. Jack swung his broom with lethal intent, but internally, tears of shame flooded his face. I want to die. This is humiliating. Their dynamic entry shattered the barrier, letting the freezing wind rush in. The noble shivered instantly. He screamed, spitting venom, pointing a shaking finger at the mage. Hey, it's freezing. Recast the spell, you fool. The wizard knelt, terrified. Why? Yes, my lord. The noble raged on. How dare you jump over me? I hope the dragon eats you alive. But amidst the chaos, a child's eyes went wide. The boy pointed a trembling finger at the castle. Mommy, look. The mother squinted. What is it? A wooden cart was charging straight for the beast. That man. Is he really going to fight a dragon in his underwear? The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, all eyes fixed on the suicidal charge. Everyone watched the dragon hunters except Dan, who was snoozing peacefully with his lips puckered. A refugee muttered, skepticism dripping from his voice. Is this a joke? Don't tell me that Naked Kid is our savior? After a flurry of chaotic movements, Jack finally collapsed onto the cart. He hugged his knees, shivering violently, snot and tears running down his face. So cold, so embarrassing. I'm freezing and I want to disappear. Good job, Dan mumbled from the straw. But suddenly, Jack's expression darkened. The comedy vanished. Ahead lay a graveyard of ice, thousands of people, frozen mid-scream, eternal statues of terror. They were begging for help, unable to escape. Everyone was dead. Jack looked up, terror gripping his heart as the scale of the threat hit him. The ice dragon stood proud atop the ruins. We're close, he thought. Finally, Dion spoke up. Alex, trash, get ready. He remained perfectly still, hands behind his head, relaxing on the straw pile. The plan hasn't changed. Trash, you stand where the audience can see you clearly. Alex, you grab that lizard and drop it right in front of Trash. Then, Trash, you finish it with one swing of the broom. Got it? Jack wept silently. I knew that was the plan. Dion narrowed his eyes. And you, Alex, don't toy with it like last time, or I'll have to step in myself. Alex turned, a devilish grin spreading across his face, confident in his power. Rest assured, my lord. He pointed a finger at the sky, and reality cracked open. He leaped onto the saddle, aura exploding as the transformation began. Alex morphed into his true nightmare fuel form, towering over the carriage like a titan. Last time, this scrub struggled because he got cocky and ignored the mob's status effects. But I ain't making that mistake twice. Z dropped the command cold, his voice sharp. Alex, don't ghost him. Capture the target alive. Gone was the chill vibe. Now, pure demon lord energy. Alex grinned, flashing fangs and blood-red eyes like a total maniac, ready to serve. You got it, boss. I'll just beat him within an inch of his life. Then he spun around to face the shivering kid in the corner. Z tipped his hat like a gentleman, but that smile, straight up evil. That dragon's massive, so gravity is gonna get weird. Don't fall over, kid. Jack sighed internally. Yeah, I know the drill. Alex tore open a dimension rift and just vanished into the void. Later, losers. Jack panicked, waving at thin air. Stay safe, Sir Alex. But Z cut in, stopped the carriage, Trash, and flopped onto the straw like he owned the place. Already drooling and shooing him away with a lazy hand. I'm taking a power nap. Go deal with that overgrown lizard. Chop chop. Jack was speechless. Sure. Then he froze. Wait, Sir Z. The memory of that dragon's roar hit him, and the sweat started pouring down his face. Can't you come with me? I'm seriously gonna wet myself here. He cursed internally. I knew this boss fight would wreck me. Up on the white dragon, a multi-eyed purple freak was chilling on its head. It squirmed around until a voice boomed from the heavens. Yo! Alex burst through a tear in the sky, cape flapping like wings of death as he free fell toward the beast. He stuck the landing right on the dragon's skull. The multi-eyed creep glared up, shooting massive spikes straight at Alex like organic missiles. Those spikes morphed into gross tentacles. But Alex? He was dancing around them like they were nothing. Absolute untouchable mode. He sprinted up the tentacles like a speedster, aiming straight for the main brain. No jokes now, he was in full kill mode. Bam! He smashed the dragon's skull, targeting every weak point with surgical precision. One final blow, and the beast crashed down with a thunderous boom that shook the map. Jack watched from the sidelines, clutching his broom and shaking like a leaf. But his eyes, wide with pure hype. Seeing that god-tier battle made his blood boil. He screamed inside, so cool. But let's rewind a bit to before the chaos started. Back at the castle, snow and smoke blinded everyone like a broken fog machine. Jack squinted through the haze. I can't see a thing. Did the raid start yet? Jack put on his game face. Gotta find a spawn point where Alex can see me. Suddenly, Z chucked a wooden shield at his head. Hey, Trash. Z looked bored out of his mind. Don't you always keep this garbage on you? A hero needs a shield, right? Isn't this your dad's loot? Then, Z whispered a buff spell over the wood. Whoosh. Dark purple flames engulfed the shield. Buff applied, Z explained. That barrier can tank a dragon's breath now. Hearing it would save his life, Jack teared up. Oh man, he actually cares. Best boss ever. That emotion lasted exactly 3 seconds. Z was already passed out on the ground. Nighty-night, he mumbled, ignoring the impending apocalypse. Sleep tight, weirdo. Jack sprinted off, adrenaline pumping. I'm gonna nail this quest. Gotta get to the rendezvous point before Alex waits. He scanned the area, snot dripping from the cold, looking for the perfect vantage point. Higher. Center stage. Somewhere obvious. Bingo. A sharp rock spire pierced the sky. Almost there. He dashed forward and slipped on a patch of ice like a cartoon character. He face-planted and slid down the snow, screaming. Meanwhile, the boss fight raged on. The purple demon was battered, bleeding out on the ground. Alex didn't let up. Crunch! He stomped on one of its eyes, then unleashed a combo of punches and kicks into every other eyeball. He was a machine of destruction. But the purple freak wasn't done. Its eyes began to glow with a menacing arcane light. Boom! A shockwave of pure energy blasted Alex back, tearing through his defense and drawing first blood. The white dragon seized the moment. It spread its massive wings and launched into the sky, kicking up a storm of rocks and snow like a hurricane. A whiteout blinded everything. Suddenly, a colossal hand punched through the smoke screen, stretching for miles. The hand grabbed the dragon's fang midair. Terror filled the beast's eyes, and sprinting up that giant arm, it was Alex, but he had leveled up. His form had evolved. He reached the dragon's face and chambered a devastating kick. Crack. The kick landed like a lightning bolt, shattering the dragon's jaw. The impact shook the very fabric of reality. Teeth rained down like confetti. Skeletal phantom arms erupted from Alex's back, charging up for the ultimate finisher. Game over. He slammed the dragon's head into the earth with catastrophic force, sending a shockwave of dirt and debris everywhere. The dragon lay flattened, whining in the dirt. Alex strolled over, radiating winter energy. You heal fast, don't you? Is it because you're huge? The dragon just gurgled. Alex raised a hand. Time to log off. And just like that, the dragon was dust. Jack stared, jaw on the floor. That was wicked. Perched on his cliff in his weird armor, Jack shivered. Okay, scary spot, but Alex is soloing a raid boss. Sniffing back snot, Jack thought, you're telling me that guy is rank D. Behind him, the refugees started losing their minds. A hero. We're alive. Wait, is he winning? Why is he dressed like a perv? Who cares? We're saved. Move it. I can't see the action. Let's go. Hero. It was like the big guy upstairs finally answered our DMs. 1 minute we were toast, and the next, this absolute legend shows up to save our sorry butts. Lord Hero. Then there's Patrick. Total opposite vibe. Dude is shaking like a leaf and chewing his fingernails off like they're snacks. Talk about a buzzkill. Is that a real hero? Jack turns around, eyes all misty. Poor guy actually thinks the crowd is hyping him up. Talk about main character syndrome. But hey, that delusion just gave him a serious power boost. He looks like he's ready to go down swinging. The crowd is still screaming in the background. You got this. Keep moving forward. But let's be real, he's terrified. His legs are wobbling like jelly. Is it the cold? The fear? He thinks. A real hero isn't the guy who's fearless. It's the guy shaking in his boots who stands his ground anyway. Damn, I'm jealous. I want to be like him. I want to be the guy who gives people hope. A true hero. Jack scrapes himself off the ground, fire burning in his eyes. Time to walk the walk. Suddenly, a whimper from behind. Help. Please. It's barely a whisper. Jack snaps his head around. Duty calls. It's a graveyard of ice statues out there. Only one lucky couple managed to survive the freeze. The woman gasps, clinging to life. Please. Save us. Lord Hero. Whoosh. The dragon's tail whips through the air like a wrecking ball. It launches Alex into the stratosphere. Dude flew 1,000 meters. Jack hears the boom and spins around. What the hell? But Alex? He sticks the superhero landing on a cliff like it's nothing. And look, he's clutching that nasty purple parasite he ripped right off the dragon's skull. The dragon ain't done yet. It stomps the ground, pulverizing boulders into dust. It lets out a roar that screams purely, "You're dead meat, tiny human." It's growling some ancient draconic gibberish. But get this, Alex actually understands it. He hits it with a "say what?" just to double-check the translation. So you heal infinitely as long as the host lives? It's the parasite, huh? He just stands there, looking at this undead beast with pity. Cold-blooded. You're basically a zombie dragon. Huge claws tear up the earth. This thing is massive, covered in razor-sharp ice spikes. Straight-up nightmare fuel. It unhinges its jaw, showing off rows of jagged fangs, and shrieks. Alex just watches from the distance, totally unimpressed by the scare tactics. A magic barrier hides his face, leaving only those glowing crimson eyes visible. So you multiply unless I purge the host? Classic zombie dragon logic. The beast flares its wings back. Alex's eyes flash with a menacing red glint. Fine. If I can't kill you, I'll just chop off all your limbs. Problem solved. The dragon digs its claws in crack. It launches forward like a high-speed freight train. It's gunning straight for the white-haired badass. Just as it's about to chomp, Alex glares. Skill activate. 100 hands. Explosive black tendrils burst from his body. The dragon's maw is wide open, ready to swallow him whole. It's do or die. Facing death, Alex doesn't flinch. He casually crouches. Form, the hand. The shadows merge into a colossal, demonic claw with razor tips. The giant fist clenches tight. Boom. He delivers a haymaker right to the dragon's dome. Blue blood spurts everywhere. That hit was nasty. But he's not done. 100 demon hands. The fist rises again. Bam, bam, bam. It's an infinite combo. Technique, Hell Hammer. The dragon's face is pulp now. The shadow hand grabs its throat and lifts it up like a cheap toy. Disrespectful. Think it's over? Psych. Light gathers in the dragon's throat. Alex senses the danger, nope, and instantly wraps himself in a cocoon of shadows. K-boom. A massive beam blasts point blank into the hand holding the neck. Jack, that scantily clad weirdo in the back, isn't hit. But the shockwave sends him tumbling. Rolling like a bowling ball, he peeks out from his pot helmet with a baby face. Whoa, dude. Dust settles. Alex, totally scratch-free, chilling inside his hand shield. His eyes glow red with lethal intent. Playtime is over. The dragon screeches in agony as the grip tightens. Alex whispers the kill command. 100 demon hands. While one hand chokes it, 2 more shadow claws snatch its wings. Zero hesitation. Re-I-I-I-I-I-I-P. He tears the wings right off the body. Blood fountain. The dragon's scream is music to my ears. Alex leans back, cool as ice inside his shield. Technique, reverse flow strike. The giant fist raises high, casting a shadow of death. Grand Turtle, 10,000 fists. It's a rain of destruction. The villagers watching from afar are jaws on the floor shocked. Total annihilation. Jack is staring at those giant hands like a drooling idiot. Snap out of it, kid. Oh crap, not the time for sightseeing. He sprints toward the frozen trio. Gotta save him. Gotta be fast. A weak voice echoes from the ice. Save me. Jack yells. Hang on. I'm getting you out. He grabs the ice and instantly jumps back in panic. It burns. It's so cold it burns. Then he sees it. The man, his eyes rolled back, white as snow. Tears frozen on his cheeks. He's gone. He died trying to shield them. A true man. Suddenly, a baby's cry. The mother, face cracking from the frost, pleads, My baby. Please save my baby. Jack grabs a pipe and starts smashing the ice. In the biting cold, he screams, Just hang on a little longer. I'm getting you out of there. He's putting on a brave face, but inside, he's freaking out. Damn it. I have to leave the father behind to save the mom and the kid. Lord Alex will finish that thing soon. I gotta hurry. But suddenly, a blue light flares up from the battlefield. The crowd gasps. That light, the guy with bleeding eyes screams, Run, hero. That's the same light that nuked our castle. The glare is blinding. A tsunami of energy is expanding, and it's heading straight for Jack. Bad news bears. Boom! The shockwave smacks him. Jack goes flying like a rag doll alongside huge boulders. Something is accelerating the blast. It's a nuke of magical energy. The civilians scramble, diving for cover to avoid getting vaporized. Patrick gets slapped by the icy wind, his blubber bouncing around. So cold. But look, the dragon. It's still standing. One eye is blown out, but the beast lives. Alex's voice rasped, vibrating with dark energy, echoing from the abyss. Weird, twisted glyphs crawled all over his body like living tattoos. Keeping this human disguise is a total drag. I was saving this form for the war in 20 years. Meanwhile, Jack stirred from his grave of rubble, buried alive. He cracked his eyes open, mind racing through the fog. Am I alive? Did Master Dion's divine white shield save me? The cold was biting, but then reality slapped him in the face. A baby's scream tore through the silence, probably wailing from the freezing cold or the death of its mother. Jack let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The kid's alive. Damn it. Hang on, little one. I'm coming. He tried to lunge forward, but his body betrayed him, slamming him back into the dirt. He glanced back, and panic set in. It was a bloodbath. Everything below his knees was just gone. Crushed into meat and bone shards. Back to the dragon. A wounded survivor screamed in terror, pointing a trembling finger. It's coming back. Hey, hero, run for your life. The man was snot crying, desperate to save the kid himself. I am a hero. I won't be a piece of trash again. Screams erupted from the other side. Hero, look out. Move. Hey, hero, over here. But Jack ignored the pain, dragging his broken body toward the baby. I can't save the world, but I will save you. Alex stood by the dragon, ice cold and unbothered. Don't you get it? That magic is useless against me. The weird entity beside him laughed. That's why humans always play you fools like fiddles. Listen here, you stupid lizard. The dragon seemed to understand the insult perfectly. Rage exploded, and a blizzard of ice magic blasted out. Jack threw up his hands, shielding his face. The impact launched him like a rag doll. His vision went dark. Silence. Until he slowly peeled his swollen eyes open. Someone was squatting in front of him. I really don't get it. Master Dion rested his chin on his hand, staring at Jack with pure boredom. Why do they think they can win when they're this weak? They're like candles in a hurricane. One puff, and they're gone. Yet they sacrifice everything for others. Did we really lose to these things 66,500 years ago? Humans make no sense. Jack's face went pale. Master Dion, I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough. I'll get stronger. And just like that, the kid passed out cold. Later, under the warm sun, Jack woke up again, then clamped his eyes shut. Flashbacks hit him hard. He bolted up, wrapped head to toe in bandages. The dragon, Master Dion, what happened to the dragon? He was in a massive, ruined hall. The roof was blown off, letting the blue sky shine right in on them. Is this Master Dion's room? Jack rubbed his head, totally confused. Wait, why am I here? Did I black out? He glanced to the side. His left hand was covered in jagged, dark stitches like demon surgery. He ripped the blanket off in a panic. His legs were there, scarred and stitched, but whole. I thought I was crippled for life. How is this possible? Suddenly, familiar voices drifted in from outside. Divine Dragon isn't bad. These materials are actually decent. Yeah, I guess. Jack knew that voice instantly. Is that Master Dion? Jack ignored the pain and sprinted outside, screaming at the top of his lungs. Master Dion. Below, Alex and Dion looked up, grinning. Oh, you're finally awake? Jack stumbled, overwhelmed. Yes, but my body? How? Wait, never mind that. The baby? The dragon? A million questions buzzed in his head. Master Dion smirked, looking effortlessly handsome now that he was relaxed. Dragon's dead. Kid's safe. Don't worry about it. If you're done napping, get down here and clean this mess up. We have a shop to open. Isn't that right? You useless trash. Jack froze. But not in fear. He blushed, a goofy smile spreading across his face. Seeing his master meant everything was okay. Jack shouted with pure joy, Yes, master, right away. And so, the grind continued under the Divine Dragon's orders. Cut to the future. A massive silver dragon bathed the world in fire. Civilians screamed, scattering like ants. Run, help us. Dion pointed a lazy finger from the backlines. Trash. He lounged on a pile of straw, commanding like a king. Kill it. Jack's eyes blazed. Lord Alex, I'm ready. A massive magic circle ignited above the dragon's head. Alex heard the signal and prepped his attack. The dragon roared in some ancient alien tongue. But it was too late. Alex launched himself like a missile. Every time they slew a dragon, a mysterious collector whisked the corpse away. Jack didn't care. He just cheered, Master, we did it. The master rubbed his sleepy eyes. Suddenly, swords and gear rained from the sky. Dion looked down, slightly less bored now. Alex smirked, while Jack excitedly grabbed armfuls of legendary swords to show off. By the next morning, a mountain of high-tier weapons appeared at their doorstep. Even with his eyes closed and drooling, Dion gave a thumbs up. Nice. The cycle repeated. Another monster roared. Jack, knowing the drill, shouted, Lord Alex. A sleek kick cut through the air. Boom. Purple lightning incinerated the beast in a single strike. The wheels of fate kept turning. Next up, a giant, pitch-black spider monster. Jack trembled, looking tiny next to it. Meanwhile, Dan and Alex put on sunglasses, tossed a light bomb, and rode their flying carriage into the sunset like bosses. Below them, a strange dragon lurked. Time passed. The golden hour of sunset arrived, and the locals were chowing down on noodles. Dion and Alex slouched over their bowls, slurping noodles like starving kids. Jack watched them, a warm smile on his face. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of Dan. A magical note appeared, hovering over the noodle soup. Sunari Castle has manifested. The divine dragon didn't even stop chewing. The demon simply pointed his chopsticks to the sky. Let's roll. Moments later, they arrived at the target. While Jack prepped for war, Dion lay down, totally zoning out. Suddenly, Dion's eyes snapped open. He gave the order. Attack. Jack obeyed instantly. Yes, sir. The small boy floated up, facing the beast head-on. The dragon inhaled, ready to roast him alive. But Jack didn't flinch. He drew his blade and screamed, Demon King. Slash. The dragon took the hit right to the face. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Another one down. And just like that, more sweet loot rained down for the young hero. Blood soaked his legs as he dragged himself forward, looking like a total mess. His upper body was a wreck, and behind him lay the corpse of a literal dragon. Suddenly, the kid's ears perked up. Turns out, the villagers who hid during the chaos saw the whole showdown between Jack and the beast. Look, it's the Dragon Slayer. God must have sent him to save us. The hero who saved Doria Castle is here for us now. So cool. Hey, Mr. Hunter, look over here. Even his ripped pants look heroic. From the distance, the real mastermind called out. They high-fived like bros. Good job, you piece of trash. The kid beamed, yes, sir. Rumors were already spreading like wildfire. Their squad instantly became the hottest topic in the region. The trio stood in front of a massive structure. Dion looked up, unimpressed. Is it finally done or what? Alex adjusted his glasses, polite as ever. Yes, this is the first branch of the demon's weapon shop, and just like that, they were open for business. Inside, it was decked out with the sickest, high-tier gear imaginable. Everything was shiny and brand new. Jack was practically vibrating with excitement. Oh my god. Mr. Dion, this place is insanely bougie. Look at this luxury. The kid was wiggling around like a worm, while Dion just chatted casually with Alex. I didn't think the interior would turn out this dope. You must have grinded hard for this. Alex smirked, showing off a bit. Obviously. Sir, there isn't a single weapon shop in the area that can compete with this drip. Even the big guilds can't touch our level. Dion suddenly flashed a smile that was pure evil. Cool story, bro. But it doesn't matter, because you two are the ones managing this joint. Even the stoic Alex rolled his eyes so hard they almost fell out. Excuse me? Us? Jack looked at him with puppy dog eyes. But, what about you, sir? Master? Dion asked them back with zero shame. Hey, have you ever seen the big boss doing the grunt work? Seeing the absolute audacity of their scumbag leader. Both of them felt a vein pop in their foreheads from sheer rage. Did you hear the nonsense that just came out of his mouth? I sure did. A terrifying, shadowy hand manifested behind Alex's back. Jack wasn't safe either. Dion grabbed their faces and pulled them close. His face wasn't handsome anymore. He looked like a nightmare straight from the abyss. Listen up, scrubs. I'm here to count stacks of cash, not manage inventory. If you have a problem with that, let me remind you that you guys are the ones dying to run this place, not me. Right? Both of them gasped for air, terrified. Understood. Yes, absolutely. The scumbag boss dumped all the work on his minions, and that was that. Humph. You better grind hard and make this shop legendary. As soon as they were released, they slumped in defeat. Yes, yes, boss. Dion was grinning like he won the lottery when Jack spoke up. Mr. Dion? The kid scratched his head shyly. Can I work the counter after I finish my main quests? I still need to grind gold for my twin siblings' tuition. Dion crossed his arms, totally chill. Whatever. Do what you want. Hearing that, Jack lit up like a Christmas tree. Thank you so much, sir. Dion suddenly called out to the other demon in the group. And one more thing, Alex. The guy obediently looked up. Yes? Dion's expression turned serious. Go get the thing I asked for. Under the twilight sky, Jack looked down at the object in his hands. It was a weird, round artifact with purple eyes and sharp pupils that looked straight up cursed. Yet, the kid was still hyping it up. Whoa, looking cool. Read it. Yes, sir. Dion held the item up. He commanded, read the stats. Alex kept a poker face. Yes, sir. Right, Doom Slagon. Crafted from dragon scales found in the loot drop, mixed with emeralds and rubies. A masterpiece. This is an SS tier shield. Only a true hero is worthy of wielding it. Crafted by He, the #1 blacksmith of the underworld. This bad boy can tank 3 to 4 hits from a demon king. Hearing that, Dion let out a low whistle. Jack was freaking out. It can block a demon king's attack. The dwarves really are OP, just like the rumors say. Actually, the underworld Alex mentioned was the demon realm, but Jack's dumb brain thought it was dwarves. Dion coldly tossed the item at him. Hey trash, catch, don't drop it. The kid looked confused. Huh? Suddenly, a purple light blasted into his eyes. The shop vanished. He was surrounded by total darkness, nothingness. Where the heck am I? He screamed in panic. Mr. Dion. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed from behind. A human, are you the one who summoned me? A massive red eye stared down at the tiny human. It began to introduce itself. I am Doom Slagon. I will accept you as my master until the flames of my life turn to ash. Jack jumped. Master. But before he could ask, pink lightning crackled. A second later, he was back, holding the shield, looking clueless. Huh? Where did Mr. Doom Slagon go? Dion answered casually. He's coming right now. Better block this. He swung his hand, and a wave of purple energy launched at the kid. The eyes on the shield glowed, and Jack was blasted backward. The wall exploded into rubble. Alex, usually calm, started cursing his boss internally. What kind of insane owner? Destroys his own shop 5 minutes after opening. Chill, chill. Dame kept his hands in his pockets, peering through the hole. Just a little test run. Jack was buried under rocks, only his little arms sticking out. The kid waved happily. Mr. Dion, the shield is actually insane. It's so OP that even an A rank, no, an S rank hero would kill for it. Dion didn't care about the hype. Even though it's only at 1% power, I guess it can easily block my Spear of Doom, he called out. Trash. The kid beamed back immediately. Yes, the master dropped the truth bomb. From now on, that belongs to you. I need you to use some high-tier gear because you're weak as hell. I'll add more to your build later, but start with this. The kid shot up instantly. For real. Waterfalls of tears started streaming down Jack's face, giving a legendary shield to a useless F rank like me. Is this really okay? Dion looked thoughtful for a second, then gave a grunt of approval. Tears splashed onto the shield's eyes as the kid hugged the precious gift to his chest. Jack sobbed, making a vow. Even if I live for 1,000,000 years, I never dared to dream that one day I get to hold a shield this godly in my life. This is the best shield in the world. Dion kept his cool face. You idiot, I didn't even hit you. Why are you crying? Meanwhile, somewhere in the night, a bunch of noble snobs were stuffing their faces like they were starving. The king screamed in delight, drink up. For the Ver Kingdom, for Aoma Castle. The king raised a hand covered in rings. That hand looked heavy with all that jewelry. You sure hoarded a lot of loot, didn't you? Seriously, how much gold do you need to hoard? It's not like you can take it to hell with you, old man. Ignoring the vibe check, the geezer throws his arm around a girl with dead, hollow eyes. Am I right or am I right, Princess April? He laughs like a maniac, completely unaware. Suddenly, a cloaked figure crashes the party. The stranger smirks at absolutely nothing. A quick, mocking bow to the room. Then, he casually strolls toward the stairs like he owns the place. But wait, he's sniffing the air. Hunting for a scent, scanning for a target. He creeps up the stairs, his voice cutting through the silence. Not this spot. He keeps moving forward. The confused trash mob below just stares at the weirdo in the cloak. Ignoring their glares, he drops into a squat. A hand decked out in flashy rings slides out from the robe. From the city gates to here. Zero signs of battle. The arrogant king snaps. What the hell? Who even are you? Cadenia looks up with a toxic smile. Oh, pretend I'm not here. Keep doing your thing, pops. Then boom, he stomps the ground. He launches forward at lightning speed, landing perfectly. His ring-covered fingers graze the shattered stone. His eyes glow with mana. One explosion reshaped these mountains. No human could pull off a stunt like this. The king starts sweating buckets. This guy is bad news. Get this trash out of my sight, he screams. The guards roar in agreement. Cadenia holds up a hand. Freeze. Unless you want to die. You guys are just cockroaches, but hey, even bugs value their lives, right? They didn't listen. Kill him. He's asking for it. Cadenia sighs, sounding like a disappointed priest. God's creation shouldn't be so rude. Slash. An unseen force slices them to ribbons instantly. Anyone else want to try? Or are we done being stupid? The king trembles on his throne, witnessing the slaughter. Magic. What is happening? Who are you? Cadenia flashes a perfect, fake smile. The higher-ups are stressing about this mess. If something catastrophic pops up, it's my job to investigate. So, be a pal and cooperate. The king frowns. Higher-ups. Cadenia's eyes narrow. Yeah, I represent the savior. The fake emperor starts spitting as he stutters in panic. The holy savior, killing intent flares in Cadenia's emerald eyes. Since you know the deal, stop wasting my time. Spill it. What exactly went down here that day? Who, what, and why? Acoma Castle, one of the biggest fortresses, wiped out in a second. Gone without a trace. Truly a masterpiece of destruction. The king sweats nervously. I don't know. Merchant said something about a guy with white hair. Jackpot. Cadenia presses him. White hair? Huh? The king's purple eyes are full of terror. Yes. That morning, a suspicious white-haired guy was at the gate. Then came the screams. And boom, the castle just detonated. That's all I know. Only God knows the rest. Everyone inside is dead meat. Cadenia just smiles. Creepy. Detail acquired. Thanks for the info. Bye. But the king isn't done screaming. You don't get it. He saved us. King Verde was a tyrant. Acoma wasn't a castle. It was a monument to suffering, built on the blood and bones of the poor. That white-haired boy was sent by God. He crushed the tyrant to give us back our lives. He is the true savior. Way better than some scumbag using religion to live in luxury. The smile drops from Cadenia's face. Cute story. But we'll decide if he's divine or just demonic trash. He flicks his wrist. One more thing. Slice. The king's head rolls. Don't insult my boss. Die. He kicks the corpse. Found you, you filthy germ. Alex steps up. It's a parasite, not a germ. Catania shrugs. Whatever. Same difference. Send the coordinates. Let the golden dragon deity handle the cleanup. Alex nods. Roger that. They stroll across the grass, chill as ever. Cadenia puts his hands behind his head. This gig was fun at first, but the workload? It's getting ridiculous. Isn't this a bit much for the dragons? The golden dragon deity needs to pick a side and end this drama. She claims to be a dragon god, right? Alex drops some lore. She can't take care of herself right now. Her mortal vessel is damaged. Cadenia looks confused. Huh? Break it down for me. It's likely connected to the records of the Time-Space Library. Cadenia tilts his head. The Time-Space Library? Yeah. The official history archive recognized by the gods, unlike normal memories or paper that magic can fake. Once it's written in the library, it's permanent. No edits. No delete button. It becomes absolute truth. Ah, I get it now. So the golden dragon is laying low to avoid getting logged in the library. Her presence in this dimension is top secret classified intel. Alex keeps his poker face. Something like that. Why though? Beats me. I'm just a grunt. I don't understand the drama of dragon gods. Is it a grown-up problem? They reach the carriage and find Jack snoozing. Seriously, this trash is asleep again? Alex's cold face softens. Let him rest. He's exhausted. He acts cool. But he just stared down a dragon. Even S-rank heroes would wet themselves. Only he could pull that off. He's the only one who knows how to tank a dragon. Something weird caught Dion's eye. Huh? What's the deal with that? Why is the newbie dragging a shield around wrapped in cloth like a mummy? Alex stepped in with the lore drop. Apparently, the kid treats that scrap metal like a treasure. It's his most precious item, his lifeline. He plans to hand that shield down to his little brother the moment he levels up into a real hero. Hearing that cheesy backstory, the master burst into laughter. What a moron. Just tell him to unwrap it and use it. He can buy a shiny new one for the brat later. Dan cackled, finding the whole thing hilarious. Yeah. I told him to beat it already. Come on, let's move. Just toss him in the cart and let him sleep off the fatigue. Alex sighed like an exhausted dad babysitting a chaotic toddler. Right. The carriage rolled slowly through the night, under a sky full of glittering stars. Suddenly, a question broke the silence. It didn't pop open yet. Alex turned, totally confused. Huh. Seeing his clueless face, Dion had to spell it out. The bandages on Z's limbs, obviously. Finally, the realization hit Alex. Oh, right. He cracked a dark joke. I thought those quack doctors would do a half-hearted job, but looks like they actually put some soul into it. Dion smirked, amused. Well, if they have the guts to chop limbs off, they better know how to stick them back on. I bet they grind that skill daily. Anyway, think about it. If that kid had a better spawn point, do you think he could have grinded his way to becoming a legendary hero? His sense of responsibility is off the charts. If the conditions were right, maybe he could have pulled it off. Huh. Beside him, his subordinate let out a nervous chuckle. Boss, don't jinx us like that. If that actually happened, in 20 years, we'd be staring each other down as mortal enemies. Dion's face lit up with mischievous glee. Why would I have beef with that idiot? Alex, annoyed by this feigned innocence, shouted back. Because you're walking the path of the Demon King, that's why. The other guy kept playing dumb. Huh? What are you babbling about? Come on, one look at me and anyone would say I give off major hero's bestie vibes, not Demon King energy, right? Hearing that, Alex just gave up. I'm done with you, seriously. Dion dropped the act and returned to his chill self, grinning. But if he really turned out that way, could he actually become humanity's savior? Alex shut that down instantly. Impossible. The kid isn't from Generation O. Dion tilted his head. Generation O? His crimson eyes suddenly sharpened with curiosity. Exactly. It's the server rules of this world. The final hero must be born in the 5th generation. A normal human bashes out a kid at 20, and that kid has another at 20. Keep that combo going, and when the 5th generation kid hits level 20, exactly 1 century will have passed. That is the destined year. The Demon King descends, and that child declares war on us. Then the Generation O cycle resets. Only one kid from Generation O has the potential to trigger the hero class, so a 4th gen scrub like Z has 0 chance of being the hero. Maybe his kid, if he's lucky. While Alex was deep in his lore dump, his master suddenly started laughing. Dion looked up at the sky, a smirk playing on his lips. So every century, when the Demon King wants to invade, a hero is conveniently spawned. That's the system's logic. Ha, what a joke. This whole game is rigged. Dion chuckled to himself. Taking the opening, Alex asked the big question. Boss, since we're sharing, can you finally tell me, why did you rage quit the Demon King role? In the middle of this serious atmosphere, Dion kept a poker face. Did I not mention it? Alex grit his teeth and yelled, "No, you didn't." Dion touched his lips, looking genuinely spaced out. "For real? I totally thought I explained that already." Alex slumped, defeated. "How am I supposed to know your internal monologue?" Just as Dion was about to spill the tea, "Actually, it's nothing deep. I just didn't want to be the Demon King because something suddenly roared overhead." Seeing the flaming object streaking across the sky, they both whispered, "Isn't that an airship? Looks fancy. Probably some royal whale's ride." "Wait, it's being jumped by a dragon." Dion groaned, completely over it. "A dragon? Again? Are dragons just common mobs in this world now?" Suddenly, Alex's voice turned serious. "No way. That symbol. The holy fir tree. That's the mark of the purebloods." Dan's expression shifted to amusement. "Purebloods, huh?" Alex confirmed instantly. "Yeah," he quickly explained. "It's a clan, the spawn point of hundreds of heroes carrying the noblest bloodline. I don't get it. Those two species have been allies for 1,000 years. Why are they suddenly tearing each other apart? The recent events in this server are getting super glitchy." Suddenly, his master called out, "Alex." He looked over, confused. "What is it?" Dan flashed a smile that was way too innocent for a scene involving a burning airship. "Let's go watch the drama." Meanwhile, a squad of knights was dragging something massive on the ground. "Hey, watch out for sparks. Move it, double time." "Ugh, why is this thing so heavy? Heave. Ho, heave, ho." They pulled the ropes with everything they had, but suddenly the ground beneath them cracked. Luckily, neither the men nor the cargo fell into the abyss. Patrick stood on a rock nearby, cursing up a storm. "You morons, I told you to be careful. Don't you dare break it." They panicked, shouting back, "Yes, sir." Patrick's chubby face went pale with fear. These idiots. He cursed internally. Do they have any idea how much gold this loot is worth? The knights below kept grinding away. "Lift it. 1, 2, 1, 2. If there's a single scratch on it, I'll have your heads rolling." Suddenly, a deafening roar blasted from behind Patrick. The source of the noise? A massive, blood-red dragon. "We've been spotted." The beast dove straight for the tiny humans on the rocks. Patrick screamed in terror. "It's coming." Sweating buckets, he frantically barked orders at his squad. "Incoming. That monster is after the cargo. Stop it at all costs." "Archers, mages, lock and load." The soldiers responded in unison. "Sir, yes, sir." Bows drawn, talismans ready, magic charge. Sparks flew from the dragon's maw. Patrick screamed so hard, spit and snot flew everywhere. "Fire!" They immediately unleashed hell, following the strange runes on the paper. Lightning bolts shot forward, but it was like throwing pebbles at a tank. 0 damage. The dragon spat a fireball right back at them. Patrick face planted into the dirt. Above them, the predator circled, ready for round 2. Seeing this, he muttered a curse. "Damn it." He scrambled to look down. "Where's the item? Is it safe?" The knights, shielding their fallen comrades, replied, "Yes, no damage to the cargo," but they groaned in pain. "Arg, my leg." Patrick let out a cold, selfish sigh of relief. Thank God. He nervously looked up, only to see the dragon pulling a U-turn. "It's coming back around. That thing isn't even fully grown yet. Make sure you hit the hitbox this time. Aim." The squad scrambled to set up. Yes. The dragon prepared another breath attack. Patrick unhinged his jaw and screamed, "This is the final blow. Fire." But before he could finish screeching, a voice cut in from behind. "Yo, move aside." Without hesitation, the stranger stomped on Patrick's head, using him as a launch pad. Patrick turned beet red with rage. A blond man drew his blade, ready to end this. Severing. "Camellia." The moment the words dropped, the dragon was sliced cleanly in two. Patrick, recognizing the savior, shouted in excitement. Lord Various, after slaying the beast, he hits the ground hard. Weird markings are glowing on his mug. He sneers. "You got a death wish. Dodge that or die, you moron." Even after getting roasted, the fat tub of lard is grinning like an idiot. "Oh, Lord Various, consider it handled. You sliced the hatchling in two like it was butter." Simply magnificent, Various tosses his blade to the lackey, looking annoyed. "A dragon is a dragon. Why you gotta emphasize the underage part, huh? Whatever." Patrick cracked his eyes open, totally clueless. "Why, yeah." Various whipped his head around, his blue eyes flaring up like neon lights. "If word gets out about this stash, whatever the excuse, your head is gonna part ways with your neck." The guy stammered. "Yeah, yes. Don't worry, 100% chill." But then, Dan's voice cut through the air, freezing Various solid. "Yo, is this the junk you were talking about?" Up top, Dion and Alex were just chilling on the cargo like they owned it. Patrick freaked out, screaming, "Who the hell are you guys?" Dion ignored the tubby loser and kicked the tarp. "Reap." A glowing red dragon. I stared back. He didn't even flinch, just shrugged. The heck is this? You said it was a special item, but it's just another dragon? Lame. Suddenly, something caught Dion's attention. Huh, eyes look clear. So there are still dragons out there that aren't infected zombies? The beast seemed to communicate silently with the demon standing on it. It clicked for Dion, so that's why the little guy was chasing us, trying to save his mom. Alex nodded. Bet you're right, boss. Dion's red eyes sparked with pure amusement. Yo, thought you heroes had a truce with the dragons? You guys are part of the hero clan, right? Smells like a dirty little conspiracy to me. Varia's got all gloomy, then sighed. Looks like we gotta clean up some trash. Alex watched the drama and whispered, My lord, why are you poking the bear? I just like shiny new toys. Aren't you curious what a direct descendant can actually do? I thought Varia's would throw hands, but nope. Deal with them. Patrick stuttered. Right away. He opened his mouth to yell, his face stretching out like gross dough. Dunno who you punks are, but you saw way too much. Get 'em, boys. The cavalry raised their swords. Yes, sir. But Dan? He was totally zoned out, staring at the knight walking away. He's just dipping? Man, I had high hopes for a hero bloodline. What a bore. Alex, wipe him out. Total contrast to his innocent, kid-like face. His perfect butler just asked calmly. But Lord Dion, aren't we role-playing as the hero's buddies right now? Dion tilted his head. And that matters because, the guy sighed, isn't it kind of bad PR to beat up a direct descendant when we're supposed to be on their side? Dion blinked. Oh yeah, good point. Now that I think about it, is that dude Holly too? Alex broke it down for him. Yes, the hero clan is always Holly plus a tree name. Shows they're blessed. Dion looked dead serious. So, was the first hero a tree or something? What's with the plant obsession? The two of them just kept chatting away, analyzing the local landscaping habits like nerds. Is it Arbor Day? Hilarious. Patrick, getting totally ignored, screamed his lungs out. Those brats are mocking us. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill them now. Magic spells and arrows rained down but hit nothing. The two of them were already standing behind the army. They actually attacked? Wrap this up quick, Alex. All this noise might wake up Jack. They kept chatting like nothing happened, while Patrick started sweating bullets. What? When did they move? Alex frowned. Killing them is easy, but are you sure about the plan? This guy's excessive caution was seriously cramping his style. Why the hell does he keep asking the same question over and over? With a heavy sigh, he repeated his earlier statement. Didn't I already make myself crystal clear? Isn't your boss a teammate of the legendary hero? Dion pouted like a rebellious brat and shot back. So what? You want to beg them for mercy and hope they let us go? Completely missing his master's sarcasm, Alex calmly pointed a finger at the piece of cloth. Look, it is way too late to beg for forgiveness now. We have already seen a secret that could shatter the world. The man could not take the tension anymore and started screaming his lungs out. So what exactly do you want me to do? You are such a drag. Once again, the two of them drifted into their own world, completely ignoring the panic around them. Can't we just run for it? Are you scared of them? I am Alex, remember? Yeah, right. Alex the coward. Patrick was so furious that steam practically blew out of his ears. How long are you bastards going to mess around? Kill them immediately. The mob roared and charged toward the two demons like a tidal wave. Understood, Alex whispered, his eyes darting toward his sneak attacker, trying to catch him off guard. I really did not want to get tangled up with the hero clan, but I guess fate has other plans. He took a deep breath, and then unleashed a blinding beam of light that swallowed everything. While chaos reigned on one side, the other side was practically a bedtime story. The brat was snoring away peacefully, drool even pooling at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the heavy cavalry charged the two demons with shields and hammers raised high. A battle mage leaped into the air, his fists crackling with the explosive energy of the fire fist art. Alex remained unfazed, watching the inferno rushing toward him with dead eyes. He casually spat out an orb of light that obliterated the mage, crushing every bone in his body. Beside Dion, a cavalryman charged with a heavy vase, but Alex's red eyes flashed with ominous power. In a heartbeat, the attacker was neutralized right where he stood. The others froze in sheer terror at the sight, but before they could even think about fleeing, Alex unleashed his razor-sharp claws, slicing through their armor like it was paper. Severed hands and feet littered the ground in a grotesque display. In the middle of this bloodbath, an archer trembled as he aimed his bow at the monster. The arrow was engulfed in flames, the signature move, ferocious tiger shot. Alex coldly tapped two fingers together, and with a single snap, the archer dropped dead. Yet, the magic users refused to give up the fight. Lightning strike. He moved his hands to form an open circle. The mage's lightning bolt passed harmlessly through the magic ring and reflected straight back at its caster. The man collapsed, dead on impact. Alex licked the fresh blood from his hand and let out a satisfied sigh, his pupils narrowing into predatory vertical slits. Taking a life really is the most entertaining thrill of all. Patrick watched from a distance, shaking uncontrollably. Who are these monsters? Suddenly, his fat head was stomped into the dirt, and the sword in his hand vanished into thin air. Various suddenly materialized in the sky above. Take this! He shouted the name of his ultimate technique, Shadow-Severing Strike. A violent hurricane tore through the battlefield, shattering the very earth beneath them. Various landed, staring coldly into the cloud of dust and debris, when a voice drifted down from above. You are kicking up way too much dust, keep it down. He slowly looked up to see the two demons floating high in the air, looking down on him. Various finally broke the silence and demanded, Who the hell are you people? You slaughtered the clan's elite soldiers like they were nothing. You even dodged my blade with zero effort. Are you from the Black Sand Blood Legion? While the hero glared daggers, Dion just smirked, utterly unbothered by the accusation. Teesk, wrong answer. You think everyone with a bit of muscle is a blood soldier. Try using that thing inside your skull for once. He wasn't even mad, just amused by the ignorance. Then what? Are you a dragon in human skin? Whatever, doesn't matter. I just need to silence the witness. He watched the hero tighten his grip on the hilt, preparing to strike. A cruel grin spread across Dion's face. His eyes flared with a terrifying crimson glow. You? Kill me. That's not happening in this lifetime. You absolute moron. The moment that mockery hit Various's ears, something snapped. A dormant power roared to life deep within his soul. Light exploded from his core as something ancient awakened inside him. Various let out a primal scream. Terrifying energy surged outward like a tsunami. Even Alex couldn't hide his shock at this sudden escalation of power. He actually awakened? The hero continued to roar, his aura defying gravity as massive rocks floated into the air. In the distance, Patrick shielded his eyes and shouted, Lord Various. Various ground his teeth so hard they were about to crack. Reason had left the chat. He looked like he had lost all consciousness, driven only by pure instinct. Dion raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Oh, what kind of show are you putting on now? Boom. Various launched himself forward. In a heartbeat, the berserk hero was right in their faces. A beastly growl ripped from his throat. Dion looked at him like a disappointed father watching a toddler tantrum. Well, I guess that's a bit of an improvement. Various unleashed a storm of perfect, lethal slashes behind him. But Dion was already gone, landing casually nearby. He yawned, totally unimpressed. Hey, slowpoke, pick up the pace. You're boring me. The witness is about to kick the bucket over here. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Lord Dion. Alex frowned slightly, forcing a polite smile despite the chaos. Shouldn't we be leaving? Dion looked offended, completely missing the point. I was just starting to have fun. Why do you always have to be such a buzzkill? Are you scared of these so-called heroes? Alex answered instantly. Actually, yes. I am a little afraid of him. But before he could finish, slash. Alex's arm was severed clean off his body. Blinding light sizzled at the wound, proving Various was the culprit. Dion dropped the smile, his expression darkening. What the hell? That's nasty. Suddenly, Various was in his personal space. He screamed right in Dion's face. Dion didn't flinch, staring down the blonde berserker. You can't fool my eyes, kid. Alex, you could snap this guy like a twig. Why are you hesitating? As he spoke, another wave of devastating slashes came crashing down. Shadow split strike. Various's blade was millimeters from Dion's throat. Yet, the demon lord's voice remained silky smooth. I told you already. Dion smiled, and it was the stuff of nightmares. It's impossible. You can't even touch a single strand of my hair. Provoked, the mindless Various summoned something with his free hand. Golden beams fired in every direction. Dion weaved through them like he was dancing. Are you the blood soldier here? Dion touched down gracefully. Even though Various was foaming at the mouth to kill him, Dion kept taunting him mid-dodge. Do I look like a grunt to you? Immediately, the hero's awakened power nuked an entire mountain in the background. But facing this godlike destruction, Dion just let out a long, bored yawn. Total snooze fest. I had high hopes since you carry the predecessor's blood, but you're nothing but a slightly faster housefly. I'm too lazy to even squash you. Everyone who's died by my hand before, compared to them, you're absolute trash. Dion stomped the ground, ready to end this. His eyes flashed red. Extinction. But Alex, who had been a statue this whole time, suddenly moved. In a split second, Alex threw himself into the grinder. His body was shredded by the sword energy. Various shouted from behind, Pierce. The hero unleashed his signature move. Alex's body, just barely healed, was ripped apart again. Phantom strike. Dion yelled, genuinely confused. Alex, what the hell are you doing? Silence. The subordinate turned and sprayed a strange mist into Varius's face. It hit him instantly. The madness faded from Varius's eyes, and just like that, the hero collapsed to the ground. Dion shoved his hands in his pockets. You knocked him out instead of killing him, he glared at his servant. What gives? Huh? You dodge him, say you're scared, and now you block my attack to save his life? Dion pouted like a petulant child. Explain. Now. Alex waited for the tantrum to pause before speaking. Forgive me, my lord. My fear isn't of this young hero. It is the will of those in this world. Dion narrowed his eyes. The will? Dion, isn't that just cause chaos and destruction? Isn't that your job description? Alex shook his head. That only works on a small scale. There is a rumor that if the demon lord walks this earth, the whole world will shake. They will swarm like an endless tide of cockroaches. Even a baby in a cradle will crawl at you with a knife. That is what humans are. But the master didn't care about caution. Let the cockroaches come. All of them. I'll incinerate every last one of them. I've been thinking about this for a while, but I can't figure it out. How can these weaklings possibly defeat me? It makes no sense. Dan looked up to see Alex wearing a forced, awkward smile. It clicked. Dan's expression went ice cold. There's something else. Something you're hiding from me. Alex stayed silent. DM pressed on. I won't find out for another 20 years? With a pained look, Alex nodded. Yes. Dion fired off questions that sounded like facts. You won't tell me even if I ask, right? Just more nonsense about the will of the world? The air grew heavy and gloomy. You guessed right. Let us return. Dion ignored the request completely. He smirked dangerously. So, if I kill this brat right now, what happens? That will you're so scared of. I'm kinda interested in fighting it. Will a god come down to stop me? Alex didn't flinch at the threat. I don't know the specifics, but I know one thing for sure. I thought he'd give me some deep, philosophical reason. But turns out, it's just about some lame dream of playing hero. Being in the top 2% is totally pointless if I just destroy the world now. Killing all the heroes? Ending the game early. Forget being a demon king. That sounds incredibly dull. You are destined to be the absolute G-O-A-T of all demon kings. His expression? Pure nightmare fuel. Strike humanity before the hero even wakes up? Seriously. Actually, that might be a solid plan, right? Alex raised his boot to stomp Varius's skull but played it cool. Nah, I'm kidding. I'll handle this trash personally. My lord, you just chill. Dion panicked, screaming, hell no. Sweating bullets, he blocked his servant's fatal blow. Alex, dude, learn to take a joke. I was just messing around. This whole Demon King versus the world drama, not my vibe anymore. No way I'm getting my hands dirty. He paused, looking down. Wait, are we really just gonna leave him like this? One kill, and it's game over for them? Oh right. Hurry up and pop that portal. Moments later, magic swirled, but the creep in the back didn't budge. Yo, aren't you coming? Alex whipped up a quick excuse. I gotta scrub our data from this place first. You go ahead and catch some Z's, my lord. Dion suddenly played the caring boss card. Is your hand okay, though? Alex practically shoved him toward the swirling vortex to get rid of him. This scratch? The underworld's mana will fix it in a heartbeat. Just go. Dion squinted. Skeptical. You sure about that, bro? Yeah. Make it quick. Alex bowed like a loyal pup. Safe travels. The portal snapped shut. Alone at last, the servant's mask cracked wide open. Alex lunged at Varius, his face twisting into pure demonic horror. Tongue lolling out, breath hissing with rage. You filth. You actually dared to cut me? Me? One of the 7 counts of the demon realm. With that disgusting holy light, darkness began to ooze from his eyes like black ink. Arr! Mark my words. 20 years from now, I'll slaughter your grandkids and wipe the holy Stacia bloodline off the map. Meanwhile, Jack snoozed peacefully under the moonlight. A shadow loomed over the sleeping hero. Looking at this guy's clueless face, Dion couldn't help but crack up. Passing out in the freezing cold? Dude must be wrecked. Fire still burned on the distant hills. Dion got deep for a second. What the hell happens in 20 years anyway? Destiny. Rules. Such a drag. That 20 years later doom isn't happening on my watch. He looked around. But seriously, why are these dragons so messy? That dumb lizard. Dion's, she even know her kids are getting farmed. Suddenly, a sweet, girlish voice dropped from the sky. I hope you aren't calling me the dumb lizard. Enter the golden dragon. Dion froze, processed the aura, and shrugged. Yep, definitely talking about you. Dion didn't even flinch at her sudden spawn. You been stalking me, or what? Her golden dress whipped in the night wind. I planted a feather on you to track your signal. Dion corrected her. You mean a scale, right? He thumbed behind him. If you want to sue those guys, I'll be your witness." The golden dragon burst out laughing. "You? A demon king as a witness? That's rich." "Hi, demon king here. Just casually stopped a so-called hero from breaking the peace treaty and poaching dragons. Like humans would ever believe a word you say." Even though she was roasting him, Dion kept his cool. Zero rage. "Why does everyone hate on demons?" She rolled her eyes. "Maybe because you psychos try to destroy the world every 100 years. Dion rubbed his chin, actually thinking about it. "Good point. Why do we do that? Why not just chill in the demon realm and play video games?" The golden dragon's face went dark. "Huh? What kind of idiot question is that? Aren't you supposed to be the boss monster here?" Dion picked his nose, completely unbothered. "You talk too much." He flicked a booger. "You're yapping here while your grandkids are getting slaughtered. They're treating your kin like loot drops. And I bet this isn't the first raid. You know why they hunt dragons, right? Gear crafting. Obviously. Your bodies are top-tier materials. They don't care if it's a baby dragon. If it has stats, it dies. Pretty blatant violation of the peace treaty, don't you think?" The golden dragon went quiet, then whispered, "Hey, can you do me a solid?" Dion blinked. "What kind of solid?" "Revenge," she snapped. "Help me purge the filthy humans butchering my bloodline." Dan stared at the humanoid dragon. "Why should I bother? You're a dragon. Do it yourself." Her reply was instant. "I can't. If a dragon leaves its zone and enters human turf, the system flags us for death. It's just like your Century War mechanic. It's the world's law. Even if they stack my descendants' corpses to the sky, as long as humanity exists, I'm nerfed. I can't touch them." Dion scowled. "That's the dumbest patch note I've ever heard. Which idiot dev programmed that?" Suddenly, the dragon's eyes widened. Dion's face twisted in agony. Boom! An invisible force crushed him. He slammed onto his knees, the impact cracking the ground. Blood dripped. "Wait, am I bleeding? What is this insane pressure?" The golden dragon's voice turned cold. "That is the world law, the admin rights of the plane we exist in." He forced himself up, trembling with rage. "First, you set up trash rules, then you strike me for complaining?" She stared at him. "Stop it." Dion screamed at the sky. "Hey, you invisible jerk. If you're so high and mighty, stay in your own server. Why put your buggy laws on us and force us to obey?" Watching him roast the heavens, she smirked. "Impressive. Tanking a system penalty with a mortal body? You're a total weirdo, but I guess you really are the demon king." Blood still ran down his nose, but Dion grinned. "Watch your mouth, brainless lizard." Then, she hit him with a $1,000,000 question. "So, why are you dodging the job? Why don't you want to be the demon king?" Her eyes sparkled with chaos. "You know what? I'm hyped. You're the first glitch in this system to refuse the title in 666 centuries. The Heavenly Tao is probably lagging out trying to handle you." Dion cut her off. "Why are you so happy? Damp down, you want to delete these trash rules too, don't you?" Exposed. The dragon blushed, flustered. "Shut up, idiot. I'm just curious because you're the first one crazy enough to try it. Anyway, watch your back with the Heavenly Tao. You might be safe for now, but..." Dion frowned, the ominous warning hanging in the air. "They want to erase me? Do you really think I am scared of his cheap tricks? If they want to fight, I will bring them a war anytime." Ignoring his arrogance, she spoke up once more. "Anyway, where is my answer? Why did you refuse to become the Demon King? What reason could possibly make you break a cycle that has lasted 665 centuries? I am dying to know your motivation." Facing the dragon's overwhelming curiosity, he casually shoved his hands into his pockets. "Why?" "It is nothing dramatic. I do not want to be the Demon King because..." Just as he was about to drop the lore, he was interrupted. Alex stepped out of the magic circle. "Let us go, master. I have finished taking out the trash." He walked over, glancing at the woman. "Have you been chatting with the golden dragon deity this whole time?" She was furious at being cut off right at the climax. "Why do you always show up at the most important moment?" Remembering his manners, Alex bowed slightly. "How have you been?" "Oh, noble dragon deity." Dion cut in abruptly. "Stop yapping and open the portal home. My master's comfort comes first." "Yes, understood." The golden dragon refused to give up on her question. "Hey, tell me the answer before you leave. Give me a reason." Dion dropped a line that shattered the fourth wall. "The audience is going to stone me if I keep stalling the plot with this dialogue. Let us save it for another time." Her face went dark with rage. "What the hell are you talking about?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Just go back. Hurry up." A moment later, she called out to him. "Hey, Demon King, if you will not take revenge for me, at least expose them. Let the world know how many heroes are involved in this filth. How many innocent children were brutally slaughtered. Even in the human realm, if they keep this up, they violate the ancient treaty. And there are plenty of other races who hate humans that would love an excuse to intervene. Suddenly, Dion held up 3 fingers. Triple the price. He grinned at the heir beside him and said, "Since your case is such a headache, I am charging you 3 times the usual rate." She gasped in shock. "What?" Then she cursed the greedy demon. "You really are a cunning bastard." He turned back to face her. "Yep, that is because I am a demon. You can choose not to hire me and just let those kids live in fear of being snatched every day." Hearing his blackmail, the golden dragon was so mad her hair stood on end. "Fine, I will pay triple, okay?" Hearing that, Dion's face instantly brightened. "Thank you, my beloved customer." A light gathered at her fingertips. "Take this." His entire body was instantly wrapped in a brilliant golden aura. "What is this glow?" she explained. "It is a spell that masks your demonic energy. Those heroes and guards react to your aura like sharks to blood. Now you won't have to worry about triggering their sensors." Having received his reward, Dion's attitude flipped instantly. "Got it. You can get lost now. Alex, let's move." "Yes, sir." Seeing his trash personality, the golden dragon cursed him one last time. Now, the only one left on the barren land was the dragon. She let out a long, heavy sigh. "Am I doing the right thing? Only time will tell." Meanwhile, Dion's group arrived at a location with a massive crest on the wall and airships patrolling the sky. A magnificent castle loomed before them. Dion whistled, impressed by the wealth. "How much gold do they have to build something this huge?" Alex stood by his side and explained, "They are a hero clan with a history spanning 60,000 years, the Holy Stiatia family." After processing the night's events, Dion pouted and pointed at the small human beside him. "That guy is a hero, so why does he look like that?" Jack smiled bitterly. "I apologize for my underwhelming appearance." He tried to reason with his childish master. "Please do not say things like that right in front of people." The other party blinked, confused. Why not? 2 demons and a human, caught in an awkward exchange. Jack might actually snap from anger. Why? Realizing that explaining social cues to a demon was pointless, he changed the subject. "Forget it. I already explained this before. The moment a hero clan hits the big time, every noble and castle lord wants to be their sugar daddy. Why? Because bankrolling a hero is basically like saying you're saving the world yourself. Plus, hunting dragons like we did last night, that is a massive cash cow. Everyone knows the dirty truth, but nobody dares to whisper it." While the big shots talked, Jack looked as pathetic as a squashed slime, and I was basically invisible. Alex, completely ignoring the vibe, kept explaining. Dion, playing the clueless rookie card, asked, "Why is that?" The demon calmly broke it down for his master. Since humans are at war with the demon race, the dragon tribe has no choice but to help them. If humanity falls, the dragons are next on the menu. Dion nodded along. "Makes sense. Dragon parts are practically a delicacy in the demon realm." Alex added, "Super popular, actually." The young master got curious. "So, the dragon tribe is basically forced to support humans just to survive?" The smart butler replied, "Exactly. So, master, are you suspecting the Holy Stiatia clan and others are poaching dragons illegally? Even if it messes up the treaty between humans and dragons?" Dion kept a straight face and turned to the kid we've been ignoring. "Dion sent your family hunt dragons on the sly?" Jack rubbed his head nervously. "Huh. Dude, you mean to be rank G just to get near a dragon's nest?" Then Dion dropped a line that basically killed the kid's soul. "True. If a scrub like you could hunt dragons, stray dogs would be doing it too." Alex quickly caught the boy before he passed out from the roast. "What are your orders now, master?" Jack whispered through gritted teeth. "Jack, keep it together." Dion smirked, his eyes glinting. "I've got business here." Looking absolutely diabolical. Sounds like a secret mission to expose some illegal dragon poaching. The childish master started marching forward. "Let's roll." Alex panicked and called out, "Wait, master. Killing is fine, but didn't we expose our identities fighting those nobles yesterday? Shouldn't we disguise ourselves?" Dion slammed on the brakes. Moments later, 2 terrifying demons transformed into a weirdo and a mystery man. They just swapped clothes. That was it. Alex's face went dark with embarrassment. "Should I just go home?" Ignoring the demon's mood, Dion walked on happily. "All right, let's go." Jack rushed after them. "Lord Dion?" The kid was sweating bullets. Just a heads up, please try to act normal. It is not that you aren't worthy of being a hero or anything." Surprisingly, Dion agreed. "Humph, fine, not that hard." The kid clenched his hands together, trembling with pure hype. Was this real? He was finally standing before the majestic city gates. Just moments after promising not to act like a total weirdo, Dion immediately shattered the vibe by screaming at the top of his lungs, nearly sending the poor kid's soul to the afterlife. The hero of heroes, the final candidate for the legendary seat. You're looking at number 1. Jack is in the house. Open the damn gates, you morons. He turned back, flashing a grin that was blindingly arrogant. I was planning to smash the door down with brute force, but I decided to destroy them with words instead. Aren't I merciful? Inside, the room was dripping with wealth, every corner decorated with insane luxury. Jack mentally geeked out. This is incredible. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye. On the wall hung a massive portrait of a majestic warrior planting a flag into a dragon's skull. That was the guy from the textbooks. The expression in the painting was identical to Varia's, the legendary last hero of the 52nd generation, the monster who fought the Demon King to the death for 13 straight days and won. Hassan van Holy Stuartia VII. He was on a completely different level of existence. It felt cringe to even call himself a hero in front of such greatness. Dion, sitting nearby, instantly picked up on the kid's insecurity. Don't stress about it. Aren't all heroes created equal? Don't be a coward, Jack laughed awkwardly. In theory, yeah, but still. A voice cut in from behind them. You are correct. All heroes are equal. The whole squad jumped and whipped their heads around except for Dion. The man who appeared looked like a carbon copy of the guy in the painting. However, not all heroes possess equal skills. The gods only grant the divine first-class bloodline to those capable of bearing its crushing weight. The divine knows who is fit to be a true hero. Welcome, hero of the Jackus clan and his companions. I am Solus van Holy Stuartia. I am the 3rd-generation hero of this century. I've retired and now I just manage this mansion. Dion glanced back, thinking, I expected the main guy. But this must be his old man. The ultimate hero, born from the 5th generation of the century, represents the absolute law of this world. The title they receive is the crowning glory of their bloodline. One of the children of the 4th-generation heroes, like Varius, born from a saintess, will become the final hero of this transitional era. Jack bowed respectfully. Oh, hello. I'm Jack. It's an honor to meet you. After introducing himself, he gestured to the 2 demons. These are my friends, Mr. Dion and Mr. Alex. The man replied casually, I know. The kid blinked blankly. Huh? The man continued speaking. I know you and your party. I arrived a bit late because I was checking the hero management logs. It seems you somehow managed to gather your party members. I heard you dropped out of the race to become a true hero before. Jack broke into a cold sweat and laughed nervously. I'm not surprised you think that, but I haven't given up yet. Solus's eyes narrowed. Dion sat to the side, lost in thought. A wealthy merchant paying his way to become a companion to a hero from a fallen clan. A shallow and common story for fame seekers in this era. The man's friendly mask completely vanished. So, what brings you to the Holy Stuartia clan? Dion answered for him. Nothing much, just heard a sketchy rumor floating around that we wanted to verify. Seeing the reckless attitude and tone of his master, Jack panicked and whispered frantically, Mr. Dion, manners, manners. The man in front of them began to emit a suffocating killing intent. Your tone doesn't quite match your status, does it? Dion remained completely unfazed by the rising anger. I thought we were talking as fellow heroes, right? Or do you want to be treated like some high and mighty noble even though you're retired and jobless? Jack's face turned pale blue as he sobbed and begged. Mr. Dion, please stop. He thought Solus was about to obliterate the rude demon right there. But instead, the man burst into laughter. His expression softened instantly. You're blunt. I like that. I used to be just like you, unaware of my place in the world. Acting, however, I pleased, looking down on everyone, thinking I could solo the Demon King myself. But watch yourself, kid. There's always a higher mountain. Jack felt the silent threat in those words and replied in terror. Of course, sir. Everyone knows the legendary reputation of Lord Solus. Returning to the main topic, Solus threw out a question. So, companion of the young hero, what is this rumor you mentioned? Dion recalled the intel. The rumor I heard is that you guys are hoarding high-quality materials here. Some of that stuff is exactly what we're looking for. Solus smirked. You might have cash, but I'm not sure if your pockets are deep enough for what you're seeking. The Holy Stuartia clan only deals in top-tier god-level materials, like black obsidian, the skin of a red salamander, the core of the zombie king from the Han War, or even the heart of the white-headed giant from the Fire Mountains. He thought to himself, how's that? Scared yet, little man? Contrary to his expectations, Dion replied casually, I don't need that trash. Hearing that, Solus was genuinely shocked. Huh? Dion's lips curled into a smirk. I heard you have something far more premium than a giant's heart. The dynamic shifted instantly. Solus broke into a cold sweat. There's only one thing higher rank than a giant's heart. That would be the dragon species. Dion tossed a heavy coin bag onto the table while negotiating. Exactly. Our hero is still a newbie, so he needs an item to boost his specs. Inside the bag were small stones glowing with an intense crimson light. We're looking to craft a set of armor made from dragon parts. Seeing the items on the table, the famous Solus couldn't hide his astonishment. These are blood magma stones from the demon realm. How on earth did he get his hands on such a rare item? Blood magma. Stones were typically found in the volcanic regions of the demon world. He stammered, "Do you not know? Dragons and humans are currently under a peace treaty. Hunting dragon parts is a violation of the law and the treaty. The Holy Stuarsha clan does not participate in illegal activities like that. Instead, I have other items just as rare. How about it? Why not make armor from those materials?" Dion suddenly turned his head. "Let's go, Alex. It seems this place doesn't have the goods we need." Even though he was speaking to his subordinate, his eyes were locked onto Solus. But I wonder whose soldiers were transporting that dragon via airship. I definitely saw the Holy Stuarsha crest plastered on the side of that balloon. Solus slowly asked, his expression turning grave and dangerous. "You saw something, didn't you?" Seeing the man's mask slip, Dion flashed a wicked grin. "We're just rushing to join the hero race since we're late-blooming rookies." Hearing unexpected intel while scrambling around looking for items to catch up, only to stumble upon things we shouldn't have seen. Solus kept his poker face. "Is that so? Unfortunate. You really should be more careful." Dion fired back, not backing down. "Building a tower takes years, but one wrong move and it all comes crashing down. We're new here, so we don't know how this kingdom works yet. Isn't making a few mistakes part of the learning curve? Who knows? If I'm in a bad mood, I might accidentally spread rumors that the old hero clans are hogging all the good loot, ignoring every law. You better have something to shut this mouth of mine." The air crackled with tension as they stared each other down. Little Jack carefully stepped in. "Ugh, sorry." Suddenly, Solus regained his composure first. "Then let me ask you a question." His voice was calm, but his face was dead serious. "Have you heard of a masked hero who suddenly appeared and slaughtered countless dragons?" He was definitely talking about our boy, but Dion played dumb. "So what?" The merchant smirked, laying his cards on the table. "I do not know if it is a coincidence or not, but that doom slag and shield you are carrying is made from the blue and black dragons that the masked hero defeated." Dion narrowed his eyes. "Busted. How did you recognize the doom slagan?" The old man chuckled. "I know every rare item by color and shape. That is definitely a special rank S doom slagan. I have never seen a shield like that in the continental records, which means it was secretly crafted very recently." Alex silently praised the enemy. "Not bad observation skills." Solus continued, "Your name is Dion, correct? It seems you are the real leader, not that young hero. So I will tell you, I do not know your relationship with the masked hero, but if you happen to meet him, pass on a message. Because he killed so many dragons, the income of some very powerful people is taking a hit." Dion stayed silent. Seeing no reaction, the merchant dropped threats that made Jack's face turn pale. High-ranking members of major guilds involved in this business will soon move to eliminate the masked hero and anyone connected to him. The weak kid was screaming internally. "I am so scared." The old man wasn't done. A treasure like the Doom Slagan shouldn't be in the hands of a dying rank F clan. Legendary items must be strictly managed. Whether it is gear or people, the rule is the same. Scarcity is what gives an item its value. Solus slowly stood up. "Also, I do not know where you heard those ridiculous rumors, but a prestigious family like ours would never engage in illegal dragon trades." His eyes flashed greedily. "If you need low-level materials for your little hero game, come back anytime. Bye, rookies. I have work to do." He walked out slowly, his mocking laughter echoing in the hall. Dion turned and asked, "Are all heroes like this?" He continued, "I know it is weird coming from me, but is he stupid?" Jack whispered, "Yeah." Dion looked away, putting the puzzle pieces together. "So, the clans team up to poach dragons and monopolize the materials. They crush any merchant not in their alliance to control the market." From behind, Alex confirmed with a grim voice, "Exactly. For a hero, their gear is everything. And these guys control the gear. It looks like they've got the material supply chain in a chokehold, which means they own the heroes, too. That explains everything. Most noble clans crash and burn eventually, but the ones with deep pockets and merchant ties, they stay on top forever. It's safe to assume every famous family is dirty." Jack looked down, his voice heavy with betrayal. "Lord Solus, I really thought he was one of the good guys. Is every hero I looked up to just a total fraud?" Dion turned back, a twisted, sarcastic grin on his face. "Well, humanity is trash. Honestly, looking at them, we're practically saints in comparison." Alex just smiled silently at the irony. Dion kept that cocky grin. "No wonder we crushed them 665 times. Too easy." Alex started sweating bullets but kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, Dion threw an arm around Jack's shoulder. "Hey, congrats. You finally hit your target." Jack blinked, totally lost. "Huh, Dion winked. Are you deaf? The organization's top brass is officially hunting the masked hero. Jack's face went pale, and he screamed, clutching his head. They're all D-rank elites. What do I do? Lord Dion, if I get caught, my life is over. Dion rubbed his chin, pretending to think. Even if they bring an army, I'd wipe them out instantly. But it's annoying. Just focus on business, we're about to flood the market with weapons. He smirked, making the executive decision. So, the masked hero is going on hiatus. Let them chase ghosts for a while. Jack gasped. What? Dion pointed at the sky. Tonight, we wrap up loose ends. Jack tilted his head. Tonight, Dion's expression turned demonic. It's time to purge the trash. The corrupt Holy Stiatia family and those dragon-poaching scumbags. We're going to tear them limb from limb. Night fell, the full moon rising like a spotlight over the stage. Suddenly, Dion spotted something. Wow, he whistled. They've got a private lake inside the castle? Must be nice to be filthy rich. Jack raised a hand timidly. Lord Dion, quick question. Dion glanced back. What? Jack looked serious. Why exactly are we here? Are we doing a stealth mission? Are we sneaking in to plant a dragon corpse and frame them for poaching? Because that feels kinda like stealing. Dion pointed at him. Bingo. Smart kid. He kept walking confidently, leaving Jack confused. Wait, what? Jack panicked. If we're sneaking in, why are we walking right through the front gate? Just then, 2 guards spotted them and rushed over. Jack whispered frantically, Lord Dan, patrols, hide. Oh God, we're busted. The guards loomed over them, faces like ice. Jack cowered behind Dion. Do something. But the guards walked right past them like they didn't exist. Jack watched them leave, jaw dropping. He turned back, grinning. No way, you cast invisibility already? Dion kept walking, raising one finger. Correct. He looked way too pleased with himself. Jack scrambled after him. Wait up. Pick up the pace, Dion ordered. They entered the grand castle, Jack's eyes popping out of his head at the insane luxury everywhere. Panting like a dog, Jack caught up. Lord Dion, it doesn't look like they're hiding dragons here. What's the plan? Dion murmured. Is that so? Jack looked around. Hey, where's Sir Alex? I haven't seen him for a while. Dion replied. He went ahead to set the stage. Oh, got it. Suddenly, Dion asked. Hey, useless. Has your family ever lived in a place this fancy? Jack scratched his head awkwardly. That's like a fairy tale for us. Never happened. My grandpa says we've been broke since the beginning of time. Dion scoffed. Sounds like your clan is just lazy. Jack laughed it off. Maybe. My dad and grandpa were just low-tier heroes. Tiers? Dion asked. Is there a test for that? Jack nodded. Yeah, but first you gotta graduate from the Hero Academy. Dion blinked. You guys seriously have a school for this? Jack replied. Yes. I'm gonna work hard to send my little siblings there. Dion asked. Pricey? Jack hesitated. Yeah, the Hero Association runs it like a business. They sell people's futures to keep them dependent. Dion burst out laughing. Then he stopped dead. Hey, useless. Jack smiled. Yes? Dion lowered his voice. You realize what we're doing right now isn't exactly heroic, right? Breaking into a noble house to steal secrets. You okay with that? You're supposed to be a hero like them, even if you're a weird one. Jack went silent. Then he spoke up. I know it's a crime. Dion turned to listen. But after meeting Lord Solus, I realized something. Jack beamed. Lord Dion, you're the only truly just person here. We might be thieves tonight, but we're hunting criminals who hoard resources to control heroes, right? I was shocked at first, but now I get it. You knew what Solus was really like. You provoked him on purpose to expose his true colors, didn't you? Dion awkwardly scratched his cheek. Ahem. He looked away. I definitely didn't think that far ahead. But sure, believe what you want. Jack called out happily. Do you remember what you told me when we first met? That this was an opportunity? Jack opened his scarred hands. Honestly, I had basically given up on being a hero. With these hands, who would want a loser like me? He smiled, tears in his eyes. This isn't the dream I imagined, but I got to meet an Imperial-class hero, and I got the ultimate shield, all thanks to you, Lord Dion. I know I'm just a rotten apple in the dirt. I haven't done anything to deserve this luck. Dion tilted his head. Stealing. He scoffed, his voice dripping with edgy confidence. Nah, I don't care about that. I just need my siblings to grow up right. I won't let them be branded as failures in this messed up world. His eyes burned with unshakable conviction. I refuse to let anyone inherit this hellish poverty. I swear on my life, I'm gonna raise them into legendary heroes. Dion's gaze turned ice-cold, piercing through the air. Even if they don't hit the front lines of the 66th Great Demon War in 20 years, at least they'll survive in the rear support unit. He gestured to a fancy frame on the wall. You see that majestic painting? One day, I'll rip it down and hang a portrait of my own siblings right there. They'll fight with the majesty of Lord Solus, a legacy passed down through generations like a sacred artifact, the kid rambled on. The Holibic clan, joining the 66th war against the Demon King as support. The Holibic family helps score the win, defeats the boss for the 666th time, and lives happily ever after. Dion cut him off, his voice dripping with disdain. But what about you? From the moment you were born, what did you want to become? How do you want to live? Sacrifice your one and only life for the bloodline. Are you seriously satisfied with just being an expendable pawn for your family? The kid clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. That's all I need. I will crush the Holibic family's poverty with my own two hands. That is my path. He puffed out his chest. To do that, I'd even make a deal with the devil. Dion grinned, a terrifyingly bright smile appearing on his face. Looks like I bet on the right horse. Fine then. Let's see how this hellish ending plays out. Dan called out into the shadows. Alex. A voice answered from beside the street lamp. Yes, master. Or should I say, Lord Alex. He smirked with pure malice. I found it. The secret chamber where these scumbags hide their dirt. Perched high on a lamp post like a gargoyle, Alex bowed dramatically. Master, shall we? Dion's eyes lit up with twisted excitement. You actually found it? Waving a notebook in the air, Alex chuckled darkly. Oh, I definitely did. He stared at the book, his voice dropping to a serious tone. And I got the full member roster of their little secret society. Alex started reading the names aloud like a town crier. Honestly, it sounded sweeter than a monk's prayer chant. He grinned, clearly enjoying the impending chaos. 76 families. And not just nobodies. These are ancient clans with massive reputations. The air suddenly grew heavy with dread. These are names straight out of the hero textbooks. How is this even possible? Dion didn't even blink. He just asked, cold as ice, where are they hiding the dragons? Alex answered instantly. You guessed it, master. Right under the water. Okay, now this is getting spicy. Jack gasped, totally shook by the revelation. Underwater. Dion didn't waste a second. Let's get this party started. Alex bowed. As you wish, Lord Dion. Snap. Just like that, Alex cast a spell, wrapping Dion and Jack in a protective air bubble. No hesitation at all. Boom. Alex kicked off the ground and dove straight in, watching them plunge into the depths without fear. Jack panicked big time. He flailed around, losing his cool. Wait for me, Lord Dion. Embarrassed by his own voice, he steeled himself. He had to make a choice. Splash. He leaped into the pitch-black abyss. Terrified, he puffed out his cheeks, holding his breath for dear life as the darkness swallowed him. But wait, he could breathe. Is this the bubble's power? Then, the scene in front of him made his heart stop cold. Massive dragons, chained to the lake bed in agony. Their eyes were wide with pain, glaring at the intruders with pure, unadulterated hatred. Jack trembled, his knees knocking together in fear. But Dion and Alex, they looked as chill as if they were taking a Sunday stroll. Alex flipped through the notebook, his voice echoing in the bubble. According to the logs, they rip off the scales, heal them, then rip them off again. It's an infinite torture loop. Basically, a dragon scale factory. Alex's expression darkened. Look at the oldest one over there. He pointed a claw, voice booming. That beast has been skinned alive for 230 years. As if hearing him, the ancient dragon stirred. Jack couldn't process the horror. How? How is this even allowed? Dion ignored the whining and asked the real question. Do you think the golden dragon god knows about this filth? Alex answered honestly. Most likely, yes. It's this bad, yet the dragon god sits on his hands and does nothing? Rage began to bubble up in Dion's eyes like wildfire. That explains why dragons are controlled by those parasites to fight humans. I get it now. These hero families, they've crossed the line into villainy. Silence fell like a heavy blanket over the group. Alex stepped forward, breaking the tension. Master, let's just grab a scale and get out of here. Dion sighed, seemingly resigned. Fine. Instantly, Alex extended his long, razor-sharp claws, ready to strike. Slash. He struck the dragon and ripped out a scale with surgical precision. Alex turned around immediately. Job done. Let's move. Suddenly, Dan spoke up. His voice low. Something feels wrong. Alex paused, confused, and whipped his head around. He watched Dan standing there, unmoving in the dark water. Master, aren't you coming? Dan's answer. Short, cold, dangerous. Excuse me? Dan let out a deep, frustrated sigh. This sneaking around just isn't my style at all. Bam! He stomped on the massive chain binding the dragon. Alex and Jack's jaws hit the floor. Jack screamed, the chain, no time for chat. Dion shifted his stance, ancient power flooding his veins. In a split second, an explosion of critical force shattered the bindings. The dragons were free. They roared, shaking the very water around them with their fury. They thrashed and shot towards the surface like guided missiles. It was a stampede of vengeful beasts rushing for freedom. Alex watched the chaos inside. Well, there goes the subtle plan. Above, the lake exploded as dragons breached the surface. The guards on the shore froze in terror. Faces pale, they looked up at the nightmare rising from the deep, unable to move a muscle. It took a hot minute, but the beasts finally woke up and started bawling their eyes out. But guess what? The dragons broke loose. The second one got free. It was already locking and loading a massive fire breath. It aimed straight for the massive castle, zero hesitation. And just like that, another dragon joined the party, spitting flames right alongside it. That fire? Pure, infinite destruction mode. In seconds, the inferno swallowed the entire castle whole. The dragons went absolutely ham, unleashing attack after attack without a break. In the blink of an eye, that fortress was absolutely wrecked. Then the ice dragon crashed the party, freezing everything in its path instantly. Poor Jack was so terrified he hit the dirt, shivering on his knees. Dion and Alex touched down right after, landing like total pros. Seeing the ruin in front of them, Alex lost it, screaming, "Why on earth did you let the dragons go?" Huh? Dion just gave him the coldest look, completely unbothered. He straightened up and dropped the truth bomb with a straight face. Honestly, that scumbag Solus's stupid face popped into my head and ticked me off. But Alex wasn't having it, snapping back. "Didn't we agree to just grab the scale and bounce?" Dion got annoyed at the nagging and snapped, "Whatever, I don't care. I didn't touch a single soldier, so what's the big deal?" Alex immediately fired back, scolding him. "You caused a massive disaster. Take some responsibility." Meanwhile, Jack was just staring up at the burning chaos, totally zoned out. I could have sworn he said we'd investigate quietly. The argument between Alex and Dion just kept going, neither backing down. Alex cursed in frustration. Great. Now rumors about dragons being here are going to spread everywhere. What's the plan? Huh. Dion just waved it off coldly. Forget it. Let him escape and blow this place to bits. That attitude snapped the last string of Alex's patience. He shouted, "Lord Dion. Then why did we even bother acting secretly in the first place?" From a distance, Various saw the destruction and went full rage mode. Exploding with killing intent, he roared, "You bastards!" Various spotted the guy below and realized who it was, gasping. "White hair?" He gritted his teeth in fury. "He's here too." At the same time, Solus stood on a nearby cliff, his face twisted with pure rage. Solus's eyes were practically glowing as he growled every word, "My castle. How dare you do this to the holy Stuia family?" Suddenly, he spotted something that made him freeze. Standing there was the masked hero. Solus gasped. The masked hero? A second later, he screamed, "You scum." All three guys looked up at the source of the noise. Seeing Varias and Solus up there, Dion's lips curled into a smirk as he tossed out a warning. "Oh, hey there. Don't touch me, or I'm actually gonna kill you this time." That comment sent the enemy into a frenzy, screaming in anger, "You son of a." On the other side, Solus shrieked like a maniac, "Masked hero. I've been waiting for you." Hearing that, Jack panicked, clutching the pot on his head and yelling, "Please spare me." Varias didn't wait, he launched himself forward. Solus charged too. Both of them swung their weapons high, aiming straight for the trio below. You could see the murder in their eyes. But right at that moment, a giant monster appeared out of nowhere with its mouth wide open. It snatched Solus and Varias mid-air, instantly sending both of them on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Then, the beast shot up into the sky at breakneck speed. Dion turned to Alex with the most innocent face, raising his hands like, "I didn't lay a finger on them, swear." Alex just sighed in defeat. "Right." Jack looked up at the sky, stunned. He's gone. Suddenly, Alex raised a finger, coming up with a plan. "Okay, while it's chaotic, let's make a run for it." Dion immediately gave a thumbs up. Agreed. No complaints here. Let's go. While the three of them casually walked away, the other side was total bedlam. People screaming, "Run. Save me." In the end, the only two witnesses who saw Dion's crew were dead. Later, history books would simply say the fall of the Holistia family had unknown causes. Fast forward to the next morning. Sunlight streaming through the window. Jack groggily scratched his head, thinking, "It's already morning." He scrambled up, running out. "I promised to focus on the shop starting today. Gotta open up before Lord Dan gets here." But the moment he grabbed the handle and swung the door open, his jaw hit the floor. Staring back at him was a massive crowd jamming the entrance. Is this the weapon shop forged with dragon's breath? "I told you the best spots are always hidden in the boonies." Someone shouted impatiently, "Yo, who's gonna wake up the owner?" When's it opening? Hey, stop pushing. Don't cut the line. What? What's your hero rank? Oh, it's open. A guy frowned and yelled. What took you so long? A blonde girl behind him squealed in excitement. It's open. Let's get in. A bald guy in the back screamed. I've been waiting since dawn, man. Seeing the insane turnout, Jack switched to customer service mode. Ah, hello. Welcome to Dion's weapon shop. A man holding two swords turned and asked, how much for these bad boys? Jack replied instantly, that'll be 7 gold, 87 silver. Another customer slammed a weapon down. I'll take this mace. Jack quoted the price. That one is 2 gold, 13 silver. The shop was packed to the gills. Chatter filled the air, creating a crazy, bustling vibe. Whoa, look at this. The color is totally different, right? I've never seen a dagger with this kind of style before. Where are the shields at? A customer asked. Hey, kid, how much for this? Jack answered, that's 8 gold, 7 silver. Thank you. Suddenly, Alex slid over to a group of female mages. That wand perfectly matches the color of your robe, my lady. He turned up the charm, flashing a smile so bright it could blind you, like he stepped out of a painting, and smooth-talked. We're actually having a buy 2 get 1 free promo. Want me to wrap that up for you? The mages blushed and nodded immediately. Yes, please. Dion stood on the balcony, watching Jack and Alex rake in the cash. He evaluated the scene. Wow, business is actually booming. But then, he let out a bored sigh. Leaning on the railing, he thought, I thought I'd get a kick out of making money like humans do. But turns out, it's way more boring than I expected. He called out to Jack, making the busy clerk look up. Dion waved his hand dismissively. I'm going upstairs to sleep. Jack chirped back happily. Ah, sure thing. He pushed open the bedroom door. This super luxurious room on the 2nd floor was Dion's sanctuary. He walked over to the bed and face-planted right onto it, groaning in comfort. Ah, so soft. Yawning like crazy, he muttered, getting rich isn't anything special. Sleeping is the real MVP. Just as Dion was drifting off into dreamland, a voice cut through the silence. Good morning, devil. What the hell? The dragon mom? That voice woke him up instantly, and there she was, a blonde bombshell standing right by his bed. It turns out the mystery chick was the golden dragon herself. Devil spots her and throws out a lazy question. You hanging out here or what? The golden dragon just hums his soft reply. She smiles, teasing him. Do you ever stop sleeping? Must be nice to have 0 cares in the world. Devil smirks, ready to fire back. You saw the whole mess with the Holistia clan yesterday, right? The hit list of every family involved is right there on the table. Take it. Her eyes drift to the papers as she drops the intel. I watched the whole show. Those guys definitely trashed the peace treaty between our races. Suddenly, Devil's eyes start glowing with intense energy as he asks, so, what's the play? We starting a war with humanity now? Golden Dragon asks him, for whose benefit? Devil lazily rolls over, not even hiding his greed. I don't care about the politics, as long as I get paid. She agrees immediately. I will pay you. Devil shoots her a side eye, warning her. This isn't a quick gig. It's gonna take years. You know that. His blunt words make the golden dragon go silent. Devil continues. Keeping the peace is a massive pain in the neck. You know that better than anyone, right? When you found out the truth about the Holistia clan, you must have been furious. For the dragon god's sake, you didn't even step in to stop it. So that's why you came to find us to fix your dirty work, isn't it? She finally speaks up, strict and serious. Not exactly. The hero families. They spread toxic mycelium to poison my kind, driving the dragons insane so they'd attack humans. It was a setup to justify hunting us down like animals. You wondering how dragons fight back? She frowns, voice dropping low. We have pride. We don't stoop to their level and argue. We just attack until the very last one of us drops dead. To avenge a lost friend, a lover, or family. Would we really sacrifice other friends and family just for revenge? Now that I think about it, their little scheme doesn't add up. Mycelium, Devil stares at her, dead silent. Then her face twists in rage. Just as I thought, the fungus part is super sketchy. No way humans created a curse that nasty and weird on their own. Who the hell put that filthy weapon into the hands of the hero clans? Someone is playing both sides, using the rage of my dragon kids and the hero families for their own gain. Devil suddenly grabs her collar, getting in her face. Yo, everyone knows your dragon whelps love causing trouble outside, except for their parents, who would actually believe they were innocent. You guys are just walking disasters for this continent. He glares at her, cutting through the nonsense. And you, why don't you just drag them home and beat some sense into them? That solves everything. Why bother other people with your drama? The golden dragon hesitates, but Devil scratches his head, annoyed. Ugh, forget it, I'm going back to sleep. Laws, commandments. Why do you guys have to overcomplicate everything? Is being annoying a chronic disease or something? Dion sent following the system give you a migraine. Just smash the rules and chill out. Look at me living free, wild, and untouchable. The golden dragon let out a soft chuckle, her smile radiating light. A demon king talking about a peaceful life? You really are the worst kind of villain. Dion's cheeks burned red. He buried his face in the pillow to hide his shame, ignoring her laughter. Shut up. Leave me alone, he mumbled, squeezing his eyes shut. Seriously, why don't you guys use your brains for once? Just Zerg rush the humans with a massive army. It's an easy win, right? Her answer froze him cold. Impossible. Blinding light exploded from the golden dragon's form. Her voice dropped, heavy with truth. It is because of the human bloodline. That cursed lineage is the only reason we can't wipe them out. Dion smirked, a strange glint in his eye. Why though? You and Alex get all weird and quiet whenever bloodlines come up. She cut in instantly. Because you haven't witnessed that day yet. Right now? Sure, they're just trash mobs, weak and pathetic. But when the prophecy starts, the day you finally descend to conquer the human realm, you'll witness their true, terrifying power. With the aura of the Holy Cross burning behind them, they will rise up. Crush them. And they'll just fall with a mocking smile on their lips. They stand up. Again. And again. Just when you think you've won, a new bloodline awakens, and the real counterattack begins. They are like moths throwing themselves into the hellfire of the Demon King. But the problem? There are infinite moths. And eventually, you will know fear. Fear of their sheer, insane courage. The last hero, born of their faith, is your true enemy in 20 years. You won't be fighting mere humans. You'll be fighting the endless valor that has kept them alive for 66,580 years. Suddenly, Dion let out a bone-chilling laugh that made her flinch. He glanced back at her, picturing me actually trying hard in a fight. Hilarious. Then, Dion bolted upright. He leaned in close to the golden dragon, voice rising. Wait a sec. Why don't I just spawn camp the 3rd and 4th generations? The last hero drops at the 100th year mark, right? If we wipe out the ancestors now, the hero gets deleted from existence. Good game, we win. Or hey, we could just wait 30 years and let the hero die of old age. Why stick to this strict 100-year cooldown? It's stupid. She glared at him with razor-sharp eyes. Why are you asking me? You're the Demon King. You make the rules. He didn't hesitate for a second. Nope. I don't know jack squat. We've been grinding this quest loop since birth, so I assumed there was a reason. Dion kept ranting. But I ask around, and everyone just shrugs. That's just how it is. That answer. The golden dragon paused, realization dawning. Maybe there is a hidden mechanic behind it after all. Dion's voice dropped. Why are we even fighting? What defines a demon? What makes a hero? She looked up, confused. What is this philosophical nonsense? Dion shouted, frustration boiling over. Don't you see the glitch in the Matrix? We've lived in the demon realm for 70,000 years and we're fine. We could just chill at home. Why bother invading? They say, oh, the human realm is blessed, and ours is cursed. Dion countered instantly. If God blessed them, why did he even code the demon realm? If he hadn't, we wouldn't be stuck in this deathmatch. She fell silent, the logic hitting her. Now that you mention it, surely the creator has his own design. What design? And what is God anyway? The golden dragon looked at him, amused. What kind of question is that? God is the absolute administrator who created everything. Dion yelled back, then why create a PvP server? Suddenly, she grabbed him by the collar. I don't know. Maybe he's having a midlife crisis at age 802. Or maybe he's just insane. Dion flopped back onto the bed with a heavy thud. My head hurts. Am I the only one who sees how broken this game is? She remained cool as ice. It's because you're a moron of a demon king. Dion waved his hand, shooing her like a fly. Yeah. I know nothing. If you don't want to get beaten up by this moron, get out. I need a nap. She chuckled, her eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. I was bored to death, but your rambling actually entertained me. Looking at you, it makes me question the meaning of it all. She opened her mouth to speak, but Dion cut her off. Store's closed. Get out, valued customer. The golden dragon smiled softly, ignoring his rudeness. One final quest before I go. Find the wretch who gave the humans the poison used on my children. He curled up, ready to snooze. Hey, that's top-tier classified intel from the Human High Council. If a literal divine dragon can't find it, what chance do I have? She replied coolly. Maybe your pet demon dupe knows. During the 540th Great War, 10 millennia ago, one of the demon dukes captured hundreds of dragons. It was a massacre. It nearly drove my kind to extinction. Suddenly, the legendary strategist, Duke Alex, has arrived. Dion froze, that cheerful face popping into his mind. What am I to you? Just the greatest tactician in the demon realm. Dion thought, wait, was that idiot actually telling the truth? Seeing no response, the dragon turned to leave. He can effortlessly invade minds. I'm leaving. She stepped toward a spatial rift, but paused for one last word. Perhaps you're right. This world is truly broken. She vanished into the void. Suddenly, Alex burst into the room, screaming, Master, we have a code red emergency. Dan snapped. Damn it. I was trying to sleep. Alex shoved an object in his face. Look at this, Alex whispered intensely, holding a glowing glass vial. I found it. The Hell Scarecrow mushroom. I analyzed the mycelium traces inside the dragon corpses and isolated this. His eyes gleamed as he continued. The mind control effect on this thing? Yeah. Crank that dial up to 1,000. Dion was totally over it, snapping. Okay, but Alex's next words, total game changer. It's a fungus native to our turf, the demon realm. Alex's eyes glowed with razor-sharp intensity as he dropped the bombshell. There is only one being who can control this stuff. It belongs to one of the 7 dukes, the living embodiment of plague and poison, the Plague King, Daros. Red eyes glowing in the dark, a face sharp enough to cut glass. His words were soft, but man, they sent shivers down your spine. Should I cover it up? Hearing that, Dion's face went nuclear red. He looked ready to eat Alex alive. You think you can handle that? We're talking about a 1,000-year-old dragon that just wrecked everything. Alex? Stone cold. He didn't give a damn about Dion's rage. He just hit back with the most casual correction ever. Actually, to be precise, that dragon is over 66,580 years old. Realizing the insane scale of the problem, Dion was left speechless, sweating buckets. Damn it, we're gonna get blamed anyway. There's zero proof we aren't the extremists. Dion was spiraling, totally lost in his own panic. Alex cut through his panic with a brutal but helpful truth. My lord, listen. The mycelium driving the dragons crazy belongs to Daros, but he isn't the one spreading it. Dion, still in shock, muttered to himself. Of course it's the demons. Who else benefits from a war between humans and dragons? Then, it clicked. Dion's eyes went wide. Civil war? He pointed a shaking finger right at Alex's face. Hey. He realized you are the one who started this civil war, right? Aren't you the expert on internal conflict? Dion looked ready to pounce, but Alex blocked him, offended. Huh? That is absolutely ridiculous. Alex laid out his defense. I have standards. I use high-class psychological warfare. I do not use sticky, gross mushrooms like this mycelium junk. Besides, if it were me, I would have told you, my lord. Dion paused, processing the excuse. He sat back on the bed. Okay, Alex's logic was solid, but one thing still bugged Dion. But why go this far? Alex blinked, totally clueless. Huh? Dion stared him down, drilling into the core issue. Why use the mycelium to trigger the humans? Why? Suddenly, Alex looked nervous. His eyes darted to the right, the universal sign for lying. Didn't you say so yourself, my lord? To make humans and dragons kill each other? Dion's gaze turned icy. He cut Alex off instantly. No. If you wanted to frame humans, you'd use human poisons or curses. But this? Any investigation will prove this was a demon job. Dion's voice dropped to absolute zero. You know Daros. You know the Golden Dragon. You figured this out the second we met, didn't you? Alex's eyes went pitch black. Dangerous. Of course. Flashbacks of endless slaughter against humanity flooded his mind. Two sides, locked in eternal war. He remembered the bloodshed spanning 666 centuries. How many times have we clashed on the front lines? Dion's voice snapped Alex back to reality. Right? Something's off. There's a missing piece here. The tension was suffocating until Dion dropped the act. He cracked his knuckles, trying to look menacing. Let's just summon Daros and be done with it. Time to use those torture techniques we learned in demon kindergarten. Alex looked at him like he was an idiot. Silence stretched out. I went to Daros' workshop. Alex's face was a stone mask as he dropped the truth. I searched the entire demon realm. Not a trace. He's missing. Dion exploded. Blood rushed to his head. What the hell does that mean? I just want a quiet life. But this mess is spiraling out of control. Dion collapsed, looking like his soul had just left his body. This is insane. Why did you have to dig this up? I am absolutely doomed. Alex, of course, totally misunderstood the panic. No, my lord, I only sought to aid you. But, ruined, the air suddenly got heavy. Dangerous. Alex's brain started churning. What about the Grand Duke? The only one who could possibly command Daros is you, my lord. The realization hit Alex. Was the demon lord pulling the strings all along? Meanwhile, Dion was just mentally crying, I am so screwed. Alex stared at Dion, overanalyzing everything. You stirred up the hunting gangs yesterday. You rattled the veteran first-class heroes. You handed the guild list to the Golden Dragon, deliberately shattering the peace treaty. By exposing the human poachers to the dragons, the hardliners won't stay quiet. The delicate balance between demons, humans, and dragons is over. He saw a future of absolute chaos. For the first time in history, a three-way war. Demons, humans, dragons. Alex collapsed into a chair, eyes wide with terror and awe. What a magnificent plan. It was a scheme too big to comprehend. Dion, still sporting his clueless face. Alex forced a smile, half impressed, half terrified. Even if we get caught now, we can't implicate you. No, instead, you and I will be written into legend. History will remember us as gods who stopped the war between humanity and dragons. Alex's eyes sparkled. The calculation was god tier. Did you plan this from the very beginning? Dion still had zero clue what was happening. Yes. Otherwise, why would you abandon the throne? Alex recalled that day. The day Dion pointed at the sky. Those flying petals. What are they? A demon king shouldn't care about such things. It's wonderful to be on the ground. But then, his face had turned dark, terrifying. Alex realized it now. He craved the surface world more than any king before him. Why did you abandon us? Dion's answer echoed in his memory, cold and detached. No reason. He had been so vague, hiding his true, terrifying ambition. He dropped to one knee, looking totally whipped by Dion's presence, unable to believe his master was playing such a high-level mind game. My one true king, Alex. I was such a moron. I got played like a fiddle. He finally realized his loyalty belonged only to the absolute boss standing before him. My lord. Dion heard the guy shouting and just grunted. What? Alex felt like a total clown for doubting him before. Now he saw it, his master was a genius with a razor-sharp intellect. I, Alex, was blind as a bat. But now, I finally see the beautiful big picture you've painted, master. To think you have such a brain-dead servant like me under your command. That must be why you kept it a secret from me. Meanwhile, Dion had zero clue what this guy was yapping about, his face a mask of hilarious confusion. Did this dude take the wrong meds or something? Why is he speaking in riddles? Alex was rambling about some task he wanted to do to help Dion's plan and earn back some brownie points. It's a bit late, but if you're still willing to trust me, I'll do my best to cover this mess up. Dan put on his best I'm in charge face, even though he was totally lost. Inside, he was panicking but decided to just roll with the punches. No idea what he's saying, but I'll just keep acting cool. If it works, it works. Yeah, you idiot. Glad your brain finally started working. I almost coughed up blood from how annoying you were. He pointed a finger, dropping the command with maximum swagger. To pay for your sins, go cover it up right now. Yes, my lord, don't worry. But in reality, Dion just wanted to chill out. Finally, I can go catch some Z's. Then, a thought popped into his head. Hey, Alex. Dion looked at him with genuine curiosity. By the way, do gods actually exist? The question caught Alex off guard. He looked shocked. Of course, why do you ask all of a sudden? Dion replied, looking deep in thought. It's just that they always talk about rules and laws, but they don't seem to care if a demon king actually wants the job or not. Alex explained calmly. I'm positive they are watching everything, sir. Gods are definitely real. He dropped the evidence like a bomb. I've seen them with my own eyes. Dion was shook. Wait, really? What do they look like? Alex scratched his chin, thinking hard. I'm not sure. I only saw them from a distance for a split second. Immediately, Dion got triggered by the vague answer. He raised his hand like he was about to backhand him. You moron, you got me worked up for nothing. Get out of here. Go sleep. Sensing the danger, Alex didn't argue. Yes, right away. He summoned a portal and got out of there faster than light, adding, have a good night, sir. Once Alex was gone, Dion flopped onto the bed. He stared at the ceiling, brain going into overdrive. Analyzing the possibilities, his gaze drifted into the void. So, looking at the facts, Dion started connecting the dots. Images of dragons fighting humans flashed in his mind. Theory 1. Hardliner teamed up with Daros. They want to trigger a war with humanity. The Golden Dragon God tried to stop it, which means we ended up on Dugam's side. He visualized the scenario while thinking. But if that's the case, the Golden Dragon God would think Daros and Hardliner are using us as bait. He imagined the Golden Dragon's face twisted in rage. Screaming out, someone is manipulating the dragon's anger. Then there's Theory 2, the complete opposite of the first one. Maybe humans hid Daros' magic power to create an excuse to hunt down dragons. Solus's words echoed in Dion's memory. Oh, why are they living so well? Because they are valuable. Dion continued his train of thought. hiding magic and baiting dragons to attack humans? If that's true, the dragons are 100% the victims, and the peace treaty is toast because of Hardlinner's rage. Finally, possibility number 3. All of this is just the golden dragon god's wild guess. She said she's hiding as a human to avoid the god's radar, and she's super paranoid about other magic. Dion recalled what Alex said earlier. The golden dragon god is here as a human, not in her true form, he reasoned. In other words, Dugam doesn't technically exist right now. He imagined the golden dragon with burning yellow eyes, determined to hunt her own kind, Dion concluded. So if we rule out the golden dragon god, it looks like a demon king and a demon duke just popped up and attacked everyone, humans and dragons alike. Just 20 years before the regression timeline, the alliance between dragons and humans was crumbling. Back then, the demon king and his army wrecked everything. So how will the great war between humans and demons play out this time? To keep the dragon-human civil war going, plenty of forces on the demon side did everything they could to drive a wedge between them. If we exploit that, we can control the future war. Snapping back to reality, Dion smirked. It was ridiculous. His face turned dark and terrifying. So what? If I want to make a move, I'll just kill them all. Simple. The scene shifted to the devil weapons shop, marked by a flashy sign with 2 crossed swords. Inside, Alexia's voice rang out. You doing okay? Jack shouted happily. Alexia. Meanwhile, Dion was just chilling, lying back with his hands behind his head. Jack rushed to introduce them. Lord Dion, this is Alexia, the pride of Joris and my classmate at the Hero Academy. She's a holy hero from an A-rank family, Alexia. As soon as he finished, Alexia spoke up, loud and proud. Sir. Jack Panic added, that's just how Alexia is. Hearing this, Dion remembered Alex saying there were only 2 families here. One A-rank family almost reaching S rank and a fallen F-rank family. He thought, yeah, everyone knows the score. Alexia scanned the room, looking at the heroes and the shiny weapons. Suddenly, she asked, heard you found yourself a sponsor. Not bad. Jack blushed. Thanks, senior. Alexia suddenly went quiet, staring at Dion. Seeing his reaction, she smirked confidently. Why are you staring? First time seeing an A-rank hero, Dan replied coldly. You? An A-rank hero? Then where the hell were you when the dragons attacked? Alexia froze, her face darkening, while Jack looked like he wanted to disappear. Her eyes went cold, voice sharp as a knife. How rude. My family fought as S-rank heroes in the 665th Great War. You clearly don't know how this world works. Dragons are for S-rank heroes only. Everyone has their own role. Jack tried to smooth things over. Of course. If anyone could just catch a dragon, then everyone would be an S-rank hero. But why are you here, sister? Alexia looked back at Dion. She crossed her arms, smirked, and declared loudly, I heard there's a powerful holy relic hidden in these fancy castles. Turns out it's you? I was wondering which guardian spirit would pick an F-rank scrub over an A-rank elite like me. Turns out, I didn't even need to check. You're just a spoiled trust fund baby. You have 0 respect for real heroes and wouldn't know true power if it hit you in the face. No wonder the name Jackich meant nothing to you. Jack rubbed his neck, forcing an awkward smile. It was just dumb luck. If Master had met Alexia first, I'm sure he would have picked her instead. But the Master's voice cut through the air like ice. Learn some manners before you talk about being chosen. Who would bother protecting a so-called hero clan that hides in a hole when a dragon attacks? Alexia's face went pitch black with rage. How dare you? He waved her off, utterly bored. Rank A, rank F. Who cares? To the Demon King, you're all just buzzing flies. Though, looks like you two have some history. Quit annoying me. Scram. Alexia's face twisted in humiliation. Steel rang out as she drew her blade. Fine. I'll teach you the difference between an A-rank genius and F-rank trash. Jack scrambled to stop her, panic written all over his face. Alexia, wait. Please, calm down. She scoffed, slamming her weapon back into its sheath and storming off in a huff. Thank God I dodged a bullet with that freak show guardian. I'm out. Jack bowed apologetically. Sorry, senior. Goodbye. And don't come back unless you're buying. But then her voice stopped him cold. Alexia turned back with a smirk. Since you actually got a guardian, go take the bloodline test. You're still unranked trash, aren't you? The Master shot up, eyes wide. Ha, you said you were F rank. You haven't even taken the test. Jack scratched his head, ashamed. It costs a fortune. Besides, everyone knows I'm F rank anyway. Give it a shot, Alexia teased. Maybe a miracle will happen. The Master's face fell, sheer disbelief washing over him. Wait, they charge you money just to check your power level? What kind of scam is this? What the hell kind of place is this? Jack sighed. Basic hero training is free, but it's useless. To actually keep up, you need private academies and expensive tutors. It's pay to win. Exactly, Alexia chimed in, crossing her arms. But that's just an excuse for the weak. Real geniuses crush every subject without needing extra help. Only those chosen few become A-rank heroes. The master narrowed his eyes. So, you mean survival of the richest? She didn't hesitate. Equality just holds back true talent. Only the top 5% matter. The weaklings, they should just quit. The master's voice went dangerously quiet. So the system is rigged from the start. Even checking your potential has a price tag. Alexia smirked, condescendingly. Listen, sir. Top-tier heroes act like money-printing machines. Everyone needs us. And the ones who can't pay, he countered. Impossible. The Hero Support Division handles charity cases. Then what about Jack? Alexia's voice sharpened. That's his own fault. He could have tested, but he lets his siblings go first. If they all act like cowards, they'll graduate dead last. Dodging failure just guarantees they'll crash and burn. So if you're F-rank, you're doomed to starve forever? Is that it? Precisely. The master gritted his teeth, fury exploding. That solves absolutely nothing. Alexia laughed off his anger. Like I said, true talent always shines. You can't hide greatness. He looked at them, defeated. How old are you kids, anyway? 17? 18? Man, your lives sound miserable. He waved his hand, done with the conversation. Enough. Close the shop. We're leaving. Jack blinked. Go where, master? He let out a wild laugh. Where else? We're getting that damn bloodline test. Let's move. Alex. Swoosh. Alex dropped from the ceiling. Yes, my liege. Jesus, you scared me. The Hero Association HQ. Their footsteps echoed through the hall, drawing eyes from every corner. We're here for the hero bloodline test, he announced. The receptionist didn't even look up. Take a number. Wait your turn. Do it now. She pointed silently to a sign on the wall. Zero tolerance policy. Abuse of staff will result in immediate ban. Please wait politely. His aura flared. He wanted to burn the place down, but he snatched the ticket instead. Number 45. Jack clutched the paper like a winning lottery ticket, eyes shining. Suddenly, a shadow swept past them. A silky voice cut in. Right this way. We'll process your registration immediately. Hey, why does he get to cut in line? Jack whispered frantically. Shh. That's Mancan, the strongest warrior in Joris. He's bordering on S-rank power. He's a legend, the master raised a brow. I thought you said he was A-rank. Well, technically, Jack stammered. Alexia's father is A-rank, so she inherits the title upon graduation. So she's a fraud? She's not even a real A-rank yet? Not exactly. Experts say her potential eclipses her father's. She could hit S-rank. She lacks polish, but her raw power is terrifying. Number 45, the intercom buzzed. Here, Jack of House Jackitch. The official scanned the file, eyes dead. 17 years old. Elementary education only. No prior testing. Blood purity unknown. Jackitch clan member. He slammed the folder shut. Standard F-rank trash. Stamped. Next. Understood. Hey, hold it, the master roared. Don't you check blood samples and combat ability. This rank determines his entire future. Why are you rushing this? The official yawned. Look, his family is historically F-rank garbage. I'm saving you broke kids some money. But hey, if you have the coin, be my guest. How much? 5 gold coins. Clink. 5 shining gold coins slammed onto the desk. Done. Test him. Now. The official stared at the gold, stunned. Very well. I'll fetch the apparatus. Jack tugged his sleeve, trembling. Master, you didn't have to do that. The master glared at him. You trade your destiny for 5 lousy coins? The more I learn about this world, the more it pisses me off. Suddenly, a bizarre device was wheeled in. What in the hell is that? The official adjusted his glasses. The blood purity analyzer. It looks simple, but it's the pinnacle of magic tech engineering. Just place your hand on the orb. Simple. Ready, kid? Jack's heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. He gulped, reaching out. His trembling fingers grazed the cold stone. Time seemed to freeze. The moment his skin made contact, boom! A blinding light exploded from the stone, making everyone jump. The stone construct groaned, its mechanical jaw unhinging. A slip of paper slid out like a tongue. The numbers were undeniable. Blood purity, 10.825%. The official froze, eyes bulging. What is this? 10%? That's barely anything. The master leaned in. Well, is it E? F? Spit it out. The official stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. There must be a mistake. The machine is clearly malfunctioning. He forced a smile. If you want to retest, That'll be another 5 gold. Jack slumped, defeated. Let's just go, master. 10 gold coins is a waste on someone like me. But the official's voice went cold. I'm calling it. F rank. The master slammed his hand down. Listen here, old man. I paid for a result, not a guess. Why are you trying to hide the truth? The reading is 10.825%, isn't it? Come on, give me a real rank already. 5 gold coins isn't pocket change, and we paid your asking price. So, quit stalling and evaluate him properly. If he is stuck at F rank, what is there to discuss? The old man fell silent, his face hardening like stone. Finally, he spoke, his voice dripping with suspicion. It is simple. This kid, Jack, he is 4th generation, right? Dion shot back. So what if he is? The appraiser explained, even 5th generation heroes only hit 9% purity. History has never recorded a 10%. That number? It is a fantasy. It does not exist. Even S-rank monsters, the ones they compare to dragons, they only clock in at 6%. This machine is definitely busted. It happens sometimes, just a glitch. So here's the deal. Either you cough up another 5 gold coins, or we mark him down as F rank and call it a day. Suddenly, Dion cut in, sharp and cold. Just give him a B rank, or D rank, I do not care. The old man retorted, B rank is way too high. You cannot just buy the rank you want. Look, the machine is broken. 10% is insane. Dion's voice dropped an octave, dripping with menace. Oh, is that so? Then test him again. But if that screen shows 10% again, you are owing us 5 gold coins for wasting my time. Well, Mr. Dion, what do you say? Jack flinched as his name was called. Mr. Dion, the appraiser scoffed, looking bored. Look, kid, I know how this works. I know exactly what kind of relationship you two have. You are just a gacha addict hunting for heroes. You scout the countryside for clueless nobodies, treating people like lottery tickets. And when you do not hit the jackpot you wanted, you kick them to the curb and go find the next sucker. And the next one will get the same trash treatment. You will toss them aside like garbage. Sure, you look like a saint helping poor heroes, but forcing your delusions on me, pressuring me, giving a fake rank is fraud, plain and simple. That rank decides his fate, his missions. The room went dead silent. Dion's patience snapped, his voice sharp as a blade. Are you done running your mouth? Honestly, giving him D rank annoys me too. So you better think carefully. The old man frowned, anger and calculation warring in his head. Machines glitching? That sounds like a scam in itself. But what if the kid really is a 10%er? No, impossible. That cannot be right. 10% is a 1 in a billion miracle. But what if there is even a 1% chance? 5 gold coins is dirt to you, but that is 3 months of rent for me. That kid, he is just useless baggage without his rich daddy's money. Dan glared sideways, his eyes daring the old man to try him. I should just kick these clowns out. But suddenly, the appraiser cracked. Rank C. He screamed it out, desperate. Let's settle on rank C. I know you wanted higher, but I cannot risk more than that. I am doing this because I actually care about the kid's life. Okay. An F rank hero taking on a B rank monster. That is suicide. He would be dead in seconds. Hearing the excuse, Dion rubbed his chin, pretending to think. Then he pointed to the sky and shouted, Deal. Rank C, it is. Hurry up and stamp it before you change your mind. The old man scrambled for his seal. Boom. The red ink hit the paper. It was official. He held up the certificate and announced, Jack Van Hybib, you are officially recognized as a C-rank hero by the association. Jack's face lit up, tears welling in his eyes. Outside, the evening sun painted the sky gold. Dion's voice echoed through the busy street. That greedy geezer tried to hustle me for 10 gold coins. But the second I asked for a refund, he showed his true colors and folded like a cheap suit. What a spineless coward. Who has the guts to try and scam me? Dan. Jack clutched the certificate tight, his heart pounding against his ribs. The words on the paper seemed to glow. Jack remembered the venomous words from his childhood. Why waste space at school? Just drop out. We are only saying this because we worry about you. Have you no shame? If I were you, I would hide in a hole and never come out. Filthy blood like that. You are defective. Is the Hybib family nothing but trash now? You are no better than a commoner. Excuse me, my brother is starving. Do you have any work for me, please? Then, he remembered him. A faint smile. A warmth he had never known. Gratitude shined in Jack's eyes. Mr. Dion, do you know? You were the first person to ever reach out a hand to me. The first time I ever felt human. I have made my choice. I will dedicate this life to you. I understand now. Meeting you wasn't luck. Mr. Dion, you were the angel fate sent to save me. Suddenly, Jack shouted to the sky. Let's go together. Dion shot back. Hurry up, you moron. From now on, my only goal is protecting Dion. 1 month later, the sky was a bruising black, choked with clouds. Red lightning tore through the darkness, spitting sparks. The flames grew, devouring the horizon. Lightning crashed down, violent and wild. The fire slashed across the sky, rushing straight at Dion. He just smirked. Is that you, kid? Is that Jack? He turned, calm as the eye of the storm. Well, what should I do now? Crimson swords and iron chains created a landscape of hellfire. Dion spoke, unimpressed. My attacks aren't even scratching him. A voice boomed from the sword itself, one of the 4 guardian gods that destroyed the old world, the Red Phoenix. Are you here to burn the world to ash instead of the Demon King? Back in the present, everyone was staring at a massive bulletin board. It was plastered with bounty posters. Jack asked, blinking innocently. Why are we looking at the quest board? Dion explained like he was talking to a toddler. Because you are a pro hero now. Pros do official work. Get with the program. Jack nodded. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a deep voice grumbled nearby. Exterminate the lich and his cultists at the southeast cemetery. Now that is a real A-rank mission. I, Owen, will take this glory. Jack gasped in awe. Dion just rolled his eyes, totally over it. Seriously. What is there to brag about? We are sticking to C rank. Know your lane. I guess so. Let's see here. Jack smiled nervously. Right. Safety first. Dion read off the boring options. Collect 3 wolf spider egg sacs. Pass. Put out the eternal fire on the West Mountain. Boring. Exercise 7 child spirits. No thanks. I like sleeping at night. Then, a C-rank mission caught his eye. Defeat the dark merfolk terrorizing the villagers. Merfolk, Dion frowned. Merfolk? What are those things? Alex jumped in with the lore drop. Violent half-human, half-fish hybrids. 2 meters tall. They raid the coast on cloudy days. They hunt down small fishing villages for sport. Dion ripped the poster off the board, eyes shining. All right, pack the swim gear. We are going to the beach. Moments later, walking on lush green grass, Dion marched forward wearing an inner tube. Come out, little fishies. Let's play. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. The village wasn't wet. It was drowning in an ocean of fire. Dion blinked. I thought we were going to the sea. Why is everything on fire? If there are fish, there should be water, right? Alex shrugged. Good point, but the torches were blazing. A villager held a torch, shaking with fear. People screamed, running through the inferno. Fire was set to every wooden stake, trying to burn it all down. An old man stood in the blaze, screaming his lungs out. The merfolk are terrified of fire. They won't come near the flames. Burn it hotter. Hurry. Burn everything if you have to. Move it. Suddenly, a woman froze, eyes locked on the roof. A hideous fish monster was perched there, dripping slime. She shrieked in terror. The monster vanished in a blur and dove straight down, aiming for the old man's throat. The old man grabbed her and they hit the deck. Then came the nasty part. Ugly fish feet stomped into view. These mermen weren't exactly friendly. They were straight nightmare fuel with scaly skin and blood-red eyes screaming murder. Everyone started losing their minds, screaming, "Where's the hero?" But Alex, the guy, stayed ice cold, totally killing the vibe of the panic squad. Fun fact about these fish freaks, fire doesn't faze them. Usually, the good guys get burned while the monsters just get angry. Makes you wonder just how broken their stats actually are. Alex shrugged it off like, beats me. He's actually complaining about a lack of data for his calculations. Then he drops the bomb. Is this seriously just a level C quest? It's getting spicy down there. Jack's gonna get wrecked solo, right? Alex suggested taking a peek, but then the boss man snapped his head around to the rookie. Nope. Jack panicked hard when the old man said, "You're up." Poor guy started stuttering. Me? Solo against that mosh pit, the answer was brutal. Duh. You're the only hero on the payroll. Did you hit your head? I'm just a merchant. And Alex is the butler. Jack was shaking in his boots, asking the real question. Can I actually take them down without dying? The mood shifted. The boss got serious. Jack, look at me. Didn't I apologize for roasting you? I said I was sorry for calling you F-rank trash the day we met. Jack blinked, totally confused. Wait, you said that? Not someone else? The boss cut him off. You are the hero. You lead this squad. You fought the battles. Sure, Alex stole the spotlight and the credit, but don't forget who wears the cape. All right, as of today, the government stamp says you are C rank. Look at those normies down there. They're weak, they're dying, and they're praying for a savior. This is your stage, kid. They're waiting for you. Now get out there and be the hero. Hero Jack Van Hollebeck clenched his fist, feeling the heat. You're right, Jack muttered. I used to be a total loser, a glitch in the system, a coward. But then, the fire ignited in his eyes. You reminded me of the truth. The weak Jack died yesterday. I've respawned as a C-rank beast. On my family's name, I swear I'll crush these monsters and save every single one of them. The old man hyped him up, screaming, "That's the spirit. Go get him, Harrow." He kept cheering. "You used to be an idiot, but you've leveled up. Now go fight." Alex watched him go, thinking, I was hoping for an underwater level, but this fire map is a pain. He wondered if his little manipulation trick was actually going to work. Lucky for us, Jack's gullible. That's a demon king for you. Old habits die hard, I guess. Then, the sound of boots pounding the ground echoed through the flames. Down below, a villager was sprinting for his life, caught a rock, and face-planted hard. His girl screamed out, "Hey, are you okay? Get up, move." But it was too late. A spear flew out of nowhere, straight through the chest. The old guy dropped, blood gushing from his heart. Game over. He stared at the spear in shock as the life faded. The girl started shaking uncontrollably. A shark man was charging in, eyes glowing red, rows of razor teeth ready to snap. Just before the chomp, a massive shield slammed into place. The glowing eyes on the metal flared up, block successful. Through the wall of fire, Jack charged in. He was hiding behind the legendary Doom Slagan, tanking the damage to keep the civilians safe. Doom Slagan didn't just block, it bit back. The shield reversed the evil energy and blasted the shark freak across the map. Noah and the village girl were sweating buckets, totally stunned. They looked up, realizing they just cheated death. There stood Jack, gripping his weapon, staring down a whole army of shark beasts like a boss. His eyes burned with golden will total protagonist energy. The villagers gasped, barely whispering the word. "Harrow?" Jack gritted his teeth, bracing the heavy shield. He roared over the flames, "I am Jack Van Holobic, sent by the Hero Association to save your sorry butts. Relax. I got this." The crowd went wild. Instant morale boost. A hero. We're saved. Thank the gaming gods. But then, the hype train derailed. An old grandma squinted at him, rubbing her hands nervously. Kid, you look like you're 12. Where's your party? Is there an adult coming? Or a mage?" Another old guy's jaw dropped, pointing a shaky finger at Jack, who was starting to sweat. "Hey, you don't even have a sword or armor." The old dude was crying tears of rage now. "We waited for a savior and we got a cosplayer. A kid? We're doomed." He was screaming his lungs out until he froze. His eyes went wide with pure terror. Jack, being a total noob, didn't sense the aggro behind him. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "Sorry, I just got here." The old man screamed, "Behind you, idiot!" Jack turned around, confused. A shark beast launched a sneak attack before he could even react. Reflexes kicked in. He slammed the Doom Slagan up to block. Jack tried to tank the hit, but the force was insane. Even with the OP shield, he couldn't handle the knockback. Jack got sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing into the dirt while the villagers screamed. The shark squad saw an opening. They grinned those creepy fishy grins, claws out, and rushed in for the kill. The villagers were paralyzed with fear. Legs turned to jelly, nobody could move. A wounded guy tried to snap them out of it, desperate to trigger their survival instincts. "Run, you fools," he bellowed. That woke them up. The crowd turned and scrambled, fleeing for their lives as the monsters closed in behind Jack. "Mommy!" Screams filled the air. But Jack wasn't done. He dragged himself up, fighting through the pain, shocking the wounded guy. "Hey, are you suicidal?" the man yelled. Jack ignored him, sprinting straight back into the jaws of death. With the shark pack looking at him like a snack, Jack didn't flinch. He raised Doom Slagan to draw the aggro. "I'm buying time. Get out of here." The guy's jaw hit the floor. One kick, two kicks. Jack was on fire, sheer willpower driving his fists into the monsters. He sent one flying, but there was no cooldown time. Another beast tackled the Doom Slagan with the force of a truck. The impact was critical. Jack couldn't hold his ground. He collapsed, coughing up a massive spray of fresh blood. Damn it. Panic flashed in Jack's eyes. Shadows loomed over him. A shark beast dropped from the sky, delivering a smash attack that shattered the earth itself. Jack barely sidestepped the fatal blow, only to be sent flying across the battlefield like a ragdoll. Ignoring his screaming muscles, he forced himself up. Doom Slagan raised high, he prepared to face the nightmare again. The beast unleashed a barrage of azure energy spikes. With reflexes honed by desperation, Jack kicked off the ground, dancing through the storm of death. His aura flared like a wildfire reaching for the sky. Gripping Doom Slagan with savage intent, he charged. Another shark beast was blasted away by the sheer impact, but it was a trap. Surrounded, Jack's fighting spirit only burned brighter. With a roar of power, he unleashed a shockwave, sending another monster crashing into oblivion. But adrenaline made him reckless. In a split second of lost focus, a claw clamped around his ankle. Total ambush. The beast swung him into the sky and slammed him down like a meteor. Even Doom Slagan's defense couldn't stop the agony. A gut-wrenching scream tore from his throat. His vision went dark with pain. Grinding his teeth to dust, he fought the crushing pressure. Before he could even breathe, he was dragged again. His insides churned as the beast smashed him into the earth, over and over, like a brutal hammer. He howled in pure misery, but survival instinct kicked in. Doom Slagan flashed, slicing clean through the monster's arm, breaking the death grip. The beast shrieked, severed and broken, as it was flung away. Jack didn't waste a heartbeat. Hiding behind his shield, he didn't retreat, he advanced. One strike scattered the horde. Facing death head-on, his spirit refused to break. Channeling every ounce of firepower, he went berserk. Doom Slagan became a grim reaper, harvesting the enemy ranks. Jack's eyes blazed with supernatural energy, the look of a warrior facing destiny. With his trusty weapon in hand, he charged into the abyss once more. But fate is cruel. A shadow struck from behind. A massive fist slammed into his spine, nearly shattering it. Exhausted and broken, Jack coughed up a violent spray of blood. Before he could recover, a massive hand crushed his skull and hurled him across the map like trash. The villagers watched in horror as he crashed into a burning building, sparks and debris flying everywhere. Their jaws dropped in sheer terror. Meanwhile, far from the carnage, two figures stood watching the chaos like it was a movie. While Dion lazily healed up, Alex stared at the flames, lost in thought. Curiosity got the better of him. He turned to Dion. Hey, about Jack. You think maybe he's not total garbage? I mean, the kid leveled up a bit, right? Dion paused, then shrugged indifferently. Is that so? Back in the inferno, a silhouette emerged from the ruins. Shield in hand, rushing the beast, it was Jack. Blood dripping from his face, eyes sharp as daggers. He looked absolutely feral, a true berserker. The battle wasn't over yet. Jack stood alone against the Legion. He raised his shield, a wall against the incoming storm. His legs trembled, but he stood his ground. Fighting blind, relying on instinct alone to parry the onslaught. Suddenly, a monster lunged with a devastating strike. Jack blocked with Doom Slagan, but the impact forced a scream of pure agony from his lips. Through gritted teeth, he found his strength. With a savage roar, he flipped the beast over his shoulder. The hero Jack spun around, glaring at the horde of nightmares. One beast charged, jaws dripping with malice. Sensing the shift in the air, Jack sidestepped with lightning speed. In a blink, he was face to snout with a horror, shield ready. The monster threw a lethal kick, but Jack weaved through it. His expression twisted into a demonic snarl as he prepared the counterattack. Doom Slagan erupted with pink lightning. A surge of arcane power blasted the monster. Not stopping there, Jack dove straight into the fray. Death from above. Another beast nosedived like a missile aimed at Jack's head. He shifted his stance instantly, dodging the impact that left a crater in the ground. No time to breathe. Another ambush from the rear. Jack turned, but it was too late. He was snatched up. Terror finally flashed across his face. The beast's red eyes burned with hatred. But then, the eyes on the shield began to glow with an eerie light. Jack unleashed the shield's hidden power, a point-blank blast. Overwhelmed by the energy, the beast dropped him. Jack hit the dirt and immediately sprinted at the enemy. The monster lunged, forcing a desperate dodge. Jack dug his heels into the earth. Using Doom Slagan as a battering ram, he smashed into the creature with savage fury. The force sent the monsters flying 100 meters. Silence fell. Jack collapsed, knees hitting the dirt. Gasping for air, totally spent. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. He actually did it, someone whispered. Jack was a mess, drenched in sweat, wheezing like a broken engine. He cracked one eye open, the sharp gaze of a survivor. But then, movement. The monsters stirred. Panic flooded Jack's system. The beast glared at the terrified civilians, growling low. The whole pack began to rise, marching toward Jack with renewed rage. Jack stared them down, mind racing. If I can land one solid crit, I can end this. But damn it, my mana bar is empty. Meanwhile, in the peanut gallery, Dion lounged, watching the sunset, with Alex beside him. Alex spoke up. Should we maybe step in before he dies? Dion didn't even look. Leave him. He's not dead yet, is he? He gazed up at the twilight sky. Besides, the kid is so focused on fighting the dragon, he forgot the main quest implies someone is trying to assassinate him. Alex just stared, silent. True enough, Jack got hammered again. The monster knocked him flat, but his eyes, they were still full of fire. The beast didn't care. It moved in for the kill. Jack raised Doom Slagan, a clash of steel and bone. Man against monster, trading blows. But then a shadow loomed behind him, a lightning-fast dodge. Jack spun and unleashed a max-power kick. The energy wave blasted the monster's back. Just die already. Wham! A cheap shot to the skull. Jack screamed as blood sprayed into the air. He was launched like a ragdoll, a trail of crimson following him. He hit the ground hard, barely conscious. A guttural scream of frustration escaped him. He looked up and saw the nightmare closing in, faces twisted in bloodlust. Reflexes took over. He pulled the shield up to block the inevitable. Doomslagan's eyes began to glow once more. He squeezed his eyes shut, begging the universe, "Please, save me." But the monsters charged, overflowing with vitality. The crowd watched, paralyzed by fear. A woman in the crowd watched helplessly. Suddenly, the little boy in her arms broke free. He sprinted toward the battlefield. The villagers tried to stop him, but he was too fast. "Noah, where you going? It's suicide out there. Stop." But the kid freezes, spins around, and yells at the crowd. The hero is in trouble too. He saved us when we were hopeless, so now we gotta have his back. Then he sprints toward the monsters, leaving everyone completely shook. The crowd is stunned by Noah's guts. Then, something snaps. Everyone starts running after him. We're all saving the hero. Hero, we're coming. Just hang on a second. Jack turns around, eyes wide. To save total strangers, he's fighting until he's literally knocking on death's door. Noah's eyes are full of tears, staring down the terrified adults. I can't just stand here and watch him die. We have to save the hero. Noah screams and dives straight into the monster horde. It's like a wake-up call for everyone. Panic turns into adrenaline. They chase after Noah, screaming, "We're helping the hero." Hang in there, Jack. From a distance, Dale watches the chaos unfold and realizes something big is happening. The battle rages on, civilians ganging up on the beasts. People are grabbing arms, locking heads, and clinging to legs with everything they've got. They pin the demons down and scream at Jack. "Hero, get up. Get the hell off the hero. Hold it down. Don't let go." One guy is struggling to choke out a monster, but he still shouts, "Hero, we got this one." Finish them off. Fueled by the crowd's hype, Jack's spirit roars back to life. Jack yells out, fierce and loud, "All right, I'm counting on you guys." He stands up, looking savage, and raises his shield against the horde. One massive strike, and the beast gets yeeted backward. The people holding it barely let go in time. The monster slams into a stone wall, shattering it on impact. He keeps swinging, sending monsters flying like ragdolls. Suddenly, he spots a straggler way off in the distance. It's mauling a civilian. The man is choking, spitting blood, trying to push the beast off in pure agony. Jack reaches out, desperate, but his mind screams, "No, it's too far." Suddenly, the shield Doomslagan in his hand lights up. As Jack reaches out, it erupts with insane energy. That power blasts the shield forward, homing in on the monster attacking the man. Doomslagan soars into the sky like a rocket. Then it boomerangs right back to him. Jack is shocked for a second, then a huge grin spreads across his face. He's not done yet. Jack snaps back into a battle stance. He points the shield at the mob of monsters and roars, "Everyone clear out. 10-meter radius, move." Suddenly, a monster rushes him with a weapon. The shield had been knocked away earlier, so he can only throw his hands up to block. But wait, the shield glows blindingly bright and flies in. It blocks the attack instantly, blasting the monster back with a shockwave. Not giving up. The beast swings again, but no matter where it strikes, Doomslagan is there to block it automatically. The shield flies up and delivers a critical hit, dropping the beast instantly. It does a victory spin in the air and zooms back like lightning. The shield lands perfectly in Jack's hand. He finally looks around. Every single monster is laid out flat on the ground. Jack can't hide his excitement and shouts, "We actually did it." He stares at Doomslagan in awe. The eye on the shield opens and looks right back at him. He hugs the shield like it's his best friend, cooing at it. "Doomslagan, you are so freaking cool. I knew you were special from day one. You really are the #1 shield in the world." The crowd rushes in to celebrate the victory. Despite the battle scars and grime covering them from head to toe, the villagers were vibing with pure joy. They hyped him up, yelling, "Yo, hero. You actually did it. You're the #1 player in the world. We thought it was game over for us. Seriously, thanks for the carry, hero." But the celebration was cut short. A noise from the distance grabbed everyone's attention like a sudden quest alert. A man shouted out, "There are still mermen at the back of the village. The NPCs back there are in danger." Jack didn't hesitate for a second. He sprinted toward the sound, leaving the confused crowd in the dust. "Hero, wait up." Suddenly, Jack noticed footsteps matching his pace. It was the same group from before, running alongside him. They shouted, "We're riding with you. We'll hold the aggro. Let's stick to the same strat as before. Don't go solo. We fight as a squad." Jack finally flashed a genuine, happy grin at the crew. "All right, I'm counting on you guys." Meanwhile, Dale watched from a distance, noticing the shift in the atmosphere. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he narrated, "Look at them. Cowards who ran away terrified are now hunting mermen. I don't know when these humans changed. One creature gave them hope, and now they think they can win just by fighting." His cold eyes locked onto Jack and the mob. He muttered, "So, that is what a hero is, huh?" Suddenly, Dio noticed Alex creeping up next to him with a totally twisted smile. Seriously, the guy's face was warped like a glitch in the system. It was terrifying. Alex laughed his creepy laugh and said, "Now that is a scene I didn't want to see." Dio didn't even flinch. Agreed. Total eyesore. But then, he dropped a line that caught Alex off guard. "But, I'm picking up on something weird here." Dio looked into the distance, speaking slowly. "That kid, Jack. His combat skills are way better than I expected. When did he level up? He used to be total trash when I first saw him." Suddenly, Dio looked genuinely impressed. He didn't hold back his praise. "Honestly, not bad." His eyes couldn't hide the excitement as he admitted his true desire. "I feel this heat rising in my chest. It's weird. I want that brat to get stronger." Dio grinned, his voice booming. "I want him to get stronger and then even stronger. I want him to be the coolest guy on the server." So, his eyes darkened as he stared at the sunset. An old memory flashed before him. "I just want to laugh a little more." Alex gave Dio a look like he was crazy. Meanwhile, the monsters were getting wrecked. The shield slammed into them with insane force. Doomslagan crashed into a beast, flooring it instantly. The shield spun into the air and returned to his hand like a boomerang. Jack stood amidst the defeated mob. Everyone rushed him, hugging him and screaming, "We did it! Hero, we won!" Even though the crowd was scratched up and covered in mud and dried blood, their eyes were shining and their smiles were unstoppable. The mermen are defeated. The roar of victory echoed across the sky. "Hero, you are a legend." Jack stood in the center of the hype circle, unable to hide his happy smile as the praise washed over him. From now on, those fish creeps wouldn't dare enter this zone again. "Thank you. You saved our lives." Just as he was vibing with the praise, a rough, gravelly voice cut the hype like a knife, instantly killing the mood. "I apologize." It was the old geezer who used to look at him like trash, now standing there with his head down. "I'm sorry for doubting you. We never thought you'd actually risk your neck to fight for people like us. The hero is the savior of our village." That single apology was the spark that blew the dam wide open. The haters did a total 180, swarming him from all sides. "My bad. I shouldn't have doubted you." "Me too. I was blind. Please forgive me, hero." The crowd swelled into a tsunami of regret, drowning him in apologies. "Sorry, hero. Forgive us." Jack stood there, scratching his head, totally unsure how to handle this sudden fan club. Then, a massive grin split Jack's face, bright enough to rival the sun. Don't sweat it. Sunlight hit the river in the distance, glittering like a trophy for his level up and victory. He walked over to Master Dion, who was chilling on a bench like he was on a tropical vacation. Dion's voice was lazy and relaxed. "So, got the good ending?" Jack stood tall before him, his eyes burning with a pride he couldn't hide. "I have returned." Dion leaned back, hands behind his head, acting like he had spoiled the ending ages ago. "Back already?" He peered over his sunglasses at the clear sky. "Nice. So how'd it feel to grind out a win with your own stats?" While the sun shined, Jack stuttered. "About that. At first, I really just wanted to save the villagers. But the second those jerks pulled out their shields, I just wanted to go berserk. You might not believe it, Master, but I absolutely wrecked them." Alex watched the kid brag about his battle. "You probably think it was easy mode, right? But those freaks stood up again. They took 0 damage. My stamina was 0, and those fish brains dogpiled me. Just when I thought, game over, man, the villagers rushed the mob." Jack paused, staring at the shield nearby, his voice getting quiet. "They threw themselves into danger. Just to save me. They were screaming, 'Kill them, hero.' You should have seen it. My energy bar just instantly refilled. And then boom, Doomslagan descended like a literal god, and I went full overdrive mode. It was cinematic perfection. Doomslagan orbited me, auto-parrying every single attack. The speed was insane. It was just..." He choked back tears. The sunlight and a passing butterfly seemed to vibe with his story. Dion just sat there, smiling like a proud dad, and dropped the ultimate verdict. Cool as hell. He was the definition of chill. "All right then." He looked Jack dead in the eye under the blazing sun. "You having fun?" A butterfly fluttered by, flexing its wings in the light. "Yes," Jack answered without hesitation, his dirty face beaming with pure joy. Suddenly, Dion turned and walked off, leaving both him and Alex completely confused. "Good job. Mission complete. Now, I'm starving. Go cook me some ramen." Jack nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." He scrambled after him, waving his hand. "Master Dion, wait up." He dug into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled, beat-up piece of paper. The quest completion certificate. Hero quest completion rating. How satisfied are you with the hero's performance? A. Very. B. Mostly. C. Nope. D. Terrible. He shoved it in Dion's face with a blinding smile. They said if we turn this into the guild, we get 3 silver coins. Dion looked at him like he was speaking alien. Why are you giving this to me? Jack didn't blink. Duh. Because Master Dion is the boss. Dion kept walking, answering casually from the front. I didn't lift a finger. You soloed that dungeon yourself, so the loot is obviously yours. Stupid disciple, he grumbled. Quit yapping and go make my noodles. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on Jack's shoulder, freezing him in place. It was Alex. Let's go. Alex stared at Dion's retreating back. Do you remember what you told the master yesterday during the inspection? Jack blinked. Huh. What about yesterday? Alex walked beside him. You mentioned your siblings had a school trip coming up, but you were broke and didn't know how to tell them. Alex's gaze sharpened. 3 silver is pocket change to Master Dion, but he wanted you to pay for that trip with money you earned yourself. He wanted to build your pride. Jack's eyes widened, emotions crashing over him. Alex finished with total conviction. Because you are our hero. Jack stood next to Alex, staring at the horizon. In his mind, Dion wasn't just a master. He was a freaking angel. Pure gratitude flooded his system. Thank you, master, he screamed, voice cracking. Following the casual figure in the distance, Dion just kept one hand in his pocket and waved the other lazily. No big deal. Under the blazing sun, that silhouette looked like a supreme deity dripping in aura, walking straight into Jack's heart as an absolute legend. Later, the full moon rose, bathing the village in gold. Inside Jack's noodle shop, the vibe was electric. The place was packed, customers slamming down bowl after bowl. Dion slurped up the hot noodles like a vacuum, broth splashing everywhere. This is the flavor. He pointed a chopstick at Jack, eyes sparkling like an addict. Kid, you found your calling. Quit the hero gig and switch classes to chef. Covered in casts, Jack could only scratch his head and laugh. Is that actually a compliment? Suddenly, a crisp, commanding voice cut through the noise. Serve me a bowl, too. The shop went dead silent. All eyes snapped to the figure decked out in blinding gold gear. Who's that? Look at the drip. Why is everyone freaking out? It was the golden dragon, hair shining like glitter, walking with the swagger of royalty. Dion immediately shielded his ramen bowl, glaring like a feral dog. What do you want? She spoke with ice in her veins. Client side A has a responsibility to audit the performance of contractor side B, you know. Her sharp eyes scanned the messy table before locking onto Dion. But where's that long-haired shadow that's always glued to you? Dion didn't even look up, just kept slurping. You crazy? Contractors have private lives too. But then, he remembered Alex's words from that morning. Master, I request permission to settle some unfinished business. Looking at the dimensional rift, Dion had been curious. Unfinished business? Alex's voice was grim. I must locate Daros and uncover the truth before the Golden Law interferes. It might be the key to the 666th Great War. Back at the base, the moment Alex stepped through the portal, he dropped a snarky comment that triggered Dio. If not for that, I'd be swamped with work. And you still bring back these lame hero quests. Dio exploded with rage, eyes spitting fire. What did you just say to me? Alex quickly dodged through the gate. Nothing. I'm busy. Peace out. Dio stared at the golden dragon with deep suspicion. Dion's, she knows something? Is that why she asked? Or is she clueless? She is a 66,580-year-old dragon. Who knows what she is thinking? Suddenly, Jack broke the silence. About that. He bowed respectfully, eyes sparkling at meeting a friend of his master. Hello, I am the hero, Jack Van Hollaby, from Lord Dio's squad. Nice to meet you. It's my first time meeting an acquaintance of the master. She replied with total arrogance. Yeah, I've heard the rumors about you. I'm Golden Dragon, the mage. Following this idiot must be a total nightmare for you. She giggled, ignoring Dio's death, glare burning into the side of her head. Look at you, covered in injuries, and he still makes you open the shop. He is a psycho. Jack waved his hands frantically. No, I opened the shop to grind for cash. Lord Dio didn't force me. Jack beamed, his eyes full of good vibes. He was just happy to see this weird friendship unfolding. You guys really are besties. You act exactly the same way. Golden Dragon leaned over to Dio, whispering like a conspirator. Did you hear that? He thinks we are friends. Dio scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Friends? Yeah, friends from the grave. Jack slammed a bowl of noodles on the table. Order up. Your noodles are ready. Enjoy your meal. She started slurping, her cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk. Suddenly, the flavor hit her like a critical strike. Her eyes went wide. What the heck? She pointed her chopsticks like a weapon. She pointed accusingly. What is this sorcery? Is it actually good? Jack, quit following this loser and open a restaurant. Jack scratched his head, confused. Wait, was that a compliment? Deo was chowing down next to her, nodding in agreement. Facts. It slaps. Mid-chew, she suddenly remembered something. Hey, didn't you have your hero placement test today? What rank did you pull? Jack answered amidst the loud slurping noises of the two legends and the curious stares of the other customers. I got rank C. Purity level is 10.8%. Her eyes lit up instantly. Over 10%. Seriously. Jack panicked and waved his hands. No, no. Lord Deo was just pranking you. The machine was glitched at the time. Oh, really? She looked embarrassed. Deo kept slurping and casually added, we don't actually know if it was broken or not, though. Golden Dragon looked away, her voice slowing down as she got deep in thought. But if it is true, then Jack would be the final hero who can end the war with the demon world. Images of monsters getting absolutely annihilated flashed through her mind. A massive war was on the horizon, a future that seemed already written. Jack becoming the final hero to end the game. Dio sat beside her, smirking with sauce still stuck to his face. He looked at the Golden Dragon and scoffed. Are you stupid? The first-gen hero couldn't even finish the job. You think a kid with 10% blood can do it? And you clearly know the 4th gen can't be the final hero. So why are you spewing nonsense? Deo tilted his head, looking down on the whole concept with disdain. Cut the crap. You just want to select the 4th gen hero to unlock the 5th gen hero. It's the same old cycle. They rise up just to become toys for those guys upstairs. She fired back immediately. Chill out. I just meant his stats are cracked. Why do you have to be so serious? Then she frowned, puzzled. But what about the loot and the fame? They kept bickering like an old married couple, giving no quarter. You have to build that yourself. It's not handed to you by others. You heartless messenger of hell. I suffered too, locked away for 80 years. You were just napping. That's not suffering. Oh, you two are exactly alike. Do you think sleeping for 80 years is easy? You are impossible. I was just trying to vibe and enjoy my meal, but someone had to come and ruin the flavor. If you're not here to pay the bill, get lost. Suddenly, Golden Dragon reached into a rift in space. Straight up Doraemon style, she treated reality like her personal pocket. Oh right, I was so distracted by your whining I almost forgot. I came to drop off the loot. She pulled out a pitch-black blade, razor-sharp and glowing with a chaotic crimson aura. Happy graduation, Jack. Welcome to the big leagues. This is the legendary Demon Blade Doomslagen. Seeing Jack's eyes sparkle like he just rolled a triple S rank item, Golden Dragon smirked. If you're going to be a hero on paper, you need a weapon that screams main character energy, right? So I brought the matching piece for your Doom series shield. Is she for real? Before Jack could touch it, Dion snatched the sword. Yo, let me inspect the goods first. Golden Dragon glared. Hey, give that back. It's a gift for Jack. I ignored her protests. Ugh, this stench. I held the blade high. This smell. It's pure, unadulterated darkness. I shot her a look, but she just hit me with that provocative, know-it-all smile. Obviously, she said without missing a beat. It's a demon sword forged by demons. To kill monsters, you need a monster's weapon. That blade was forged from the black horn of a dark rhino and tempered in the oil of a beholder. A toxic blade capable of piercing any defense stat. I examined Doomslagen closely. The jagged edge looked like a row of savage teeth waiting to feast. Terrifyingly beautiful. I whispered, do you get a kick out of handling dragon-slaying weapons? She shrugged. Who knows? The air got heavy. We both grinned like absolute psychos. Beasts, recognizing beasts. Why give a demon sword to a holy hero? You 6,000-year-old snakes have a twisted sense of humor. Oh please, it's just an item from the Doom set. Don't be such a drama queen. Are you kidding me? I decided to drop the argument. I turned to Jack. Fine, whatever. Here's your loot, kid. Jack looked stunned as he fumbled to catch the weapon. Yes. But the moment Jack touched it, his eyes flashed. Reality warped around him, transforming the room into a massive pit of boiling magma. Jack gagged. Ugh, smells like sulfur and death. Panic set in as he looked around. He was floating in a void, surrounded by jagged cliffs bleeding liquid fire into an abyss. Everything in his line of sight was ablaze. This is the demon realm. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the shadows. The cursed sword began to speak. My name is Doomslagen. I am the physical manifestation of all the hatred buried in your soul. In this noisy world, I am the only scream that matters. A grotesque mouth formed on the blade, grinning wickedly. Accept me, and I will be your shield. I will help you skewer every enemy that dares stand in your path. The sword screamed, snapping Jack out of the trance. He gasped, staring at the weapon in his hands with pure terror. That wasn't just a vision, that was a contract. Dion leaned in, checking the vibe. Well, Dion's it suit you? Jack stared hard at Doom's slugger, lips tight. Yeah. But something felt off. Was it the demonic energy pulsing inside? This wasn't the usual Doom slugger. The moment he touched it, a dark, creepy whisper echoed in his head. This thing was powerful. Like, scary powerful. Suddenly, Dion broke the silence. Stuffing his face with snacks, he pointed aggressively. Want to go test drive that bad boy? Jack blinked, totally lost. Excuse me? Golden Dragon snapped, pointing a finger right in Dion's face. Hey, you're gonna kill your hero. Let the kid breathe. Dan rolled his eyes, annoyed. Shut it. Trouble always finds us anyway. Cut to the carriage rattling down the road. Dion and Jack chilling up front, while Golden Dragon was knitting. Yeah, she was literally knitting. Dion finally lost it. Okay, real talk. Why are you even tagging along? This is my gig. She didn't even look up. Figured I'd crash the party. Deal with it. Jack, with that innocent puppy dog look, whispered, where are we actually going? Dion whipped out a quest scroll faster than a track card. Miners at the foot of Mount Kahu vanished 5 days ago. 0 survivors. Every hero sent to investigate. Ghosted. Total radio silence. Mission. Uncover the mountain's dark secret. Client, Sanang. Dion grinned, looking way too happy. That mermaid mess was fun, so I grabbed this one for kicks. Bet it's just some dumb goblins acting tough. Since we've got a new blade, might as well let it taste some blood, right? Jack could only force an awkward laugh. Ah, right. He kept driving, smiling through the pain. Then, he turned serious. Lord Dion, what kind of monster is the Demon King, really? What kind of creature keeps at it for 60,000 years? Why try to destroy the world and drown everything in misery? Like, give it a rest already. I have to ask him. Dion's, he even realized how twisted his crimes are. Dion's he. But Dion cut him off cold. Exactly. I don't get why he's so thirsty for destruction when he can't even win. But hey, maybe the guy's got his own drama, you know? Maybe the Demon King actually hates fighting. Jack burst out laughing. No way. A Demon King who hates war? That's hilarious. He's the boss of all this chaos. Suddenly, Dan started laughing too. Jack stared at him, face full of confusion. Sir? Dion gazed up at the night sky, voice soft. Yeah, I think so too. His eyes went dark and silent. End of conversation. The carriage rattled to a halt. Dion pointed. Heads up. Looming ahead under the moonlight were the massive peaks of Mount Kahu. The vibe was instant creepiness. Dion broke the silence. You got this, right? I'm gonna catch some Z's here. Go handle it and come back. Jack beamed, energy restored. Yes, sir. I'll be right back. Golden Dragon screamed. Hey, hold up. She flicked her wrist, casting a spell. You idiots. Light wrapped around Jack's body, lifting him up. Jack's jaw dropped. Whoa, the power. I'm literally overflowing with energy. Golden Dragon looked at him like he was a lost cause. So simple. Slave, contract, or not. 2 battles in 1 day is brutal. I gave you a buff, so try not to die, okay? Heroes need to watch their backs. Jack's face lit up, cheeks blushing pink. Thank you. He didn't waste a second, sprinting straight into the dark mountain pass. Gripping the Doom Slugger sword and shield tight, he froze. Something was ahead. A pile of smashed wooden crates scattered around a small cave entrance. His heart raced. Found it. But as he crept deeper, the excitement died. Something was seriously sketchy here. Where are the goblins? Why is it empty? It's too quiet. Then he saw it, shining armor lying on the ground. Brand new, with a sword right next to it. Jack's mind raced. Armor and a sword? That looks like hero gear. But there's not a scratch on it. Nobody even fought back. Then something caught his eye. Jack crouched down, picking it up. He stared at it for a long second before the realization hit. A feather. That wasn't all. A sound echoed from the pitch-black forest. A haunting melody drifting through the air. Jack froze. Singing. Jack bolted down the trail. A girl's voice. It's close. He panicked as he ran. Wait, is this singing luring the goblins? This is bad. I gotta hurry. The melody kept playing, pulling him deeper into the woods. But then, his gut twisted. Something felt wrong. Why would a woman be out here in the middle of the night? Jack skidded to a stop. A strange light glowed ahead. His eyes went wide with shock. A crowd of men surrounded a singing woman. Her body glowed with a mystic light, and the guys looked totally brainwashed. White hair, angelic face, she was drop-dead gorgeous. Her voice spilled out like liquid gold, sweet enough to rot your teeth. Jack stood there, paralyzed by her beauty. Suddenly, her neck stretched, unnaturally long. Feathers sprouted. It was a monster. Jack's eyes glazed over, soul leaving his body. He stared blankly at the female beast as she unhinged a massive, grotesque jaw. Her eyes rolled back white. Other bird creatures swarmed in. It was a hypnotic trap, a spell of pure charm. Even Jack whispered, "So beautiful." Back on the cliff, Golden Dragon spoke up. "It's a harpy." Dion blinked, clueless. What now? A harpy. Birds wearing human masks, using songs to brainwash dudes. They're your kind, demon kin. Dion tilted his head. Okay, but why brainwash them? Golden Dragon didn't hesitate. They play with their food, then they eat it. Obviously. The two of them stood on the cliff edge, watching Jack lose his mind below. Shouldn't we, save him? He looks pretty useless right now. Dion just stared, rubbing his chin. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Nah, let's watch. Suddenly, the brainwashed men turned to Jack. Their voices were raspy and wrong. Join us. Come here. Stay with us forever. It's so warm, so happy. Hearing that, Jack let his shield and Doomslugger clang to the ground. He threw his arms open, running toward the bird monster like a kid at a theme park. Lord Dion. Golden Dragon. You guys gotta see this. The monsters looked at Jack like he was a juicy steak. Jack turned back, his face twisted into a euphoric, creepy smile. There's something awesome here. Come look. Jack stood his ground as the monster rose up, showing zero fear, just screaming his lungs out. Hey Hoyol, get your butt over here. Out of nowhere, a voice roasted him. You absolute moron. Suddenly, the cursed sword Doomslagan shot toward that bird like a homing missile. With insane force, it sliced the monster's head clean off. The next stump was exposed, blood spraying like a fountain right into Jack's face, snapping him back to reality. Jack stared in horror as the Doomslagan swooped past and shot into the night sky. The face on the sword looked nasty, and it started making noise. The blade began glowing like crazy, rushing back to where Jack stood frozen. Doomslagan gritted its teeth in pure rage. A scrub like you dares to wield me? The audacity. Don't let that low-tier demon trash brainwash you. Kill it. Aim for the neck. Following the sword's orders, the monsters started swarming Jack. They opened their grotesque jaws, screeching those same awful noises. Not to be outdone, the sword opened its own mouth wide. Gripped tight in Jack's hand, the sword let out a roar that shook the ground. Surprisingly, that scream actually terrified the monsters. The sword was max level, angry now, shouting, "You think a legendary blade forged from rhino and beer can be controlled by your cheap parlor tricks? Let me show you the gap between a high-tier demon and you garbage." Jack raised the sword high, its scream overflowing with chaotic energy. A beam of terrifying light erupted from the blade, piercing through the monsters and absolutely wrecking them. Even the shield, Doomslagan, woke up and started blasting light. Jack blocked with the shield and attacked with the sword total power combo. Suddenly, the energy went critical, exploding and lighting up the entire forest. A moment later, the light faded, and Jack finally dared to look around. Every single monster from before, completely toasted. Gone. He looked at the sword in his hand, his heart pounding, thinking, this thing is a nightmare. In the distance, the crowd was raising their hands. Suddenly, they felt the curse lift. Ha! It's back. I can move. They quickly spotted Jack standing there with the sword. That is. The mob rushed over, hugging Jack and grabbing his hands, chanting, "The hero, the hero, the hero." They were thanking him like he was a god. "Thank you so much. I thought I was dead meat. You saved us." Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Jesse, the golden dragon, finally spoke up. "Hey, demon weapons aren't half bad, huh? Maybe I should swap my guild's gear for some demon loot?" The air suddenly went awkwardly silent as she glanced at the guy next to her. Hoyle was looking down at the scene, smiling like a proud dad. Jessie lowered her voice to get his attention. "Watch yourself." She continued firmly, "I'm talking about Jack. Look at all that blood." Hoyle just kept smiling and clapped back. "Are you underestimating the Demon King? You think someone on Jack's level can actually hit me?" Suddenly, Jessie got weirdly serious. "Just don't make that face in front of Jack. It'll just make things messy." Hoyle looked at her, totally confused. Jessie's face turned icy and unreadable. She hesitated, making him even more confused. He might catch feelings. Hoyle stayed calm. Feelings? Really? Jessie stared at him, resigning herself to his denseness. "Forget it. What's the point of talking to a maniac?" She waved it off. "Just handle that request from last time for me." Hoyle turned back, reminding her of something that ticked her off. "You ditched the Demon King gig last time. Why? Did the minions annoy you? Did you need a vacation? Give me a reason. Seriously, why?" Hoyle kept his cool. "I already told you back then." Jessie raised her hands like she was about to throw hands right there. "You said what? You literally said, 'I'll tell you next time,' and vanished. You ghosted me." Hoyle just hit her with a two-word reply. "Did I?" That made Jesse snap, shouting, "Hi." But he kept provoking her. "It's too much hassle. Let's just keep it a secret." She yelled again, "Hi." But Jessie just tilted her head and whispered, "Whatever. Do what you want. Your reason is probably totally illogical anyway." Hoyle chuckled, "Thanks for understanding." But she wasn't done. "Still, thanks to you, chatting with a demon king wasn't so bad. Why does the demon king sit on that throne? I've always been curious." Her eyes glowed as she looked up at the silent night sky, hair blowing in the wind. She spoke softly. "Even if we're enemies, that position is equal to mine. I bet you have plenty of headaches over there too, right? Just asking." Was the previous demon king, number 665, weird like you? Hoyle gave her a thoughtful look. He finally answered, "I don't know. I barely spoke to them, and that was 80 years ago. I was just a kid, and he was already a fading soul, but probably not. I remember him being pretty old school." Jesse laughed. "True. One weirdo like you is enough." Hoyle sighed, "Totally done. Give me a break." Jesse continued, "If the past demon kings were like you, the war probably would have ended ages ago. I'm sick of this fighting." Hearing that, Hoyle clapped and laughed. "Congratulations." Then, he suddenly stood up. He spread his arms to the night breeze and declared, "From now on, there is no demon king. It's a relic of the past, just a fairy tale now. Say goodbye to boring wars. The era of peace everyone wanted is finally here." Jesse looked at him and smiled. Hoyle kept preaching, "So start enjoying this vibe. Stand up and walk forward. Live your life, dance, sing, go crazy. Neither the demon king nor war will ever show up in this world again." Suddenly, Jesse laughed, catching his attention. "Puffed?" Jesse asked. "Is saying that even within the allowed parameters." Hoyle looked blank. "Allowed parameters?" She replied gently, "You really don't know? Why do you think you're able to be here? Is it a script setting? Or is someone calculating all this?" Hoyle blinked, looking at Jesse like she was speaking alien. "Script? Calculation? What are you even talking about?" Jesse's eyes flashed gold as she said, "I don't know. My thoughts must be infected by your stupidity virus. Now I'm getting curious about dumb stuff." Jesse went silent, leaving the mystery hanging. She simply replied, "I'm heading out first." This nonchalant attitude lit a fire under Dion, causing him to scream in pure frustration. "What the hell? Give me an answer before you leave." Unfazed, she shot back, "You're exactly the same. It's not like you ever tell me anything either." Dion's voice cracked with irritation. "Oh, for God's sake." Immediately, the golden dragon snapped, getting right in his face. "Don't get crazy with me. My patience for your nonsense has a limit, but I'll be honest about one thing. You probably don't remember, but for the last 66,580 years, we've been at each other's throats until I was sick of it. Talking like this, it's a first. And honestly, chatting with you is actually kind of entertaining. You're going to leave in 20 years, while I'll probably keep living in this world until it crumbles to dust. But right now, today, this very minute, I think this is a day I'll actually remember from time to time." Her words made Dion freeze. He propped one leg up on the seat in front of him, locked eyes with the golden dragon, and declared, "Hey, dummy, who said I was gonna die? I am absolutely not dying. Even if God decides to drown this world in a sea of fire, I'm not disappearing. Just you wait and see. I won't become the demon king, and I definitely won't kick the bucket. I'm going to force you to look at this handsome face until you die of boredom." Hearing his arrogant proclamation, she let out a gentle, amused laugh. "All right then, you idiot, make sure you keep that promise. If you do, I might just endure eternity in this boring script a little longer." Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. "Lord Dion." It was Jack, waving frantically from the distance. "Mission accomplished." The golden dragon sighed, her voice dropping to a whisper of resignation. "Your second tail has returned." Without warning, she raised her hand, tearing open a pitch-black void in reality. "I'm really leaving now. Tisk." She tossed a red cloth at Dion. "Also, take this. Wear it." He caught it, staring at the fabric with total confusion. "What is this junk?" She turned back, a sly smile on her lips. "A scarf. That thing on your neck looks incredibly ominous, so cover it up." Dion pointed to the red collar around his neck. "This thing? How is this unlucky?" Before he could argue, he was alone in the carriage. Jack was closing the distance, clutching a paper and two weapons, chattering non-stop while scanning the area for the dragon. "Sir, look at this. The reward for this mission is 7 silver coins. That's equal to 5 months of risking my life. Where did the divine dragon go?" Dion looked at him with dead fish eyes and lied through his teeth. "Taken care of." Jack's jaw dropped. "Say what?" Dion didn't elaborate. "I don't know. It's late. Let's go back and sleep." Seeing his boss's mood, Jack simply replied, "Yes, sir." And so, the duo continued their journey. Jack took the reins in the front, while Dion sprawled out on the straw pile in the back. His expression was somber as he gazed up at the starry abyss, hands clasped behind his head. Two men in one carriage drifted through the silent night. Upon arrival, Dion waved a lazy goodbye to Jack, entered the mansion, and rushed straight upstairs. He walked into his luxurious room and immediately face-planted onto the bed. Truly, the bed was the love of his life. But then, Dion's gaze darkened. He looked at the scarf in his hand, and suddenly, a strange light manifested in the room. Sensing the presence, Dion spoke without looking. "I'm about to sleep. Come back tomorrow." But the figure didn't move. Lord Dion, realizing the intruder wasn't listening, he repeated, "I said, come back tomorrow." Suddenly, Alex, who had materialized in the room, dropped a bombshell. "Daros has just died." The moment those words hit the air, Dion's pupils constricted. Alex's eyes began to glow with a terrifying intensity as he continued. He said I couldn't reveal the truth, that he felt tormented for pressuring the monarch. And then, he drank poison and committed suicide right in front of me. Now, we are merely the six dukes. Even though we argued, for the past 665 centuries, we have always fought together, dedicating our hearts to the demon realm. So please, tell me, what did you and Daros do in secret? Was it something that required Daros to die? If not, what in this world could possibly drive the seventh duke to suicide? The only one with the power to influence such an event, other than the monarch, is the god of the dragon race, the golden divine dragon. As the accusation hung in the air, Dion shot back. It wasn't her. She was with me until just a moment ago. But Alex's expression morphed into something even more horrific. His voice dripped with danger. I heard the divine dragon can create up to 10,000 clones. That is why she is different from the monarch. She has lived for 66,580 years. Are you certain the one with you was her true body? Dion gripped the scarf tightly. He stood up abruptly and began walking, barking out an order. What about the funeral for Daros? Alex responded instantly. It is being prepared. Dion's eyes turned strangely ferocious. Prepare black clothes. Alex bowed his head in absolute submission. Yes. Darker than the night and deeper than the abyss. At the edge of the world, in the city of 10,000 black stones, Mad Eidos stood silently amidst ruins floating in the void. Surrounding them was lava, glowing red like living blood flowing through a desolate earth. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed through the silence, accompanied by a solemn voice, "You, friend from the darkness, flags flutter under the crimson sky. Do not fear, for you shall return to the place of your birth. Death is our hometown, our friend, our very self." A figure led the way, holding a lantern emitting a hazy red smoke. It was Dion. On his chest rested the portrait of Daros. Following him were Satan, Ossus, and a massive army. Overcoming the loss of our comrade, we will seize the holy land of Earth. Dion's eyes flashed crimson, killing intent rolling off him in waves. Watch us claim victory from the shadows. In the gloomy atmosphere of the funeral, everyone fell silent for the final moment before sending Daros to the other side. Beneath the volcano, magma surged violently. As the grief passed and they prepared to accept the cold hand of death, everyone present extended their hands. In unison, they released the coffin containing Daros's body, letting it fall, catching a final glimpse of light like a medal of honor. Silent vows were made. I will bring you home. The heavy coffin plummeted toward the lava surface, chains shut tight to ensure no escape. Then it began to submerge into the churning magma. It slammed against the molten rock, creating a gruesome sound, as if the coffin itself was struggling in agony. Finally, it sank completely and vanished. At that moment, the darkness underground would fade, and we would all become immortal under the light of day. In a cramped room, Sun stood by the window, staring blankly at the scenery outside. Meanwhile, Ifrit, Bina, Ossus, and the twins, Glugofi and Chatina, leaned against the table behind him, bored out of their minds. A hand reached up to touch the glass, as if trying to catch the red light streaking madly outside. Ifrit, slouching in the chair, asked Sun, "Is the Lord gone for good?" He nodded. "Yeah." The guy just clicked his tongue and left without saying a word. "Chi, that's too much, Duke of the Demon Realm." Then he muttered to himself, "What did that guy Alex do to make the Lord go out and investigate personally? Keeping secrets from subordinates has a limit. What the hell am I supposed to do now?" Fire Demon Yi Sun adjusted his glasses, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced over at Ifrit. "So, it seems Vulcan isn't exactly thrilled with Generation 666, is he?" The demon star's soul. It was restless. He tilted his head back, sighing with the exaggerated boredom of a rebellious teen. Is that seriously a question worth asking? The young demon lord goes topside every single day, yet nobody has a clue what he's up to. One of the dukes is so obsessed with hunting the blue demon that he hasn't even bothered to check in with us. We only have 20 years left until the Great War with the human race. Honestly, this situation is a total dumpster fire. If we keep slacking like this, losing is the least of our worries. The entire demon realm is going to be wiped off the map. Across the table, the twins, Glugofi and Chatina, curled their lips in a mocking sneer. So, should Vulcan just snatch the throne and lead the war himself? That's the little fantasy playing out in your head, isn't it? Watch your mouth, Nightmare King. Your ambition smells like it's been fed on cheap gargoyle lust. Ifrit, true to his name as the fire demon, had a temper hotter than magma. The moment the insult landed, his patience evaporated. Bam. His fists slammed into the table, cracking the stone. His finger stabbed the air, pointing accusingly at Glogofi and Chatina. Don't think having a big mouth gives you the right to spew garbage. You two are useless, trash, relying on nothing but filthy, underhanded nightmares. But fear, that wasn't in her dictionary. She just laughed in his face. Wow, someone can't take a joke, can they? You really are painfully boring. I heard there's a little flame kindling in that desire-filled soul of yours. Want me to blow it out for you? Ifrit's rage exploded, his voice a volcanic roar. It is beyond annoying seeing two brats sharing one body and yapping like that. Make a choice. I'll take this chance to kill one of you and put the other out of their misery. Glugofi and Chatina's eyes flashed with twisted amusement. Do we look like two separate people to you? We are one and the same, idiot. That was the last straw. Ifrit's entire body erupted into towering flames as he issued his threat. This is your final warning. Shut your mouth. Meanwhile, Seon, who had been chilling and watching the scenery, turned back to enjoy the chaos. Yo, check it out. Ifrit is about to lose his absolute mind. Bina, who had been silent as his shadow, finally chimed in to stir the pot. Hurry up and slaughter each other already. Stupidity always comes hand in hand with death. That was Bina, the demon lord of envy. Then there was Osis. After devouring a mountain of food, he tossed the dirty bowls onto the table with a crash, using those corpses to make a soup. Now that sounds delicious. Osis, the demon lord of gluttony. Instantly, the room went cold. Everyone turned, shooting daggers at him with their eyes. He froze, blinking in confusion at the sudden hostility. Meanwhile, in a humble cottage nestled deep within a quiet forest, lying on a simple bed, Jack was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He was resting, but then, a presence stirred the air. He cracked one eye open. Sitting right there, watching him in silence, was Dion. Jack blinked, thinking he was hallucinating. He whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Lord. Dion? He gasped for air, struggling to sit up and show respect. What brings a being like you to this lowly place? But Dion gently placed a hand on his chest, pushing him back. Stay down. Don't strain yourself. Yes, sir. Jack's eyes widened. Behind Dion, a faint ethereal light shimmered, as if an invisible presence was standing guard. He whispered, Is something wrong? Dion looked away, his gaze drifting into the distance as memories of Daros flooded back. His voice dropped an octave. He always used to sit in the corner, talking to the plants like a weirdo. He wasn't much for conversation, so we barely spoke. But he was the rock I leaned on. There were millions who wanted his head, yet not a single one could touch him. He wasn't someone who could be defeated. And yet, today, he died so easily. Jack felt the heavy weight of the demon lord's grief. He swallowed hard. I am so sorry. Dion seemed to drift into his own dark world, muttering under his breath. Maybe someone could have killed him in battle, but to back him into a corner, to force him to take his own life, no matter how I think about it, there is only one culprit. The image of the golden dragon burned in his mind. He cursed himself. Every shred of evidence points to that snake. I should have realized it sooner. Back when she suddenly appeared and fed me that garbage about peace, Jack nodded weakly.
Speaking up is better than silently doubting. That's what my father always said.
Dion snapped out of his trance, his expression hardening into stone. But we are long past talking. I'm done with death. I didn't realize it until now, but it seems I actually have a heart for my family. His teeth ground together, eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. That lizard-brained freak, she dared to touch my family. He turned to the boy. Jack. Yes? Jack replied, sensing the shift in the air. Dion stared out the window at the moonlit forest. I'm going away for a few days. I need you to look after the shop while I'm gone. Jack nodded obediently. Understood. Dion paused, a shadow crossing his face. He put on a casual smile, but his eyes were pools of deep sorrow. Listen, kid. If I don't come back, the shop is yours. Without waiting for a reply, he stood up and walked out. Jack ignored the screaming pain in his body and scrambled after him. Wait, what do you mean by that? But Dion didn't stop. He didn't even look back. Suddenly, Dion paused. He raised a hand in a silent, stoic wave of farewell. Under the pale, haunting glow of the moonlight, his silhouette marched forward, offering no explanations, no excuses. Then, in a heartbeat, he transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the sky and vanishing into the void. The forest returned to silence, save for Jack, screaming his name in helpless desperation. Meanwhile, high above, Dion tore through the atmosphere at Mach speed. His eyes glowed crimson, radiating an aura of pure danger and bloodlust. Rage boiled in his veins as he replayed every lie, especially the Golden Dragon's deceitful words about innocent children being used as tools of war, dying miserable deaths. She had sounded so convincing back then. "It is the rule," she had said. "The cruel rule of the world we live in." He remembered her bright, fake smile. "Do you know how long I've waited for this? You were the first. In 665 centuries, you were the first to voluntarily abdicate the title of Demon King." And her mocking comment about his scarf. "That scarf. It really doesn't suit your neck. You should cover it up." Because he was foolish enough to believe those lies. Daros was dead. His friend's coffin should have been resting in a sea of honor, not ashes. He forced himself to breathe, locking away the grief to focus on cold, hard revenge. Alex's advice echoed in his mind. A mere clone holds no real power. If the Lord attacks personally, the Golden Dragon will have no choice but to reveal her true form. He recalled the image of Alex bowing in absolute loyalty. "My lord, show them your true strength." And the dragon's mocking laughter. "You're right, you idiot. Remember to do just that." Dan grit his teeth, a curse escaping his lips. Golden Dragon. "You wretched piece of trash." His fury peaked. He accelerated to a terrifying velocity, a living comet heralding a war that would shatter the heavens and the earth. Far below, a blood soldier on guard duty flinched, his instincts screaming. What the hell? That energy. It's monstrous. Elsewhere, the archers froze, their skin crawling with the sense of impending doom. What is coming? The remaining blood soldiers looked to the sky, weapons raised in silent terror. Across the land, thousands sensed the anomaly. And deep within the only sanctuary on earth, the holy city. The city lord, who had been sitting as still as a stone statue, finally broke his silence. His voice trembled with suspicion. Meanwhile, my internal monologue was going crazy. No way. This kid isn't just a hero. His specs are showing potential for a holy emperor class. A human blessed by the system itself. Interesting. Anyway, cut to me landing outside a suspicious-looking cave. I strutted down the dark tunnel like I owned the place. My footsteps echoed, shattering the silence until I hit a sealed gate. "Found you," I whispered. "That old lizard really tried to hide this dungeon. Ordinary people would have walked right past it, but I ain't ordinary." I slammed my palms together, blasting the door off its hinges. "Nice try, reptile, but your barrier magic is mid at best." The dust settled, revealing a horde of ugly monsters blocking the path. I grinned, eyes narrowing. "There you are. You little gecko rejects." The red and white lizards screeched. "Who are you? How did a mere human breach the sacred barrier?" I looked down at them with max disrespect. "Go get your mommy. The adults need to talk." The white lizard turned red with rage. "Who do you think you are?" It unleashed a tsunami of venom. The poison flooded the tunnel with a curse of death, but when the acid cleared, no body. Their expressions were priceless, eyes bugging out, completely confused. Where did the human go? I was hovering near the ceiling, wings out. "Man," I sighed, looking at my legs fading away. "This human skin suit is way too fragile for high-level play. But since this is a pocket dimension, I don't have to hide my power level. Time to show these scrubs what a real boss looks like. Witness true despair." I roared. Crimson energy exploded from my core, flooding the cave with suffocating pressure. The lizards started panicking. "What is this?" "My eyes." "It burns." "What kind of light is this?" Their jaws dropped as they watched the horror unfold. In the middle of the mana storm, my form began to shift. My hair grew wild, skin turning obsidian. Fur sprouted, and my hands morphed into lethal claws capable of tearing reality apart. I returned to my original form, the god of destruction. My aura was pure death, my voice echoing from the deepest pits of hell. "Kneel." I glared at them, flexing the aura of the king of death. "Anything that looks at this form dies." The white lizard was shaking so hard it could barely stand. Die. It desperately fired one last venom blast. I didn't even dodge. I just swiped my wing, and the attack vanished like smoke. Pathetic. I raised my hand and snapped my fingers, grinning like a reaper. Snap. Become muscle. Instantly, their bodies locked up, paralyzed by the command. Another snap. Become bone. Their flesh ripped apart, leaving disjointed skeletons. Snap. Become soul. Now they were just shadows. One last snap. Become void. They disintegrated into nothingness. I laughed maniacally, but the party wasn't over. "Stop the intruder," someone screamed. From every dark corner, hundreds of beasts poured out, rushing toward me like a tidal wave. That's the guy. He breached the perimeter. Stop him. The hive mind went crazy. He killed our brothers. Get him. Defend the border. Avenge the fallen. They swarmed with zero fear of death. I smirked, cracking my knuckles. Oh, you guys want to dance too? So, you rats were all hiding in here. Perfect. It's even better if you all come out at once. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare, with wave after wave of lizards surrounding him like a sea of scales. It doesn't matter who you are. Nobody leaves this place alive. Dion didn't even flinch. A twisted grin of pure excitement spread across his face as he challenged them. I'm going to slaughter every single one of you. With that, he looked up at the swarm. Energy gathered in his mouth, exploding outward in a torrent of flames. But he wasn't done. Crimson lasers shot from his eyes, a deadly light show of destruction. The entire group turned to ash instantly. His gaze swept to the side, and just the sheer pressure sent layers of lizards flying backward, knocking them out cold. He raised his hand, ready for the next round. His voice dripped with pure contempt as he taunted them. Go on. Hurry up and bring your mommy out here. While chaos reigned in the cavern, a scout dragon high above witnessed the horror. It flew back to its nest in a total panic to warn the others. Its voice trembled with rage and fear. An unidentified intruder has appeared. He is obliterating the territory's boundaries. He's destroying everything. A mysterious boss dragon emerged from the shadows. The noble elder. Defeat the enemy. For the glory of our lord. For the pride of our clan. The elder spread his massive wings, refusing to believe the report. Our boundary. Destroyed by a single insect like that, sharp claws unsheathed, revealing the majestic wings of the sapphire sanctuary. The elder led the swarm, charging forward like a storm. He roared, "Don't turn your backs. Fight. Protect the boundary with your lives." Meanwhile, a red dragon received the intel about Dion. It flew back instantly to rally its kin, bursting with indignation. We are the noblest of the noble. How dare he? The boundary is guarded by the sword warriors of the Black Jade Sanctuary. Our land has been defiled. Unleash the dragon's wrath upon this enemy. Instantly, the red dragon swarm sharpened their claws, mana surging with hatred. How dare you step your filthy feet on our land? They gathered together. A crimson aura painted the sky red. Every dragon roared in fury. Filthy scum, wash away this insult with your death. The elder flew to the frozen leaders. He bowed with utmost sincerity. Sages of the White Jade Sanctuary, please grant us your aid. The sage asked, an intruder in our domain? Upon hearing the news, the sage dragon's rage shattered his icy prison. He stretched his massive body and roared, Comrades, unlock your mana. It's war. A fleet of sage dragons broke their seals, joining the battle with aggressive intent. On the other side, Dion stood there, waiting calmly, looking completely bored. He glanced at the threatening elder with a look of disdain. How disrespectful. Behind him, an army of gray dragons appeared. The swarm bared their fangs, glaring daggers at him. You dare trespass in our holy land? These were dragons praised as divine guardians, yet here they brought blood and death. Dion flashed a cocky, punchable grin. Disrespect? Nah, that's just my lifestyle, he sneered. Why are you crying for your big brother like a baby? I told you to bring your mommy out. The elder dragon lost his mind. Mother, how dare you speak of the Supreme One like that? He roared, launching an attack. Shut your filthy mouth. Zip it. The beast lunged at Dion, aiming to tear him apart. But Dion sidestepped like a ghost, sending the dragon face-planting into a boulder. The dragon gritted his teeth, humiliated. So, you're a high-ranking demon. Huh. You barely broke your level cap and you're acting this arrogant. You filthy shadow trash. This is holy ground. Not a place for God-forsaken rejects like you. Dion laughed maniacally, winding up for the finisher without a shred of hesitation. Hey, my stupidly nice neighbor, game over. His eyes glowed crimson, firing a death beam straight at the elder. The dragon's eyes bulged, brain lagging. Boom. One basic combo later, and he was buried deep under the rubble. The rest of the dragon squad froze, stunned into silence. Glitch in the system. Suddenly, from behind a rock, a sneak attacker tried to jump him. Dion vanished in a blur and reappeared right in the sneaker's face. The dragon signaled the crew, desperate. Everyone, raid boss, attack together. The mob swarmed Dion, claws out, channeling massive mana into their strikes. A huge encirclement formed as they chanted, Get out of our territory, you pollution. But Dion was already 10 steps ahead. Red lightning erupted from the ground, spearing through them like skewers. They froze, paralyzed like statues before they could even land a hit. One dragon watched in horror, eyes glued to Dion's hand. The Demon King's finger twitched up, then down. With every twitch, the Elder Dragon got slammed against the ground. Bam! Bam! Dion used telekinesis to drag the broken beast out of the rocks. He lifted the mangled body into the air. It was barely breathing, shredded to pieces. The elder looked at Dion with pure agony. Snap! Dion flicked his finger, and the dragon's body split into 5 pieces, but he didn't let him die. Oh no, that would be too easy. The dragon pack roared in grief, watching their noble leader get tortured. One shrieked, "You devil!" Dion's eyes narrowed into a dark smile. Correction, I am the Demon King. Snap. A wave of purple energy exploded outward. Crack. Every dragon nearby turned rigid instantly, souls ripped straight out of their bodies. Dion raised his hand to the sky and clenched his fist. Crush. Gravity inverted, and all the floating dragons were sucked into the center, slamming together into a giant ball of scales and flesh. The survivors on the outside screamed, their minds breaking as they watched the elder, the strongest among them, being treated like a plaything. They roared helplessly. The elder got special treatment, his body crushed but mouth wide open in a silent scream. Dion piled them all up like a grotesque mountain of meat. The centerpiece was the mutilated elder. Dion looked at the survivors, eyes sparkling with twisted excitement. What do you think? The world's strongest dragon. Complete. He smirked, his ego overflowing. I created the ultimate being. Dionson that make me your god now. His gaze sharpened like a blade. The dragons turned pale, their spirits crushed. They screamed in panic. Run. He's a monster. Forget the elder's body. Just save yourselves. The elder, stuck in the meatball, cursed them through the pain. You stupid lizards. Cowards. Dion shot him a cold, side-eye glare. I am the Demon King. The pressure in the air multiplied. The sphere of dragon flesh began to pulse with a mysterious, terrifying purple aura. Suddenly, a streak of golden energy tore through the sky. It zoomed past the fleeing dragons, leaving them confused. Dion locked eyes on the incoming power. It swerved and stopped, slowly revealing its form. First came the legs, draped in shimmering chains. Finally, the majestic golden dragon appeared. A voice echoed, "You left because you were annoyed." The mob cheered, tears in their eyes. Lord Golden Dragon. Dion grinned, looking dangerous. Well, look who it is. Mommy's finally home. The golden dragon scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. Chasing mushrooms rot your brain? You let a fungus take over and turn my domain into a dumpster fire. She scanned the battlefield, her gaze landing on the grotesque ball of suffering where the elder was trapped. The elder's claw twitched once, then went limp in despair. The victims wailed, blaming her. Mother, where were you? Look what happened to us. It's all your fault. We hate you. Dion watched the drama, satisfied. Mother, please just let us die. The golden dragon couldn't take it. She extended her hand. Instantaneously, the elder and the others disintegrated into dust. Mercy kill. Dion laughed. Oh, you know how to handle death too. The golden dragon bowed her head, whispering a prayer. My poor children, you fought the Demon King with valor. May your souls find peace. Dion cackled like a maniac. Who exactly are you praying to, lady? That god is way too far away to hear you. She shot him a glare, emphasizing every word. You defiled my children. You've crossed the line. Dion's expression went cold. What's your deal? You're the one who ended their lives just now, remember? The golden dragon looked baffled. Dion spoke with cruel logic. Anyway, if you know how to deal death, I guess I'll have to play fair. Eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. His voice dropped an octave. Blood for blood. He unleashed his aura. A massive blast of red energy fired. The golden dragon tilted her body, barely dodging. She looked up at the gathering red mana, forming a halo of absolute death. She panicked internally. A glitch in the barrier. If that thing hits me, am I actually going to take damage? He's stupidly strong. Like, broken character strong. She calculated quickly. Her eyes shine with a strange light. Come here. We're changing maps. Warp. They appeared in a different dimension, surrounded by golden rings of light. Dan looked around. Where the hell is this? She replied calmly. Inside my mind. She explained. The damage outside was getting too expensive. In here? You can go as crazy as you want. Stop causing trouble. Only one of us is walking out of here alive. Dion's eyes lit up. Awesome. She added, no Demon King has ever been foolish enough to invade this space. She stared him down. I admit it. I let my guard down. I actually thought maybe we were becoming friends or something. The golden dragon smiled bitterly. I thought I lived long enough to be wise, but I'm still a brat. I'm not qualified to be a god. Dion cut her off instantly. Bullcrap. Don't try to play the victim with that fake face. Who are you pretending to be next? Alex, the golden dragon, looked genuinely confused. What are you rambling about? Dion gave a dry chuckle and launched his attack. I knew you wouldn't admit it. You can't fool me with those cheap tricks anymore. Dion cursed. Die. Dark vortex. A tornado of pure darkness spiraled toward the golden dragon. Facing this, she didn't waste breath on words. She stomped her foot, channeling power. After all, the demon clan and dragon clan had been mortal enemies since ancient times. She gracefully dodged the gray vortex Dion threw at her, smirking. Let's test the power of the 666th generation, shall we? She transformed into a streak of golden light. Dion reached out to grab her, but grasped only air. The golden beam zipped back and forth before slamming into him, knocking Dion backward. Seizing the moment, she wrapped the golden ribbon around him from head to toe, tying him up tight like a holiday gift. She pointed a finger at her captive. Golden Inferno Prison. Instantly, the spot erupted in flames. Dion writhed in the heat, then ripped the bindings apart, swearing, "Damn it." So annoying. The golden dragon froze, unable to believe her eyes. She gasped, "That lunatic. He actually broke my technique." Dion looked irritated. What a pain. "I'll end this in one shot." Muscles bulging, he shouted. Soul suppression. Dark sphere. The golden dragon prepared her ultimate move. Covered in holy golden light, contrasting his black energy, her eyes glowed. Golden dance. Golden energy wrapped around Dion's black suppression sphere. The two forces clashed violently, creating a terrifying vortex of chaotic mana. The golden dragon had to admit it, no faking here. This dark energy storm. It's monstrous. She clenched her fists, struggling to maintain control. Even the Topaz realm was trembling. Her eyes flashed with admiration. The 666th generation is truly strong. She hesitated, but seeing Dion right in front of her, she whispered, "We are getting closer." She charged toward him, a beacon of blinding gold against his abyss of darkness. Her voice was absolute. "Remember this well, light is always stronger than darkness." She thrust her finger at him, point blank, pouring everything into one strike. Dion didn't flinch. He just smiled arrogantly. Watching her finger inch closer to his face, his voice dropped to a freezing temperature. Try to dodge every single one of the 100 million blades hidden in the shadows. He maintained that mocking smile and provoking tone. Just a light touch will rot your soul and take your life. Seeing the golden dragon approach without fear, he assessed her. "You managed to get this close?" Staring at the finger before his forehead, he nodded. The legends of the divine dragon weren't lies. Dion's smile turned cold. "At this range, you probably think in your heart that you've won." His eyes flared crimson as he roared, "I will show you true darkness. A darkness that swallows even the light." Dion unleashed the soul suppression seal. Layers of screaming skulls rushed forward, forming a vortex of pure malice. The golden dragon's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe his power. With a thunderous roar, the dimension she created was torn asunder, snapping back to reality. The clash shook the heavens and the earth. Below, the dragons dodged debris, looking up in terror at the source of the explosion. From the smoke above, a pair of feet emerged. The dragons watched with bated breath until the cold, ruthless figure of Dion appeared. And in his grasp, he held the severed arm of the golden dragon, ripped straight from her dimension. The dragon screamed in agony, "Golden divine dragon." Dion showed zero mercy. His red eyes glowed with destruction as he sneered, "No one is allowed to touch my family." With that, Dion casually tossed the severed limb down. An evil dragon swooped in to catch the arm, letting out a bitter, heartbroken cry. The golden divine dragon business, done and dusted. Dion slashed his hand through the air, physically ripping a hole straight through the fabric of space. He was ready to ghost this dimension, but a voice echoing from behind forced him to hit the brakes. Being the Demon King means you are basically a curse magnet. Those salty dragons were practically vibrating with pure hatred. "Listen up. Our dragon clan will never forget this humiliation. Not in 10,000 years, not even when the creator hits the delete button on this world." They spat out every curse in the book, words, spells, pure venom. "We are going to make sure our grandkids know exactly how much you suck. We will pass down this shame forever. We curse you for all eternity." Dan just rolled his eyes at their tantrums. "Go ahead. Knock yourselves out," he scoffed. Then he blasted off, leaving the screaming lizards in his dust. Under the dead silence of the night, his footsteps hit the ground with cold precision. Suddenly, a familiar jacket was draped over his shoulders from behind. Dion slid his arms in, keeping his hands chilling in his pockets. Behind him, Alex bowed low. "Welcome back, my lord," Dion replied with a voice dripping with exhaustion. "I finally settled the score for Daros." Alex kept his head down but couldn't help himself. "I truly thought you had abandoned the demon realm for good, sir." Dion dropped the bomb without hesitation. "Oh, I absolutely gave up." Alex froze, his eyes popping out like he just saw a ghost. Dion didn't let him interrupt, talking a mile a minute. "I ditched the demon realm and the trash destiny the world dumped on me. I just want a chill, simple life now." He looked up at the endless void of the night sky and let out a roar, venting all the stress in his soul. "That is who I am now." Alex couldn't handle the truth. He grit his teeth. trembling with frustration before screaming, "My lord." But Dion remained ice cold, turning his face away. Daros was my family. I just took revenge for my own blood. End of story. Dion turned his back and started walking fast. Let's bounce. Back to Zor Castle. But they didn't get far before Alex stopped him again. Please, my lord. You can't just walk back in there like nothing happened. Alex kept pushing, desperate to talk sense into him. Since you made enemies with the dragons, a massive war is going to pop off in 20 years. The dragon clan will stop at nothing to wipe out the demon race just to get to you. Dion just waved his hand, completely dodging responsibility. Like I care? I'm not the demon king anymore. Whether it's generation 666 or 6,000, that sounds like a them problem. You guys figure it out. Alex wouldn't let go. He stammered, but, family. Didn't you say you'd never forgive anyone who touched your family? Dion spun around, snapping. He pointed a finger right in Alex's face. You moron. My family was living peacefully until someone decided to murder them. Trying to solve my family's murder versus fighting a war you can't win. They're basically the same suicide mission, aren't they? You think any of you trash can stop me from throwing my life away? Alex flinched at the outburst, his voice dropping to a terrified whisper. My liege, isn't suicide mission a bit extreme? This war is the ancient dream of our people. But Dion cut him off, his patience snapping like a twig. It's a sickness, a cursed disease. It's like we're possessed. Like clockwork, every 100 years we march to the surface just to pile up millions of useless corpses. But Alex refused to back down. My lord, we cannot rot in this land of lies forever. The demon realm is a twisted hellscape, where beasts and flora had to mutate into monsters just to survive the eternal darkness. Dion scoffed, his eyes cold and unyielding. So what if they're twisted? After 666 centuries, that distortion became our truth. Alex's desperation reached a fever pitch, his voice booming. You hold the greatest legacy of any demon king in history. You breached the dragon's sanctuary and slaughtered the golden dragon with your own hands. You are the messiah the demon realm has prayed for. But Dion just rolled his eyes, turning his back on the fanaticism. Whatever. The VIP client is dead, so who's going to pay the bills now? Alex stared in disbelief. My lord, do you care about gold more than the fate of your kingdom? Dion didn't even hesitate, his face deadpan. Obviously. Nobody works for free in this world, idiot. A heavy silence crushed the room. Defeat washed over Alex's face as his voice dropped to a somber low. Then what of the successor to House Daros? The seat of the Plague Duke cannot remain empty. Dion waved his hand dismissively, giving a lazy answer. Let the six dukes fight it out among themselves. Alex's gaze sharpened, darkening with worry. It is not that simple. Those arrogant fools will tear each other apart. Dion's patience finally evaporated under the barrage of questions. He groaned, rubbing his temples in annoyance. What a pain. Just give the seat to Daros's brat. We done? I'm out. He turned to leave, but Alex's voice stopped him one last time. My liege. Dion didn't look back, snapping irritably. What is it now? Alex bowed his head deeply. Thank you. Dion scoffed, throwing a careless remark over his shoulder. Yeah. Get lost. He launched himself into the sky, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Below, the endless mountain ranges stretched out like a sleeping beast. Silver moonlight pierced the darkness like a divine spear. Clouds clung to the cliffs in a ghostly embrace, blurring the line between reality and a dreamscape. Finally, Dan touched down at his sanctuary, an unassuming shop bathed in the glow of the full moon. He collapsed onto the bed, lost in gloomy thoughts. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A presence. He spoke into the empty air, his voice dripping with warning. Can't you stalkers ever take a break? A playful laugh echoed from the shadows. Ha, busted already? A pair of elegant legs stepped out of the void. The golden dragon materialized in her human form. She smirked. I thought my camouflage was perfect, but I guess a demon king is a monster for a reason. Crimson energy exploded. In a blur of motion, Dion pinned her. One hand crushing her wrist, the other locked around her throat, eyes burning with bloodlust. Caught off guard, shock flashed across her face. But the dragon god didn't flinch, her voice steady as she countered. I wouldn't flex that aura if I were you. Unless you want every hero and executioner on the continent to know the Demon King is hiding here. Dion grinned, a savage expression filled with annoyance. Cut the crap. Explain yourself. That was your real body at the start of the fight. Why swap with a clone at the killing blow? You wanted it to look like I murdered you, didn't you? The golden dragon met his gaze, her arrogance returning. You're quite the actor yourself. Thanks for putting on a show for my children. I knew you'd figure it out eventually. Dion's grip loosened slightly, confusion clouding his fury. Her expression turned ice cold. We walked right into a trap. For the first time, a shadow of genuine anxiety crossed Dion's face. Ignoring his reaction, she continued. I knew from the start that the madness-inducing fungus infecting my kin belonged to Duke Daros. Naturally, I assumed you were the puppet master pulling his strings, using the poison to incite a war between dragons and humanity. Dion's mind raced as he pieced it together. So that was your narrative? Exactly. We were both blinded by the fog of vengeance. Unless you invaded our dimension and wiped us out first, nothing made sense. But someone else is playing the game, who engineered a scenario where the king of demons and the dragon god were forced to tear each other's throats out, who has the power to orchestrate a conspiracy of this magnitude. Who dares to make enemies of us both? Dion's eyes were shards of ice. Fine. But why did you have to die? Her answer was dangerously calm. I don't know the culprit yet, but I know one thing. My death at your hands was not part of their script. The impact is too massive. They must be panicking right now. We created a variable they couldn't predict. The truth will surface soon. That is their fatal flaw. Understanding dawned on Dion. Crimson aura flared around him, thick with the stench of death. If someone targeted us, the golden dragon couldn't help but smile. A predator's glint returned to her eyes. The outcome remains the same. If their original plan required my removal, then they will be forced to show their hand. Whatever they are planning, it can only happen while the world believes I am gone. We just have to wait and see who crawls out to claim the prize. Dion still had doubts. Do you still suspect the radical faction within your own dragon flight? Think they conspired with a traitor in the demon realm, while keeping us both in the dark? She nodded sharply. That, and everything else. Satisfied with the logic, Dion finally released his grip. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his posture slumping back into indifference. Damn it, my head is going to explode. I really didn't want to get involved in this mess. But if I back out now, I'll be the one left holding the bag. The golden dragon suddenly chilled out, answering comfortably. Obviously, we're in the same sinking ship. Out of the 3 races running this world, you, the demon Axis, broke the balance by killing me. Look, dragon, god, or whatever. We might hate each other, but we're stuck together. Let's catch the scumbag who set this up and wreck him. Dion got serious, asking the real questions. What about Kyung-yu? What about the kids? Were they totally wiped out? The golden dragon sighed quietly. I honestly don't know right now. I just want to tear you to shreds for my children, but you also lost one of the 7 dukes. That guy stuck with the Demon King for 665 centuries. We need to make the mastermind pay for this mess. Dion shot back immediately. Even if it was 665 centuries, I have 0 memories of it. To me, they're just loser ex-employees. The golden dragon's eyes sharpened into a glare. Well, I remember everything. You guys created this living hell. Then she dropped a bombshell proposal on Dion. Whatever. Starting tomorrow, I'm joining your squad. As a mage, Dion looked like he swallowed a bug. He shouted, "Say what?" Ignoring his shock, the golden dragon laid out her game plan. For now, I'll live completely as a human. It's way easier to investigate if we stick together, right? Plus, I can keep an eye on you, my #1 suspect. Dion couldn't believe this nonsense and immediately roasted her. You idiot. Alex knows what you look like. You think my fake death won't get busted in a single day? But the golden dragon was overflowing with confidence. Hello? Do you know who I am? That guy's magic is trash compared to mine. No one will catch me. Literally no one in this world. Dion stared at her smug face and let out a twisted little laugh. He realized the truth. She just wants to monitor me 24 hours a day. You manipulative snake. Fine. Let's see you try to survive this hellish party. After some painful negotiating, Dion finally caved. All right, take the leap. Into this festival of hell. The golden dragon beamed, satisfied. Thanks, partner. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, a bright moon hung over the deep abyss of the sky, spotlighting a ruined castle. The sound of a woman sobbing cut through the night like a knife. Boo-hoo-hoo. A voice called out from the darkness behind her, Duchess. Patrick approached Emily, who was buried in a cloth, crying her eyes out. Stop crying, you need to stay strong. Emily. She peeked out with swollen eyes, staring at the absolute destruction in front of her. She trembled, whispering, I lost my husband and my child on the same day. Her voice cracked with every word. And look at this castle. It's gone. Outside the walls, people were clearing rubble. A foreman screamed, Move it, you lazy scumbags. We need more hands here. Don't you dare rest. Work faster. The physical and mental agony crashed down on Emily, and she broke down wailing again. How am I supposed to survive this? This tragic woman was the wife of Solus Van Holistia, the Emily Van Holistia. Suddenly, large hands wrapped around hers. Duchess. Patrick leaned in close. A shady, scheming look crossed his face as he made his pitch. Since it's come to this, I, Patrick, promise to rebuild the Holistia family no matter what. You should hand over the work to me and go somewhere nice to rest. I'll handle all the annoying heavy lifting. Just leave it to me. Emily, poor thing, was so incredibly touched. Emily cried rivers of happy tears. She was practically worshipping Patrick, grabbing onto him like he was her lifeline. You are the only one who actually gives a damn about me, Patrick. I really cannot thank you enough. Patrick was soaking up the praise, but that grin on his face, pure villainy. Hey, yeah, I got you. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air from nowhere. Yo, hold up. Emily and Patrick froze, staring into the dark corner of the castle where that creepy sound came from. Who's lurking there? Emily panicked, clinging to Patrick for dear life. Patrick was sweating bullets, terrified, but he forced himself to yell just to look tough in front of Emily. Show yourself. Who is there? A figure draped in a black cloak slowly rose from the shadows. The stranger spoke, totally ignoring their shock. Busted. Guess I interrupted your little bonding moment, huh? Cadenia flashed a friendly, yet unsettling smile and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I am Cadenia, an inquisitor from the Holy Court. Patrick froze, his voice heavy with dread. If she is an inquisitor, does that mean she is one of the 12 living weapons of the Holy Emperor? Only 12 people in this entire world hold the title of Blade Black, the Zodiac rank blood soldiers. Patrick instantly hit the floor, bowing his head in total submission to Cadenia. It is an honor, weapon of light. Why are you here? Cadenia smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What is this? Lord Patrick, technically. You outrank me, do you not? She kept talking, acting all nice, but the vibes were definitely off. Since you already know who I am, this chat just got a whole lot easier. Let me break it down for you. Cadenia started rambling while Emily and Patrick stood there, too scared to speak. You guys know Acoma Castle, right? That massive fortress that just went poof and collapsed in a split second. It was crushed by some unknown power. And coincidentally, weird rumors started spreading right after. Talk of a perverted, masked dragon hunter prowling the villages. Lately, dragons have been popping up everywhere, but there is this one hunter who is soloing all of them. Total annihilation. Sounds insane, right? But no matter how hard we look, nobody knows who this guy is. Someone with that kind of crazy power, and yet the Holy Court has zero files on him. Weird, isn't it? The power that wrecked the castle and the power protecting it showed up at the exact same time. What is the connection? Cadenia's grin got wider and wider as she spoke. We need to figure out just how massive that power is. Is he an ally? Or an enemy? Cadenia kept yapping, ignoring the blank, terrified looks on their faces. She was talking about hunting the dragon hunter and doing her own private investigation. I found out some high-ranking blood clans are running a massive illegal dragon hunting operation. And guess what? The Holistia family is right at the center of it. Emily and Patrick looked like they had seen a ghost. Before they could even recover, Cadenia dropped the bomb. That is exactly when the castle ended up in this mess. Sweat was literally pouring down Patrick's face like a broken faucet. He stammered, stuttering over every word. No way, that's not it. But the guy didn't even glance at Patrick. He switched targets instantly, aiming straight for Emily, who looked like she'd just seen a ghost. Lady Cadenia kept that wicked smirk plastered on her face as she invaded Emily's personal space. We hadn't reported this to the Holy Court yet, since the investigation is still loading, she teased. But poaching dragons illegally, that's a major crime, especially for a high-tier blood soldier clan like Holistia. Emily's face was a total disaster zone. Her pupils dilated, jaw dropping to the floor, unable to process the absolute trash talk Cadenia was spitting out. You won't just get kicked out of the blood soldiers, Cadenia threatened. They'll strip your rank and loot everything. Every asset, including this fancy castle, gets confiscated. Game over. Imagine living your whole life in luxury and then getting tossed onto the streets. The outside world is brutal, fit only for violent beggars like me, right? Talk about a savage burn. Tears started streaming down Emily's face. She was totally wrecked. She begged desperately. Please, just don't report us to the Holy Court. I'll do anything. Hearing that, Cadenia raised a single finger, silencing them like a boss. She dropped the bait. I heard the Holistia clan still has a youngest son, right? Cadenia decided to leave a little message for the terrified couple. Make sure you raise that kid to be a top-tier warrior, okay? Don't mess it up. I'll be back to collect him when he turns 20. Our Holy Court always needs loyal pawns ready to sacrifice their bodies for God and the world, especially from elite blood soldier families like yours. People with that kind of power never volunteer, do they? Too much pride. If we don't draft them this way, we can't recruit the best. Emily kept sobbing. She wasn't just losing her stuff, she was crushed by this twisted fate. But Cadenia wasn't done destroying them yet. One more thing. There's a ledger from Syl hidden somewhere. A blacklist of all the families doing illegal hunting. I'll be back to grab it in 5 days, so have it ready. The kids from those families, They're probably legendary tier talents too. Ha ha ha. After dropping that nightmare fuel on Emily and Patrick, Cadenia turned to leave, then paused like a drama queen. She flashed a mysterious smile and gave one last piece of advice. Oh, and try to live happily. Parental trauma ruins a kid's mental stats, you know. And just like that, Cadenia vanished into thin air, leaving Patrick and Emily frozen in place, totally unable to speak. Another day, another beautiful blue sky. A cheerful voice echoed in the small shop. Hello there. The Golden Dragon introduced herself with a bright, friendly smile. Nice to meet you. I'm the new party member and the new shop staff. My name is Orion, and I'm a mage. Dion stood in the back, totally confused by Alex's reaction. The butler was grinning like an idiot, thinking, wow, I didn't know Master knew such a beauty. I have no clue what's going on, but I'm happy to serve. I am Alex, Lord Dion's humble servant. The Golden Dragon replied casually, oh ho ho, looking forward to working with you. Jack stepped up next, shyly explaining his role while Dion judged him hard. Hi, I'm the team's warrior, but I also do cleaning, laundry, accounting, inventory, cooking, and errands. I'm Van Horribic. The Golden Dragon hyped him up immediately. Whoa, Jack is the warrior? That is so cool. Jack beamed happily. Aha, thanks. Then she asked, what's your blood soldier rank? Jack admitted honestly, I'm rank C. She clapped her hands, impressed. Not even an adult and already rank C? That is epic. Jack blushed. Really? Ha ha ha. Watching this cringe intro, Dion thought, are you guys blind? Can you seriously not tell? Stupid dragon head. Seeing the vibe was okay, Dion told himself, well, fine. Less drama for me, I guess. Once that was settled, he turned to leave, shocking the Golden Dragon, and tossed an order to Alex. Teach the newbie the ropes. I'm going away from keyboard to sleep. Alex bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Sleep tight. But a voice stopped Dion in his tracks. Hey, buddy. The Golden Dragon smirked, making a suspicious offer. Can you give me a tour of the village? It's a good chance for us to bond and get closer, right? Jack's eyes lit up, imagining a romance arc. Alex was thinking the same thing. Outside, the deep blue sky and fluffy white clouds floated over majestic mountains, making everything look super peaceful. Dan stared intently at something. The Golden Dragon crouched beside him and asked, so, what do you think? Amidst the rugged mountains and jagged rocks, there was a massive, deep crater. Inside, hidden away, was a gigantic silver-blue dragon, curled up and sleeping. Its whole body was wrapped in a protective energy shield. The Golden Dragon started bragging. First time seeing one, right? This is a baby dragon. She expected Dion to fanboy, but he just looked bored out of his mind. So what? A baby dragon is born. Why drag me here? The Golden Dragon looked super disappointed. You're not curious? Dion shrugged. Nothing special. She didn't bother arguing. Really? That sucks. The silence between them got awkward. Dion realized it was weird and called out, hey. She responded instantly. Huh. Dion suddenly snapped, yelling at her. You crazy psycho. Are you that bored? The Golden Dragon got mad at the random outburst. What is your problem? He got in her face and scolded her. Just use your OP powers to gather the warriors and extremists. Wipe them out, clean up, and boom. Done. Why drag me to these useless places? The Golden Dragon didn't back down. Did you forget the peace treaty? If a dragon god attacks personally, isn't that declaring war on humanity? You idiot. Dion kept ranting, criticizing her non-stop. No, just go in your human form. If Alex couldn't even recognize you, nobody else will. You moron. The Golden Dragon screamed back. I can't do that. Dion matched her energy. Why not? She looked him in the eye and said seriously. Because I can't become a singularity in this world. Dion froze, confused. A singularity? Seeing his face, she slowly explained. Exactly like you said, I am currently human. No matter how strong I am, a solo mage wiping out rank D and G blood soldier clans is impossible. If I do that, I'll attract the attention of the Transcenders. Dion seemed to catch on to what the Golden Dragon was hinting at. He pressed on. So, these people who transcend the rules, are they angels or literal gods? The Golden Dragon answered fast. Exactly. A sudden downpour or a flood. That is natural, not an anomaly. But if rain falls and then suddenly flies back up to become clouds, that is a glitch in the Matrix. An anomaly. If you mess around like that, even I would get caught by the admins. Dion jumped in. So basically, do not break the world's physics engine, right? She nodded in agreement. Bingo! Dion looked annoyed. Great, more rules to worry about. She just hummed, confirming his headache. Dion spoke up again, confusing the Golden Dragon. So, his face twisted into a sly. cunning expression, lips curling into a wicked grin. Do you think I have been caught yet? As a mere human, I have been destroying castles and slaying dragons left and right. The golden dragon played along, her voice dripping with mockery. I am dying to know, honestly. They were deep in conversation when whoosh, water blasted out of the pit, making the golden dragon jump back. Ah, you scared me. Seeing the dragon's head poking out, she panicked and warned Dion. It is hatching. Hide. Quick. The baby dragon let out its first powerful roar. The two of them dove into the bushes, watching the beast from a distance. The golden dragon whispered to Dion, "What do you think?" Before he could answer, she started gushing about the grandeur of nature. Dion looked bored out of his mind. He muttered, "This is sketchy. If I attack now, surely it is a one-shot kill, right?" The golden dragon replied, confusing Dion even more. "That is exactly why I came here." Just as she said that, a black dragon appeared out of nowhere, shocking Dion. It spread massive wings, disturbing the entire sky. The golden dragon stared at it and whispered, "She is here." The extremist faction, Black Jade Dragon, Juno. From the bushes, two confused faces watched the Black Jade Dragon descend. As she landed, she transformed into a woman and slowly stood up. Her aura was sharp and dangerous. Even Dion could not help but comment, "Whoa, she has got villain written all over her face." The golden dragon shot him a side-eye. "Who?" Dion stared at June and the newborn dragon, then spoke. The golden dragon turned her cold gaze toward Dion, who was smirking. "Since it is not a god, you have to target it when it is weakest, right? When it is born to infect it with poison, huh? I heard people like, you guys in the combat faction group up from birth to form a massive squad. So you pick off the weak ones to poison them." His eyes were cold and mocking. Hey, hey, hey. Honestly, you guys are no better than humans. Cruel beyond belief. The real hell is not underground. It is right here. The hell of light. The golden dragon, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "I used to think that too. Until I found that string belonging to Daros." Dion mumbled to himself. "Used to think, huh." The golden dragon kept talking. "Even the hardliners would never shake hands with you people." Her face hardened with determination. She was sure of her theory now. There is definitely a middleman, someone pulling the strings from behind the curtain. Dion threw out a compliment, but it was soaked in sarcasm. "Your kids seem to have leveled up." The golden dragon suddenly warned Dion, "Here comes more." Just as she spoke, two more giant dragons appeared in the sky. One blue, one orange. They were closing in on Jun's location. They transformed into human forms just like her and dove straight down. Both of them stuck the landing. A man and a woman stood before them. June welcomed them. "You made it." Owen, Julia. Julia bowed respectfully in return. "Sorry for the delay." June didn't give a damn about apologies. He cut straight to the chase. "What about the loose end?" Julia smirked, a chill running through her smile. "Gone without a trace. With the golden dragon wiped from existence, the moderates are running around like headless chickens. This world? It's finally ours for the taking." Jun shut that down instantly. "Don't get cocky. We're in the same boat. Until the Almighty designates a new vessel, all we have is pure chaos. If the humans catch on, it's game over." Owen, lurking in the shadows behind Julia, threw out a wild idea. "Why don't you take the throne yourself?" June wasn't having it. He slapped away Owen's suggestion like a fly. "Drop it, Owen. We follow the divine will. We are just pawns in the grand design. We don't have the right to question the creator." Outside, Dan watched the drama unfold, deep in thought. Suddenly, the hatchling in the pit screeched, sensing the twisted vibes from June and Julia. Owen stepped toward the abyss with heavy strides. "You're right," he muttered, stopping at the edge. "We have to do whatever it takes to survive." He fumbled for something inside his coat. "You might be losing your mind, little one, but take comfort in this. No other family will have to suffer again." Owen pulled out a hidden vial. Inside, a thick, violet sludge writhed and twisted like a demon trying to escape its glass prison. "This is for the survival of our race." Watching from the shadows, the golden dragon froze in pure horror at their recklessness. Why? Why would they go this far? But while the dragon panicked, Dion grinned like a predator who found his prey. "Gotcha. Time to crash the party." Dion was already locking and loading, battle aura flaring. He winked at her playfully. "Should I just wipe all three of them out?" The golden dragon panicked. "Wait." She put on her judge face, deadly serious. "Think about the karma. We need to understand why they chose this dark path and what the fallout will be. If we intervene now, how does that shift the timeline? We need to weigh every variable." Dion looked like he was listening to a boring history lecture. He scowled, cutting her off. "And that concerns me." "How?" "You're such a coward. Quit overthinking and let's bust some heads." But the golden dragon stood her ground, stubborn as a mule. "We are all gears in a massive cosmic machine, Dion. Sacrifices happen in the flow of time. But we must understand the meaning behind this tragedy. Dan realized talking to her was useless. Okay, fine. You're a pain. Let's go with Plan B. The golden dragon blinked, confused. Plan B? Dion smirked, a devilish glint in his eye. Oh, you'll love it. A little recreational violence, kidnapping, solitary confinement, torture, and a nice, long chat while they scream for mercy. Is this really enough? The golden dragon fell into deep thought, weighing Desire's twisted scheme. After a moment of hesitation, she finally submitted to his will, but not without a sharp warning. Just watch your step. Gentle now. A low, menacing growl rumbled from the pit. Owen popped the cork of the vial, ready to force-feed the beast. All right, let's get this party started. Sensing the imminent threat, the creature shrieked in terror. Owen tilted the potion, his voice dripping with fake sympathy. Just endure it for a second. It'll all be over in a flash. Slash. In a blink, the arm holding the poison vanished into thin air. Desire emerged from the shadows, casually gripping Owen's severed limb. He flashed a bright, chilling grin at the horrified Julia. Owen choked back a scream, eyes bulging in shock. Who the hell are you? Desire replied with a voice as sweet as honey, yet sharp as a blade. The name's Desire. Pleasure to meet you. June instantly sensed the overwhelming aura of death. She screamed to her squad. Everyone, run. Now. Mana surged violently as she puffed her cheeks, preparing a desperate counterattack. She unleashed a terrifying breath of toxic destruction straight at him. Void breath. Desire just smirked. With a casual flick of his wrist, he opened a bottomless abyss in the palm of his hand. Powerless against the gravity, June was instantly devoured by the void. Julia watched in paralyzed terror as her ally vanished into Desire's hand without a trace. Desire's expression was pure arrogance. He scanned the battlefield, issuing a cold challenge to the survivors. Who's next on the chopping block? Julia and Owen, clutching his severed stump, stood frozen, their minds reeling from the carnage. Retreat. They shrieked in unison, transforming into massive dragons and rocketing into the sky. Desire watched their frantic escape with bored eyes, abandoning your pride to survive separately. How cute. He sighed, deciding to make a game out of the hunt. Let's leave it to fate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. His finger drifted between the fleeing targets before stopping on the blue streak of light. Ding. He cheered manically. Congratulations, blue team. You're the lucky winner. Desire vanished into the ether. From afar, the golden dragon watched the scene, sweat rolling down her face. High in the sky, Owen struggled against the agony of his lost limb, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you absolute monster. Desire, the devil who slew the golden dragon, how did he find this hideout? Is there a rat among us? Panic consumed him, until a crimson flash caught his eye from behind. The red streak accelerated like a comet. In a heartbeat, Desire was there, wings spread, blocking Owen's path with terrifying dominance. A demonic smile twisted Desire's face. Jackpot. Cornered and desperate, Owen gathered every ounce of mana in his maw for one final strike. Boom. Too slow. Desire tore through Owen's throat before the dragon could even release the blast. Save the small talk. I'm on a tight schedule. Leaving the brutalized dragon behind, Desire turned away. Catch you later. He dropped Owen's limp body like trash. Desire floated away, humming a cheerful tune as if he hadn't just committed murder. Lol, lol, lol. Elsewhere, Julia was exhausted, gasping for air as she fled back to the hideout. Huff, puff. Guilt gnawed at her for losing her teammate in the chaos. Forgive me, Owen, but I have to survive. I have to warn the others that the Demon King is hunting us down. My speed is unmatched. Her confident thought shattered instantly. Something was approaching. A crimson streak tearing through the clouds. It was him. Desire waved casually like an old friend. Yo, miss me? Julia's pupils dilated in horror. That blue liquid staining his hands. It was Owen's blood. You psycho. Rage exploded within her. She gathered her mana, screaming his name with pure bloodlust. Desire, a scorching torrent of energy chased Desire, twisting and turning through the sky like a living serpent. Yet, amidst the burning horizon, Desire danced through the clouds, humming a melody. Julia was losing her mind with fury, while Desire treated it like a game of tag. All right, he sighed, checking an imaginary watch. Playtime's over, he whispered the command lightly. Chains of the void. Instantly, the sky tore open, birthing two abyssal portals that spewed endless obsidian chains. The shackles coiled around Julia, crushing her wings and binding her fate. She roared in frustration, glaring at Desire's smug victory. Her power faded, and she plummeted into the endless darkness. Time passed. Julia's eyes fluttered open to a nightmare. She was bound hand and foot, completely immobilized. What is this? A wet, hacking cough echoed beside her. She turned frantically. Owen? A mocking voice sliced through the air. Who else would it be? Desire strolled in, hands in his pockets, wearing that same infuriating smile. Welcome to the interrogation phase. Expect violence, pain, and the ugly truth. Julia thrashed against her bonds, desperate to rip his throat out. It was useless. She spat venom instead. You devil, I curse you to hell. Desire chuckled, unfazed. Curses. Please. That's my major. I aced intro to cursing with straight A+s back in the academy. He dropped the act and leaned in. Now, question 1. He held up a vial of swirling purple doom. Where did you get this? Julia shrieked back. You thief. That doesn't belong to you. Why steal our property? Thief. Desire scoffed. Didn't you steal it first? You planned to use this garbage to slaughter humanity, didn't you? His sharp logic silenced her instantly. The extremists. That's what they call your fanatic little cult, isn't it? Spill it. Who's the puppet master? How did you get this artifact? Julia regained her composure, sneering at him with defiance. Torture me all you want. My lips are sealed. You won't get a word out of me. Desire didn't get angry. He just smiled. A terrifying, knowing smile. Wham! Without looking, he buried his fist into Owen's gut. The dragon writhed in silent agony, teeth grinding. But Julia was the one who flinched. Owen, she screamed instinctively. Desire's hand dug deeper, twisting the internal organs. Ah, poor little Owen. Desert cooed darkly. He wants to scream so bad, but that crushed throat won't let him. Tragic. Julia broke. Stop it. Leave him alone. Torture me instead. You naive fool. Desert laughed coldly. You have no idea how real torture works. I'm not going to lay a finger on you. His eyes glowed with sadistic malice. But until you start talking, Owen here is going to experience a hell worse than death. From June to the very last dragon on this planet. I will butcher them all while you watch. To prove his point, he twisted his hand deeper into Owen's flesh. Julia screamed for Owen, but it was too late. Dion was already crushing Owen's insides with invisible force. A blood-curdling shriek ripped through the air. Julia cracked under the pressure. Stop, there's no one else. We're acting on our own, I swear. Dion tightened his invisible grip. Don't insult my intelligence. The planning, the resources. You Muppets didn't pull this off without a puppet master. Julia was shaking like a leaf. Dion tilted his head. Is it that black sword I absorbed earlier? Catching the boss just got easier. I'll just round up the rest of your fanatic friends and purge the lot. No, she gasped, hyperventilating. We're different. We're not like the regular fanatics. The ones with real guts form a secret elite unit. The rest of the faction are innocent, just a bunch of spineless cowards who won't fight. Dion raised an eyebrow. So, what are you? Julia couldn't hide it anymore. The Four Seasons. The Four Seasons. So you're the top dogs of the Psycho Squad? Dion sneered. Organized crime isn't exactly typical dragon behavior. Where are the others? He clenched his fist, and Owen's agonizing scream echoed again, a clear warning shot for Julia. She squeezed her eyes shut, terrified. Jan, Feb, Mar, April, May, June, me, and Owen. Dion finished the list for her. So, September, October, November, December 2. Julia's jaw dropped. Close enough. Sep, Oct, Nov, December. How the hell do you know that? That roster is top secret. Dion laughed in her face. Are you an idiot? It's a calendar. 1 through 12. Are these code names, or did you losers just team up because your names matched? No, they're our real names, she cried. We realized we sounded like a calendar, thought it was funny, and called ourselves the Four Seasons. Cute story. Dion deadpanned. Who came up with that? Was it Jun? Julia avoided his eyes, guilty as sin. It had to be Jun. Or did you just magically start syncing up? Dion's voice boomed, cutting through her lies. Think about it. The most radical dragons just happen to unite, and they just happen to have names perfectly matching the 12 months. You really believe that's a coincidence? Wake up. You were handpicked from the start. Someone engineered this whole little club. Was it Jun? Is she the puppet master? Julia screamed, desperate to defend their cause. No, we just wanted to liberate our people, to free the oppressed dragons. We all volunteered for this. Dion latched onto the word like a shark. Oppressed? By whom? Julia's face twisted with pain and hatred. The laws of this world. That damn non-aggression treaty. Humans are a cancer. They're not just killing us, they're destroying the entire planet and themselves. Did you see that hatchling earlier? True dragons are only born in the mystic realm. That baby proves it. This land belongs to the mystic realm. Tears streamed down her face. This world is ours. It belongs to the dragons. Filthy humans stole our territory, banished us to the borders, and hunted us down. And the so-called gods, they just watch and do nothing. Humans don't deserve this earth. While Julia raged, Dion stood there, icy calm, analyzing their delusion. So, because some guy claimed the land was yours, you decided if you can't have it, nobody can. You'd rather burn it all down. He held up the vial of purple death. Fine, cool story. But answer me this, how did you get this stuff from Daros? Julia froze. Daros? You mean the Demon King? What does he have to do with this mess? He didn't buy a single word spinning out of Julia's mouth. With a cold smirk, he cut through the lies. I already know the truth. Spill it. Staring at the vial, a jolt of recognition hit him. His mind raced. What the hell is this? Flashback time. He remembered when Alex showed him the final pathogen sample. That's it. The sickness found in the dragons. It matched the vial Alex presented back then. The hell mushroom. A cursed substance that drives puppets into absolute frenzy. But something was off. That one was purple. This one, a sickly pink. It wasn't Daros's pathogen. Dion's voice dropped to a terrifying octave. Where did you get this? Julia stammered, panic setting in. That thing. Suddenly, the magical chains binding her went slack. It happened so fast, she barely reacted before crashing to the cold ground. She gasped, what the? But before she could finish, the chains snapped back to life. They coiled around her throat like vipers. In a heartbeat, both Julia and Owen were yanked into the air, gasping for breath. Terror flooded her eyes. Where are we? She looked down and froze. Below them, a sea of twisted, demonic souls clawed over each other. A nightmare brought to life. Dion's voice echoed with chilling calmness. Welcome to the VIP section, the deepest abyss of the demon world. The trash that even hell rejected gets dumped right here. They wait centuries for one thing, fresh meat falling from above. Listen to them. The screams rose up from the pit, so hungry. Please, kill me. He leaned in closer. Dragons reincarnate when they die, right? Well, bad news. If you fall down there, there is no coming back. That is a promise. Amidst the horrifying shrieks, Dion whispered the final nail in the coffin. This is a place so vile. Even the gods turned their backs in disgust. Julia couldn't make a sound, the chain crushing her windpipe and fear crushing her soul. Then, Dion's voice cut through the noise like a blade. Remember our little deal? In that moment, he looked more demonic than the souls below. But his next words were the real twist. You won't be harmed. Not even a single hair on your pretty head. He smirked and let go of his other hand. But he is fair game. Julia watched in horror as Owen plummeted toward the abyss. Owen, she screamed, her spirit breaking instantly. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I bought it from the dwarves. The Buri tribe in the south. The moment the truth spilled out, snap, reality shifted, and they were dumped back onto the forest floor. She hit the ground hard but scrambled to her partner. Owen, are you okay? Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed through the trees. Dwarf, stop lying to yourself. Julia looked up and her blood ran cold. The golden dragon. Tears streamed down her face. You're still alive? The golden dragon's eyes blazed with fury. I know the truth. You naive children are being played like fiddles. And in the end, it is dragons destroying their own kind. Her voice was a judge's gavel. To think you'd shake hands with a demon duke to slaughter your kin. I don't care how much you hate humans. As dragons, you have crossed a line you can never uncross. Julia actually had the guts to clap back. We are partners with the Duke of the Demon Race, she screamed. Do you even have a clue who you're standing next to? Watch your mouth. Aren't you the one making deals with the devil? The golden dragon didn't hesitate, getting right in her face and shouting down her excuses. Spit out the truth. This poison belongs to Daros, doesn't it? Before she could even finish her sentence, Deo raised his hand. Whoosh! He used spatial magic to seal Julia right into his palm. With Julia now trapped inside his pocket dimension, the golden dragon looked at him like he was crazy. Bro, what was that? We needed more intel. Deo just tossed the poison vial to her. Take a look. It's slightly off compared to Daros' signature mix. He dropped that bombshell while the golden dragon was still standing there, totally confused, trying to process his words. If you look closely, the color and the shape of the eyeball floating inside. It's weird. She squinted at the vial in her hand, realizing something wasn't adding up. Then who brewed this nightmare? Deo recited the intel he had gathered. The dragons bought this from the dwarves in the south. That's when it clicked for the golden dragon. No way. The dwarf tribe are rock experts, not chemists. Making chemical potions is total nonsense for them. Dio nodded. Exactly. That's why I agree with you. She asked, so, does that mean there's a knockoff brand of Daros' poison circulating? Dio shut that down instantly. Nope. No one else on this planet has the skills to cook up something this nasty besides Daros. She realized he was right. True, I think so too. But Daros is 6 feet under. If this isn't his, where the hell did it come from? The golden dragon narrowed her eyes. Maybe that girl was lying to save her skin. People say crazy things when they're desperate, but Dio wasn't buying it. You saw her eyes. That was the speech of someone staring death in the face. It's 100% the truth. She stared at the vial, terrified. Is there a second Daros? Impossible. What is going on? Dio sighed, responding to her whisper. I have no clue. But then a crazy thought hit the golden dragon. Hey, she started, voices laced with suspicion. What if we got played from level 1? Are you absolutely sure Daros is actually dead? Dio raised an eyebrow. You think he faked it? The golden dragon laid out her theory. The world's greatest poison master committing suicide with poison. That's suspicious as hell. Dion's in that smell fishy to you? Dio cut through her serious mood instantly. Look, stick to writing your fantasy novels. But don't expect the readers to cry over a cheap plot twist like that. I attended his funeral personally, okay? She waved the vial in frustration. Then explained this. What is actually happening with this mess? Dio shrugged, cool as a cucumber. I told you, I don't know. She went into deep thought. The Four Suits gang and the demon realm. What's their endgame here? That question made even Dio pause to reevaluate the board. The annihilation of the human realm. It made sense. The enemy of my enemy is my ally, right? You're right. This is weird. Rarity equals value. Who benefits and who pulls the trigger? Dio muttered. Just hang in there. This arc will be over soon. Though the victims vary, and now the dwarves are mixed up in this too. The mystery was piling up. The golden dragon was still trying to figure out who was leveling up from this chaos. The extremists, she listed, and the freaks who want weapons made from dragon bones. Dio nodded, adding his own suspects to the list. The demon race too. They'd love it if the hatred between humans and dragons got deeper. She clenched her fists, and the ones doing the dirty work are my own children. The Four Suits. Dio sighed. Do they have brain damage or are they just clumsy? Dio looked up at the blue sky, sounding totally over it. Why does it feel like everyone is invited to this chaotic party except you and me? She nodded in agreement. Seriously. Dio stretched his arms and yawned. Whatever. At least I bagged one of the ringleaders. Based on the Four Suits roster, they're down 3 players now. The rest won't dare make a move yet. That gives us a window. Let's roll. Go where? She asked. Dio pointed dramatically at the horizon and shouted, Are you deaf? We're going to the Southern Underground. Time to raid the dwarves for that poison. Cut 2. A desolate wasteland at sunset. Massive mountains and jagged iron spires pierce the sky, casting long, gloomy shadows over the land. A narrow path wound through the split mountains like a scar, stretching endlessly. The golden dragon, Dio, and the squad stood before a massive gate. Someone spoke up. Since ancient times, this has been the dwarf realm. Dio rolled his eyes. Yeah, looking at it makes that obvious. He pointed to the giant sign right in front of their faces. Southern Buri Tribe, Dwarf Prison. The squad marched in. Alex, looking way too cheerful for a prison visit, piped up. Merchant, butler, warrior, and mage. We've got a full RPG party now, don't we? Jack grinned. You know it. Dio looked around, unimpressed. Is that so? The golden dragon giggled. It's definitely because I'm here. Dio gave a dry response. Oh, sure. Then he dropped a sudden question. Alex, that poison sample you gave me. When did you snag it? Alex smirked, tapping his chest. Who do you think I am? I swiped it off that first dragon we took down. Dio pressed on. Did you get it from the recent dragon too? Alex shook his head proudly. Nah, didn't need to. I've been collecting samples from 4 or 5 dragons ever since Jorix. I'm efficient. So you stopped collecting recently? Dio asked. Alex blinked, feeling the pressure. Yeah? Why do you ask? Dio went quiet. No reason. Just asking. Suddenly, Jack interrupted. Master Dio, you're talking in circles. Look, I've kept my mouth shut and just followed orders until now. If you say jump, I jump. I figured a low-level grunt like me wasn't supposed to know the big secrets. Little did Jack know, he still thought Alex and Dio were just D-rank scrubs. Seeing Jack beat around the bush, Dio sighed. What is it? Just say what's on your mind, kid. Jack hesitated. What exactly are we hunting for? Dio frowned. I briefed you at the start. We're tracking fallen dragons dealing with the demon race. We're chasing every lead. Jack's voice trembled. The day I met you, Master Dio. That dragon that torched my village. Is it connected? Yeah, Dio confirmed coldly. That dragon was corrupted by demon poison. Hearing that, Jack gripped his backpack strap until his knuckles turned white. I knew it. Rage boiled over in his voice. Uncle Tony next door. Miss Emma downstairs. So many people got hurt that day. Humans and dragons signed a peace treaty. It made no sense for them to just attack us out of nowhere. I knew something was wrong. It was those damn demons all along. Why can't they just let the world be at peace? Why hasn't God struck them down yet? Tears welled up in his eyes. They really are monsters. Absolute monsters. Dion politely clapped along. Yeah, what she said. He regained his composure and sighed. Dragons and demons tangled in one mess? This conspiracy is massive. I couldn't wrap my head around it. My mind kept spinning. Did I really need 3 people? Maybe including Lord Unum. Maybe they needed me. To keep everyone's identity under wraps, right. A covert operation on a legendary scale. Disguised as a low-level scrub squad. Realizing he was rambling, he panicked. Sorry, that was way out of line, wasn't it? Dion just looked at him. Listen, kid, just live your life. I won't stand in your way. Jack blinked. Huh? Stand in my way? Oh. Dion cut him off sharply. Because one day, maybe sooner than you think, even if you feel betrayed, just ignore it and keep living, like you always have. The weight of those words made Jack flinch. He rubbed the back of his neck, flustered. Of course. I wouldn't dare think otherwise. Lord Dion, you've done so much for me. I could spend 10 lifetimes and never repay this debt. So what I mean is, Dion didn't finish the thought. He just gave a cryptic smile. Just saying. You'll figure it out eventually. Jack didn't get it, but he bowed respectfully anyway. Yes, understood. The golden dragon remained silent. She just watched them, her gaze drifting to the cramped walls of the cave surrounding them. The sky turned a melancholy orange as evening fell. The group trudged on in silence, walking, climbing, and more walking. Hours later, they hit their limit and collapsed in a heap. Dion exploded. Hey, how much longer is this going to take? We've been walking all day and I haven't seen a single damn ant. Alex gasped for air, clutching his chest. I have no idea. These guys dig underground 24/7. Even dwarves get lost in their own kingdom. Some say it's 1,000 times worse than a minotaur's maze. Dion clenched his fist. He really wanted to punch Alex in the face. Why are you telling me this now? Alex defended himself frantically. If I told you earlier, you would have lost it. You would have burned everything down. Dion snarled. You're a genius. Maybe I'll start by burning you. While the 2 idiots bickered, the golden dragon finally broke her silence. This is strange. I know dwarf tunnels are complex. She looked back at the endless darkness they had traversed. But why haven't we seen a single dwarf? Dion roared. If I see one, I'm plucking every hair off their tiny bodies. Alex helped the exhausted human. Jack, buddy, you've been walking too long. Snap out of it. But Jack looked bad. Like, really bad. His face was a sheet of paper. Cold sweat dripped down and he was gasping for air. Alex panicked. Oz, help. Then, Alex saw them. Piles of bodies. Dwarves lay everywhere, skin tainted green, unconscious in heaps. Alex screamed. It's poison. Dion scoffed. What? Aren't dwarves immune to poison? The golden dragon's voice turned grave. Not if it's Daros' poison. Dion blinked, stunned. Wait, seriously. I thought nothing could poison these guys. The golden dragon appeared behind Alex like a ghost. Daros plays by different rules. Dion looked around. What the hell is actually going on here? She didn't waste time explaining. Magic flared from her fingertips toward Jack. Save the boy first. Instantly, vitality flooded back into him. His recovery was supernatural. The golden dragon flashed a reassuring smile at Oz. He'll be fine in a second. Oz bowed low. Thank you. Dion eyed her with suspicion. To counter that poison, even Daros would admit it. She is no ordinary mage. She smirked, radiating confidence. Oh please, you flatter me. Boom. The piece was shattered by a massive explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. Emerging from the smoke, the buried dwarf army, locked and loaded with gas masks and heavy weapons. It's you punks. The guy gripping the doom sleigh gun shield and sword screamed, pointing his blade right at them. Who the hell do you think you are? The boss of the squad ignored the question and flipped the script. You guys are the demons spreading poison all over the southern buried tribe, aren't you? Dion was totally unbothered, hands chilling behind his head. Yeah, that's right. So what if I say yes? The Burry army exploded like they just swallowed dynamite. We're gonna kill you all. Dion kept up his god-tier, arrogant attitude. Okay, but what if I say no? The Burry warrior raged. Then why are you even here? Dion replied with zero hesitation. Then we didn't do it. One of the Burry guys turned on his friend. See, I told you it wasn't them. It's because of R24. Hearing that, the loudmouth suddenly shrank back in fear. Oh, really? Dion immediately grilled them. What's this R24? And if I said I didn't do it, you'd just believe me? The group started panicking. I kept telling you the poison was from R24. The angry Buri guy snapped back. What did you say? So, you were lying. Dion tilted his head, mocking them. And if it was a lie, what are you going to do? What is R24 anyway? The angry guy screamed, if you're lying, you're dead meat. The timid guy finally spilled the beans. There's a divine gate called R24. Dion's head was spinning, ping-ponging between these two idiots. He looked at the rager. What if I was telling the truth? Then turned to the wimp. What does a door have to do with poison? The angry guy yelled again. Just tell us what you're doing here. The timid one shouted back. The Southern Buri tribe messed with that door. Watching these NPCs bicker finally pissed off Golden Dragon. He smacked all three of them into the air. Talk one at a time, you brain-dead morons. After getting beaten up, they finally decided to cooperate. We're from the Western Buri tribe. We heard the Southern tribe was in trouble, so we rushed over to check it out. But when we got here, poison was everywhere. Everyone was already dead. We were investigating when we ran into you guys. Dion leaned against the wall, nodding like he cared. But inside, he was annoyed they wasted so much time. Sounds legit. We also came to find the poison master, but found a graveyard instead. Damn it. Dion grinned, flashing his sharp fangs. Just when we thought we caught the mastermind, he ghosted us. He whistled casually. So, where do we go from here? Oz. The guy who had been silent the whole time suddenly spoke up. So, this door you mentioned. Dion's that actually have a connection to the toxin. The cowardly dwarf replied, in the R24 sector of the southern tunnels. There's an ancient gate discovered 30 centuries ago. It's made of some alien mineral nobody's ever seen. A mystic door that can't be opened by any skill or spell. Nobody knows what's inside. Could be a god chilling in there. Or a sealed demon. The info dropped like a bomb, stunning the group. The timid guy continued. However, I heard the southern fools started using reckless amounts of explosives to crack it open. Other tribes tried to stop them, but they didn't listen. And that's why they got cursed. The curse of the divine gate. The timid guy sounded terrified. Workers in Sector L24 started dropping dead, one by one. But they didn't stop, so the holy door got angry. It wiped out the stupid Southern Buri tribe with a poison strong enough to melt a dwarf. A long-bearded guy stepped up, denying it. What? You believe that superstition crap? It was the guy in the black robe wearing jade. He released the poison. We have to catch him. The timid guy wouldn't back down. Humans can't create a poison this OP. This is definitely the holy door's curse. Hearing that description shocked Dion and the dragon princess. She spoke up, black robe and jade. Dion knew instantly. It was Jun. Golden Dragon looked ready to breathe fire at the mention of June. Tell me everything about that guy. The bearded dwarf explained. Rumors say a guy matching that description was seen near R24. That's a sacred zone. Not just anyone can enter. For a human to sneak in there, he definitely spread the poison. Dion stood up, ready for action. Let's roll. He smiled with pure confidence. Take us to Sector R24. All the clues point there. The red-bearded dwarf got serious and pulled out a map. The toxicity there is max level. Even our gas masks are useless. Take this map instead. I'm not dying today. The squad moved out toward the toxic zone. Golden Dragon, Alex, and Dion walked effortlessly in front. Meanwhile, Jack was struggling, hauling a mountain of weapons in the back. Ahead lay a bottomless abyss of a cave. Her expression darkened. The closer to R24, the stronger the poison. At this level, even a poisoned dragon would get wrecked. This was truly a nightmare tier toxin. It felt like it was hiding a dark secret. Jack was completely gassed out, collapsing to the ground. Hearing the thud, everyone turned around. Jack was on his knees, gasping for air. Golden Dragon checked on him. Just lean back and breathe, he thought to himself. This is definitely Daros' poison work. Even my magic is barely filtering it out. A normal human body doesn't stand a chance. She encouraged him but made the hard call. You've done enough. We'll handle it from here. Jack, go back to where those dwarves are. It was too dangerous to drag him along. Jack forced a smile, his face turning green. I'm sorry. Sorry I couldn't be more help. Missions of this difficulty level, not a team sport for regular humans. Dion asked. You know the way back? Jack nodded. Yes. They let him rest before he retreated. The main squad pushed deeper into the darkness. The eerie green glow of the poison signaled death was near. As they walked, they stumbled upon a gruesome scene. Bodies of the Buri tribe. Corpses littered the ground like trash. No one could clean them up without dying too. She spoke. We're here. At R24, even Dion was stunned by the view. What in the world is that? A massive object stood before them. It looked like a spaceship, or a ballistic missile ready to launch. Golden Dragon spoke like she recognized the tech, those dwarfs. Trying to hide something this massive? Yeah, right. Standing next to it, they looked like ants. Dion asked, what is that thing? She answered bluntly, I have no idea. Dion pressed on. Then why did you say they struggled to hide it? Because they didn't know what it was. Dion was speechless. He thought, wait, she doesn't know? That door was found 30 centuries ago, and this woman has lived over 600 centuries. How does she not know? Suddenly, on a walkway above, a figure in black was watching them. Dion spotted him instantly. The spy realized he was busted and bolted. Dion shouted, he's making a run for it. Dio barks the order, and Alex lunges to tackle the intruder. He grabs him, but the guy kicks free, ditches his loot, and parkours straight up to the cave entrance. Dio breaks the silence just as Huang approaches the weird artifact. That guy is the mastermind. Finally, the fog of mystery is starting to lift. She taps the object, eyes locked in. Boom! A beam of light shoots from her hand straight into it. She side-eyes Dio and scoff. You still monologuing over there, weirdo? Dio ignores the shade and steps up. If a fossil like you, 665 centuries old, mind you doesn't know, is it an ancient relic? Maybe from the Silver Age? Huang smirks, ready to drop a lore bomb. Back in nursery school, I learned about a world before this one. Dio's jaw drops. Wait, even before that one? Dio's brain buffers for a second before he asks, You mean the legendary Golden Age? She nods, deadly serious. Yep, an era where humans were the top dogs, no dragons, no demons, just pure human ego. They built metal moons and star fortresses wrapped in rockets. Straight out of a sci-fi flick. They rode pillars of fire to conquer the skies and sailed the galaxy's endless ocean like it was nothing. But they got cocky. They were the first to throw hands with the gods. Bad move. A divine laser beam nuked them from orbit, shattering the crust. That was the Golden Age. Once upon a time, the big guy upstairs crafted heaven and earth, then dropped humans in like action figures. He was stoked. The world was their playground. They hit peak civilization, the Golden Age. Zero magic, yet they could chat with dudes on the other side of the planet instantly. Tech was their sorcery. Skyscrapers pierced the heavens. They had the juice to leave the planet and surf the stars. But irony struck, they nuked themselves with their own toys. Global incineration. Soil boiled. Oceans evaporated. The ultimate war plunged the world into an eternal blackout. The sky turned into an ocean of poison, raining death for 1,000 days straight. Game over. Total server wipe. God was heartbroken, crying rivers. Eventually, he hit respawn on humanity, but this time, he banned science. He deleted that tech tree for good. Instead, he gave them cheat codes. Magic. Humans leveled up fast, building a dazzling mystic civilization from the ashes. Welcome to World 2, the Silver Age. Wave a stick, and boom, fire, water, earth obey you. Floating cities? Easy peasy. Turning silver to gold, raising the dead, they were OP. But good times never last. The gods started beefing, and the scale was absolutely apocalyptic. They fought over the mana core, the source of all magic. 500 years of carnage later, extinction event number 2. So, the creator got salty again. He decided to wipe the slate clean and build a new server. Welcome to our current nightmare, the era of chaos. Golden Dragon replayed the old lore, feeling all sentimental. She dropped the truth bomb with a serious face. The Demon Clan and Dragon Clan were born. And then, the creator hit the reset button on the world again. But this time, he gave humans the short end of the stick with the Hawks continent. Meanwhile, the dwarves went full mole mode, tunneling underground to claim the depths. Your demon clan set up camp in the void purgatory. And my crew? The dragons took the sweet spot, the intersection of the magic era and the dark wars. Dio listened to her ramble, actually impressed. Yeah. I memorized that history lesson back when I was still curled up in an egg. He flashed a grin. Back then, I tuned it out, but hearing it now sounds like a total fairy tale. Golden Dragon frowned, but kept her cool to listen. Dio smirked, raising an eyebrow with attitude. Word on the street is the Golden Age only lasted 80 centuries before it crashed and burned, and the Silver Age, even more pathetic, gone in 20. But look at us now. The Chaos Era is a death trap, yet humans are surviving longer than anyone. Dio stared into empty space, his expression darkening. Even if they're grounded, unable to sail the ocean of stars anymore. Even if they lost the admin privileges to control magic, Golden Dragon cut him off with an icy smile. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Humans are morons, after all. Suddenly, the wall behind her shifted. Golden Dragon's voice dropped to a whisper. Star ceramics? Is this the legendary material? She didn't wait for Dio to catch up. She spun around, acting like a tour guide. They call this stuff star ceramics. This smooth metal is 3 times tougher than diamond, a layer just a few millimeters thick. It blocks absolutely every physical and chemical attack. Totally OP. A massive structure revealed itself from the wall. It was oversized, insane. Golden Dragon wouldn't shut up about it. With this titan of a ship, humans ditched this world. They sailed the star ocean to conquer other planets. She was in her own little world, completely geeking out. This is a relic, the absolute peak of tech from the Golden Age's prime. Now, only the creator or high-tier angels can handle this beast. Low-level mobs like us, it's a forbidden zone. Can't touch it. The second she stopped talking, Dio charged his fist with aura and launched a haymaker at the machine. Boom! The impact sent Golden Dragon flying across the room. She hit the floor, hard. A moment later, she screamed, absolutely livid. Hey, are you insane? Despite the nuke-level punch, the metal machine didn't have a single scratch. Not a dent, surface smooth as glass. Dio stayed in his punching stance, tilting his head. Seriously, it didn't break? That is so annoying. She yelled back, hopeless. If it actually broke, we'd be dead, you idiot. Dio just looked irritated. He forced a stiff smile. Stop nagging. Go stand in the corner, would you? I'm cracking this thing open. Golden Dragon scrambled to her feet. She got in his face, deadly serious. If you don't know the code, step aside. I'll handle it. Golden Dragon used her touch and sound waves to scan for the access port. Seconds later, she found the sweet spot. Gotcha. I knew it was here. Dio blinked, clueless. I don't see anything. She ignored him, tracing complex runes on the surface. Instantly, a holographic system interface popped up. She worked fast, hacking the ancient software, restoring the corrupted data. She knew her stuff. Dio stared blankly. Drawings made of light. Is that magic? What are you doing? She replied flatly. Restoring the program. Program? What's that? She kept working, fingers flying. Golden Age tech, dummy. Behind this panel, giant lightning cables are linking up. It creates a magic-like effect. Her voice went stern. But this tech, it's extinct. Dio stood behind her, genuinely confused. How do you know all this nerd stuff? She clicked her tongue. I just know the basics. I don't get the theory, but I learned the bypass method. Dio frowned, suspicious. Learned? From who? Did you meet someone from the Golden Race? She hesitated. The Golden Age. The Silver Age. They crash, sure. But their loot didn't disappear. I think your demon clan inherited the Golden Age legacy. Breathing fire, ruling with brute force. That's their philosophy. Dio was curious now. But what about star ceramics and programs? Why am I clueless about that? She gave him a skeptical look. Who knows? Maybe you're destined to reinvent it. Dio stopped asking. He just stared at the metal giant. Then it clicked. Wait, Dion's that mean you dragons got the Silver Age legacy? She was still typing away. Bingo. We dragons run on mana. Without magic, we're grounded. Can't even fly. Dio's jaw dropped. What? Don't you use your wings? She scoffed. Have you ever seen a bird this huge? Besides, some dragons don't even have wings. Dio gasped. No way. I didn't see that coming. Suddenly, the system beeped. Access granted. Cracked it. The hatch hissed open. Inside, a massive, futuristic hangar. Machines everywhere. Dio peered into the darkness. What the hell? That is one weird boat. Golden Dragon marched inside, throwing shade over her shoulder. Stay out here if you're scared. Dio panicked. Hey, that's a Golden Age relic. You can't just walk in. It's dangerous. She shook her head confidently. Chill out. It's fine. He shouted. How do you know? But he followed her anyway. She scanned the interior as she walked. She raised an eyebrow. It's written right there on the floor. Dry food storage. What are you scared of? Coward. Dio just stood there, dumbfounded. Storing grub for a whole 1,000 centuries? What kind of freak needs that many snacks? Come on out. I'll wreck you. Golden Dragon ignored me and strutted over to the data console. She tapped the screen, and a hologram of some rusty bucket of bolts popped up. She stared at it like a total nerd, muttering weird words like Kether, Bina, Chakma, Gevra. Then she dropped the bomb. This is Malkuth. I leaned in, totally clueless. The hell is that? She didn't even look at me. Just said, the final arc of the Golden Age. Humanity was practically toast, so they built 10 of these ships to bail on this dying rock. The Sephiroth Root Project. She looked like she was tripping down memory lane, her voice getting all serious. This block looks like a glorified pantry for one of those ships. Guess they were in such a rush to leave, they forgot to actually hit the launch button. She scanned the ancient junk, talking a mile a minute. No poison here. The dwarves treat this place like holy ground, so nobody messes with it. They probably figured it was the perfect hideout for their shady mushroom deals. I narrowed my eyes at her. Seriously, who the hell are you? She just flashed a cocky grin. Someone at my level? We've got more secrets than you have brain cells. I kept my cool. Look, as the Demon King, I figured you were some big shot entity. But man, there's a ton I don't get. It's like this body of yours is just a disposable battery for war. nothing else. She side-eyed me with a smirk. All, feeling victimized? Then she turned her back, acting totally bored. Whatever. None of that trash matters. Even the Demon King bailed on it. So who cares? We need to find Alex and snag that loser who ran away. I'm gonna crush him flat. Suddenly, a red laser beam shot out from the shadows. My reflexes are god tier, so I dodged. But not fast enough. That beam punched a hole straight through my hand. I stared at the wound, annoyed. Seriously, you put a hole in me? I looked up. The glow came from the weapon of a massive monster statue. What the heck? I didn't sense any aura from this hunk of junk. Golden Dragon yelled from behind. It's not alive and it doesn't use magic. Genius. That's a robot. A Golden Age golem. I couldn't believe my ears. A robot? She spun around, looking ready to slap me, and snapped back. A Golden Age golem. It's the security guard for this place. Right on cue, the metal beast swung its laser sword at us. She was faster, jumping in front of me. Watch out. She instantly summoned an invisible barrier. It blocked the laser, but the power was insane. She couldn't hold it. A second later, we both hit the dirt, totally overpowered. That ticked me off. I caught Golden Dragon, glared at the tin can, and gritted my teeth. Hey, scrap metal. You ain't the only one who can shoot lasers. I blasted fire beams right out of my eyeballs, but that just made the machine excited. It powered up its cannons to max level. Dozens of red lasers locked onto me. I wasn't backing down. I channeled every ounce of power into my eyes and fired back. It was a beam struggle, a total stalemate. Golden Dragon watched, jaw on the floor, too stunned to speak. My fire got blocked. I snapped. I let out a maniacal laugh. You blocked that? Fine. Eat this, you bucket of bolts. Dragon freaked out. She tackled me, covering my face. Don't shoot, I frowned. Why? She sighed, looking at me like I was hopeless. Are you deaf? This is a Golden Age relic. You want to blow us all to Kingdom Come? I shrugged. If you're scared, hide behind me. I won't let you die. She looked like she had a migraine. It's not that. This spaceship flies on nuclear energy. I blinked. Nuclear energy? What's that? She lost it and screamed. Just shut up and listen. Do you want to destroy the whole world? While we were arguing, the golem stomped closer. Bam! A fist slammed right between us. We barely dodged the kill shot. I wiped the sweat off. Damn, this guy hits like a truck. Die already. The robot launched a combo of vicious attacks. That was the last straw. I focused all my mana into my fist and threw a haymaker. The shockwave sent Dragon flying, but the machine caught my fist. I got chills. You withstood that, and the ship too. What the hell is this tech made of? No time to think. It swung again. I ducked and shouted my ultimate move, Chains of the Void. Dark chains erupted and wrapped around the bot. It couldn't move, it let out a mechanical roar. Then its arms morphed into long spikes. Slash. It cut through my heavy chains like butter. I just watched, stunned. Are you kidding me? That didn't work? Suddenly, it grabbed me and hoisted me into the air. I was fuming. What does it take to kill you? I was so done with this. I puffed up my cheeks, charging a blast. Screw it. I can't take this anymore. Everyone just die. I was about to spit pure destruction, but Dragon slapped her weapon over my mouth. She screamed up at me. Hey, are you insane? One wrong shot and this whole place goes boom. Muffled noises of protest came out of my mouth. I yelled back, who cares? As long as he dies, it's fine. Her eyes popped out. Have you lost your mind? Jack and the others are still somewhere in this dungeon. You want to kill them too? I pulled her weapon away. Oh, right. That actually made sense. Yeah, true. Those weaklings are useless anyway. She clicked her tongue, giving me a dirty look. Wow. Your personality is absolute trash. I pointed at the rampaging robot. Hey, it's not me you should worry about. That thing is gonna wreck everything. Panic flashed in her eyes. We have to shut it down. I looked at her, totally lost. Okay, genius. So how do we do that? Golden Dragon shook her head, looking clueless. I don't know. I'm still buffering here. Meanwhile, that scrap pile snapped its own weapon and launched the shards straight at Dion. Dion barely dodged the lethal rain, weaving through death inches at a time. Gritting his teeth, he snapped at Golden Dragon. You're actually making a joke out of this, aren't you? He unleashed a barrage of mana-infused daggers, intercepting the demonic assault. The clash of steel and magic turned the very air into a chaotic storm. Golden Dragon clutched her head, screaming, it's too loud. Dion summoned a long blade ready to rumble. But then, catching sight of her floating weapon, a light bulb went off. He whipped his head toward her and shouted, Hey, remember how you blocked my combined magic with that fabric before? She looked blank. Why bring that up now? Dion roared back. Just use your power. Wrap this entire space in that cloth right now. The machine was relentless, shadowing his every move with jagged shrapnel. Dion locked eyes with her, deadly serious. Seal this place like a fortress. Protect the outsiders, but trap us and this thing in your dimension. Isolate us completely. Golden Dragon didn't hesitate. Got it. She hovered mid-air, channeling her aura. Her weaponized fabric expanded, spiraling around the machine like a cocoon. Dion stood outside the encirclement, staring down his prey with a smirk. Hey, Tin Can. Better put up your shields. With nothing left in his way, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Eat this. Breath of the Demon King. There was nowhere for that machine to run. It took the critical hit head-on. The outside world remained untouched, but inside, that ruthless blast reduced the machine to nothing but drifting dust and ashes. Dion cheered, done and dusted. Then, his earpiece crackled. It was Alex. Master, I have secured the target. Dion turned to Golden Dragon immediately. Alex caught him. Let's move. But she didn't budge, landing next to the scrap heap. You go ahead. I have an interrogation to finish first. She scanned the wreckage, her expression darkening. I need to clean this mess up, and there are a few things I need to verify. Dion furrowed his brows but sighed after a moment. Just make it quick, then catch up. He didn't waste another second, flashing away toward Alex. On the other side, Alex had the target pinned to a tree with his tentacles. His killing intent was suffocating. Give it up, or I promise you, death will be the least of your worries. A voice chimed in from behind. Hello there. Alex sensed his presence instantly, bowing his head. Master, you have arrived. Dion squeezed through Alex's mass of tentacles, groaning. Oof, watch the slime. He grinned at the captive. Finally, time to see who's pulling the strings. Step by step, Dion approached and ripped the hood off the guy's head. But before he could even get a good look, the man spoke. I am terribly sorry, Your Majesty. Dion froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. He frowned. The shape-shifting mage, Viscount Rosegold, why aren't you in the demon realm? What are you doing here? The Viscount bowed respectfully. Sir, I was merely following Duke Greed's orders. Duke Greed ordered me to keep this a secret from everyone. Dion's eyes glowed a menacing crimson. He glared at the man, teeth grinding. Orders? What orders? Spill everything, or I'll end you right here. Viscount Rosegold sighed, defeated, and let the truth pour out. To corrupt the heroes, incite a dragon rebellion, and shatter the alliance during the 66th war. It was a grand design. When I was deployed, I disguised myself as a dwarf to trade Lord Daros' mycelium with the radical dragons. But the dwarves caught on, so I detonated the toxin and went into hiding. Dion raised an eyebrow. I never gave such an order. Are you saying Daros cooked this up all on his own? The Viscount bowed his head in terror. But the Demon King left the realm. You said to accomplish our goals by any means necessary. Yet, no matter how many reports I sent, there was no reply. I've been waiting here in limbo. Dion cut him off cold. Of course, there was no reply, because Daros is dead. Sudden suicide. The man looked like his world had collapsed. He screamed, Impossible. Lord Daros would never do that. Your Majesty has been deceived. Dion clicked his tongue, a headache forming. Yeah, that's why we're here. We want the truth too. I thought you had answers, but you're as clueless as we are. Viscount Rosegold trembled. In that case, there is only one person. He exhaled shakily. There was a co-conspirator. I always suspected him. The one who first proposed this entire plan. He was the only dragon to meet Lord Daros face to face. The Viscount pointed a finger, his voice rising. The leader of the extremists isn't Rune. It has to be him. Dion frowned. The radical leader isn't Rune, but we already captured him. The Viscount shook his head frantically. No, Your Majesty. The true leader of the Hardliners is a ghost. Even his own followers don't know his face. Stunned silence followed. Then, the name dropped like a bomb. It is the White Dragon. I am certain he said this. He recalled the memory. The White Dragon's voice echoed in his mind. Are you Viscount Rosegold? A mere dragon dares approach me? He had sneered. What's your game? The White Dragon had replied, every word dripping with weight. Listen closely. To exterminate the filthy humans, the dragons and the demon realm must unite for the 66th war. We will wipe them out. Bring me to Daros. Dion went silent, and then the Viscount looked down. I reported it to Lord Daros. Shortly after, he met the White Dragon in secret, alone. I have no idea what they discussed, but when he returned, he ordered me to infiltrate the dwarves and supply the mycelium toxin to the quartet. He was specific. No one, not even the quartet, could know the demon realm was involved. Dion narrowed his eyes. What about the other toxins? Before the spy could answer, Dion cut in coldly. I caught a member of the quartet recently, and their poison, it was different from Daros' supply. Viscount Crimson loses his mind listening to this. Where are you getting this fan fiction? That's impossible. My mycelium poison is the peak of demon realm engineering. No one else can brew this stuff. It's one of a kind. A cold female voice cuts in from behind. So, the conclusion is, you're clueless too. Huang steps up, radiating boss energy. She gets right in Viscount Crimson's face. The real puppet master behind the Four Seasons Guild is a ghost. Even the fanatics can't find him. How do we hunt the rest of them? Dio sighs, about to explain. But Crimson panics at the new arrival. Who is she? Dio shoots him a look, totally chill. Relax, dude. She's on my team. Don't worry about it. Crimson trembles, realizing his mistake. Your Highness's crew? My bad. Then he spills the tea. I know where they're hiding. They sucked at controlling the spores initially. I went to Agata Canyon to be their tech support. That's their main base. Dio frowns, whispering. Agata Canyon? Where's that? Huang answers instantly. The Royal Tomb. Restricted zone. Damn. We walked into a trap. But Dio, totally unbothered even after passing Joris. He turns around, yawning. All right, let's head home. Huang stares at him like he's crazy. And ignore the villain base? Dio keeps walking. It's on the way anyway. Let's crash, recharge, maybe grab a bowl of ramen first. I'm starving. Huang stomps her foot. Sleep? We go now. Dio steps over Alex's wriggling tentacles and sighs at her lack of chill. He spins around. Did you forget we almost got wiped by poison 5 minutes ago? Their main base is gonna be way deadlier. Tutorial mode is over. We need to rest up or we die. She clicks her tongue, smirking. You soft for something? Did Jack adopt you? You sound like a nag. Dio glares. You got a death wish? Alex pipes up. Master. What about Viscount Crimson? Dio pats the guy's shoulder. Good work. Get out of here. Live your life. You're a free man now. 7 hours later, back at Joris Village. Huang slams a massive beer mug down. Ah, that hits the spot. Barkeep, hit me again. Jack sweats nervously. Maybe slow down. Your liver's gonna file a complaint. Huang waves him off. I'm fine. Those brats stress me out. Jack, you don't know the pain of being a parent. Jack blinks. Wait, you're a mom? She turns red, realizing how that sounded. No, not like that. Dio, stuffing his face nearby, calls out to Jack. Just keep pouring, Jack. Her liver, her problem. Plus, think of the profit margins. Isn't that great? Actually, if she passes out, just pull a scam on the bill. Jack sighs, shaking his head. Lord Dio, you're truly diabolical. Alex leans over the counter, whispering loudly to Jack. Do it. If tonight goes well, maybe we get a baby Dio running around. Jack turns beet red. Excuse me. Dio hears it, dark mana flaring in his hand like a grenade. Shut your trap before I blast you. Alex bows, terrified. Mercy, boss. Dio goes back to his food, casual as ever. So, how was the field trip for the kiddos? Jack was practically glowing with hype as he chirped. Yo, thanks to you, Boss Dan. The crew got off to a killer start. Seriously, big thanks. Dion kept his cool and asked, how old are those runts anyway? Jack didn't skip a beat. My sis is 15, and the little bro is 9. Dion blinked, looking totally lost. 9. And they're already shipping him off to the dorms. Jack scratched his head, looking awkward. Yeah, well, the fancy elite families start him young, with that intensive education stuff from elementary school. Dion shook his head, sighing. Man, sounds like a total drag. Next time, just spill the beans right away, all right? Don't bottle it up until it hurts. Jack nodded like a loyal puppy. You got it. Meanwhile, Golden Dragon was absolutely wasted. Her face beat red, and she turned on Dion, full-on pouty mode. Why are you such a simp for Jack, huh? But with me, you charge me cash even if I just want a single plate of food. Dion snatched his noodle bowl away like she was gonna steal it, 'cause I feel like it. Golden Dragon leaned in, messy and bold. Wait, don't tell me you've actually caught feelings for Jack. Dion turned bright red and snapped. You crazy? Lay off the booze. You're talking total trash. Suddenly, she got all serious, her voice dropping to a weirdly soft whisper. No way. Absolutely not. You two can't catch feelings, okay? Don't get any closer than this. Dion just nodded along, rolling with it. Yeah? Keep telling yourself that. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air from behind. Greetings. I am Inquisitor Cadenia, from the Holy Court. Jack's face went pale, like his soul just left his body. The Holy Court? Jack stuttered, panic setting in. Hi, I'm... Cadenia cut him off cold. I know who you are, Jack. I'm here specifically for you. Jack froze, looking like he was about to pass out. The Inquisitor continued. You hit C rank recently, right? I got a few questions about that little miracle. Jack was shaking like a leaf in a storm. Why? Is there a problem? Did I do something wrong? Kadia got straight to the point. Relax, nothing major. Just a special case. Word on the street is the Hollaby family can't even scrape together 5 gold coins. Yet, you smashed the evaluation and got C rank. That's not just luck, that's suspicious. I have a totally valid reason to suspect there's some shady business going on here. Jack panicked, waving his hands wildly. No, no shady business, I swear. Kadinia gave a chilly, bored smile. The investigation will decide that. Scandal or not, the math just isn't adding up. Dion finally chimed in from the side, sounding annoyed. Oi, Mr. Investigator, or whatever. Kadinia stood up straight. Ah, Mr. Dion? Dion raised an eyebrow. You know who I am. Kadinia nodded. Indeed, the eccentric merchant who appeared out of nowhere, bearing the name of an ancient deity. He glanced at the drunk girl. And that sleeping beauty is Miss Junum. He turned to the other side. And that gentleman over there is the butler, Alex. Dion hesitated for a second, then scoffed. Well, since you did your homework, beat it. You're blocking my customers and killing the vibe. Kadinia, tieged, and smirked. Then let me be a customer. I need a dagger. I lost my weapon fighting dragons in the Holly-Styrtia territory a few days back. Dion went quiet, his eyes getting sharp. You were there? Kadinia gave a cryptic smile that didn't reach his eyes. I was there, and many other places. Then, he switched gears instantly. Now, a quick quiz for you. What is Jack's pureblood percentage? Dion blinked, caught off guard, but recovered fast. I'm pretty sure there's a report filed somewhere. Just go read that. Kadinia laughed loudly. Oh, I read it. That's why I'm asking you. Give me a number. Dion shook his head, looking bored. No clue. Totally forgot. Kadinia wasn't letting go. He spun on Jack. What about you, kid? You forget too? Jack started sweating bullets, looking like a deer in headlights. Kadinia lost his patience, his voice dropping to a growl. Spit it out. The report says 4.2%, which is insane. Jack trembled. Right, it's 4.2%. Kadinia leaned right into his face, grinning like a shark. Wrong. That report was fake. The real number is 3.62%. Jack froze, realizing he walked right into a trap. Dan slurped his noodles loudly, interrupting the tension. Kid 17, orphan, comes from a line of F-rank nobodies without a penny to their name. No cash, no clout. If his bloodline stats were too high, he'd be a target. So I fudged the numbers down a bit. You got a problem? Take it up with the clerk. Kadinia chuckled. Is that your story? Dion shrugged, pouting a little. Believe what you want. If you're done, get lost. Kadinia didn't budge. No need for the attitude. I'm actually here to help. Dion rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. Yeah, right. Everyone who says I'm here to help is usually here to screw you over. You want to help? Do it quietly. Drop 10 gold coins in the mail every month anonymously. That actually changes lives. Golden Dragon, who had been quiet, finally grabbed Dion's shoulder, looking annoyed. Chill out. He's from the Holy Court. He's got high clearance. He could strip Jack of his warrior title in a heartbeat. Even the General of Jorix wouldn't dare talk to him like that. Kadinia stood up and looked at them. He's right, but today, I'm just here to make sure Z gets what he deserves. My sources tell me that Z is at least a C-rank warrior, maybe even D. That kind of talent is rare, especially for a 17-year-old who is still hitting puberty. It's practically a miracle. Dion groaned, looking bored out of his mind. You're overthinking it. It's the gear. I spent a fortune on his weapon. The kid's body can't handle that kind of power. Kadinia's eyes narrowed, a sly grin spreading across his face. How odd. Usually, Guardians want their fighters to climb the ranks and get famous. But you're actively holding him back. Dion didn't blink. If his rank gets too high, he becomes useless to me. Kadinia looked stunned, totally confused. Excuse me. It's simple math, Dion said coldly. He's a warrior with 0 cash and 0 connections. Without a sponsor, he couldn't even afford the entry fee for the ranking test. Sure, you get a freebie when you graduate high school. But since he dropped out, he'd be stuck evaluating externally and living as a lowly F rank forever. Dion smirked. Now, look at me. I've got cash, but I'm a nobody. Fastest way to the top? Latch onto a warrior. I need him to be just famous enough to be useful. But if he gets too big, the spotlight hits me. And I hate the light. Kadinia stared at him for a long moment. You are remarkably selfish. Dan raised a brow, cutting straight to the chase. Look, Jack needs cash, and I need a legit cover identity. It's a win-win, right? So quit blocking the path. Caden just wouldn't let it go. You're screwing Z over. AD rank warrior status is basically equivalent to high nobility in this world. He'd get royal backing and the chance to be a hero for the gods. You're just using him. Dion smirked, flipping the script immediately. Okay, genius. What if Z flops the evaluation? Huh? Caden froze, caught off guard. Dan pressed on. What if the machine ranks him at a C, just like now? Or worse? What if he drops to F-rank trash? Then what? Caden scoffed, total denial written on his face. That won't happen. Impossible. He puffed out his chest. My intel confirms he's the legendary masked warrior. Z looked like he was about to throw up. He was totally busted and speechless. Dion got right in Caden's face, teasing him. Your intel. So no actual proof, just a lucky guess based on some rumors, right? What if the test proves he's not C or D? Dion shrugged, enjoying the chaos. Maybe last time was just pure luck. If the result comes back as garbage F rank, what's your plan? Dion grilled him. You still gonna treat him like royalty then? Caden frowned, spitting out every word. If that happens, then he lives the life of a low ranker. But mark my words, it won't. Dion leaned back on the table, resting his chin in his hand with a devilish grin. Why so sure? Because daddy's money bought you some info? You're betting Z's entire future on a hunch? Seriously. Dion raised an eyebrow. You're a rich kid, aren't you? Caden blinked, confused. What does my money have to do with this? Dion sighed. You think hard work is some magic key to the universe, don't you? Fail. Try again, never give up, and you'll win eventually. You think that fairy tale logic is just how the world works. That's why you privileged brats never get it. Caden's eyes went cold. Are you mocking my effort right now? Dion kept his cool. Not mocking effort. I'm mocking your safety net. You can fail 1,000 times because someone always catches you. Z doesn't have that luxury. Dion laughed darkly. Failure is the mother of success? Give me a break. One screw-up, and Jack's life is over. Game over. Yet he chose to risk failing just to save his siblings. He lives in constant fear that his failure strategy will fail too. Walking on eggshells, terrified of every step. Don't judge his survival mode. Dion didn't even blink. He stared straight into Cadenia's soul. Jack only apologizes to survive among ignorant trash like you. So what? Cadenia scoffed. You think he lives like a peasant because he's too lazy to grind? Dion's voice dropped an octave. You're looking down on his survival. Do you have any idea what it cost him just to reach this level of failure? You want him to be a lab rat for your little experiment? Dion turned back to his bowl. And if he breaks, what then? He stabbed his chopsticks into the noodles, slurping loudly to show dominance. I'm feeding him now. 2 bowls. You can get lost. This is his only salvation. Cadenia wasn't backing down. High-tier warriors are national treasures. We can't waste them. Slurp. Dion chewed with zero manners. If they're so precious, why is your management system such garbage? Why is a warrior forced to haul trash instead of training? Cadenia froze. The logic hit hard. He turned to Jack with a fake, plastic smile. You're tougher than you look. A hidden threat lingered in his voice. I'll be back. Think it over, Jack. Dion just rolled his eyes. Whatever. Please don't come back, Jack stammered, terrified. Cadenia spun around. Farewell for now. But Dion wasn't done. Hey. He pointed a lazy finger at his own neck. Clean up your mess before you leave. Cadenia's eyes narrowed. Those were mana threads, invisible to everyone except the absolute monsters of this world. Master, what's happening? Jack was clueless. Dion chewed his noodles. Look around, idiot. Why do you think everyone is so quiet? Jack looked around. The customers were frozen like statues, bound by invisible chains. The whole restaurant was under Cadenia's control. Silence enforced by the mana rings on his fingers. A classic villain move. Oops. My bad. Cadenia's smile didn't reach his eyes. With a snap, the mana threads vanished into thin air. He bowed with perfect noble etiquette. Excuse me then. Jack, being a saint, waved. Safe travels. Thanks for coming. Cadenia walked away, mind racing. Orbis Webb. Isn't something a trash tier hunter should see. His suspicions spiked. I need to dig into his background. Meanwhile, Jack beamed at his savior, Master Dion. Thank you so much. Jack's smile was blinding. Dion ignored him, whispering to himself. Idiot. Don't look at me like that. You're just a pawn in my game. Night fell. The full moon rose. Shop closed. And Dion was stuck carrying the golden dragon princess to bed. UGHHH. Dion roared in frustration. I said have a drink, not drink yourself into a coma. He remembered the betrayal. Alex had vanished. Gotta go. Rick pretended to clean. Busy. Cowards. Dion clenched his fist. I'm killing them both tomorrow. He dumped her onto the mattress, gasping for air. Damn, she's heavy. He watched her sleep. A memory surfaced. Her voice echoed in his mind. I had high hopes, you know? You're the first to reject the Demon King title. I thought we were getting closer. Leave now, or every hunter and executor in the world will descend on this spot. Just be a fool. It's easier that way. Dion shook his head. Sharp claws materialized on his hand. He moved the blade to her throat. She didn't flinch. He pulled back, scoffing. Sleeping defenseless next to a demon lord. You really are stupid. He paced the room. Finally, he collapsed on the sofa. Just tonight, I'm playing bodyguard. Suddenly, the air grew heavy. Familiar, annoying auras filled the room. Dion gritted his teeth. What are you freaks doing here? Glugoofy and Chatina materialized from the shadows, giggling. We have questions, my lord. Their voices harmonized. You vanished during the funeral. Not very polite. We missed you. You used to cling to us when you were a brat. Dion ignored the nostalgia trip. Cut the crap. Why are you here? Glugoofy smirked. How long are you going to keep up this little hero roleplay? The game only lasts 20 more years. Dion clicked his tongue. Boring. I'm sleepy. Get to the point or get out. Fine. Stay out of Daros' business. Dion's eyes snapped open. The killing intent flared. Stay out? Soko was too scared to tell you himself. He sent us instead. Dion's gaze turned icy. Explain. Now. Convince me not to kill you. The two demons stood up, grins widening. Oh, persuasion is our specialty. They dropped their cloaks. Skin revealed. It's been a while, master. Want to play? They crawled over him, hands wandering, touching his chest, his face. Dion looked like he was watching paint dry. What exactly is this? We told you. We're persuading you. Dion felt a chill of cringe. Thud. He kicked them across the room. Gross. I tried to be serious. Why are the seven dukes all such degenerates? No wonder you lose to cheap fodder. Dion roared. Stop stripping and start talking. What happened to Daros? They laughed, shrugging off the violence. Oh, stop pretending, big brother. You already know the truth. Alex is the one who butchered Daros. The scene shifted. Dion looked bewildered. Say what? Alex smoked Daros? Is that a theory, or do you have actual receipts? The twin demon dukes, Gulveg and Katina, kept their cool. It's a theory, but every duke believes it. Dion's eyes glowed red. Why? She bowed politely. We just want to know. Why did you stop Daros? Dion panicked internally. Me? Stop him? Why would I care? She dropped the bomb. We know everything. The dragon's driven mad by Daros' poison. You and Alex cleaned that mess up. The twins stepped closer, accusingly. Why stop Daros from unleashing the dragons on humans? Why order Alex to assassinate him? Wasn't leaving the demon realm enough? Now you're siding with humans? Dion shook his head, sweating bullets. This is a total disaster. First off, the dragon thing is too complicated to explain to you. Second, where's your proof I ordered a hit on Daros? She stood tall, voice like steel. Fact, Alex was the last person to see Daros. The moment they met, Daros ceased to exist. Alex claims it was suicide, but nobody saw the body. Gulveg and Katina stared right into Dion's soul, and Alex is your closest servant. Dion waved it off. Servant, please. The guy's just a stalker who won't leave me alone. So, it wasn't your order? She pressed. Dion crossed his arms, closing his eyes. Obviously not. Trouble, she muttered. Dion realized something creepy. Wait, have you guys been spying on me and Alex this whole time? Gulveg nodded. Yup. But honestly, watching you, it seems like you just kind of exist. No grand plan, just vibes. Head empty. Dion laughed nervously. You got me there. She narrowed her eyes. So, you're saying Alex went rogue and did this alone? The twins nodded in unison. Dion stood there, calculating. Wow, the seven dukes really trust each other, huh? One dies, the rest start pointing fingers and spying, she whispered. Because this is a rebellion against the Demon King's legacy. Dion threw out a wild idea. Why not just close up shop, dissolve the demon realm, blend in with the humans? How about that? The twins went cold. Is that your will, my lord? Dion waved his hands frantically. Whoa, chill. Just brainstorming here. A voice echoed from the shadows. Please return to us. Gulveg and Katina chimed in. Stop fighting your destiny. Come home. You are the master of billions of demons. Dion rolled his eyes, cold as ice. Boring. Alex says that every day. Get lost. Go investigate, fight, whatever. I don't care. The twins touched their black hats, placing them on their heads to leave. They moved in total silence, phasing through the furniture like ghosts. We will meet again soon, my lord. They faded into the darkness, leaving only a glowing rectangular card and a floating gem in the silent room. Dion sat alone in the moonlight, frustration boiling over. Damn it! Giant wings burst from his back as he launched into the air. He He soared past towers glowing red like lava, landing in front of a heavy door. He slammed it open. He and Alex locked eyes. Alex stepped forward, confused. "My lord, what brings you to my office?" Dion walked in, dead serious. "We need to talk." "Now." Dion stopped cold, leaning back like he owned the place. "Let's be real. You're the one who zeroed Daros, right?" Alex snapped, completely losing his cool. "What kind of nonsense is that? Why would I delete Daros?" He started spitting facts. "Think about the logic, bro. Daros had zero reason to rage quit life, and you were the only one in the server when he died. If he didn't off himself, then you're the killer." Dan's hand glowed with dark energy, voice booming. "Time to drop the act and spill the truth. Talk, Alex. For the sake of our history, I'll give you a quick game over." Alex hit the floor, knees slamming down. He looked at his boss with pure desperation. "I was born in the demon realm. I live and breathe for this faction. I've been ready to die for the cause since day one. Yeah, I hate those other dukes, but I'd never grief our own team just to spite them. If my liege, the one guy who's always been there, can't trust me, then screw it. I'm done." He lowered his head, voice cracking. But Alex wasn't ready to log out yet. "If I get wiped in this 66th war, with Daros gone, if I go too, the demon realm is taking a massive L. Total defeat is inevitable. I refuse to die here, no matter what dirty hacks I have to use." Dion just stared, dead silent. A second later, he let out a long sigh. Alex flinched. "Huh?" Dion crossed his arms, smirking. "Yup. That's exactly how you'd answer. You passed the test. As expected, your brain is 100% filled with war tactics." Alex looked ready to punch something. "You broke into my place at night just to test me. If you're that bored, go grind some magic levels or something." Dion barked back instantly. "You moron. Chatina just pulled up on me. She's telling everyone you are the one who smoked Daros." That info hit Alex like a truck. "Say what now?" He tried to process the logic. "Okay, from the other Duke's point of view, I get why they think I'm sus. It's because of how we played the game before. Whatever. We just need to catch the mastermind behind the 4-card guild tomorrow. Then we clear my name." Alex's questions kept coming. "Wait, speaking of masterminds, didn't you already solo the Golden Dragon? Aren't we just mopping up the leftover trash mobs now?" "Oh, right." Dion waved it off casually. "That was probably just a glitch. A misunderstanding." Alex screamed, "A what?" Dion kept his cool. "Just a tiny little error. My bad." Alex looked like his brain was buffering. "You slaughtered a literal god of this world. And you're gonna claim it was a misclick and move on." Dion acted like it was nothing. "No other choice, really." He stared Alex down, getting serious. "Anyway, the other Dukes are hunting you. The script is getting chaotic. Stay hidden until I ping you." Alex nodded, accepting the order. "Understood." Then Dion threw a curveball. "Did you check that mycelium poison data I sent? It was a different strain than the usual stuff." Alex replied, "I'm analyzing it right now." Then Alex confirmed the intel. "I'm 100% sure. It's not the same code Daros used." Dion nodded slowly. "So, either someone's impersonating Daros, or Daros cooked up something new before he died." "I'm betting on the first option," Alex said confidently. "I've watched that guy for 665 centuries. Daros never changes his playstyle." Dion stood there, hands in pockets, looking like a total rebel. "Maybe, but in this game, anything can happen. Even the Demon King, who's been the server admin for 665 centuries, just vanished." Alex shot back. "He hasn't vanished yet." He stepped closer, pleading. "My liege, whoever set this up used Demon Realm poison. That means there's a traitor in our party." "Honestly, I don't want to dig any deeper. The more we investigate, the messier the lore gets. Let's just stop here. Why don't you just do a system restore? Put everything back to normal?" Dion blinked. "Restore it?" He tilted his head. "You mean go back to being the Demon King? Follow the script you guys wrote? Copy the old Demon King's strategy? Wait 20 years to invade the human realm and fight the heroes?" Alex insisted it was destiny. Dion cut him off, voice sharp. "Even when the match results are already fixed?" Alex begged him. "My liege, you aren't like the last 665 versions. This time, the Demon Realm is going to get the W. So please, just prep with us for the war in 20 years. Dion looked bored. "So, you want me to waste time wandering around like an NPC? That sounds excruciating. Listen up, Alex. Yes. My liege." Dion dropped the bomb. "I'm done following the walkthrough. One of you 6 Dukes can take the throne. Or get the whole demon race together and vote for a new leader. I don't care. Count me out. You guys figure out the rest." Alex started panicking. "That's impossible. The demon key from the previous kings is literally installed in your body." Dion asked softly, "You want me to uninstall it?" Alex knew without that, Dion was just a regular mob. If that's the issue, I'll give it back. Alex was getting frustrated. You were the strongest entity on the server. Everyone is terrified of your power. You can have anything you want. I don't get it. Then Alex exploded in anger. Why would you trash the ultimate cheat code? Why grind so hard just to throw the game like this? Dion stretched, yawning. Just hearing you talk makes me sleepy. Being the Demon King is boring as hell. My liege. Dion cut him off. Everything you're saying is nonsense. If you don't want the power back, stop nagging me. Compare a scripted 100-year failure loop. To this detective mystery, the mystery is way more hype. Dion turned to leave, dropping one last line. Whatever. Once we raid the 4-card guild tomorrow, we'll know. I'm out. He paused to warn Alex. Stay invisible. Okay, starting now, you're the #1 suspect. Dion threw himself onto the long sofa, kicking his feet up. He stared at the ceiling. The 4-card guild. The demons. The heroes. The real boss behind the guild is pulling all the strings. Is it really just going to end like this? Suddenly, it hit him. Wait, something's missing. Dion thought hard. Then he shot up, eyes wide with horror. What if they're LL the culprits? The theory started connecting in his brain. Yeah. No rule says it has to be just one guy. Flashbacks hit him. Daros used the poison to make the dragons and humans turn on each other. The guild spread it to their own kind. Following Daros' guide perfectly, the dragons attacked first. And the hero happily hunted them down to farm loot and weapons. Dion realized the truth. Was this entire chaotic mess set up by everyone from the start? What if every betrayal, every death, was just a cog in a massive, twisted machine? The theories were spinning in his head like a hurricane, clashing against each other. But flip the script. If there's no core, there's no thread to pull. What if the puppet master is just smoke? Dion snapped upright, his eyes piercing the light that flooded the room. He clutched his head, rage bubbling up. Then why the hell did Daros have to die? None of this added up. It was all garbage. Why die just to scramble my brain like this? Thud. Dion stomped the floor, cracking the silence. Damn it. He marched over to the golden dragon's bed. Hey, wake up. She groaned, voice thick with sleep. I was having a good dream. What is it? Dion didn't explain. Let's move. Magic exploded, and a pitch-black vortex swallowed them whole, leaving only echoes behind. Save me. Let me go. The darkness screamed. Dion and the dragon gods stepped into the abyss of suffering. It hurts. Make it stop. The wails grew deafening, pounding against their ears. Release me. Please, just kill me. Anything is better than this. The prisoners clawed at their iron cages, desperate for salvation. Mercy. Save us. Please. They begged like animals. Just a crumb of food. Anything. Flying monstrosities screeched overhead. Yet, in the midst of the chaos, Van and Julia sat in deathly silence, bound by chains that bit deep into their flesh. The golden dragon stared at the cacophony of torture surrounding them. A voice sneered from the dark. Fresh meat? Come closer. When will I get out? I've been rotting here for ages. The dragon turned to Dion, eyes wide. Is this a dungeon inside your own soul? You don't seem to care much for prisoner rights, she noted. Dion shrugged, cold as ice. I'm a great host. Look, they're still breathing, aren't they? Besides, even if they crave death, they can't die unless I give permission. He walked past the misery without a second glance. The dragon scrambled to follow. Where are we going? He kept walking. Just follow the lead. His voice dropped an octave. Before we raid the Quartet Society's main base, I have one loose end to tie up. He stopped in front of a secluded cell. This one. I gave the VIP treatment. The golden dragon peered into the gloom, sensing a familiar energy. Dion smirked at the figure in the shadows. How's life? Still kicking? The aura inside made the dragon tremble. She saw the figure wrapped in chains and gasped. Rune. Rune's eyes were dead cold, cutting through the dark. Just kill me already. Dion leaned in. Trust me, I'd love to. But the show isn't over yet, mainly because my guest here would be very upset. Rune froze. You're not dead, golden dragon. Then, a scream of pure betrayal tore from her throat. The Demon King knew everything. Did you abandon us? How could you ally with filth and let us rot in this hell? Unbelievable. The golden dragon's eyes blazed with fury. I stand with humanity, yes, but you let hatred consume you. You injected poison into our own hatchlings. You threw those children into human cities like ticking bombs. For that sin alone, you are dead to me. You are no longer kin of the dragon clan. Rune roared back, straining against the chains. I did it for the clan. I stained my hands in blood to save us. She continued, voice cracking with emotion. Centuries ago, we bled beside humans to fight the demons. We thought we were brothers. We thought we were allies. And the reward? Slaughter. Whenever they had the chance, they butchered our parents, our siblings, our children. They wear our body parts like trophies. You are our mother, our God. Yet you told us to endure. Do you have any idea how rotten we become on the inside? Dion cut in, sharp as a blade. So you sacrifice your own kind for revenge? Rune laughed maniacally. We all wanted it. The first flame. I just lit the match. I made our desire a reality. I did what needed to be done. Soon, the flames of war will burn everything to ash. Our allies will rise. The golden dragon lowered her head, voice trembling. Rune, I know the darkness in your heart. She spoke softly. I know humans took your husband and child. Your mate's claws became their spears, and your child's eyes became a noble's trinkets. The dragon sighed. That is why I never stopped you from protesting the peace treaty. Even when you brought an army to beg me, I listened in silence. Rune's scream shattered the air. Listening wasn't enough. She raged against the deity. Mother, goddess, golden dragon, why did you sign a pact with those monsters? Their greed knows no bounds. Right now, somewhere, they are walking around wearing our skin like clothes. Her logic was sharp, forged in pain. Today my flesh becomes a shield. Tomorrow my husband's bone becomes a sword. And the day after. They use those weapons to hunt our children until the last dragon falls. A single tear carved a path through the grime. They are demons. Why ally with devils? Answer me. Oh, divine one. The golden dragon turned away, broken. Dion, let's go. They walked out, leaving the screams behind. Outside, the chaotic noise faded into a dull roar. Dion broke the silence. Like the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. Fits, doesn't it? He leaned against the heavy door. Your children. They've become the very avatars of wrath. The golden dragon stayed silent, lost in thought. Dion scoffed. They just want blood. No grand purpose. Nothing complex. The quartet society, the demon race, the heroes. Everyone is just chasing their own selfish desires. He looked at his hand. There is no grand design. We're just playing our parts, slowly turning into monsters in the process. She finally looked at him. Humans are hateful. But what about you? Do you hate them? Dion glared, turning his back. Stop spouting nonsense. Go to sleep. He kept walking. Idiot. If you want to win, we move at dawn. Tomorrow, we end this nightmare. She nodded. Jack, Alex, the dragon, and Dion. Silence fell over them as the weight of the coming battle settled. Darkness swallowed the world. Dawn broke. Splash. A boot stepped into a puddle. A smooth voice cut through the mist. Long time no see. Sir Cadenia, how was the trip? Cadenia laughed, brushing off dust. Ha. Motion sickness is no joke. Night flights are brutal. He looked up at the only sanctuary underground. The sanctuary of the Holy Emperor. The guard spoke. The Great One awaits. You may enter. Cadenia stepped into the sanctuary and dropped to his knees, eyes lowered in respect. May the holy temple flourish under the grace of the 12 archangels. From the highest throne, a voice thundered down with absolute authority. I have heard the rumors. Now, report the details to me yourself. The young man began his report with military precision. Javan Holybik is currently at 10.825%. We have secured a confession from the surveyor, Your Holiness. The Emperor spoke up. This is an anomaly with absolutely no precedent. Cadenia raised his voice with urgency. We must summon that individual to the Holy Palace immediately. If we let him lead the cavalry and prepare for the 66th Great War, I believe we can finally wipe the demon realm off the map. The Emperor responded thoughtfully. I have heard of the Duke's significance for a long time. Cadenia pressed on with burning conviction. Your Holiness, I can fight for another 20 years. Every D-rank and G-rank hero shares this same iron determination. In the past, even with our strength, we always stalled at the Hell Gate. We cannot let history repeat its tragic cycle. The Emperor looked down, his face shadowed by fatalism. The final hero always dies fighting the Demon Lord. Cadenia stood firm. This time will be different. If he leads the charge, rewriting our destiny is actually possible. He made a bold vow. For the next 20 years, I will drill tactics and magic into his skull. He will become a powerhouse rivaling the final hero of legend. Cadenia continued his projection. 20 years from now, when he unites with the 5th-generation final hero, we will annihilate the demon realm with the power of 2 ultimate warriors. The Elder escorted Cadenia out, showering him with praise. No matter how busy I get, I feel so small compared to your dedication. You sacrifice everything for the world and for justice. The young man stayed humble. You flatter me too much. I'm not exactly a genius, so I have to make up for it with physical effort, the Elder countered. But you completed every subject, with top marks. Why act so modest? Inside the hall, the buzz of conversation grew loud. The Elder introduced the group. These are the warriors and future saints of the next generation, here for a tour. Seeing a holy site like this firsthand is perfect for sparking their faith. It builds pride and loyalty. He continued his lecture. They are the fifth generation. Who knows what fate holds? Among these kids standing here right now, the legendary final hero might just emerge. Suddenly, people screamed in shock. Oh my god, it's Lord Cadenia of Zodiac. A voice cut through the noise to introduce him. Show some respect. This is Cadenia of Zodiac, possessor of the strongest bloodline in the world and the Emperor's blade. The crowd lost their minds. They swarmed Cadenia like fanboys. It's an honor to meet you. Hello. He's so cool. Kyo struts to the front, full of confidence, ready to flex his background on everyone. Greetings. I am Kaios von Holy Rose, from the prestigious Holy Rose clan. My grandfather was a member of the legendary Zodiac Knights, so I grew up hearing epic tales of his glory. Just then, Elara cuts in, grabbing Cadenia's hand to steal the spotlight. Greetings, sir. I hail from the Holy Cypress family, the lineage that trained the very first final warrior. My name is Elara van Holy Cypress. Cadenia smiles politely. Ah, hello. Charming to meet you. Suddenly, a kid shouts out. My mom says our clan trained 3 of the last saintesses. Cadenia raises an eyebrow. Is that so? That is quite impressive. Everyone starts trying to out-hype each other, bragging about their ancestors. The last hero was even cooler. Without a saintess, a hero is useless solo trash. Everyone here is amazing. If not for my Holy Linden family, the 320th Demon King would have wiped out the world. Well, my ancestor was the final hero too. Then, someone drops a reality check. Hey, does your clan have anything actual to brag about? The crowd starts murmuring, turning their attention to the quiet ones. The greatest clan of this era is Sir Sign von Jackig, right? Oh wait, we have a Jackie here. The tone turns nasty. Hey, you know you have nothing, so why even ask? Sydney speaks up softly. Yeah, our family doesn't really have anything. A mocking voice cuts through. Obviously. Why did you even ask them? That's Jack's little sister, Sydney von Jackig, 15 years old. Regin grabs her hand, shouting with defiant pride, my big brother is a C-rank warrior. He actually made it this time. And that's Jack's little brother, Regin von Jackig, 9 years old. The whole room stares at the 2 siblings before bursting into cruel laughter. Pfft. We're talking about legendary heroes and saintesses here. A C-rank scrub dares to speak up. Wow, amazing. I guess for an F-rank family, C-rank is a big deal. The whispers turn toxic. I heard his brother became a nameless servant and bought his title with cash. Seriously. Wow, that is pathetic. People like that should have their warrior titles stripped. It gives noble clans like ours a bad reputation just breathing the same air. Hey, don't worry. Nobody knows who he is anyway. One guy throws an arm around Sydney, acting fake nice. Hey, don't tease them too hard. Look, when you're feeling down, just looking at Sydney and Regin makes you feel better about yourself, right? They serve a purpose for emotional support. Sydney forces a painful smile. Is that so? Glad to help. The guy laughs. Exactly. Cadenia looks at the 2 kids and asks, wait, are you Jack's siblings? Someone gasps, sir. You know my brother. Cadenia replies instantly. Of course I know him. Didn't he tell you we're best buddies? You're Sydney and Regin, right? The girl blushes, shyly nodding. Why, yes, sir. Cadenia continues. Z has bragged about you 2 nonstop. I'm a regular at his shop. Sydney's eyes go wide. Ah, so that's how you know him? I'm shocked someone as great as you would call my brother a friend. Regin puffs out his chest. My brother is a business genius. He makes tons of money and pays for our fancy dorms here. My bro is strong. He does the dishes. He drives the carriage. There is literally nothing he can't do. Cadenia suddenly kneels down to eye level. He whispers gently. You really admire your big brother, don't you? Regin doesn't hesitate. Yes. He is the coolest person in the world. Cadenia smiles. Sydney, Regin, listen up. Jack is a warrior, a strong one. Strong enough to be a massive power source for us at Zodiac. Be proud of him. Cadenia thinks to himself, who knows? That guy might end up more famous than any of these fancy clans bragging right now. Someone speaks up. Sir, since you're here, could you give these children a blessing? Cadenia stands up. Heroes aren't the main characters. The real protagonists are the people who survive in this world after the Zero era. Warriors like us, we're just supporting caste. Stepping stones for you. He looks deep in thought. But being a stepping stone is the noblest job in the world. He grins at the kids. Make sure you remember that. The crowd stares, confused by his deep speech. Cadenia rubs his head awkwardly. Did I make things too serious? My bad. All right, catch you later. An old man in white bows. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Cadenia blushes. Okay, now I'm embarrassed. Someone in the crowd advises the people. Like Sir Cadenia of Zodiac said, we can't forget the spirit of sacrifice for the world. The kids shout in unison. Yes. Cut to a calm river. Zik is chilling on a small boat with the golden dragon reading a book. You're good at showing off, huh? Zik grins. I used to catch small fry back when I was 9. Surprised? The dragon rolls her eyes. Oh, you're just so amazing. Too kind. Silence falls as Zik gets lost in thought. He looks at her. Thinking about it, dragons are way stronger than humans. Why didn't you guys conquer the continent ages ago? Because the dragon race isn't greedy like demons. We vibe with nature, enjoy peace, and live the slow life. Zik frowns. Then what is the boundary realm? The golden dragon explains, the boundary realm is the zone connecting the realm where dragons live and the main continent. It's basically a magic gate. Zik counters. So ultimately, it's a door to the human world, right? You're telling me nobody wants to take over the surface. Not just dragons. Dwarves don't come up either. Why? Wouldn't conquering the surface be richer than digging for rocks underground? Hey, don't you think assuming war is better is a weird mindset? Z stares at her. What about demons? Why are they so obsessed with coming up? She stammers. Well, only demons know that. Zik replies, probably no good reason, right? They say they crave the sun, but haven't they survived 666 centuries without it? Dwarves below, elves in forests, dragons in the realm. Humans on the continent, demons in the demon world. Isn't this separation unnatural? The golden dragon yells, go exercise or something. You think too much. With a dumb brain like yours, you'll go crazy. What is so weird about it? Freak. She refuses to agree. 666 centuries. That's over 60,000 years. And the territories haven't shifted, no chaos. Even if things changed, that's enough time for everything to evolve. It's too static. Zik murmurs. Come to think of it, the human continent is exactly the same. 666 centuries have passed, yet the borders of these nations remain locked in a stalemate. Thrones are washed in blood, wars wage on, but in the grand scheme, nothing truly changes. She nodded, her gaze drifting to the horizon. You are right. The mountains, the rivers, nature itself is frozen in a timeless loop. Days that actually surprise you? The boy frowned, kicking a pebble. But 60,000 years is an eternity. Surely something must have evolved by now. Or am I just being naive? The golden dragon smirked, eyes gleaming. Perhaps it is proof of the creator's absolute perfection. A world held in divine equilibrium, untouched by chaos. The boy matched her energy. That sounds like the only logical answer. Dion leaned back, hand propping up his head with a bored expression. Perfect balance, huh? Jack looked at him nervously. Master Dion, where did Alex vanish to? She turned sharply. Right. Where is that loyal servant of yours? Dion's eyes went cold, shocking them both. I slaughtered him. A heavy silence fell before he added, just kidding. Dion finally sighed, explaining, he has personal quests to finish. I plan to put up a help-wanted sign for a new butler the moment we return to base. The golden dragon's face hardened with suspicion. Leave you? Impossible. That man is bound to you. What kind of dark scheme are you two plotting now? Dion waved her off. Mind your own business. As he drifted into thought, she whispered, I actually miss the guy. I hope he respawns with us soon. Jack rubbed the back of his neck, laughing awkwardly. I guess. Since this is my first party, I thought we would be bound together by destiny forever. Classic rookie mistake, huh? The golden dragon froze, sensing a shift in the mana. Her voice dropped. Cut the chatter. Gear up. Everyone looked forward as she announced, we have arrived, the Ida Canyon, a sanctuary, and the tomb of the ancient dragon. She tossed an item toward the boy. Here. Equip this immediately. Jack caught it, confused. She explained, I salvaged some titanium from a star's husk last time and fused it with high-tier magic. A custom craft. You cannot raid a dragon's dungeon in civilian clothes. Dion raised an eyebrow. Titanium? Before handing it over, she smirked. It is practically invincible. The boy stared at the item. Space-age tech? Suddenly, the system interface initialized. Jack was pulled into a virtual armory, surrounded by futuristic holograms. He panicked. What dimension is this? He gasped. The energy readings are from another world. Dion snapped him back to reality. Quit gawking and equip the suit. Now. Yes, sir. He stepped out, the armor humming with power. Status report, the design is a bit avant-garde, but do I look high-level? The golden dragon beamed. Magnificent. Dion shrugged lazily. Passable. Jack flexed a gauntlet, confidence skyrocketing. With this gear, I feel like I could tank a dragon's breath. As they rode, the water exploded. Elder rose like a leviathan, voice booming with pressure. Vermin, this domain is forbidden to your kind. The dragon unleashed a aura of death. Turn back or face oblivion. Dion pointed a lazy finger at the beast. Jack, I choose you. Attack. The boy's jaw dropped. Excuse me. Dion gestured forward. Hero, go slay the beast. Jack paled. This is a prank, right? Tell me this is a prank. The golden dragon glared at Dion. Are you insane? You are sending him to his death. Dion yawned. He has watched enough tutorials. It is time for practical application. Her rage flared. Do you think a dragon is some level 1 slime? Even an entire guild of heroes would get wiped here. Dan scoffed. Then that guild is trash. She snapped back. You are the idiot here. Dion countered. If you are so worried, you tank the aggro then. Do you not see how weird it is for me to hunt my own kind? Dion cracked his knuckles. Fine. I will do it. That lizard is weak anyway. But if I step in, I might accidentally delete the map if I do not hold back. The golden dragon screamed in panic. No. Get out of here. You will doom us all. I wash my hands of this. Jack, take the power. Jack gasped as energy flooded him. What is this? Unlimited power is coursing through my veins. Full stat amplification activated. You have enough firepower to level a fortress. She pleaded, eyes wide. Just. Please do not kill the little one. Jack sweated. Little one? That monster will one-shot me. Dion grabbed him by the collar and shouted, Super buff Jack, launch. He threw him like a missile. Elder roared. Die. A storm breath blast hit Jack midair. He ragdolled to the ground. Dion narrated from the sidelines, technique, moonlight flash. Third form. Jack screamed, diving back in. Demon King Piercer. The dragon laughed, a frontal assault. You underestimate me, human. Impact. Jack was blown back, but the force sent Elder plummeting into the abyss. The ship's anchors shot out like vipers, latching onto the beast, but the chains snared Jack too. He became a living kite, flailing in the dragon's wake. The roar of battle deafened the heavens as they tangled. Boom. Mountains crumbled as the dragon smashed through. Jack grit his teeth, pain flaring. Master Dion and Alex gave everything for this party. I absolutely cannot fail them. Panic set in as he patted his belt. My sword. Ascalon dropped. I need a weapon. Anything. He grabbed the first thing he saw. A frying pan? You have got to be kidding me. But suddenly, the pan evolved. A legendary weapon of blinding light. Even Dion's eyes widened. What the? But the dragon did not pause. Another wave of destruction approached. A vertigo-inducing aerial chase. Then a nosedive. Jack screamed as gravity took over. We are going underwater. Elder plunged into the sea. Dragged by the chains, Jack smashed into the ocean's surface. The water crushed him. Darkness closed in as his lungs screamed for air. The dragon torpedoed through the deep. Jack's vision blurred. Consciousness fading. The beast pulverized underwater reefs like they were glass. Breach. They exploded out of the water. Elder roared with primal fury, ready for round 2. Drown, you insignificant insects. Dragon rage. It screeched, unleashing a massive hydro cannon that blasted Jack away. Jack, the golden dragon watched in horror. A strange sound echoed. Jack barely recovered before the next hit. The dragon gathered mana for a catastrophic finisher. The shockwave sent him flying into the stratosphere. Elder watched coldly, then unleashed a stream of hellfire. But Jack did not falter. He swung back with the force of a falling star, matching the dragon blow for blow. The shockwaves nearly capsized Dan's boat. She watched the clash of titans with bated breath. Crash. The elder dragon was slammed back into the sea. Goldie stood there, totally shook by the scene unfolding in front of her. The beast was screaming its lungs out in pure agony. Jack yelled at the top of his lungs. Lewin. His new attack smashed into the ocean surface, creating a massive shockwave that slammed straight into Elder Z's face. Gripping the new artifact tightly, Jack hyped himself up. Let's go. Moonlight Flute, third form. Once again, a ridiculous amount of OP energy exploded from the weapon. He roared like a maniac, super buff of the heavenly demon kings. The battle was getting savage. Bro. Jack kept spamming his skills, countering every move the Elder threw at him. The noise boomed and then faded out. Game over. Goldie couldn't believe her eyes. There was no way to separate that weapon and Jack from the hero's skills. Now they were totally synced. I don't know why, but I feel like I just leveled up, right? Jack asked. Dion deadpanned. Getting stronger is good, obviously. Now hurry up and heal yourself. We've got another dragon to hunt. Goldie rolled her eyes, thinking, this guy seriously only cares about power stats and nothing else. Classic Demon King behavior. With his eyes closed, Dion poked him. Yo, you awake? Jack blinked, confused. What? What is going on? Dion smirked effortlessly. What's going on? Oh, just that the bad guy got wrecked by our heroes. Jack immediately started screaming. Liar. A dragon decides the fate of empires. There's no way a majestic creature like that would lose to some normie trash. Impossible. Dion flashed a weird new item, grinning like a psycho. Answer my question, or I'll stuff that cyanide you guys love so much right into your eyeballs. Jack panicked. How the heck did you get that? Dion kept pressing. I know everything you've been doing, using your teammates to attack humans with this stuff. Seriously, why are you doing this dirt? Jack shouted back. We're gonna rebuild our kingdom on this blessed land. We'll kick the humans out, and dragons will rule the world. Dion's voice dropped, ice cold. You're just repeating lines like a parrot. You set up a tiny kingdom and suddenly think you can dominate the globe? Is your brain the size of a bird's too? You're all delusional. Jack realized something and screamed, It was you, wasn't it? That's why 3 of the 9 lost contact out of nowhere. You're the culprit. What did you do to June, Julia, and Owen? Jack froze, struck by a horrifying thought. Wait, are you guys actually angels? Z started stuttering, desperate. Are you trying to stop us from above? But we didn't break any of the rules. We didn't violate the code. Please understand. We just wanted to receive the Creator's blessing and be the chosen ones. Dion sighed. Sorry, buddy, but it's actually the opposite. He explained, I'm the nightmare that keeps the world up at night. I am the Demon King. Bam. Dion launched an attack while talking. Just another idiot with a pipe dream. Go hang out with your friends in the afterlife. He laid it all out. You hear that? They all say the same boring stuff. Bottom line, I just cleared an event that's never been done before. The day cruel dragons crawled onto the earth. Goldie, busy healing him, grumbled. Even if I'm rusty, I better get paid 10 times my usual rate for this mess. You hear me, customer? Dion looked at her in surprise. She was actually focused on doing her job for once. He glanced at her, then turned to walk away, tossing orders over his shoulder. Wake Jack up. We've got 8 more dragons to bag. Let's speedrun this. She agreed. Yeah. The sunset turned the mountains a deep orange, looking more epic than ever. Dion paused. Nice. That's a sunset, right? Jack walked up, laughing. I didn't expect Lord Dion to get all emotional over a view. Carrying Dion on his back, Jack chatted as they walked. The only person in the world who wouldn't be sweating bullets walking into a dragon's den is definitely you, boss. Are you always this chill? Jack added. But, can we take a breather? My legs are jelly. Goldie suddenly shouted, Hey mage, our hero is dying back here. Give him a buff. And you crazy lunatic, walk on your own 2 feet. Dion asked calmly, want to bet on how many enemies show up next? Goldie immediately threw out a number, 3. Dion raised a brow. Any logic behind that? Goldie looked confident. Dragons are predictable. If 1 fails, 3 come next. Damn it. I forgot this human body is weak. I burned all my mana on buffs and healing. Dion calculated. So, there's 12 of them total. He got serious.
12 is a significant number. 12 archangels. 12 months in a year. The math checks out.
All right, the mage bet 1 gold coin on 3 enemies. Jack, what's your bet? Jack blinked. Huh? When did I say I was betting money? Jack stammered. Me? Put me down for 2. Dion nodded. Jack bets 1 gold coin on 2. Jack freaked out. Wait, I'm broke. I don't have that kind of cash. Dion waved it off. I'll front you the money. You can pay me back slowly. Goldie yelled. Are you a loan shark or something? Jack sighed. Sure. What about you, master? Dion dropped the bomb. 7. Jack's jaw dropped. 7. Why? Dion pointed up at the sky. Aren't they right there? Looks like 1 is missing, though. Goldie squinted. I'm too drained. I can't see squat. Suddenly, the clouds spoke. How did you insects get here? Where did the gatekeeper go? Dion laughed. Don't worry, you'll be meeting him real soon. Jack, attack. Jack hesitated. Lord Dion. He started making excuses. 7 is way out of my league. I'll get vaporized instantly. Not even a stain left. Dion nodded. Yeah, it is a bit much for you. Dion stood up straight, cracking his neck. What a drag. Guess I have to handle this myself, he warned Jack. I don't want you watching this part, so go stand somewhere far away. Jack yelled. I usually do whatever you say, boss, but I refuse. Even if you're the master, fighting 7 dragons solo is impossible. Jack stood his ground. I'm only C rank and can't do much, but at least. Dion cut him off. Go wait by the boat. I'll be down in a sec. Goldie grumbled. Damn it. Since I have no mana left, I have to burn my own life force just to open a gate. Preparing to leave, she warned him. I'm going to find the last brat. Don't go overboard. Keep it chill. Dion assured her. Relax. I wasn't planning on going hard. Just gonna show them the difference in our levels. Dion's eyes darkened. Honestly, I'm kind of ticked off that these guys are trying to do what my own squad failed to do 666 times. She scoffed. Arrogant jerk. Dion grinned. Thank you. I'll follow you soon. Dion looked up with a bright smile. Kept you waiting. Huh? Let's get to work. Suddenly, Dion launched himself into the air. In 0.5 seconds, literally half a heartbeat, 6 eyes exploded instantly. He shouted the name of his technique, Chains of the Void. In the next 0.5 seconds, 4 dragons were tied up tight. Dion smirked with satisfaction. Too easy. He unleashed another skill, and in less than a second, boom. Total obliteration. Their massive bodies crashed onto the mountain like a literal earthquake. Octa was the only one who could even track Dion's movements, gasping for air. He tried to counter, but Dion was already there a fraction of a second faster. Too slow, buddy. Dion stared him down with a savage, mocking grin, ready to launch the finishing blow. But then a roar tore through the sky. Enough. A massive blue dragon descended to crash the party. Just stop. We surrender. The beast lowered its head in defeat. I'll take my crew and leave quietly. Just stop this senseless slaughter, you monster. Dion scoffed, judging them hard, running away immediately. Finally, a lizard with a brain. But May wasn't having it. No way. Get back in there. Turn around and kill that bastard. Our new world is right within our grasp. The blue dragon snapped, voice booming like thunder. Shut up, May. It's over. We're stopping right here. The moment Rune vanished, we were basically doomed. We dragged ourselves this far, but do you really think God is going to forgive us for this mess? The blue dragon started breaking it down. John and April claimed they had orders from the Almighty. But if that's true, why are we getting completely wrecked right now? Dion raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Orders from God? Huh? The dragon continued. Only Tunbun gets real prophecies. If they lied, then what the hell have we been fighting for? That triggered something. May screamed, completely losing it. How dare you doubt the messengers? Traitors like you deserve to die, and charged blindly. Dion didn't even blink. Idiot. You just threw away your only chance to live. Bam. He unleashed a devastating strike straight to its face. 2 dragons crashed into a heap in the distance. Dion stared them down coldly. The blue dragon glared back, trembling with rage. I heard rumors of a lunatic hunting our kind. A few days ago, someone soloed the golden dragon's lair. That was you, wasn't it? You're no demon king or divine messenger. You're just a monster. Maybe even God is sick of our arrogance, the dragon mused, before snapping again. Humans, just because you're chosen, you think you can destroy the world without consequences. You chop down forests for farms, driving species to extinction. But I've never heard a single human apologize to the squirrels who lost their homes. Dion rolled his eyes. So you're the lawyer for the squirrels now. The blue dragon roared, even today, your kind is hunting us down like animals. They torture the sapphire dragons for their blood and tears. I heard they use it for perfume, weapons, cosmetics. It doesn't matter. You use us for everything, Dion asked calmly. What about the peace treaty? The dragon scoffed. That piece of trash? It's just paper. Who actually protects us? No one. The law says you can kill dragons in self-defense, so humans just provoke us until we snap, then kill us legally. It's a rigged game, so dozens of humans die every year. Dion's eyes narrowed as it clicked. That's what you're really pissed about, isn't it? The blue dragon was blunt. Humans are prepping for war with the demon king. Harvesting our bodies for weapons isn't a choice for them, it's a requirement. Maybe we could lend strength, but taking our bones, our hearts, where does it end? It looked Dion in the eye. You want to know who's using the mycelium poison, don't you? I think it was the Golden Dragon's plan. A necessary evil, a tribute to ensure victory in the war that comes every century. Dion shook his head. I don't think she's that twisted. The dragon widened its eyes. She is the god of our race. She's the creator who shaped this world. She's seen eons of history. Maybe she decided this sacrifice was the only path to true peace. Dion pressed on. So someone passed orders through the dwarves, and you assume it was the Golden Dragon. The blue dragon nodded slowly. One of us must have collaborated and accepted the poison. If I'm right, it's April. That white dragon your blonde mage friend went to find. April is the Golden Dragon's own flesh and blood. Dion's voice dropped an octave. Where is she right now? The answer came instantly. At the summit. Dion launched into the sky. Since you talked, I'll let you live. Get lost. But the dragon stood firm. No. We've already lost everything. We failed the Golden Dragon. It's all our fault. If I go back now, those human scum will just capture me again. My tears will just become perfume for their vanity. Tears welled up in its eyes. I have my pride as a dragon. Do you think I can live with that humiliation? Suddenly, its eyes began to glow. A blinding light engulfed the blue dragon's body. Down below, Jack looked up in terror, trembling. Lord Dion. Dion shielded his face from the explosive aura. Dion landed softly. In front of him, under a massive tree, sat the golden dragon and a smaller figure. He approached them. April's voice was thick with emotion. We needed a reason to end this mess. With this, the world will have peace for a while. What do you think, Mother? Did I play the role of the perfect villain well? She looked up, desperate for approval. Did I do good? Humans are rotten and weak, but in this coming war, we were destined to lose anyway. We sacrificed so much, but it's not your fault. The golden dragon whispered, tears falling. I never wanted any of this. Her trembling hand reached out. Oh, my goddess. My mother. The one I love most in this wretched world. April sobbed. I understand everything. You carry the weight of the world, pretending to be strong for all of us. But deep down, you are hurting more than anyone. Her voice cracked. I just have one final wish. I just want you to have peace, even if just once. I love you, Mom. Her arm went limp. Silence swallowed the mountain. Dion watched from the shadows. Suicide? The golden dragon nodded, broken. Yes. Dion pressed on. April. She was the one pulling the strings behind everything. Wasn't she? She was. So, is it finally over? Yes. It is done. Dion added grimly, the dragons below, they all took their own lives too. She didn't turn around. They chose their pride. Thank you for telling me, Dion scoffed. Words aren't enough. How do you plan to wrap up this tragedy? The golden dragon sounded lost. Wrap up? Should I say everyone lived happily ever after? Dion cut in. You think just letting go and respecting the wishes of the extremists will lead to a good ending? She sighed. Maybe. Dion paused, a thought crossing his mind. That guy who killed himself earlier said humans need dragon weapons to survive. You're just turning a blind eye to the slaughter of your own kind, aren't you? So, you're trying to snuff out their rage with a flimsy peace treaty? Sounds logical on paper, I guess. Dion scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But let's be real. The Dragon Clan's fury was a ticking time bomb, one even you, the almighty Golden Dragon, couldn't defuse. That kid gathered the wildest radicals and formed the Four Seasons Guild, handing you a perfect, legitimate excuse to slaughter them on a silver platter, right? Don't tell me you were clueless about their little suicide mission. He stared at her, his gaze piercing through the lies. You played the fool, acting like you didn't know the truth. You claimed I ordered the pathogen outbreak and then had the nerve to ask for my help hunting down the infected dragons. Whatever. It was all just part of the grind. Dion remained skeptical. It was all prep work for the Great War 20 years from now, ensuring humanity would be armed to the teeth with dragon bone weapons. Now the radical leaders are wiped out just like that. It's almost like everything was scripted from the start. For you, this was the absolute best-case scenario. She replied with a heavy sigh. Think what you want. Living as the Golden Dragon means holding a title where personal feelings and reputation are luxuries you can't afford. Hearing that, he shot back. So what are you? The self-appointed guardian of world order? The Golden Dragon smirked bitterly. Sounds majestic, doesn't it? He didn't reply, just watched her closely. Dion realized the facade was cracking. Tears welled up in her eyes, and before she knew it, she couldn't hold them back anymore.
Just give me a second. Just one moment, okay? To her, 60,000 years was a blink of an eye too short to forget the children she'd lost.
Dion finally broke the silence. Let's get moving. The Golden Dragon nodded. Yeah. She began weaving her magic. As April's form slowly faded into nothingness, she watched the light vanish with a sorrow that felt endless. Tears streamed down her face. As shimmering light flooded the space, she whispered a final farewell. Next time we meet, promise me you'll be a good kid. Gathering her composure, the Golden Dragon sighed. All right, let's head down. He looked at her, confused. The mess is cleaned up. Mission accomplished. So why do you look like your entire world just ended? She whispered, how can I possibly be happy after this? Suddenly, Dion's massive wings unfurled from his back. He reached out a hand. Since you're feeling like trash, let's try something crazy. The Golden Dragon hesitated, then stepped closer. Fine. Dion crouched, ready to launch. He pulled her into his arms, and a flicker of excitement sparked in her eyes as she realized they were about to fly. They soared higher than the mountain peaks, chasing the golden sunset. Dion gripped her hand tight and shouted over the wind, Hey, try screaming. Scream until your lungs give out. Until you feel lighter. No one can hear you up here. The Golden Dragon blushed, shaking her head. I couldn't do that. God is everywhere, listening to everything, you know. Dion rolled his eyes. Watch and learn, you dummy. He took a deep breath and roared, This screwed up world. Holy land, my ass. There's nothing holy about it. The demon realm is paradise compared to this dump. This trash world should just burn. She couldn't help but chuckle. Are you planning to massacre everyone? Coming from the Demon King, that sounds like a legitimate threat. But he just screamed louder, damn it all. What the hell is a Demon King anyway? Who cares about the Golden Dragon? What's the point of a Demon Lord? What's a Dragon God? This whole world is just a rigged machine, and we're nothing but meaningless cogs spinning in place. Where's the blessing in that? The Golden Dragon finally snapped, screaming at the top of her lungs, "You stupid idiots. Why did you act on your own? I never asked you to do that. I didn't want this. I just wanted to wipe out humanity so we could live happily together. I didn't want to lose a single one of you. Not like this. Did you want my hands stained with your blood? My heart hurts so much I can't even breathe. It feels like it's died inside my chest. Did you guys know about this cursed fate of mine?" Dion yelled back, "That's right, you absolute meatheads. You're incredibly unfilial, stupid and reckless to the bitter end. I tell you to die and you just do it? You dumb lizards." She shot him a glare. "Okay, that's a bit too much." He laughed awkwardly. "Huh? Really?" Seeing his face, she burst into tears again. "I've blessed you for thousands upon thousands of years. I sacrificed so much. I gave everything I had just to keep you safe." Dion shouted into the void, "You bastards. Don't you see your mother crying? You, unfilial brats, are breaking her heart. You're killing her inside." She glared at him through her tears. "It's not that dramatic." He waved his hands. "Oops, my bad. Got carried away." Dion looked at the sunset and shouted, "Hey God, you some kind of pervert watching us from up there? Why don't you come down here and face us?" The dragon gasped, "Oh my God, you are so rude. Keep talking like that, and you're going straight to hell." He scoffed, "Joke's on you. My life is already hell. Actually, correction, I was born to be the king of hell, so I'm right at home. If you're pissed off, don't just stay silent and act all holy. Come down here and fight me." The golden dragon side-eyed him playfully. "Are you trying to pick a fight with me too?" He shrugged calmly. "If you laugh at me, the Demon King might hear it and get his feelings hurt." She lectured him. "They don't call me omnipotent for nothing, you know. Even the angels of the Lord can't defeat me." Dion rolled his eyes. "Angels and gods are just fairy tales. Humans tell to feel better." She nodded thoughtfully. "No, those guys. Well, I guess they exist because they never show up." He fell into a deep silence, his mind racing. Dion glanced at her. "You look pale. You okay?" She whispered weakly. "Seems like maintaining this human form is taking a toll on me." He snapped, "You idiot. Why didn't you say so?" Dion accelerated, holding her tighter. "If you're tired, just tell me." Moments later, they touched down. Under the shelter of a tree, the golden dragon let go of his hand. Dion watched her intently. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Thank you." He blinked, looking confused. "Huh? What did you say?" She smiled softly. "I said, thank you." Dion reverted to his cool persona. "If you're grateful, pay me in cash." She blushed, "But I don't have a single coin on me right now." He stood there, stunned for a second. Under the dying light of the sunset, he silently watched her walk away. But a nagging thought remained in his mind. Why did Daros have to die? Later, in a bustling town, the crowd suddenly froze. All eyes turning toward one spot, someone gasped, "Oh my God!" Dion was lounging on a chair, oblivious to the whispers. "He looks terrifying. Look at that face. He looks completely out of it." He tilted his head, lost in thought. A dragon versus a party of heroes? A dragon like that could probably wipe the floor with 1,000 dragons before breakfast. So why the hell did we lose to the heroes? Dan recalled the image of a hero wielding a sword. Is the power of a hero really that broken? Jack quickly jumped in to calm the crowd. "Please, folks, ignore him. He looks scary, but he's actually a very respectable person. I swear." While Dion stared blankly into space, the golden dragon appeared before him. He asked, "You leaving?" She nodded calmly. "Yeah. Our business with the mycelium poison is officially over. I actually felt kinda guilty for stealing your rep as the one who slayed the golden dragon." Dion shrugged it off. "Honestly, I didn't even want that trash title anyway. But yo, how are you going to explain this mess to your little minions?" She sighed, totally over it. "Ugh, zero choice. I gotta round them all up and convince them one by one. So get this, the four horsemen totally trashed the peace treaty and tried to start a war. They framed the demon clan so everyone would freak out and panic. And cleaning up that mess meant I had to play dead and move like a ghost in the shadows." He rubbed his temples. "Man, just hearing the recap gives me a migraine. If it were me, I'd ghost this place forever. Death before returning." The golden dragon smirked. "Aw, you sad. Tell you what, beg me and I might stick around a bit longer." He snapped back. The audacity. You're literally 60,000 years old bullying an 80-year-old kid? She shot back. Oh, 60,000? You got receipts proving I'm from the Chaos Era? Dion blinked, totally confused. Wait, don't tell me you're from the Silver Era? She gave a wicked grin. Listen, kid, some secrets are better left buried. Trust me. She pointed at the glowing magic circle. The dragon asked, You really die every 100 years? She glared at him, jealous. Guess God plays favorites with you, huh? Then whoosh, she vanished into the portal. Later, loser. A voice piped up. Did the young Miss bail already? Zed walked over to check on Dion. I didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. Alex, neither. Everyone just disappeared. Is Lady Junium gone for good? He shrugged. Who knows? She's wild like that, does whatever she wants. Suddenly, some random guy walks up to Dion. You must be Sir Dion, right? El Toro shoved a resume in his face. Dion looked at him like, Who is this clown? El Toro stood tall. I'm here to apply as your butler. Dion scoffed. An elf? Seriously, that totally threw him off. He pointed at the sign. Read the fine print, buddy. Only strong people allowed. Elves are fragile glass cannons. The guy tilted his head. Why does a butler need muscles anyway? Dion smirked. To brew coffee while dragons are nuking the sky, obviously. El Toro got real. Speaking of dragons, haven't seen the Master of the Crown, have we? Did they bail now that the job is done? Dion narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Master of the Crown. The elf smirked confidently. Oh, you didn't know? In this world, that's the code name for the golden dragon. Don't worry, they'll be back soon. Karma's gravity is intense like that. The fact that you are here is the biggest proof. Since you crawled up from the underground. Dion's face went cold. You know too much. Spit it out. Why are you really here? El Toro shrugged. Like I said. Just job hunting. Dion growled. You think I'm buying that acting? The elf replied, Nope. But right now, it's the truth. Dion analyzed the situation. So you know my secret identity and the golden dragon, but you won't say how you know. And you still want me to hire you. The guy grinned. Bingo. Dion sighed. I can't tell if you're an ally, an enemy, a dragon, or just a cracked-out high-level wizard. Basically, you're saying hire me no matter what, right? El Toro beamed. Exactly. And trust me, my skills are god tier. The fact that you can't read my power level right now, that proves I'm legit. I can definitely brew coffee in a dragon apocalypse. Dion laughed. Okay, that's wild. Name. Quick response. Call me El Toro. Dion pointed a finger, yelling, Fine. You're hired as my butler. I don't care what species you are. But listen, once you're on the payroll, don't you dare talk back. El Toro raised a brow, threatening the new guy on day one. Bold strategy. Boss. Dion shrugged, unbothered. Don't like it? Get lost. You came here with a hidden agenda anyway, didn't you? Am I wrong? I'm only keeping you because you're interesting. El Toro bowed. Let's get one thing straight. As long as I wear the uniform, my loyalty is absolute. However, the day I quit, that promise goes up in smoke. Dion nodded. So, inevitable betrayal. Got it. The elf replied coolly, I never lie. Dion grinned like a maniac. Perfect. I love it. You're weird. I like you. Salary is 3 gold coins. Start now. El Toro nodded. Yes, master. Dion yelled, Jack, take the new guy. He looks clueless, so train him from A to Z. Jack lit up. Really? El Toro smiled, friendly. You must be Jack. Sup? Jack beamed back. Yo. Nice to meet you, man. Sunset hit, and the crew gathered to feast. Vibes were high, everyone laughing, while Dion just focused on destroying his bowl of noodles. City lights started popping in the night. Dion dipped out. Jack walked down the street, rhythm in his step, heading way out of town. He stopped at a quiet house. He grabbed his doomed sleigh gun and headed to the garden. Time to grind. He closed his eyes, replaying battles in his head. Then shouted, Moonlight flash. Sweat flying, he roared, 8th form, Demon Lord Slayer. The air exploded with flashy combos. But his mind drifted back to Alex's words. Being an F-rank warrior isn't fate. It's your choice, isn't it? Jack bit his lip. Sorry, I'm useless. It stung because it was true. D-rank missions are still a nightmare for me. I can't keep up with you guys, someone had asked. You know the way out? Jack had forced a smile. Yeah, go guard the boat. I'll be right back. Back in the present, Jack unleashed a massive strike. I might never be a monster like Sir Dion. Jack tried to hype himself up, but at least I can carry the bags. I won't be dead weight. I have to get stronger. Suddenly, a voice cut through the dark, dripping with killing intent. Cadenia clapped slowly, working all day, grinding all night. Now that's what I call a beautiful sight. Jack froze. Lord Cadenia? Then he smiled. What brings you here? Suddenly, Catania charged. Nothing major. Just want to beat you up. Show me what you got. Jack barely blocked the hit. Seconds later, face in the dirt. He gasped, panic rising. Cadenia, what the hell is your problem? Cadenia lunged again. Real fights don't have countdowns. If you want to be a hero, prove it. Sparks flew as steel clashed. Jack gritted his teeth in pain. He screamed, "Stop it." Jack tried to counterattack, but he couldn't move, paralyzed. Cadenia whispered, "Don't force it. Push too hard, and I'll rip your limbs off." Cadenia held out a hand. "See this dagger? It was just a distraction to catch your eye." The blade dropped from his hand. "The real weapon is the one you never see coming." Cadenia laughed like a villain. Lesson number 1. This capability. It's a difference in God-given talent. He began to probe deeper. Moonlight slash. Is that the sword art passed down through the Holbeck bloodline? Jack answered with pure honesty. Yes, I learned it from my father when I was young. Cadenia scoffed, analyzing instantly. The movements are cluttered with unnecessary openings. Your weight leans far too forward. Footwork control? Non-existent. You still have mountains to climb. You aren't wielding the sword. You're just playing with it. The technique isn't fearsome. The problem is you. It's a fantasy concocted by a father with zero combat experience. He didn't hold back. Jack, you are a Holbeck flower trying to bloom in a swamp of filth. This place is beneath you. Accept true hero training. Cadenia's voice dropped, deadly serious. Jack, I am officially extending an invitation. Come to the Holy Imperial Palace. Become a Zodiac like me. He reached out, stunning Jack with the offer. Let us fulfill the sacred mission of the gods together. Guard the final hero in the 66th war and slay the Demon King. Jack was paralyzed by the weight of the proposal. That is impossible. Cadenia frowned, piercing through Jack's hesitation. Are you worried about tuition for your siblings? If it's money, the Holy Palace can cover that in a heartbeat. Jack blinked, bewildered. The palace would pay? Why? Cadenia began to explain, his patience already wearing thin. Because of your purity level. Do you know the purity of the so-called final heroes? 9%. Yours is higher than theirs. So come with me. I will mold you into the greatest paladin worthy of that blood. It was a massive offer. Yet, Jack stood his ground. I am grateful for your words, but I will stay here. The Holy Palace. Zodiacs. Those are beautiful words meant for dreams, not for me. Just receiving this offer is an honor I don't deserve. But that uniform doesn't fit me. I know exactly where my limits lie. Thoughts of Dio hardened his resolve. Jack looked up, eyes burning with new determination. And right now, I have someone who trusts me. Someone willing to walk this path with me, even with all my flaws. Cadenia looked like a jilted lover. That man is just using you. But Jack fired back a question that froze him. Hypothetically, if Master Dio is right and the records are wrong, what then? Would you still make me a Zodiac? Cadenia's eyes flashed intense focus. I won't lie. That would be impossible. A warrior with low purity has a hard ceiling on their potential. No matter how hard you train, you cannot fight genetics. Jack nodded solemnly. If I can't reach D rank, or even G rank, then I'm worthless to you. But then, he defended Dio with everything he had. Master Dio knew I was F rank and still took me in. When I was at rock bottom, he was the only hand that reached out. Sir Cadenia, my mission is to follow him. He can throw me away if he wants, but I will never leave him. Cadenia was struck speechless. His fists clenched uncontrollably. The aura of tension around Jack finally loosened. Cadenia landed, defeated by Jack's unshakable loyalty to Dio. There is no other way. I must admit. My bad luck was finding you too late. I will retreat for now, but don't think I've given up. You've improved slightly, but remember, only mold grows in the shadows. A flower without light will eventually rot. Jack stared silently. Having said his piece, Cadenia turned sharply. Fine. Farewell. His silhouette faded into the distance. The recruitment failed this time, but rest assured, he would return to conquer Jack eventually. The next day, at Dio's place, Jack was scrubbing weapons like a designated housewife, but his mind was in the clouds. Dio noticed immediately. Hey, what's with the long face? You look like a soul that left its body. Jack brightened up instantly. Ah, Master Dio. Actually, I met Sir Cadenia in the yard last night. Dio frowned. Cadenia? Who's that? Jack explained. The investigator from the Holy Palace who visited before. Recognition finally dawned. Ah, that guy, Jack continued. He asked me to join the Holy Knights. Suddenly, Eltora popped up from behind. The Holy Knights? A Zodiac? That's insane. Jack blushed, waving his hands. No, it's not like that. Eltora grinned, leaning in. So, what are you worried about? Zodiacs are the peak. They serve the Emperor directly. You should ditch this dump and go right now. Then, Dio's chaotic personality kicked in. Careful, you don't know which path leads to hell. Jack looked at him warmly. Dio shrugged. Well, go if you want. Warriors are a dime a dozen in this world. I can just grab another kid, stick him in your spot, and control him like a puppet. Easy. He spoke with brutal honesty, words sharp enough to cut. Jack slumped, looking like a rejected puppy. Is that really how it is? Dio crossed his arms, adding a twist. However, having you here is convenient. That one sentence resurrected Jack's spirit instantly. He beamed. Really? Dio listed the pros. Your cooking is decent, and you listen well. Jack soaked up the praise like sunlight. You mean it, truly. Then, with a straight face, he dropped a bombshell. Are you saying, you like me? Dio flustered, snapping back. Shut up. Look at you. You clearly aren't planning to leave anyway. An indirect confession. Jack softened visibly. I've received too much from you, Master. How could I ever leave? Dio looked away. If that's the case, then fine. It's not that I don't want to go. Dio listened intently. Jack's voice grew heavy. When I spoke to Kadinia, I felt like my parents, my ancestors, and the Holbeck name were all denied. My grandfather and father were both F-ranks, but they believed they would join the Great War one day. They forged themselves in fire and passed the Holbeck sword to me. But last night, I couldn't land a single strike against Kadinia. I was utterly defeated. Jack looked down, sorrow in his eyes. He insulted my family, and I couldn't prove him wrong. Dio didn't offer pity. He stood up abruptly. Close up the shop. We're leaving. Jack blinked, confused. Where to? Dio turned, eyes sharp. I need to see exactly what is wrong with this Holbeck swordsmanship of yours. Moments later, they stood in the empty lot Jack used for training. Jack hesitated, gripping his hilt. Is this really okay? Dio scoffed. Who's the one worrying here? El Toro sat on the sidelines, cheering wildly. Jack took his stance, aura rising as he gripped the sword. Jack unleashed his opener, the Moonlight Slash, followed by the 8th form, Demon Slayer. But Dio stood there with pure arrogance, dodging every strike with a fluid grace that made even El Toro twitch with anxiety on the sidelines. Dio decided to let the kid flex a little, watching him cycle through the 6th form, Piercing Strike. Then came the 1st form, leaping high into the air for the signature move, the Demon Breaking Sword. But Dio was already 10 steps ahead. He drifted away like smoke in the wind, vanishing completely, only to materialize instantly right behind the boy's exposed back. An overwhelming Demon Lord's killing intent crushed the air, forcing Jack's eyes wide in sheer terror. But instead of a killing blow, Dio simply tapped the back of his neck, claiming total victory. El Toro watched the whole spectacle with a knowing smile. That's enough. You realize the problem now, don't you? Trying to lecture Dio is impossible. Your family's swordsmanship is absolute trash. You could train for 1,000 lifetimes and it still wouldn't work. Dio's feedback was brutal and sharp, but Jack didn't argue. He just stood there, accepting the harsh truth. It was true. This flawed sword style had been passed down for generations. What have I been doing with my life? Jack wondered. Dio scoffed. Your ancestor must have been one stubborn old fool. That sword style was created to delete exactly one enemy, the Demon King. Dio continued, pointing out that the entire martial art was engineered for a single, decisive, world-ending strike against him. Against goblins or other trash mobs, it's useless. That's why your standard evaluations never saw the potential. It was a build designed for a boss fight, not farming minions. Dio turned his gaze to the butler. Hey, El Toro, you know how to swing a sword, right? The butler beamed. Naturally, my liege. Dio didn't waste a second. From now on, you're his sensei. Teach him every single night. Got it? El Toro bowed. Understood, I will follow your orders. Suddenly, a small voice interrupted, making Dio glance over. Jack was standing there, eyes shimmering with tears. So, I'm not useless after all. Dio watched the boy's emotional breakthrough, then started walking away, tossing advice over his shoulder. It's useless anywhere else, so you better grind hard with the butler. Jack bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. But as Dio walked away, he recalled the duel. His hand was actually trembling, soaked in cold sweat. Dio thought to himself, that clash, just now. Against that bizarre swordsmanship, if I hadn't been wearing the Demon King's armor, that kid's blade would have actually skewered me. The armor's weakness. He actually pierced right through it. Dio sighed in disbelief, thinking back to the pure, unadulterated determination burning in that innocent boy's eyes. A bit later, Dio arrived back home, only to be ambushed by a pair of endless legs and ample curves. Welcome home, my lord. You've returned. We've been waiting for you. The twin maids spoke in unison, their voices dripping with honey. Come, rest in our arms. Surely your weary soul needs some comfort. Dio's expression went flat. What kind of game are you two playing? One of the maids giggled. Oh my, aren't we shy? Do you truly not desire spiritual healing? Dio's voice turned colder than absolute zero. Yeah, no. Cut the nonsense and get lost. Perfect. That makes this so much easier. The act dropped instantly as they handed him an envelope. It was an invitation to Alex's funeral, scheduled for tomorrow. Dio's face twisted in genuine shock. The maids covered their mouths, laughing mischievously. So, do you need that emotional comfort now, my lord? Meanwhile, in the Golden Dragon's office, she was buried under a mountain of paperwork, radiating pure rage. Suddenly, her mood shifted, sinking into deep contemplation. Memories of Dio surfaced in her mind, his voice echoing with profound melancholy. This world, it's completely twisted. She remembered him spreading his arms, offering strange advice. Just enjoy this life. Dance, sing, live like me. In this world, neither the Demon King nor the hero will ever appear again. Then, a memory of an angry Deo. Rules, order, what a joke. They just throw them around and expect unconditional obedience. It's pure tyranny. A smile tugged at the Golden Dragon's lips. You really aren't just a puppet, are you? The silence of the room was shattered by a loud, urgent announcement. Lady Golden Dragon, an intruder has breached the boundary and is demanding to see you. Her curiosity piqued instantly. Who is it? Owen's face was twisted in fury as he replied, It's him, the one whose name is blasphemy to even speak. The Golden Dragon's eyes lit up like stars. Deo is here. She didn't hesitate for a microsecond, blasting out of her seat and sending paperwork flying everywhere. Owen screamed in shock at her lightning-fast departure. The doors burst open, blinding light flooding the room. Outside, Dio stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the mountain range. A loud voice called out to him. Dio turned around coolly. You came? Before he could finish, she blitzed forward, grabbing him by the collar in a mix of affection and aggression. You idiot. Why did you actually come to find me first for once? Dio remained calm. I need you to come somewhere with me. The invitation sent the Golden Dragon into hype mode. Did you do something stupid again? Need me to clean up your mess? Or, is this a date? Her eyes sparkled with mischievous intent. Well, if sneaking into the demon realm and slaughtering a bunch of bandits counts as a date, then sure. His words made her sweat drop instantly. This guy was unreal. Excuse me? Before she could process it, they warped to a new location. The Golden Dragon looked around, confused. Huh? Didn't that number one henchman die? Dio replied without flinching. Yeah, the other dukes think Alex killed Daros. That's why I told you to lay low for a bit. She tilted her head. So what now? Dio sighed. Then, a very basic question popped into my head. His answer left her completely baffled. Dio looked genuinely puzzled. What exactly are the Seven Dukes? She stared at him. You're the Demon King and you're asking me about the Seven Dukes? He shrugged. You've lived over 6 million years, right? Dio explained. The Demon King is trapped in an awakening egg for 100 years, learns dark magic, and dies the moment war starts. It's an infinite loop. So, if you do the math, for 665 centuries, the ones actually ruling the demon realm were the Seven Dukes, weren't they? The Golden Dragon nodded, explaining the lore. Correct, but only the one who inherits the name of Demolus can wield the Demon King's weapon. For that reason alone, the Seven Dukes have no choice but to obey the Demon King like a master. They are essentially the representatives of the great families. Dio's eyes darkened with deep thought. I've been thinking, what really is a Demon King? A ruler who dies every century has no real authority. She saw his frustration and softened her tone. But why did you come to the demon realm? Dio replied, There's someone I need to find. Who? A wicked, knowing grin spread across Dio's face. Daros and Alex. I'll bet 1,000 gold coins. Those two aren't dead. Finally, they arrive at their destination. Scene shift to a nightmare realm. A massive central spire dominated the view. Smaller buildings floated in the air, defying gravity, surrounded by rivers of red lava. The deepest pit of existence. The city of 10,000 black towers. The demon capital. Edel. The Golden Dragon groaned, hating the vibe. The sulfur stench is gag-inducing. I miss the surface world already. Dion kept flying ahead, shouting back, Hurry up. Seeing him ignore her, she snapped with attitude. Hey, how can you leave a lady alone in enemy territory? Wait for me. Just like that, the duo dashed forward. Dion showed no sign of stopping. The Golden Dragon demanded, Where the hell are we actually going? He gave a cryptic answer. Almost there, her expression shifted to pure shock. She hovered, staring at a patch of green land that didn't belong here. The Golden Dragon gasped. This is outside the demon realm. The land of Thyme, she warned him, voice trembling slightly. We can't cross this boundary. Dion sounded bored. I know. We're here. Look down. The Golden Dragon looked below. Countless magic circles and jagged cracks glowed with an eerie green light. Dion spoke, his voice dripping with mystery. This is the golden land of the demon race. Do you know why it's called that? She didn't answer, stunned into silence. Dion stared intensely, his voice dropping low. It is where the morning star first fell. He gazed at the ground, riddled with glowing fissures. The dragon whispered, Lucifer. Dion turned immediately. So you do know. The golden dragon replied casually, of course, he was the first one. The original Demios. Dion dove straight down. Let's go. They landed smoothly on the cursed ground. Staring at the bubbling green liquid, Dion explained, this is the devil's cauldron. The first demon king pulled monsters from this very pot to build the demon realm. For 100 years, he gathered demons, dragons, ghosts, and beastmen. He built an army to invade the human world. Images of a massive legion and a devastated world flashed by. Dion emphasized the point, but he failed. He destroyed half of humanity. But in the end, the demon king died by a hero's hand. Her face went cold. Correct. The golden dragon recounted the history. The world was left in ruins. A century later, the second demiurge challenged humanity again. But humans were ready. They crushed him. This time, half the demon race was slaughtered. She focused on the lore. Lucifer was a genius, angel, beloved by God. But he had a thought. A dark face shrouded in malice appeared, tears of blood falling. He lamented in resentment. Why can I not become a god? The golden dragon sealed his fate with words. His ego became his greatest sin, and he was cast out. Dion grew curious. That's ancient history. 665 centuries ago. So, you were alive back then, Grandma? She didn't deny it. Yeah, Dion asked suddenly. Was there something between you and Lucifer? She shot him a deadly glare. She dodged the question and probed his true intent. I'm done talking about the past. Why did you bring us to this golden land? Dion flashed a wicked, scheming grin. I'll pretend I didn't see that reaction. For dwarves, it's Sector R24. For dragons, it's the Agartha Canyon. This is the one place the demon race dares not tread. Dion jumped into the abyss, leaving her stunned. His reckless move drove her crazy. Damn it. Where are you going now? Is this a trap? Without thinking, the golden dragon dove after him. Dion below, inside a secret system. Dion spoke. It's here. The scenery shifted, totally catching her off guard. Standing before a massive well of power, he introduced it like a tour guide from hell. The fallen angel's singularity. Dion stared at the giant crystal. Curiosity piqued. First time seeing this glitch in the Matrix. What kind of relic survives for over 665 centuries? The golden dragon stepped up with the answer. The karma vortex. While he studied it like a hawk, she broke it down for him. Think of karma as a messy painting, weaving together every living thing and the world itself. It is basically physics. Just like how gravity bends around matter, or magnetic fields form around a magnet. Beings with insane power become the center of the universe, sucking everything into their orbit. A torrential flow of energy, so strong it hasn't twitched in over 665 centuries. Her sharp explanation totally threw him. I have zero clue what that means, but you know way too much about this weird stuff. You're like a walking encyclopedia on Demon Clan history. She smirked, radiating pure confidence. That is because I have been a player in this game for a very long time. Dion narrowed his eyes, hitting back with facts. It is not just that. You know about the Silver Age back before my kind even existed. You even understand the lost tech of the Golden Age. The Golden Dragon went quiet, deep in her feels. She glanced at him, dropping a truth bomb. Dragons were made in the Silver Age, and humans, they used to live right here, in the Demon Realm. That info hit Dion like a truck. Wait, humans actually lived here? But before he could dig deeper into that plot twist, the Golden Dragon's voice turned thunderous. Stop asking questions. Just know this, the continent was forged in the Age of Chaos. Her attempt to bury the truth just made him more suspicious. What the hell? Daeons that mean the Chaos continent did not even exist back then. Seeing his clueless face, the Golden Dragon burst into laughter. How in the world did a demon king like you ever get born? Is this some kind of divine prank? Daeon ignored the roast, focusing on the real issue. Why does the demon clan always take the L against humanity? The dragon snapped back, clearly annoyed. It is obvious, isn't it? Demons are just weaker. Dion exploded, refusing to accept that trash logic. You moron. Use your brain for a second. It has been 665 centuries. If you lose once or twice, you change the strat. But we lose the exact same way, every single time. Demons build an army, invade the three nations, and then boom. The hero awakens, counters, and everyone dies. The world resets to peace. Boring. This stupid loop has repeated 665 times. She looked at him with a daring glint in her eyes. So, what is your point? You planning to run away? Dion scoffed. It is not running away, it is refusing to be an idiot. The whole premise of this war is rigged. Why are we obsessed with conquering humans anyway? Golden Dragon nodded, vibing with the idea of conquering the surface world. But Dion shut that down immediately. Nah, forget it. I've chilled underground for 60,000 years. I'm totally adapted to the dark. With the trees and beasts down here in the demon realm, I can handle myself. She smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh? Since when is the Demon King a pacifist? He defended his logic with a shrug. The human world isn't essential for us. There's definitely a hidden reason we're forced to invade, only to get our butts kicked every time. So, what if we flip the script in year 80? A massive, surprise invasion out of nowhere? You think those trash mobs called blood soldiers can stop us? And those holy knights or whatever? I just pour some heavy mana on their heads, and boom, nothing left but bone dust. Golden Dragon panicked, trying to cut him off. You can't do that. If the Demon King shows up, the angels will buff the hero with blessings. Dion snapped back instantly. I ain't officially the Demon King yet. Right now, I'm just the vessel. I haven't even received the predecessor's soul. She looked surprised. Oh, so the transfer happens at year 100? He continued his lecture, looking bored. Exactly. So technically, I'm free to do whatever I want. Listen, if you really want to wipe out humanity, you gotta stir up chaos in the back to hit the front. Make noise on the right to strike the left. Why would a Demon King announce his birth and attack in a straight line? That's just asking to lose. His twisted logic made her burst out laughing. Golden Dragon looked at him with satisfaction. You really are a chaotic mess. Perfect for the Demon King title. I wonder what kind of face the gods would make if they saw you now. Then her eyes narrowed suspiciously. So, why are you really here? Dion flashed a bright, psycho smile that sent chills down her spine. First off, I'm gonna smash this thing, she screamed. Say what? Golden Dragon was fuming. I just explained this. That's a massive energy core. Dion shrugged, completely indifferent. If it belongs to the demon realm, it belongs to me. I break my own stuff. Who's gonna stop me? She rushed to block him. Hey, stop. Golden Dragon yelled. If you destroy the karma vortex, who knows what will happen? It won't just be the demon realm. Continent H up there will get nuked too. Dion looked even happier. Sounds awesome. Pop the lid and let the sunshine in, right? She tried to talk sense into him. You said we were looking for Alex and Daros. Why are you trying to blow up the world? Snap out of it, he retorted. If I was sane, would I have run away from home? Back off. Let's see if Continent H actually shatters. Seeing Golden Dragon stand her ground, Dion raised an eyebrow. She asked a rhetorical question. If a brat acts up, isn't it the adult's job to teach them a lesson? Her voice dropped to a warning. Stop while this is still just advice. He ignored her completely. You know me. I say it, I do it. If you don't move, I'm piercing right through you. Golden Dragon looked thrilled by the challenge. Now this is a date, Demon King style. Dion smirked. Correction, this is a date, our style. He unleashed the dark shadow vortex. She countered with Dream Moon Butterfly and Mirror Moon Ring. But suddenly, Dion signaled a timeout. He sighed, looking disappointed. Fail. I thought if I did this, Alex would come rushing out to stop me. But he's nowhere to be seen. Huh. Realization hit Golden Dragon. What? It was just an act? Dion admitted it shamelessly. I figured if I threatened the most important thing in the realm, those cowards would panic and show up. She exploded in rage. You lunatic. You could have given me a heads up. You just dove right in, Dan explained. If you knew, the acting would have been trash. It wouldn't be realistic. You know how sharp Alex's senses are. Golden Dragon was still seething. Crazy brat. I almost killed you for real. He scoffed confidently. Like I'm that easy to kill? Anyway, my plan is done. Let's go grab some food. She gritted her teeth, veins popping. I just got back, and I'm gonna die early because of you. Dion teased her again. How much longer do you plan to live anyway? Grandma. Golden Dragon roared. Hi. A few minutes later, at a restaurant, the table was full of weird dishes. Why aren't you eating? This is the best spot in the demon realm. She looked at the food, traumatized. I only eat things that are actually edible. Dion pointed enthusiastically. Try this. Happy stir-fried mushrooms.
We got the Angry 100-Eye Burger, Demon Worm Pasta, and Hell-Eye Coffee. Golden Dragon held up a hand. Stop. I'm losing my appetite just listening to you.
Consider me fed. She turned away, looking out the window at the volcanoes and rivers of flowing lava below. Seeing her focused, he asked, Nice view, right? He introduced the scenery. That's Mount Yu, 13,000 kilometers high, the tallest peak in the center of hell, the biggest volcano we got. Suddenly, she gasped. Huh, is that? Golden Dragon squinted. An ancient dragon? Dion looked curious. You know that species? She explained. They're the distant ancestors of dragons, like how humans were once monkeys before they got smart. That's a dragon before it gained sentience. So, ancient dragons still live in the demon realm? He was puzzled. Is that surprising? Golden Dragon thought about it and nodded. Actually, it makes total sense, since this place used to be the homeland of humanity. Hearing that, Dion sank into deep thought. He raised a question. So, humans used to live down here in the demon realm? She guessed. Probably. Eons ago. Dion hesitated. Then, Continent H up there. Is basically a new world formed later on. Golden Dragon agreed. You could say that. She switched the topic. Whatever. Let's talk about Daros and Alex. You think they're both faking their deaths, right? Dion nodded. The Four Seasons Guild is wiped out. That fungus poison incident, just the result of 3 races chasing their own greed. Story over. Good riddance. But he still had doubts. No matter how I look at it, Daros committing suicide makes 0 sense. It's too abrupt. Dion knew the fungus poison case had a loose screw somewhere. The gears didn't fit. Something is operating in the shadows. Like a parasite. He emphasized a key point. The only person who saw Daros die was Alex. And then Alex died right after. That guy isn't someone who dies easily. It smells fishy. Not the gross smell of fungus, but the stench of a schemer plotting something. She got annoyed. So what are those two actually planning? Dion shook his head. Before asking what, we need to ask who they are hiding from. Golden Dragon flinched. Who? You? She couldn't believe it. 2 dukes fooling the Demon King to move in secret? Are they planning a betrayal? Impossible. If a Demon Duke revolts, they'd side with humans. But those guys are already in the human realm. He let out a mocking laugh. Those arrogant little brats. What kind of secrets are they hiding from me? Suddenly, the Golden Dragon offered a cheat code. There is one way to reset everything. Go back home. Sit on your throne as the Demon King and accept your fate. Dion raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying all this drama is because I ran away from home? Pretty much, she confirmed. He blinked. So it is all my fault? It felt like a bad joke. Demon King? What are you talking about? I have never heard that before. But she held her ground. That is the truth. The Golden Dragon sighed. So, what is the plan, genius? Dion shrugged, eyes cold. Simple. Find them, and stuff them into coffins where they belong. So, you are going to help me find them. She pointed at herself. Me? He nodded. I have played all my cards. Now, it is your turn to be useful. The Golden Dragon slammed the table, fury rising. Listen, you idiot. Just go back already. Loitering around here won't solve a damn thing. If Alex and Daros went stealth mode, neither a Demon King nor I can find them easily. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, sweat poured off Jack as Skaten approached. Had enough rest? Ready for round 2. Jack nodded, determination burning in his eyes. Yes, Sir Skaten. He twirled his blade and launched a ferocious assault. Piercing wind of the holly Bowden, sands of the holly sequoia. He unleashed move after move. And the holly blade strike. Could Jack withstand the spam attacks? Jack gritted his teeth. His style keeps shifting. I can't predict the RNG, Skaten barked a command. Wake up. Open your eyes and watch the subtle glitches in my stance. Suddenly, the rhythm changed the Holbeck's secret sword technique. Jack moved to counter, but Skaten vanished, dodging effortlessly. Don't forget to watch your feet, rookie. Jack hit the dirt total defeat, but Skaten didn't scowl. Instead, he offered a rare nod. Not bad. In fact, Skaten had to admit, your download speed is terrifying. That technique has a nightmare difficulty curve, but you tanked it. That is worthy of praise. Jack rubbed his neck, humble as ever. It is all thanks to the weapon Lord Dion gave me. Skaten shook his head. I am not just flattering you. Rumor has it you soloed a dragon. That is not something just anyone with a sword and shield can pull off. Skaten analyzed the boy. Perhaps it is the Holbeck sword style. It feels designed specifically to slay giant bosses. You have drilled it so much that your body unconsciously dodges hitboxes from massive creatures. If you hadn't, you would be dead meat by now. Jack smiled, eyes shining. Thank you. But, honestly, I owe it all to Lord Dion. I don't know why, but just looking into his eyes, courage explodes inside me like a buff. It feels like no matter how OP the enemy is, I can win. Skaten chuckled. That makes sense. Then, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. Hey Jack, do you want to know his true identity? Jack looked blank. True identity? Skaten leaned in, whispering the taboo truth. Think about it. A man who flies freely through the sky, takes down a dragon in one hit, and stands in dragon's breath without a scratch. Do you really think a human like that exists? Jack's face went pale. Lord Dion. is not human. He clenched his fists, shaking his head violently. Stop. I don't want to hear spoilers. Even if he is hiding it, I will pretend I know nothing. Skaten burst out laughing. That is some intense loyalty. Jack's eyes burned with devotion. To a nobody like me, he is the savior who granted a miracle to the Holbeck family. I don't care about his past. I don't care what species he is. None of that changes the truth of what he did for us. Sounds like you are starting a cult, Skaten teased. Jack remained serious. I won't say he is above God, but unless God himself stops me, I will never disappoint Lord Dion. Hearing that, Skaten smiled softly. Jack, you are a good kid. Jack shook his head. No, I am just doing my duty. Skaten shrugged it off, ready to call it a day. That wraps it up for now, but the kid wasn't having it. He scrambled back, pleading, Yo, Skaten, wait. I know I'm asking a lot, but can you teach me just a little more? The guy shut him down cold. Don't burn yourself out on day one, rookie. But Jack's eyes were burning with intensity. I gotta get stronger, fast. I need to blow Lord Dion's mind. Seeing that fire in his eyes, Skaten paused. A light bulb went off. Tell me, do you know any magic? Skaten asked, a mischievous grin forming. If you're game, try becoming a magic swordsman. It's like a cheat code for learning fast. Let's start with the basics. Close your eyes. Picture a raging inferno inside your head. Focus that heat right into your fingertips. Now, unleash it. Fireball. Boom. Just like that. Fast forward to the next morning outside Joris City, where the guards were on high alert. Out of nowhere, a shadow blitzed past. A gleaming blade slashed down, shattering the city walls like glass. Total chaos erupted. Run for your lives. It's a stampede. One kid stood frozen in terror, staring down a horde of nightmare beasts. Meanwhile, inside the war room, things were getting ugly. Cadenia threw her hands up, totally defeated. This is way out of my league. Mondano sighed heavily. No kidding. You're an A-rank hero, but that thing outside? It's a G-class titan. The soldiers were losing it. Where the hell is the Holy Palace? First a dragon, now a titan. Are they sleeping on the job or what? With monsters like this popping up, shouldn't there be a protocol? This country is cursed, I tell you. We're doomed. The old veteran slammed his fist down. My lord, we need a sacrifice to calm them down. A soldier snapped back. Are you stupid? Those are mindless killing machines. They don't want snacks, they want destruction. Sacrifices won't do squat. The lord silenced the room. I've already signaled the Holy Palace. The cavalry is coming, but we gotta survive till then. I'll take the troops and stall these beasts. Everyone else, get the hell out of here. Rally the legion. The soldiers roared, Sir, yes, sir. He grabbed Cadenia before leaving. Listen, back in my prime, A rank was my cap. I'm an old man now, but the heart of a hero doesn't age. Mondano, I'm asking you warrior to warrior, not as your lord. If I don't make it back, protect my daughter. Outside, the city was a living hell. Screams filled the air. The Titans breached Joris. If this wall falls, our village is next. Move, move, move. From their hideout, Skaten was suspicious. Titans belong at the edge of the world. Why hit Joris now? He turned to Jack. Danson, this smell fishy to you? But Jack was already gearing up. Skaten freaked. You're going out there? That's a G-class monster. Dude. Jack didn't flinch. I know. But I'm a hero too. With Lord Dion gone, I have to step up. Even if I only save one person, it's worth it. Just then, Alexia came sprinting onto the scene. Jack, the giants are breaching the wall. Get the hell out of here. But she was panic-stricken, screaming her lungs out. What? Are you insane? You're heading straight for the battlefield. His eyes burned with determination. You bet I am. As the pride of the Joris warrior bloodline, I represent House Holbeck. Lady Alexia, retreat immediately. It's too dangerous. But Alexia wasn't having it. Jack, wait up. Seeing him rush into danger, she gritted her teeth and chased after him. If the vanguard moves, the support must follow. That is the law of battle. Fine, I'm coming too. She hesitated for a split second, then sprinted after them. Damn it, since when does a lowly C-rank act so high and mighty? Wait for me. The Holbeck name is on the line here. As they rushed toward the chaos, dark thoughts consumed him. Skaten was right. The giants belong at the world's end. How did they breach every stronghold and village between there and here? And now they're standing right here? In the heart of the Joris continent, he shook his head, forcing the fear down. Is this even possible? No. Stop overthinking. Focus on the kill first. We need to get inside the walls. Skaten finally caught up, panting heavily. Jack, stay close. Giants hunt in packs. These aren't solitary dragons. They swarm. Jack blinked, caught off guard. Brother Skaten? But the surprises weren't over. A familiar voice shouted from behind. I'm joining the fray too. Alexia glared, her pride stinging. Don't get cocky. Stop acting like you're the main character of this story. Just do your job and support me like a proper low ranker. Jack responded instinctively. Lady Alexia. But before they could argue, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. The monster launched its ambush. Scatton's eyes went wide. I thought the invasion was inside the city walls. Did a stray giant break off from the main herd? Meanwhile, Alexia froze, terror gripping her heart like a vice. Facing the beast, her mind went blank. What is that thing? It's colossal. How are we supposed to kill a monster that size? Damn it all. Panic took over. I have to run. I need to get out of here right now. But Jack didn't hesitate. He launched himself like a human missile. His blade plunged deep into the giant's eye. The beast shrieked in agony, the sound tearing through the air. Jack stuck the landing perfectly and unleashed his ultimate art. Great fire cannon. But the monster wasn't dead yet. Its massive hand snatched Jack midair. Jack! The others screamed in horror. But inside the crushing grip, a blinding light erupted. With a flash of steel, Jack sliced clean through the giant's wrist. He didn't stop there. Moonlight Strike. Third form. He followed up with a legendary piercer. Demon King Penetration. The massive body crumpled, defeated at last. With a splash that shook the earth, the carcass sank into the river. Jack touched down light as a feather. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. One threat neutralized. He immediately turned his attention to his teammate. His voice was gentle. Lady Alexia, are you unhurt? She looked at him, cheeks burning crimson. It took a moment for her soul to return to her body. Shakily, she let him help her to her feet. Scatton watched, his jaw practically on the floor. No external buffs, no artifacts. And he triggered G-rank damage. Unbelievable. If I don't level up fast, there won't be a spot left for me in this squad. Suddenly, a desperate cry broke the moment. Jack, thank the gods, it's you. Help me, please. They turned to see Grandma Jiro stumbling toward them. Jack rushed over. Grandma Jiro, what's happened? She was sobbing uncontrollably. My grandson. He went to repair the York Wall. But now the giants, they're swarming the fortress. Please, you're a hero, aren't you? Save my boy. Jack's expression hardened with resolve. I'm heading to the fortress right now. I promise I'll find him. Please, get to the shelter immediately. El Toro stepped forward, command radiating from him. We move to the fortress now. The garrison station there won't hold for long against numbers like these. Understood, Jack turned to follow. But before they could leave, a mob of armed villagers marched in. That giant isn't finished yet, one shouted, clutching a rusty machete. We need to bind it before it regenerates. El Toro nodded, entrusting the rear to them. Secure the city. Finish off the stragglers. I'll return with reinforcements. Just hold the line until then. The villagers roared in unison. Yes, sir. Jack glanced at the shell-shocked noble. Alexia, we have to move. Now. She stammered, completely flustered. All right. Her mind was still spinning as she glanced back at the fallen titan. What just happened back there? One look at that monster and I was paralyzed with fear. She stared at Jack's back, suspicion clouding her eyes. Is that really the same moron I know? Jack, the bottom-tier loser? Frustration boiled over. She bit her lip until it almost bled. Then she stomped forward, masking her insecurity with rage. Damn it, shut up. I know what I'm doing. Jack and El Toro didn't wait, sprinting ahead. Stick together, Alexia. Behind them, the villagers scrambled to execute El Toro's orders. Listen up, the leader bellowed. Everyone with a shred of muscle, get down here. We need to chain this beast down. On it. The rest of you, grab every rope and cloth you can find. Yes, sir. But suddenly, boom, a colossal axe descended from the heavens, smashing into the citadel. The impact was catastrophic. Debris turned into deadly shrapnel. The majestic walls crumbled like wet paper. Another giant loomed over the ruins, grinning as it toyed with the screaming ants below. Chaos erupted. The villagers scattered in blind panic. Within the kingdom, the royal cavalry lined up their shot. The commander spotted a gap in the monster's defense. Fire. Thousands of arrows blackened the sky, raining down like a storm of death. The giant shielded its face, the arrows bouncing off like harmless toothpicks. But the humans weren't done. Launch the catapults. Heavy boulders slammed into the beast from the ground batteries. The relentless barrage finally tore through its tough skin. Blood sprayed from dozens of wounds. The commander didn't let up. Reload. Prepare for the next volley. Sir, yes, sir, the soldiers roared. But their hope was short-lived. A massive blade sliced through the air. It sheared the fortress wall in half with a single strike. Screams of agony filled the air. My leg. God, my leg. Through the dust, another titan emerged. This one looked like a nightmare straight out of a horror manga. It showed no mercy, hacking at the fortifications like a butcher. To make matters worse, The first giant was shaking off its concussion. Seeing the massive feet stomping toward them, the cavalry broke formation. Retreat! Run for your lives! The monster crushed their weapons under its grotesque toes. A sickening, satisfied laughter rumbled from its throat. But humanity had one last trick. Harpoons attached to thick cables launched into the air. Dozens of ropes snaked around the giant's limbs, binding it tight. Heave! The cavalry pulled with all their might. The catapults roared again, hammering the beast while it was off balance. Overwhelmed, the titan lost its footing and crashed to the earth. A cheer went up. We took one down. Meanwhile, facing the blade-wielding titan, the mage corps stepped up. Focus fire. Lightning bolt. The giant's head smoked as high-voltage magic fried its nerves. Its muscles seized, and it collapsed beside its comrade. But suddenly, a presence far stronger than a mere soldier entered the battlefield. It was the war god, Bruno. He leaped into the sky. Split demon slash. The giant raised an arm to block, but Bruno's blade only left a shallow scratch. The monster roared in annoyance and swatted him like a fly. Bam. Bruno smashed into the city wall, coughing up blood. Erg. Watching from the shadows was a man with eyes as cold as ice. Dion had returned. He tilted his head, amused. What is this mess? I just got back and the whole place is in ruins. Even the golden dragon was taken aback by the unannounced guests. How did the giant race get this far inland? Before he could answer, another explosion rocked the battlefield. The titan raised its fist for the killing blow on the lord, but boom, a fireball blasted it away just in time. The monster's face melted off, staggering back. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Some guy flew in and decked the titan right in the face. It was Jack. Lord Bruno's jaw hit the floor, totally stunned. That punch was nuclear. The titan collapsed like a sack of potatoes in front of everyone. Alexia rushed over, panicked. Dad, are you okay? Bruno saw his kid and lost it. What are you doing here? I told you to run. She looked him dead in the eye. Run where? I'm a hero too. I'm staying to fight. Before he could argue, a voice cut through the noise. Target neutralized. The soldiers erupted in cheers. Yeah, another one bites the dust. And there was Jack, panting in his gym shorts, standing on the corpse of a titan. Look up there, a cavalryman shouted, pointing to the sky. It's Lord Bruno and Lady Alexia. House Holio took down the titan. Bruno was confused but rolled with it, letting Jack's victory boost the morale. Fear not, we'll wipe out every last giant. Hold the line until the royal army arrives. We will protect our home. Sir, yes sir, the army roared. But Alexia spotted Jack sneaking away like a bandit. Suspicious. She took off after him. Hey, Jack, I'm talking to you. Her dad yelled, Alexia, where are you going? But she was gone. Meanwhile, a golden dragon's voice echoed from the shadows. Level 6 without a single buff. The legendary blood soldier has finally awakened. The voice dripped with amusement. What a beast. Too bad. If he was born in the Zero era, he'd be the ultimate hero. Ignoring the drama, Jack sprinted up the stairs, bursting through doors. Like he was trying to hide a secret identity. He reached the roof, kicked the door open, and glared down at the remaining monsters. He launched himself into the sky, pure killing intent radiating off him. He zeroed in on two ugly giants below and unleashed his signature move. Moonlight Arts, third form, Demon King Pierce. But instead of a sword, he delivered a raw, physical beatdown. Down below, Alexia was still chasing him. Her eyes scanned the chaos, whispering, Jack. Her mind drifted back to the past. A little kid getting shoved in the dirt by a gang of bullies. Young Alexia was bruised and battered, but she had taught the fat bully a lesson. The other kids cheered. Whoa, Alexia won. She took down the Centaur class leader. She was the boss, and she was only 11. She glared down at the chubby kid. Listen up. You touch Jack again, and you're dead meat. Back in reality, she stomped to a room and kicked the door open without knocking. Jack, get out here right now. He shrunk back, terrified. I can't. Master Pal will kill me if I skip work. Alexia groaned. You idiot. Stop being a punching bag. Hit them back for once. But Jack was stubborn. No way. If I mess up, I lose my cleaning job at House Pal. I'm fine, senpai. Just go. Alexia couldn't take it. She slammed the door, fuming. Fine. Be a coward your whole life, you moron. She decided to leave him to his fate. She tried to ignore him, but she couldn't stop wondering. Jack, why do you let everyone treat you like a clown? Why do you carry everyone's burden? She watched him from a distance, smiling like a fool. He really is an idiot, she thought. Time flew by, and suddenly, it was graduation day. Congratulations, class of 2024. But Alexia wasn't celebrating. She was running. Jack, why didn't you show up to the ceremony? I heard you skipped middle school. Here, I got you a graduation present. But before she could hand it over, a cruel wind snatched the paper from her hand. Splash! Down he goes. Alexia totally lost it, screaming, "You're wet." "No, this is bad." But Jack, dude was just chilling in the water, waving goodbye like nothing happened. "Chill out, Alexia. I gotta go stack that paper. Catch you in 3 months. Until then, try not to die, okay?" Alexia smashed the flowers into the ground, absolutely fuming. "You moron. Stop forcing that fake smile. If you can't cry, then just get mad for once." Back to reality. Watching him fight, she couldn't believe it. When did that sickly kid from the past turn into this beast of a warrior? Alexia was shook. Seeing that wild grin on his kind face gave her chills. Is he actually enjoying this hell? Jack went berserk, slashing blood everywhere. The giant swung blindly, but Jack blocked barely. The impact sent him crashing down, a groan of pain escaping his lips. The monster didn't let up, raising its fist for the kill shot. It looked like game over, but luck was on his side. Boom! Rock bullets rained down from the cavalry, giving him cover. Load, fire, repeat. Meanwhile, Altora stood safe in the back, beginning her chant. "Oh, almighty guardian of life, in the name of the balance, grant me the power to tear through this chaos. By the ancient pact, hear my call. Descend, great power. Seal this enemy before my eyes." Spectral hands materialized in the air. They wrapped around the giant, binding him tight like a snake. Altora took a breath. Breath of the divine, light of the sky. Forest of Eldranis, pierce him. Another spectral hand manifested, driving a massive weapon straight at the beast. The giant couldn't move, totally helpless. Altora shouted, "Now!" Jack snapped out of his daze instantly. Got it. He gripped his blade, adrenaline pumping. He leaped for the finishing blow, but slipped. The giant's hands snatched him out of the air, crushing him tight. "Jack!" Alexia screamed, dashing in to slice the giant's hand clean off. Jack looked at her with puppy eyes. "Alexia." She blushed. "Idiot. Don't stop. Move your ass." Jack locked in. "Roger that." With a single, devastating technique, he floored the giant. One hit, one kill. Altora's jaw hit the floor, literally shocked at his power. But the nightmare wasn't over. A horde of giants started swarming their location. Total destruction. Screams echoed everywhere. Even Jack was getting tossed around like a rag doll, crying out in agony. Alexia got blasted back, tumbling across the dirt. She looked up to see Jack getting pummeled with no escape. Only Altora was still standing untouched. He tried casting again. Eldranis. Destroy them. But it was useless. They all got wrecked. Meanwhile, Jack, slam. His body hit the fortress wall hard. He struggled to stand, looking up at the towering monsters. And they were looking at him like a snack. Red eyes, razor-sharp teeth, pure nightmare fuel. He remembered Altora's warning. Unlike dragons, these things hunt in packs. Jack thought, I can handle 1 or 2. But an army. Impossible. Suddenly, Bruno roared, "You filth! Get off our land," and charged in. Jack panicked, Lord Bruno. But the old man got snatched up before he could even swing. The grip tightened, crushing him. His internal organs were being turned to mush. Bruno screamed, then went dead silent. The giant raised him up, ready to swallow him whole. "No!" Jack screamed. The city was in chaos. Suddenly, boom! A new attack blasted the giant, saving the old man from becoming lunch. Jack's mouth hung open. What just happened? He looked up the Royal Air Fleet, and leading them from above was Lord Cadenia. Lord Cadenia grinned. The knights cheered. "The Holy Palace army is here. We're saved." Cadenia's eyes sharpened, fire at will. Morale restored. Inferno destruction. Their attacks rained hellfire on the giants, while knights charged in with swords drawn. They dove straight from the airships, landing on the giant's corpse. Piercing strike. The impact caused a massive explosion that shook the earth. Dust swirled everywhere. Big bodies, small brains, the giants stood no chance against the tactical beatdown from the castle defenders. Combined with inferno destruction, the monsters could only scream as they burned. Jack watched in awe. So this is the power of the Holy Palace. Up in the Golden Dragon ship, she smirked. Well, looks like it's over. Z isn't C rank anymore. His growth is unnatural. I don't get it, the girl muttered. But Dion, he just couldn't stop that creepy, twisted grin from spreading across his face. Interesting. My heart's on fire. Seeing Jack wakes up the beast inside me. I'm dying to test him out. The last giant fell. The knights cheered wildly. Cleanup complete. The kingdom was finally purged of the Titan menace. The airships halted. Cadenia descended like a god. There might be stragglers beyond the mountain. Search squad, move out. The rest of you, burn these corpses. The knights shouted, "Sir, yes, sir." Then Cadenia heard footsteps. It was Bruno. "Lord Bruno, thank you." He extended a hand. "I am Cadenia Hollyoak. My family held the line until the Holy Palace arrived. Kadinia nodded. A massive giant raid. Rare and dangerous. You did well. But his eyes drifted past the old man, locking onto Z. He asked curiously, I heard another clan in Jorix join the fray. The Fallen Clan, right? How did their warrior fare? Bruno paused, surprised. A flash of Jack's heroic entrance played in his mind, but he scoffed coldly. A C rank fighting a G rank, please. He was just dead weight. That clan is extinct anyway, don't waste your breath on them. More importantly, have you met my daughter? She's the real reason we survived this nightmare. A born genius. I guarantee she'll be a massive asset to the Holy Palace. He brushed Jack aside completely to hype up Alexia. Kadinia gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Is that so? You're just obsessed with Z. Bruno didn't back down. Listen, I'm speaking as a veteran warrior here, not just a concerned dad. Jack completely ignored their drama. He was standing in the rubble, staring down at a corpse that wore his face. Looks like his decoy took the ultimate L. Their stare down was interrupted by a messenger rushing in. Sir Kadinia, urgent message from the Lord. The big boss wants to personally thank Lord Bruno at the victory feast. You gotta bring him. Tell Bruno not to ghost us on this one. The invite was out. Bruno flashed a fake, friendly smile. Obviously, it's my honor. They walked away from the wreckage, leaving the carnage behind like cool guys don't look at explosions. That night, Jorix turned into Party Central. The main streets were lit up with festival lights like it was New Year's Eve. Every food joint was packed. People were drinking and laughing, desperate to delete the fear of the giant from their mental hard drives. Meanwhile, the combat squad was still stuck at the crash site, analyzing the disaster zone the giant left behind. Up close, the thing was a glitch in the Matrix massive. The Lord was impressed. You fought this beast? Bruno, your stats must be insane. Bruno played the humble card. You flatter me, sir. But the Lord's eyes narrowed. He pointed at the cross-shaped wound on the giant's head. Wait, that crit mark, that's not your sword style. If it wasn't you, was it your daughter? Did Alexia do this? The Lord burst into laughter. So the princess joined the raid too. Impressive. She might have actually surpassed her old man. Maybe I should hire Alexia as my bodyguard instead of you. Bruno was seething inside but kept his smiling mask on. If she wants your attention, sir, I clearly need to grind her training harder. Kadinia cut in smoothly. I don't think that's the issue. The Lord quickly jumped to Bruno's defense. Sir Kadinia, even if you are a knight of Ziak, believing a minor could solo a giant is kind of a stretch, right? But Alexia hit A rank back in high school. She's the first rookie in Jorix with the potential to unlock G rank status. Kadinia put on his I know everything face and started breaking down the battle logic. With that massive greatsword she mains, there's no way she could pull off a cut that clean and precise. You're a sword user, Kadinia. You know the physics don't add up. Bruno looked at Kadinia with murder eyes hidden behind a smile. The Lord was getting curious. So if it wasn't the Hollyoaks, who in Jorix has that kind of DPS? Kadinia dropped the hint. As far as I know, there is one other clan. The Lord gasped. Are you talking about the Holbecks? Sir Kadinia, Bruno interrupted, losing his cool. You're confused. The Holbecks are F-tier trash. They couldn't even beat a forest slime, let alone a giant. Kadinia just smirked, throwing shade. Sometimes the gods love a good plot twist. He always did have a twisted sense of humor. Bruno looked ready to rage quit. Meanwhile, back at the festival, the NPCs were hyping up the battle. That monster was so huge, one swing of its club deleted an entire roof. Cap, weren't you hiding in the storage room crying the whole time? Chill, chill. Let's have another round. Goldie slammed her glass on the table. The alcohol kicked in, and she started ranting. I told you to take the 3 silver coins. Every hero and grunt who fought got a loot drop. Why didn't you claim yours? Jack just gave a chill smile. Nah, I'm good. I made enough today. Stopping the giant was the real reward. He tried to sound humble, but Dion wasn't having it. You idiot. You usually pinch every penny. You literally laid the smackdown on that thing. You should be demanding 30 gold coins, not pennies. Z thinks I'm fine, though. Plus, if I flex too hard, Dion gets in trouble. Wait, why does the vibe here feel a little romantic? Pause. Forget the money, Goldie sighed. I'm just glad you two respawned safely. You vanished so fast, I thought we lost another one like Alex. Z was too busy stuffing his face to reply. He chewed for a second, then nodded. Fine. Next time I go on a side quest, I'll drop a message in the group chat. Jack beamed. Really? Goldie cringed hard. What is wrong with you? Z rolled his eyes. Shut up. Suddenly, Alexia spawned right behind them. Who are you? Seriously, are you actually the Z I've heard stories about? Even if I lower my standards, You look like a total F-rank noob today. Jack gave an awkward wave. Hey, senior. Z looked annoyed. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be simping for the Lord right now? Bullseye. I just came to check if you were alive. Is that a crime? Jack jumped in to de-escalate. No, no. Please, sit down, my lady. She glared at Z, who was working behind the counter. You just risked your life in a raid, and now you're waiting tables? You really are a demon boss. Z shot back. How do you know about the fight? Alexia hesitated. Don't worry, Junie cast a high-tier heal on me. Alexia gasped. High-tier holy magic? You have a healer like that. Z was getting irritated. Stop acting like a noob. We're wearing armor made of dragon scales. Did you think we were? Just some random party. But Z was the anomaly here. She rested her chin on her hand, staring intensely at Z before shifting focus. What about Jack? Is he going to stay stuck at F rank forever? The question hit a nerve. Look, I just had a huge fight with my dad about this, so drop it. She cut the topic dead. Z frowned as she sat next to him. What are you doing? I didn't say you could sit. Jack, as always, was the only one with chill vibes. Did you fight him for my sake? Jack asked. She sighed. Yeah. Since you killed a G-rank boss, my dad wants to sponsor your training properly. But when I told him to stop treating you like trash, he wouldn't listen. Jack smiled warmly. Lady Alexia, you really shouldn't start drama over me. You always have to be number one. So why get so worked up? That comment made her blush instantly. She slammed the table, screaming, Shut up, shut up. It's not for you, okay? It's for Jorix. Don't get cocky just because you killed one giant. I helped too. Z sighed. Yeah, my bad. Alexia crossed her arms, full Sunder mode activated. Anyway, I'm going to prove to my father that just me and Jack can clear a G-rank mission. Watch me. If you pull this off, your old man's got no choice but to respect you. Z just shrugged, dropping his honest thoughts. Approve or not, I literally couldn't care less. Alexia went into full nag mode. Shut it. My life, my business. You just follow orders, capish. Z sighed, waving a hand. Yeah. Whatever keeps the peace, princess. Golden Dragon perked up, eavesdropping with a smirk. Still can't be honest with your feelings. Huh? Adorable. He chuckled. Man, watching you kids is the best entertainment. Alexia snapped her neck around. Excuse me, the hell does that mean? Golden Dragon giggled. Nothing. Just that you and Z look super cute all glued together like that. Alexia looked like she swallowed a bug. What? Glued together, she gagged. Do me a favor and never ship me with that freak, okay? I'm literally gonna hurl. Seeing Alexia scream, Jack took the blame. My bad, guys. I think the booze is hitting me. Z tried to cool the room down. Next round of noodles is on the house, so don't be mad, okay? Alexia shot Z a death glare. Say something useful. Z finally snapped. You're so annoying. Can you just delete yourself for a sec? Jack. A sharp cry cut through the noise. It was Grandma Jero. My grandson. Jay still isn't back. What happened? I begged you to find him. The question hit Jack like a punch to the gut, flashing back to the horror he saw that afternoon. Ah. So the victim was her flesh and blood. Jack bowed his head, his voice dropping to a whisper. I'm so sorry, Grandma Jero. When I found Jay, he was already. Why did it have to be him? Grandma Jero couldn't process the nightmare. Grief twisted into blind rage as she screamed at him. You went there. So why is my Jay dead? You're supposed to be a hero. Jack didn't fight back. He took the hit. It's my fault. I wasn't strong enough. But logic meant nothing to a grieving grandmother. She pointed a trembling finger right in his face. You piece of trash. You let my boy die while you're sitting here laughing? Her voice cracked. You think selling a few bowls of noodles makes it okay to be this happy? Every other soldier came back bleeding, but look at you. Not a single scratch. Her eyes burned with accusation. You coward. You definitely hid while they were getting slaughtered. I pitied you since you were a kid. I gave you work. She spat on the ground. I was an idiot to trust a so-called hero from a trash-tier F-rank family. This is all on you. Jay is dead because of you. Alexia couldn't take it anymore. Hold on, Grandma. It wasn't him. Z actually wiped out those giants single-handedly. But before she could spill the beans, Z silenced her. Jack looked her in the eye. That's right, ma'am. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Grandma Jiro wailed, a messy mix of snot and tears, before turning her back on him. Get out of my sight, and don't you dare call yourself a hero ever again. She stormed off, leaving the air in the tavern thick and totally awkward. A sudden laugh shattered the tension. Now that was interesting. Cadenia strolled toward the counter. Jack blinked, confused. Lord Cadenia, shouldn't you be at the castle? Why come to a dump like this? Cadenia smirked. Sitting around with those dusty old geezers isn't my vibe. He leaned in. Besides, today's been weird. I keep running into the most annoying characters. He tried to dodge the awkward silence with a random question. Yo, where's that curly-haired fancy dude? The one always clinging to you. The answer was ice cold and brutal. He's dead. Stop asking. Z slid into the kitchen, breaking the tension. Hey, not sure if this fits your high-class taste, but let me fix you a bowl of noodles. On the house. Cadenia wasn't having it. She grilled him. Z, are you seriously cool with this? You're a legend standing in the shadows of a do-nothing lord. You deserve the throne, yet here you are, sitting on the floor. Are you actually satisfied being a side character? I saw the aftermath. Dude, the dead giants. Those sword cuts were surgical. You soloed a G-rank monster like it was a tutorial level. If you hadn't stepped up, half this town would be ghosting right now. She threw a savage glare at Alexia. Unlike those Class A posers acting like they run the world, Jack scratched his head, trying to be humble. Nah, come on, everyone helped out. But Cadenia was fuming. She couldn't stand the injustice. You really okay with this? I told the Lord straight up that you were the MVP, but his ego wouldn't let him admit it. Typical politician. It's those stuck-up Class A clans. No way they'd admit they owe their lives to a Class F family. That's why you got ghosted on the invite list. If you were G-rank, no, even just D-rank, the Lord would be kissing the ground you walk on right now. Even with the exact same power level, it's all labels. Z, that's just how this trash world works. Skill matters, but daddy's money matters more. Can you really swallow that insult? Cadenia refused to let her man be disrespected like that. No way, not cool. Absolutely not okay. But Z, he stood there like a rock, unshakable. Thanks for the advice, really. But I'm not changing my mind. Hearing that, she looked ready to explode. Cadenia turned her glare to Dion. You better wake up too. You ain't the only hero in this game. What Z wants isn't just cash, and I could give him that anyway. Dion finally spoke through a mouthful of noodles, but only when you grind your way up to Class D, scrub. Cadenia, fueled by jealousy and rage, stormed out of the room. Talent like that can't stay hidden forever. One day, you're gonna snap, mark my words. Dion slurped his noodles loudly, staring him down. So, why do you play the hero, kid? Jack looked like a deer in headlights. What do you mean, sir? Jack laughed awkwardly. I'm from the House of Holy Bitch, you know. Dion rolled his eyes hard. Yeah, I heard you can toss that trash name in the garbage. A Class F clan? You get zero respect, people look down on you, the pay is garbage, and there's absolutely no glory in it. Even when you win, people doubt you. They hate you. Am I right? Dion stared into his soup like it held the secrets of the universe. So why do you still want to do it? Is it because your ancestors did it, some family dream, or were you just born into this mess? Golden Dragon stared at him, eyes wide, totally speechless. Jack sighed, dropping the act. I never thought that deep about it. So, I'm just gonna give you my honest vibe right now. I think everything good in this world is paid for by a hero's sacrifice. Look at people laughing under this clear night sky. That peace? It's built on the bones of heroes from the past. Even tonight, we can sit here and chill only because someone fought like hell and won today. Jack looked up at the stars, a genuine smile on his face, speaking straight from the heart. Even if it's just a little bit. If me getting wrecked makes the world suck less, then that's a win in my book. If I have something to protect, I want to be the hero who never hits the dirt. No matter who the enemy is. Dion wasn't buying it. He raised an eyebrow, mocking him. Never hit the dirt? Really? One slap from the Demon King and you'd be paced on the floor. Jack cracked up, scratching his head. You think so? Maybe. Jack got quiet for a second, then shrugged. Well, it's the kind of fantasy every hero has at least once. But if I'm the last one standing in front of the big boss, I absolutely refuse to collapse. Even if I die, I'll die on my feet swinging. But hey, I'm just a capped out Class C, so that'll never happen. Dion cut him off, dead serious. But hypothetically, Dion emphasized every word. If the Demon King spawned right in front of you, would you throw hands instantly without hesitating? Even knowing you'd get one-shotted, dying alone for this mediocre world that treats you like trash? Jack smiled, eyes closing into crescents. Yup, no hesitation. I'm fighting. Dion went silent, frowning deeply at the kid. I don't get it. What has this garbage world ever done for you? He let out a heavy sigh. And what about your little siblings? I thought they were your whole world. Jack didn't look sad. In fact, he looked hyped. My siblings are heroes too. They'd get it. They'd be way more proud of a legend than a big brother who just did chores in the village forever. Because that is the most glorious death for a warrior. Golden Dragon and Alexia were shook. jaw-dropping silence. They just stared at Jack in awe. Dion raised an eyebrow, pouting like a brat. I seriously don't understand you. Not even 1%. He leaned his face on his hand, looking bored and arrogant. Every noble bloodline freak I've met. No. Every single person in that crowd outside. None of them are like you. If those fakes tried to call themselves the last hero, and I was the Demon King, I'd wipe them out without blinking. Total massacre. Dion sighed, admitting defeat. Fine, I'll say it. The last hero, I always imagine in my head, is a guy exactly like you. Jack was stunned into silence. Dion continued, absolutely serious. Thinking about it, it has to be someone with faith, so stupid it's actually insane. That's why the Demon King can't win. Those who have always want more loot. But guys with nothing, like you crave giving everything away. Go ahead then. Dion gave his permission. If you want, go follow that guy to the Holy Emperor Palace. I won't stop you. Honestly, you're wasted here. Forget the contract. Pretend it never happened. His voice was flat. I'm setting you free. If you want to bail, just go. Jack froze. But then, his eyes locked onto Dion with intense determination. No way. You have to keep me. Seriously, don't let me go. He begged with every ounce of his soul. I'm begging you, boss. Don't toss me aside. Since you showed up, Dion, I finally feel like the main character of my own life. So please, don't send me away. Dion blinked, then slammed his chopsticks on the table. Bang. He pointed right at Jack's face, shouting, Deal. I'm not giving you a second chance to back out. You asked for it. Just remember, I'm not cleaning up the mess later. Got it? Jack beamed a pure, innocent smile. Understood. Dion burst out laughing. Man, you just threw away your only chance to escape. If that's not being an idiot, I don't know what is. A total fool. Jack didn't get offended. He just nodded peacefully. Yes, sir. I guess I really am a fool. Golden Dragon smirked from the side. Honestly, you're both morons. Dame didn't argue. True enough. Then, his gaze locked onto Jack with intense focus. One day, when you become an absolute monster, fight me. Jack panicked, waving his hands. Whoa. No way. Me? Fight you? I wouldn't dare. Dion raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping to a whisper. Relax. I'll go easy on you. How could I be cruel to a face like that? Golden Dragon watched them with a complicated expression. The noise of the tavern returned, a cozy warmth wrapping around the strange group of misfits. The Demon King always falls by the hero's hand. It's the absolute law of this universe, a rule that hasn't been broken for 665 centuries. Stopping the giant invasion felt like the finale. But we were dead wrong. That was just the prologue to a legendary chaos that was about to flip the world upside down. The next morning, deep within the Demon Palace, Lord Mondon sat on his throne, staring down coldly. You are Von Hollub, correct? Jack bowed low. Yes, my lord, that is me. Mondon spoke flatly. Good to meet you. Bet you're wondering why I dragged you out of bed at the crack of dawn, huh? Jack was sweating bullets, lips pressed tight. Not at all, sir. Mondon leaned forward. Relax. I just heard some interesting rumors. Word is, you were the MVP in the battle against the giants yesterday. Even the investigator from the Imperial City couldn't stop talking about you. Jack kept his head down, acting shy. You give me too much credit, my lord. I only did my duty as a warrior of the Jorix bloodline. Mondon paused, the name hanging in the air. A warrior of the Jorix bloodline, you say. Suddenly, the lord burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. Exactly, a true hero. Then his face went stone cold. Since you're so capable, I have a mission for you. A direct order from your lord. I need you to handle a little pest control. Way out in the northwest, past the Hespen Mountains. There's a village called Phobasby. Looks like a lich has set up shop there. Rumor has it, the entire population was massacred. I want you to go there and obliterate that monster. Jack froze. His blood ran cold. This wasn't part of the script. Panic surged through him. It took a long moment before he found his voice. Beg your pardon, my lord. But isn't the Hespen Range right in the middle of giant territory? And a lich? That's a tier 1 calamity. With all due respect, I'm just a lowly C-rank hero. Mondon's eyes narrowed. The investigator claimed you soloed a giant yesterday. If that's true, your power level is already beyond our clan's wildest dreams. You're on par with Lord Cadenia himself. Only you can pull this off. He frowned, a dangerous chill creeping into his gaze. He lowered his voice to a menacing growl. Unless, are you telling me the Imperial investigator is a liar? Jack stammered, waving his hands wildly. No, that's not what I meant. Thud. Mondon tossed a heavy bag of gold at Jack's feet. It's a 7-day trek just to get there. I've included a little bonus for your trouble. Cadenia, standing by the throne, didn't give Jack a second to think. He barked out, "The Lord himself is entrusting you with this destiny. This is a supreme honor. Show some gratitude, kid." Jack blinked, his mind racing. Wait, the Lord actually trusts me. Me? The realization hit him like a dopamine rush. He beamed. Yes, I won't let you down. I'll destroy that lich, I promise. Jack sprinted out of the palace, heart pounding with naive joy. Father, did you hear that? The Lord finally recognized the Holub family. We made it. Back in the main hall, Mondon's face twisted with pure venom. His fist slammed down, shaking with suppressed rage. If word gets out that the Great Jorik's territory was saved by some random brat, we'll be the laughingstock of the entire continent. He ground his teeth, glaring daggers at his subordinate. Cadenia, are you absolutely sure the kid soloed the giant monster? Maybe the temple intervened, or maybe you did the heavy lifting? That punk just stole the kill, didn't he? Cadenia stayed silent for a beat, sweating bullets. I was confused in the heat of battle, but does the truth really matter? If a Jorik's knight claims the glory, the sheep will believe it. We cannot let slip that we relied on a trash-tier F-rank clan. Mondon's eyes darted to the other lord, scheming shadows dancing in his gaze. Other families will see blood in the water and come for our heads. We need to bury this secret. Damp. Then a cruel smirk played on Mondon's lips. Oh, I almost forgot a tiny detail. The thing lurking in Phobesby isn't just a regular lich. It's a lich emperor. If that kid is truly C-rank material, maybe he survives. Mondon chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth. If he miraculously wins, we toss him a fake title. Make him a knight, keep his rank low. Keep your friends close and your cannon fodder closer, right? Cadenia stayed silent, chilling dread, creeping up his spine. Mondon continued his villain monologue. Everyone thinks you and Lachia took down the giant beast. If we admit an F-rank clan did our dirty work, your reputation is toast. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Dead men tell no tales. If that kid vanishes from the face of the earth, even better. No one cares about a no-name clan. That's just how the world works, isn't it? 5 gold coins should be enough to pay for their coffins. Cut to the next day. Dion and Jack were already rolling out. Dion sprawled across the hay like a lazy cat. He groaned, stretching his limbs. Seriously, a lord giving us 5 gold coins? Talk about being a cheapskate. The golden dragon sat beside him, looking unimpressed. It's not about the money, you fool. A direct mission from a lord is a badge of honor. Dion rolled his eyes so hard they almost fell out. Honor doesn't pay the bills, sister. If they really respected us, they'd show me the cash. And speaking of respect, why do you pay Jack literal peanuts? Dion let out a dramatic sigh. The hypocrisy is real. You're cold-blooded, measuring hearts with coins. Meanwhile, Jack was vibing on his horse. I can do this. I'm gonna crush it. Pure shonen protagonist energy. Dion rested his chin on his hand, bored out of his mind. Hey, didn't Jack's little siblings head to the temple? Jack beamed, practically radiating sunshine. Yeah, they're on a study trip. They're super hyped to see the Saint Emperor and check out all the cool stuff. Then Dion threw out a casual question. So, what do you call your siblings? The reply came instantly. My sister Sydney, and the youngest is Regin. Golden Dragon raised a brow, her tone teasing. Aw, look at you, getting personal so quickly. Dion scoffed, rolling his eyes. Like I care about their little lives. But Jack cut in, eyes sparkling. To them, Lord Dion is a total savior. They swore to grind levels, become top-tier heroes, and pay you back. Dion's smirk turned icy. Listen, the exploitation stops with you, okay? Whatever cash you make is your own grind. Don't drag me into their hero fantasies. Golden Dragon chuckled softly. Wow, you actually have a shred of conscience left. Dion nodded, straight-faced. Obviously. Then his gaze shifted to the horizon. Someone traded their entire life to raise them, Dan mused. So they better become legendary heroes, or it's a waste. Jack got the message loud and clear. He just bowed his head with a knowing smile, silence saying more than words. Silence stretched between them until Dion broke it. Hey Jack, what exactly is a hero to you? Jack blinked, caught off guard. Heroes are those blessed by the gods. They defeated the Demon King in the Great War 665 centuries ago. Dion groaned, cutting him off before he could finish the history lesson. Spare me the textbook garbage, Dion snapped. I'm asking about the title your ancestors, and your siblings are literally dying to chase. You gotta have your own definition, right? What does Jack think? Jack looked stunned. He stared at Dion, then turned back to the road, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I think it's bottomless courage. Because the Demon King is terrifying, Actually, forget the king. This world is crawling with nightmare fuel. No creature is weaker than a human. We're totally outmatched. But the second a hero steps onto the battlefield, the hero arrives and hope ignites. Jack's face glowed with pride. As long as the hero doesn't fall, as long as they stand tall, everyone believes. The hero is still standing, so we can push a little further. He was rambling now, totally in the zone. When 10 people, 100, 1,000 people unite. I believe humanity can crush anything, even the Demon King. Dion let him finish his brave speech before destroying the mood. Why are you giving a speech? Basically, if you aren't scared, you won't fail, right? Jack gave a faint, humble smile. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Dion's voice dropped. Then why do S ranks and D ranks exist? What's with the obsession over pure bloodlines? In the end, anyone with willpower should be a hero, right? So why do some get filthy rich off those rankings, while others get stepped on like trash and live in misery? Jack didn't flinch at the cynicism. He answered honestly. But the Demon King is a monster. Willpower alone won't cut it. We need heroes with insane combat specs to win. Dion didn't move, but his words kept piercing through. Combat power, mana levels, grades from elementary to university. Is that still not enough? Academies, cash, sponsors, pure bloodlines. It's a laundry list of requirements. Dion went quiet for a long beat. Honestly, I used to think a hero was someone who got a text message from heaven, wrapped in holy light. The kind of existence everyone knows is the chosen one at a glance. Suddenly, his playful vibe vanished. His eyes turned cold as steel. A destiny you recognize the moment you meet. It actually scared me a bit. But now, it's just a joke. Golden Dragon watched him silently, sensing the shift. Up ahead, Jack laughed, oblivious. If we go by those rules, I'm a nobody. No education, zero cash, no sponsors, and definitely no fancy bloodline. He chuckled, self-deprecatingly. Guess I'm a total loser. Dion didn't reply, but his inner thoughts were screaming. That's exactly why I picked you, kid. And me? The guy who got decapitated for 10,000 years? The leader of you idiots? I'm the king of losers. Golden Dragon interrupted his brooding. Hey, Dion. She gestured with her chin. Where'd you pick up that new servant? Dion glanced at the guy sitting next to Jack. He smirked. I put up a help wanted poster. He showed up and practically begged for the job. Is that right? Golden Dragon laughed dryly. Then she leaned in close, whispering a warning. Watch your back with him. Dion raised an eyebrow. You know the guy. She watched the servant's back, eyes narrowing. I have a theory, but I can't say it out loud yet. Dion burst out laughing, confusing her. His voice dropped to a dangerous low. Did you forget who I am? Everything in this world is just a game to me. Nothing is worth being careful about. Golden Dragon skecked and went back to her book. Suit yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. Dan grinned, eyes full of mischief. Don't worry, I'm playing as recklessly as possible. Neither noticed that El Toro was watching them like a hawk. The squad pushed forward, and the conversation died down as the miles rolled by. Twilight hit, and it was time to set up camp. Jack took charge of dinner, whipping up a feast that smelled absolutely divine. Dion and Golden Dragon lazily leaned against a tree. Meanwhile, the other two maniacs decided to spar. Jack was going all out, sweat pouring off him like rain. Dion watched it all in silence. Late at night, 3 of them passed out from exhaustion. But El Toro? His eyes were wide open. The servant stood on a distant rock, staring into the void. Then whoosh jumped down. The next morning, the trio woke up to find El Toro walking back from the woods. He was dragging a whole wild boar. The mood skyrocketed. Immediately breakfast was going to be epic. After stuffing their faces, they packed up and hit the road. The carriage rattled forward until the sky turned purple and black. Another night, another campsite. 4 bowls of noodles later, the 2 workaholics were back to sword training. It wasn't long before everyone crashed, dead to the world. The grind continued the next day. Ride, stop at sunset, inhale 4 more bowls of noodles. But this time, they found a pristine natural hot spring nearby. They dove in, soaking away the road fatigue. After a day of pure vibes, they passed out in their raggedy carriage. Dawn broke, and the journey resumed. Morning, noon, night blurred together until finally, a massive mountain range loomed ahead. Jack pointed excitedly. Check it out, the H-Pin Mountains. He gestured to the wild landscape. That's giant territory over there. Humans can't survive a second in that zone. El Toro pointed at a massive structure in the distance. Look, the Wall of Sin. Jack's eyes went wide. Whoa. I read about this in textbooks. He went full nerd mode. That's the final defense line built 500 years ago. It stopped the Titan invasion. Legend says the pile of hero corpses was higher than the wall itself. I never thought I'd see the monument of their sacrifice, in real life. El Toro kicked her feet up, grinning. Just a 2-day detour and we hit Phobesby village. Let's move. Z gave a stoic nod. Affirmative. The squad pushed deeper into the wilds, but when they reached the village, absolute darkness. I think this is it, Jack whispered. Phobesby village. It wasn't a village anymore. It was a graveyard. Ruin and death choked the air. Z spoke up from the back. Time to clean up. Jack pointed at himself, panic rising. Me, Solo. He grabbed his face, trembling like a leaf. But I'm terrified. Despite the fear, he stepped into the nightmare. Sword drawn, senses sharp. Corpses littered every inch of the ground. Jack held his breath. The smell. It's rotting death. He scanned the area. Where's the crypt? I need to find this lich and get the heck out of here. Jack crept forward until a massive black tower loomed out of the shadows. He froze. Brain short-circuited. After a long moment, he slapped his cheeks. Focus. You fought giants and dragons. Wake up, Jack. He stepped into the tower, forcing a polite smile. Excuse the intrusion. Inside, a horror show. Bodies hanging from the ceiling like grotesque decorations. Jack's mind reeled. What in the world is this place? Suddenly, a rasping voice echoed from the dark. I have 5 silver coins. Stranger, grant me 7 more, and heaven is within reach. Jack spun around. A silhouette emerged from the gloom. I am short exactly 7 coins. Pay the toll if you wish to pass. 7 silver coins. The figure was bleeding, voice broken. Refuse, and I shall ferry your soul to the afterlife myself. Jack blinked, totally confused. He turned to the creepy figure. Sorry, mister. I'm broke. And shouldn't I be the one pushing you? You look like you're dying. Also, it's dangerous. There's a lich here. Jack was so used to weird stuff, he didn't even flinch. The hidden man frowned in the dark. A lich, you say? The voice dropped an octave, dripping with malice. Hey kid, why are you looking for the lich? Jack flashed an innocent grin. To destroy it, obviously. I'm a hero. The man's eyes flared in the dark. Shockwave. A hero? Are you? A blood warrior. Jack scratched his head. Yeah, but my bloodline isn't super pure or anything. The man burst into maniacal laughter. Finally, the prey walks into the trap. Jack tilted his head. Huh. The man roared, shaking the tower. Keep your silver. Nakosum. To open the gates of hell, I need your blood. Eerie purple energy exploded from the stranger. It surged toward Jack like a tidal wave. Jack's instincts screamed shield up. That's when it hit him. Wait, that aura. You're a freaking lich. Jack launched a fireball instantly, but right before the flames scorched him, he vanished into thin air. Jack froze. Gone? Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. The lich grinned down at him. Not bad for a cheap parlor trick, kid. He didn't even wait to chat. The monster struck. Jack's reflexes kicked in, barely dodging the blow. Shield up, move and counter. Damn it. Jack scanned for a target, but the lich warped behind him. A brutal kick sent him flying. Jack struck back, but it felt like hitting a wall. Useless. His movement was insane, flickering in and out of reality like a ghost. Jack couldn't lock on. A deep, sinister laugh echoed. Go on. Struggle for me, you foolish hero. Think you can match my phantom shift? The lich roared with manic glee. Die. A fatal strike came from everywhere at once. Dozens of clones surrounded him. Jack danced through the blades, barely keeping his head attached to his neck. His stamina was bottoming out. Every hit was lethal. Jack blocked with everything he had. He shut his eyes tight. Too fast. I can't chase him. Then, Altor's voice echoed in his memory. Wake up. Open your eyes. Feel the shift in the air. Track the smallest ripple. He forced his senses open, hunting for the true body. There, Jack smirked. Gotcha. He lunged, eyes sharp as daggers. But the lich was ready. He sidestepped the attack with ease. The monster laughed. I told you it's useless. But Jack just grinned. The dagger? That was just bait. Don't worry, that was a feint. Jack leaped, cornering him. No escape this time. He unleashed his signature move. Moonlight style, 6th form. Demon King Pierce. The blade connected. But the lich's body bloated like a balloon. Jack blinked. Huh? Boom. The monster exploded into chunks of black gore. Jack was thrown back by the force. He gasped, covering his nose. What is this blade? It smells like death. The lich lay in silent, bloody heaps. Not a twitch. Just pieces of meat. Jack cheered. Fist in the air. I did it. The lich is mine. Clap. 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 Applause from behind. The scattered bones began to rattle and rise. Jack's face went pale as a sheet. The piles of meat were stitching themselves back together. It was a miracle of dark magic. The head snapped around with a sickening crack. A nightmare smile formed. Honest truth, you're perfect. Good guts, good brain. A true blood soldier. You got the chosen bloodline, kid. Jack froze, totally paralyzed by fear. The cultist stared at him like a maniac, savoring every word. Time to offer up that juice to Holyoke. We're waking up the great Lord Sadamus today. A single drop of blood rolled down his forehead and hit the dirt. Instantly, creepy red threads sprouted from the puddle, spreading out like a spiderweb from hell, connecting everything in sight. Those bloody veins raced toward the rotting coffin like they were alive. From inside, a bone-chilling sound echoed out. And get this, the blood threads actually seemed to understand the cultist. The zombie horde activated like NPCs getting a command. The freak pointed a finger at Jack, and just like that, the undead army turned their heads. Target locked. Jack. They went completely feral, scrambling over each other like shoppers on Black Friday, treating Jack like the main course. Scene switch. The zombies started roaring, muscles bulging and veins popping out. Their growth spurt was insane muscles ripping right through their clothes. They rushed Jack in a massive wave, eyes glowing like ghostly fires cutting through the dark. They landed with nasty growls, and suddenly classic horror trope more hands burst out of the ground. A fresh batch of zombies clawed their way up to join the party. Once the whole squad was assembled, they stared at Jack with pure hunger. Jack, already beat up and terrified, didn't stand a chance. They pounced like a pack of wolves on a wounded rabbit. But our boy fought back. He swung a long blade, slicing a zombie right across the chest, raising his shield just in time to block the counterattack. But the mob was endless. Wave after wave crashed into him. They grabbed his legendary weapon, Doom Slagan, and yanked it away. Jack screamed in total despair, "Hey, my shield." No time to cry about it. Jack grabbed Doom Slagan back and sliced a zombie clean in half with a beautiful strike. But then, he saw something that blew his mind. The zombie was still holding onto the weapon, even though its body was split in two. Talk about a toxic relationship. It fell in love with Doom Slagan. It snatched the weapon and ran off, leaving Jack defenseless against the rest. The second he was unarmed, the horde swarmed him. Hands grabbed him everywhere. Chomp. A zombie sank its teeth right into his arm. As the first drop of fresh blood hit the floor, those red veins went viral, spreading even faster. The coffin started glowing with an ominous red light, roaring like a demon waking up from a nap. Total system upgrade. The zombies shifted from dull gray to blood red. They sprouted horns, razor-sharp teeth, and scales on their backs. Boom, they just evolved into demons. Jack was panting hard. He realized the glitch in the system. Wait, every time I bleed, they level up? I can't bleed anymore, but it was too late. A demonic face with glowing eyes, and massive fangs screamed right in his face. They charged again. Suddenly, Jack saw a robotic arm burst onto the scene in a flash of armor. It fired a massive red laser beam straight at the demon squad. The blast wiped out half of them instantly, but honestly, there were still way too many. That attack was barely a scratch. Jack screamed as the demon pylon began. They were crushing him, literally climbing over each other to get a piece of the bite-sized prey. Still, he fought with everything he had to break free. But drip, drip, more of Jack's blood hit the ground. The dark red veins slithered toward the coffin like a lit fuse. K-boom. A massive pillar of red light shot into the sky, blasting the coffin lid off. The sound was ear-splitting like the scream of death itself echoing through the void. The whole zone was bathed in blood-red light. Seeing this nightmare unfold, Jack couldn't stop shaking. But then, something weird caught his eye. Why did all the demons stop trying to eat him? They were all kneeling respectfully toward the coffin. Jack looked around and saw the cloaked guy holding up a severed head like a trophy. The cultists shouted the resurrection spell, "Our king, Lord of the Liches. We offer our loyalty. Please, return to us." Jack panicked and looked at the coffin. Sadamus had awakened. The monster stood up, white hair, skinny as a rail, wrapped in chains, and leaking a terrifying red aura. Sadamus opened one eye and dropped the villain monologue. "I am Sadamus. From now on, humans, elves, dwarves, and even demons, all living things will kneel before me. Tremble, world. The true definition of evil has arrived." That last line triggered a memory for Jack. Sadamus paused, noticing Jack was staring at him without shaking in his boots. "Yo, what's with that face? Aren't you scared of me?" Jack hesitated for a sec. "Can I be real with you?" He put on a poker face. "I'm not scared. You call yourself true evil, but honestly, it's kinda." Sadamus cut him off, absolutely triggered. He roared, "I am the king of evil. Just looking at me should make anyone with a heartbeat feel primal fear. Why aren't you shaking?" Even Jack had to ask himself that why wasn't he scared. Suddenly, Dale's face popped into his mind. Jack cracked a smile. "Why am I thinking of that guy right now?" Sadamus felt totally insulted. his eyes glowing red with rage. You're smiling? You dare laugh at me? You got a death wish? Suddenly, walking in with Ultor and Jin, Dale kicked the door down, totally annoyed. Seriously, it took this long to handle one lich? Hurry it up, let's go. I'm starving over here. Jack heard the familiar voice and spun around, shouting happily. Sir Dale. Dale looked at the pile of dry bones and fading light coming from the coffin and scoffed. What is that? Who's the dusty old skeleton looking like he's been rotting for 10,000 years? Oof. Freshly resurrected and already getting roasted twice. Sadamus was grinding his teeth. He was shaking with rage, his voice dropping to a deadly growl. How dare you speak such insolent words to me? Sadamus barked an order. Undead. Kill these pests immediately. Give them the most brutal death possible. The Red Army charged. Dale, he didn't even care. He let out a massive yawn, boring, and then just flicked his hand. One swipe, and poof, the entire army turned to dust. Jack's jaw hit the floor in total shock. Sadamus started sweating. One hit? You wiped out my powered-up minions? Who are you? Dale didn't answer, just hit him with a reverse card. Better question. Who are you? The lich puffed out his chest. I am Sadamus, the strongest being across the human realm, spirit realm, hell, and purgatory. If the Zodiacs hadn't sealed my heart, I would rule this world. Dale looked at him with pure pity and a hint of mockery. World domination? Please. Even the Demon King couldn't pull that off, and you think you can. Sadamus was oblivious to the danger, still bragging. My magic surpasses even the Demon King. Once I regain my true power, no one will be able to stop me. Dale grinned like a predator finding a new toy. Sounds fun. Tell you what, I'll break that seal for you. Let's see you try to do your thing. But if you fail, you gotta do one little favor for me. Deal? The lich laughed, having no idea he was walking into a trap. The seal was supposed to be legendary, even I, the great Sadamus, couldn't crack it. But then, Ace just casually crushed the so-called unbreakable seal with one hand like it was cheap plastic. Sadamus stood there, jaw on the floor, totally unable to process the disrespect. Watching him act with zero brain cells, she lost her temper and snapped, You absolute moron. You've gone and started another catastrophe, haven't you? Ace dusted off the shattered chains, his eyes sharp and challenging. Come get some. Then, out of nowhere, he started cackling like a total maniac. Oh, weird flex, but okay. Boom. A massive shockwave of crimson energy blasted Ace backward, leaving him totally confused. Meanwhile, the squad watched in horror as Sadamus unleashed his true, unsealed power. A blood-red tornado consumed the lich, echoing with chilling laughter. When the dust finally settled, Sadamus had undergone a complete glow-up. Looking years younger and way too cocky, he announced. A new Demon King has descended. Listen up, you breathing peasants on your knees, right now. He pointed a dramatic finger straight at Ace, rambling on. I don't know how you did it, kid, but thanks, he said with a silky smooth voice. But as the ruler of death, I, Sadamus, command you, drop dead. And crickets. Absolutely nothing happened. They stared at each other like total clowns in awkward silence. Ace tilted his head. Yo, what are you doing? Sadamus started tapping his fingers, sweating bullets. Why isn't this working? This is so cringe. He frantically tried a backup incantation. Oh, shadows. Show me your power. Turn everything to ash. Soul destruct wham. Before he could even finish, Ace delivered a tooth-shattering punch right to the kisser. The impact was so savage it launched Sadamus out of his coffin and plastered him against the back wall. Clutching his swollen face, Sadamus still had the nerve to brag. I am the great Sadam. He froze, terror finally flooding his eyes. Ace floated up, winding up for round 2. Smack. For 1,000 years, Sadamus thought he was invincible. But today, he learned a harsh lesson. Turns out, getting beat up still hurts like hell, even when you're already dead. After serving him a full-course meal of knuckles, Ace grinned. We cool? Sadamus. Face looking like mashed potatoes and tears streaming down, whimpered. Yes, sir. The trio in the back tried not to laugh at the pathetic sight. Sadamus sniffled. Just. Who are you? Ace shrugged with zero care. Dion doesn't matter. Just call me Boss Ace. Ace raised a hand, dark magic swirling around it, confusing the heck out of the lich. Boom. A dark contract materialized. Party A, Ace. Party B, Sadamus. Rule 1, Party B is now a teammate. In Party A's squad. Rule 2, Party B must obey every single command from Party A, no questions asked. Rule 3, this partnership lasts forever, until Party A gets bored. And yeah, only Party A can rip up the contract. Rule 4, all the glory and sweet loot. Party A decides if and when Party B gets a crumb. Rule 5, Party B shuts up and takes it. Staring at the wall of text, Sadamus blinked. What is this garbage? Ace rolled his eyes. I told you earlier, didn't I? If you couldn't dominate the world immediately after waking up, you gotta follow the rules I set. Besides, I need a shop clerk. Sign it. The lich scanned the scam, contract. Defeated. Sadamus slapped his hand down and signed his life away. This feels illegally unfair, he whined. I know, Ace replied deadpan. Scene change. Contract secured, the squad rolled out of the dungeon, cruising in a carriage under the open sky. Sadamus glanced back. Seeing how chill these kids were sparked a memory. He fell deep into thought, staring at nothing. He gazed up at the sky for the first time in a millennium. The view was insane, endless rolling mountains stretching all the way to the horizon. Sadamus suddenly spoke up. I am Sadamus, a legendary mage. 1,000 years ago, in the 665th Great War, I fought alongside the last knight against the Demon King. That was the kind of mage I was. Jack gasped, totally starstruck. Wait, you were actually teammates with the last one in that war. Indeed, he replied calmly. Jack pressed on. But how did? Sadamus's voice cracked with pain. Flashback time. Back to the final battle, I was cursed, hit by the killing aura of the sloth demon. My flesh, it started rotting off my bones. In the memory, he cradled his dying comrade. The last knight fell. Out of our entire legendary party, I was the only survivor. Sadamus looked down. Back then, I actually thought I was the lucky one. I drowned in victory parties, hailed as the hero who saved the world. But the curse, it never stopped eating away at me. When the lights went out, the agony took over. The curse of a demon duke isn't something a simple potion can fix. The pain turned me into a monster, desperate. I reached for the one thing I shouldn't have, taboo magic. Jack's eyes went wide. You mean dark arts? Yeah. I made a deal with the darkness for eternal life, he sighed. But the Holy Temple found out. One night, Jody and I raided my home. They bound me and sealed me away in an ancient tomb right here in this mountain village. Trapped in that box, I pitied myself. Felt like filth that shouldn't exist. Sadamus let out a dry, self-mocking chuckle. I guess they were right, though. The last surviving hero turning to the dark side to raise the dead. Yeah, that's not exactly a story they want to print in the history books. Jack looked down, genuinely moved. That is a really tragic story. Sadamus blinked. Tragic? Jack sighed, his eyes full of pity for the fallen mage. Yeah, your story, Sir Sadamus. It's not in any of the hero textbooks I've read. You fought to save the world, but your reward was a curse and a lonely grave in the dark. You were erased from history. Isn't that just the hero's fate? Sadamus mused. After everything, he finally realized something. Honestly, I should have just died in the apocalypse. At least then, I'd have a cool chapter in the books. Holy wars. Man, the survivors never get a happy ending. He turned to Jack. You're, what? 5th generation? I bet you guys never stopped to think about what happened to us 4th-gen relics. Huh. Jack went quiet, guilt written all over his face. Seeing that, Sadamus dropped it. Returning to the scene of the crime after 1,000 years, Sadamus gasped. When they hauled my coffin to Fesby Village, we took this exact road. Ha! A millennium later, and it hasn't changed a bit. Ace, barely listening, perked up. Huh. 1,000 years and nothing changed? Sadamus nodded. Exact same. I remember it clearly. It was the last thing I saw before the darkness took me. Flashback to the past, a heavy coffin, wrapped in chains being dragged up the mountain path. Inside the carriage, a blood-red eye snapped open, glistening with unshed tears. He had always thought the world outside was a masterpiece, but deep down, he knew this might be the final time he would ever witness such radiance. Snapping back to reality, he threw a complaint into the air. Seriously, even in the 600th century, everything looks exactly the same. Kim Long, sitting beside him, raised an eyebrow. You got a problem with that? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? The world just keeps spinning on its preset tracks. He scoffed, mocking the very concept of a perfect system. A stagnant world where nothing changes. Struggling against it is totally pointless. It's all just heaven's will anyway. Dion drifted into silence, his gaze lost in the distance. He let out a massive yawn, breaking the mood. Man, this other world is seriously twisted. She rolled her eyes, clearly over his drama. You ran out of things to say, so you're blaming the world again? Looks pretty normal to me. They both turned away, just as Dion called out to their newest recruit. Hey, hired help. You're a mage, right? So you must know more than just the dark arts, yeah. Congratulations, you are officially Jack's magic teacher starting now. His face turned dead serious as he dropped a warning. Train him well, Jack, because sooner or later, you and I are gonna throw down. Dion flopped onto the straw pile in the back. Let's just get back to Zorix. My bed is calling my name. As darkness swallowed the land and dinner was history, Sadamus got to work. He summoned a horde of the undead, Jack's personal punching bags for the night. Jack gripped Doom's Slayer, adrenaline pumping through his veins. A zombie lunged, growling like a beast. The battle was on. Jack cleaved the monster in two with a single, clean strike, but he wasn't ready for what happened next. The thing didn't just heal. It regenerated at God's speed. Jack froze in horror as the creature shoved his blade aside and charged again. Boom! A sphere of white fire blasted the zombie, turning it into ash in a heartbeat. Sadamus stepped out from the shadows, dropping some wisdom. Physical attacks are a joke against these things. You have to purge them with holy fire. He pointed at Jack's chest. Ignite the sacred flames sleeping inside you. Trust in the divine. Feel that infinite entity, that boundless energy coursing through the cosmos. Sadamus began weaving a spell over his arm once more. Let's run it back, the mage announced. While those two grinded out the training, Dion was chilling in the back, watching the show like it was TV. So, how's the kid doing? Is he decent for a human? Or just too average to even judge? Alora smirked, eyes gleaming. He's exceptional. Dion raised a brow. For real. She nodded with zero hesitation. He is 23 now. Given 20 years, and he will fully awaken his potential. The kid is gonna blossom. And what level we talkin'? Rank D. She replied. Heck, even rank D+ isn't just a pipe dream for him. Dion stared at Jack, actually contemplating it. Seeing the kid's greedy determination, he muttered, Rank D, not too shabby. Alora grabbed her blade and stepped up. All right, my turn. Time for sword training, Jack. Meanwhile, Kim Long turned to Dion, anxiety written all over her face. Hey, aren't you going to go back to headquarters? Your family is dealing with some heavy drama. Dion waved her off. Forget it. It is probably just another scheme anyway. Honestly, I plan to just let them rot away on their own. She was getting sick of his attitude and decided to drop a hypothetical. Okay, picture this. What if the Demon King just vanished? What would the Demon Clan do? Dion looked at her like she was speaking alien. She broke it down. War is scheduled for 20 years from now. Demons attack humans, right? But without a Demon King, who is going to square up against the hero, he shrugged. No king, then they probably won't attack the human realm at all. Dion started explaining the mechanics. Creating a demon requires demonic spirit energy. That stuff takes 80 years to cook up. That power is the only reason they can wreck the surface world. But if their ultimate weapon is MIA, what are they going to fight with? Sticks and stones? Kim Long blinked. So, there is a chance the Great War in 20 years just won't happen. He smirked. It is a strong possibility. She had to admit he had a point. A light bulb went off in her head. Aha, that is your play to get Alex and Daros back, isn't it? If you return and announce you are still the Demon King, they will come running back because their reason for existing just evaporated. Dion laughed, a mischievous glint in his eye. So I just gotta fake my return, right? She didn't look amused. Her voice dropped an octave. Don't fake it. Just go back for real. He looked at her, his voice calm but dripping with arrogance. Watch your mouth, bug. Are you saying my mere existence breaks the natural order? Even stopping the Great War? She nodded. For now, yeah. Suddenly, Dion flipped the script. Fine. I will go back. She gaped at him. Wait, seriously? Who are you and what did you do with Dion? He held up a finger. On one condition. If I die. She clicked her tongue, totally over his nonsense. Scene shift. An ancient, crumbling church, drowning in gloom. A shadow Orion stood before the coffin that once imprisoned Sadamus, scanning every inch of the darkness. Suddenly, a spine-chilling cackle echoed from behind. The cult leader grinned. Well, well. Another lamb walking straight into the slaughterhouse, offering itself to the empty coffin. His eyes glowed with madness as he roared the incantation. Souls of the damned, awaken. Seize this fresh meat. Devour his spirit. Instantly, the ground cracked open and undead horrors clawed their way to the surface. But then flash! A blinding golden light erupted from the entrance, catching the cultist off guard. He didn't even have time to blink. A holy sword shot through the air like a meteor. Slash! It cleaved the leader in two before he could twitch. The blade spun midair. A whirlwind of death, diving back toward the undead horde. A golden beam tore through the darkness. Shing! In a split second, the entire army of the dead was sliced to ribbons. Limbs and torsos rained down on the cold stone floor. The holy sword boomeranged back, snapping into a muscular hand with a satisfying thud. In the blink of an eye, Orion had cleaned house. 0 survivors. Cadenia strode in from the entrance. Seeing the sword Antares, she sighed. I figured you would beat me here. She crushed a zombie's head under her boot, her voice ice cold. It has been a while. Lord Orion. Orion pulled back his hood, revealing a face radiating like a mini sun. He beamed with golden retriever energy. Bestie, Orion Van Holy Hood, Zodiac Knight of the Saint Light lineage. He rushed over, arms wide for a hug. Whoa, drop the Lord stuff. Okay, we are buddies. Just call me Orion. Cadinia put up a hand, physically stopping him as a chill ran down her spine. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. We are teammates, not friends. Anyway, back to business. She scanned the carnage. You work fast. I thought you just got here? He shook his head. Oh, this wasn't me. Orion dropped the bomb. Someone else beat us to the punch. Cadenia narrowed her eyes, digging through her memory. According to the archives, the entity sealed here was Sadamus, the great mage who fought alongside the last hero party 1,000 years ago. Even so, he signed a pact with the Abyss to become a Lich King. Cadenia analyzed the data. Sadamus is no ordinary monster. Unless you're Zodiac tier like us, he's unbeatable. Yet someone got here first. Weird. Cadenia filled Orientin in on the anomalies. The world's going crazy lately. Peace treaty dragons showing up, and giants sieging a whole fortress. Orientin yelled. Giants hit City A? Reports say they fled their mountains in total panic. Running? From what? Cadenia shook his head. Even I don't know. That's why I'm here at the H.P. range. His gaze darkened. Logic is breaking down. Impossible things are happening. Jacinda flashed in Cadenia's mind. They are part of this chaos. Orientin raised an eyebrow. They? You mean Jack's crew? Orientin poked him, grinning. Rumor has it you're obsessed with some brat. The whole temple is talking about it. You only care about gods. So how wild is this kid to catch your eye? Cadenia scowled but answered anyway. He's past G rank. Honestly, maybe even D rank. And he's only 17. Orientin pointed a finger, screaming. What? Drag him to the temple. Now. Or are you hiding him for yourself? Greedy bastard. Cadenia shot him a look that could freeze water. He said no. Cadenia's eyes glowed in the shadows, but he'll come around. God never wastes a tool. Cadenia walked away. Enough chat. Let's move. These giants won't explain themselves. Orientin grabbed him in a headlock. He laughed like a maniac. Scorpio, Orientin. Libra, Cadenia. Who can stop us? First team up since we were rookies. Huh. I'm getting goosebumps. Cadenia cut him deep. We failed miserably that time. Never teamed up since for a reason. I objected. Why are you here? Orientin beamed. I'll interpret that as I missed you. Huh? Orientin gaped at the massive void ship. The temple gave you a private jet? Seriously, where's mine? Cadenia sighed. You crashed 3 of them. Orientin blinked. Did I? Meanwhile, deep in the forest, while the others slept, Sadamus and Altora were grinding levels with Z. Sadamus watched the mana flow. That balance. It's the source of true magic. Z stared at his hands. Darkness in the left. Light in the right. Mana? Sadamus nodded. Attack and defense define black and white magic. Then come the elements that build our world. But the core, it's all the same. Holy energy gifted by the gods. It clicked. Z felt the logic settle in. Altora watched, jaw dropping. This kid. It takes a year to forge a mana crystal. And he just did it. Instantly, Z's growth is monstrous. But a chill ran down his spine. His gaze hardened. Something is coming. And it's coming fast. The guy was played like a total puppet, completely set up for this moment. Meanwhile, Z is still chilling in the woods, charging up dual magic spells under the moonlight like it's no big deal. Dion in the underworld. In Matos, the city of 1,000 black towers. Eve strolls into the room like he owns the place. But then, bam. His chill vibe vanishes, replaced by pure panic. Red light floods through the door. And guess who shows up? Alex and Daros, looking like ghosts, crawling back from hell. Ith is freaking out, stuttering. Yo, aren't you guys supposed to be dead? Their eyes are glowing, blood red, faces ice cold. Ith tries to keep it together and demands, what the heck is going on? We literally threw a funeral because we thought you were toast. Ith's eyes almost pop out of his skull when the guy speaks. With a voice creepy enough to haunt your nightmares, he says, now it's your turn. You are the final piece of the puzzle. Alex's eyes are blazing like actual fire. He drops a bombshell order to make the Yo volcano blow its top right at continent H. Eth is staring at him thinking, what kind of psycho logic is that? Eth screams, are you insane? That'll wipe out the human realm and the demon realm. But Alex just chuckles, eyes hungry for chaos, and says, exactly. Total destruction is the whole point. Scene change. Everyone is sleeping like babies, totally clueless that a nightmare is about to slap them in the face. The silence is heavy, way too heavy. It starts as a peaceful morning with flowers blooming and sunlight warming the leaves. Then, out of nowhere, boom. The ground starts shaking violently like the world is breaking apart. The peaceful grass gets ripped to shreds. Huge black cracks open up, spitting out hellish red light from the underground, staining the whole forest in the color of blood. Everyone wakes up screaming, having zero clue what's happening. Dion looks up and spots a massive red tornado spinning in the sky. Yeah, it's looking bad. The ground is literally dancing now. A giant black horn stabs up from the earth, spraying hot blood lava everywhere. The castle gets swallowed by flames until everything is drowning in red. The castle crumbles like a sandcastle in a tide, zero resistance. People are screaming in despair, trying to bail. Then the volcano actually blows, sending rivers of lava rushing down. Blobs of burning lava are falling from the sky like a rain of fire. Orientin and Cadenia are just standing there, frozen, stiff, watching their world end. They are shook by the view. It is literally hell on earth. The heat is so intense it is roasting their airship. Then, through the smoke and fire, he spots something weird. It is some unidentifiable thing lurking there. Thick black smoke chokes out the sunlight, and black ash starts falling like snow from a funeral. This is it. Judgment Day is finally here. Over on this side, everyone is stunned into silence, staring at the horror show while the sky bleeds red with fire and ash. Lava is gushing out non-stop and crazy lightning bolts are tearing the sky apart. Rich is totally losing it, stuttering in pure terror at the sight. How is this even happening, he yells, forcing a laugh. Alex has gone completely off the deep end. Jinlong just shakes his head and sighs. So, the apocalypse started 20 years early. Damn it.